An endless expanse of desolate land is swept by fierce winds, the roars of beasts echoing into the heavens. A young man clad in a black robe, bearing a languid fox upon his shoulders, proceeds slowly. A resounding roar of a tiger pierces the air. A fierce tiger materializes behind the young man. Its profound azure first shimmers with brilliance, blood-red patterns sprawling across its body. It exudes an aura of chaotic, overwhelming majesty. The black-robed youth walks quietly, as an array of various spirit beasts gathers behind him, all journeying toward the distant horizon. Guhan, you are the one destined by fate. The survival of the Xuantian Continent rests upon your shoulders. Guhan gazes at the phantom fox before him, crouching down to speak softly. Little one, do you wish to become my companion? One day, we shall stand atop this world. Welcome to the Beastmaster world. I am Guhan. Chapter 1. The Goof Family. Xuantian Continent, Heiyun City, the Goof Family. Hiss, accompanied by intense pain, consciousness gradually returns. Guhan suddenly springs up from the ground, his gaze sharpening as he surveys his surroundings. It is a quaint room, furnished simply. Guhan pushes open the door, revealing a courtyard-style building before his eyes. He strides directly toward the pavilion ahead and sits down slowly. As his body adapts, a fragment of memory belonging to the original owner of this body surfaces in his mind. The original owner of this body is also named Guhan, the young master of the Gu family from Xingyun City, with his grandfather being Gu Qinyu, the current head of the family, who holds considerable power in this locale. Guhan hails from Blue Star, having attended his university graduation ceremony, where, after a night of revelry with classmates, he sought an excuse to step outside for fresh air due to excessive drinking. The banquet hotel is situated on a mountainside. After stepping out, he admired the scenery near a precipice, only to be drawn down the cliff by a sudden force and awoke here. So, I have transmigrated? Guhan contemplates, looking at this slightly younger physique. Alright, he seems to recall something, dashing back inside to pick up an egg from the ground. It is a perfectly round egg, approximately the size of a basketball, emanating a faint glow. Just one glance makes Guhan feel dizzy. This is a world of Beastmasters, where every individual possesses the potential to become a Beastmaster. Here, people hone their soul strength from a young age to meet the conditions for awakening their Beastmaster talents, signing contracts with spirit beasts to become Beastmasters. Powerful Beastmasters dominate all, commanding formidable spirit beasts to reign supreme. However, not everyone can become a Beastmaster. Some possess inherently weak soul powers, rendering them unsuitable for the role. Unfortunately, the original owner belonged to this latter category. He yearned intensely for strength and aspired to become a Beastmaster, forcibly signing a contract with the creature within that egg, leading to his demise from backlash. Under normal circumstances, even if a contract fails, it would merely result in soul injury, not immediate death. But this egg is extraordinary. Guhan picks up the egg, examining it closely, when a mechanical voice suddenly resonates in his mind. System initializing 1, 5, 18, 57, 100. The Spirit Beast Identification Panel feature has been activated. Spirit Beast Egg Name: Phantom Fox. Spirit Beast Egg Attributes: Psychic, Demon. Spirit Beast Egg Quality: High Extraordinary. Spirit Beast Egg Level: None unhatched. Method of hatching the Spirit Beast Egg: 10 Phantom Crystals, 10 Silver Sunflowers, 1 Silver Bell Fruit. By gathering and nurturing with spiritual power for 3 days, hatching can be completed. Evolution Route: Level 2 Low to View. Guhan is immediately moved to tears. I knew it as a member of the Transmigrators. How could I lack a golden finger? However, this should merely be one function of the system. I will explore others gradually. The urgent matter is to hatch the egg first. According to the original owner's memories, spirit beast qualities range from low to high: ordinary, elite, extraordinary, king, lord, overlord, sovereign, and a legendary mythical grade. Each quality is further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Moreover, the quality of spirit beasts is not immutable. Each evolution can elevate their quality. Corresponding levels for Beastmasters are Apprentice, Junior, Intermediate, Senior, Super, Earth, Heaven, King, Sovereign, and Saint. The spirit beast within this egg has an initial quality of high extraordinary. With proper nurturing, it could at least achieve king quality in the future, and with good fortune, even lord quality is not impossible. In this world, Beastmasters can contract juvenile spirit beasts. Those surviving in the wild are generally difficult to tame, while immature spirit beasts, lacking consciousness, are easier to contract. This egg was left by Gu Han's late father, Gu Xuantian, a few years ago. It is said he acquired it by chance, but has been unable to sign a contract with it, the reason for which remains unknown. The original owner's mother fell gravely ill when Gu Han was 6, and physicians within hundreds of miles of Xuantian City were helpless. Gu Xingtian made a decisive choice to leave the family and seek medical treatment for his wife, Su Qing'er. Today marks the 11th year since their departure, and Gu Han is now 17. I currently lack the capability. I'll seek out grandfather, Gu Han states as he pushes the door open and heads toward the building to the east. Qingyao residence. In the main hall of the Gu family, Gu Qinyu sits serenely in a high position. His hair is graying, yet his spirit remains vigorous. Devoid of the frailty of old age, his chiseled features still hint at the splendor of his youth. Head of the family, the young master has arrived, the doorman announces respectfully. Honor, come in, Gu Qinyu responds. Gu Qinyu feels a sense of guilt toward his grandson. With both of his parents absent, it is his duty as a grandfather to provide diligent guidance and companionship, yet family affairs have kept him preoccupied and negligent in his duties. After reviewing the previous memories, Gu Han has come to understand his grandfather's character outwardly. He is a tough, yet kind-hearted man, and he treats his grandson exceptionally well. He once personally braved dangers to seek rare materials capable of healing Gu Han's soul. Gu Han pays his respects to grandfather. Gu Qinyu replies warmly, Honor, no need for excessive formalities. Have you encountered any issues? You rarely come to visit me. Gu Han ponders for a moment before mentioning the materials required to hatch the Phantom Fox. Gu Han is also calculating based on the original owner's memories. Gu Qinyu is quite indulgent toward his grandson, and being forthright poses no risk. Additionally, without relying on the family, Gu Han is uncertain when he could hatch the Phantom Fox. Gu Qinyu raises an eyebrow, a surge of powerful spiritual energy emanating from him as he senses the changes within Gu Han's body. His expression brightens instantly. Has your spiritual power reached perfection? With perfected spiritual power, one can contract spirit beasts and officially become a Beastmaster. Gu Han maintains a calm demeanor, stating, I do not wish to disappoint grandfather's expectations. The moment Gu Han transmigrated and their souls merged, his spiritual power was perfected. Once the initial spiritual power reaches a certain threshold, it will stagnate. One can only continue to cultivate after contracting a spirit beast. Ha ha ha, splendid. This way, I can also honor your parents. With that, Gu Qinyu waves his hand, and the materials Gu Han requires appear before him. In truth, these spiritual materials hold considerable value for the Gu family, yet their intended purpose is inherent in their nature, especially when it concerns one's own beloved grandson. Upon learning that Gu Han had perfected his mental prowess, Gu Qinyu began to contemplate, refraining from inquiring about the intended use of the materials. Although this grandson is typically taciturn, he is by no means a person of mediocrity. Thank you, grandfather, Gu Han expressed as he accepted the spiritual materials and took his leave. The spiritual beast cultivation garden is a specially designed area established by the Gu family to facilitate the hatching of spiritual beasts and the nurturing of juvenile spiritual creatures. Upon seeing Gu Han, the other Gu family members and servants within the hatching garden promptly bowed and greeted him. Greetings, young master. Although it is common knowledge that Gu Han possesses exceedingly poor talent and may even fail to become a Beastmaster, none dare to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. The ancient family rules of the Gu clan dictate unity and collective strength, fostering healthy competition within the clan while strictly prohibiting internal strife. Any infractions discovered are met with severe consequences as dictated by family law. The Gu family, having relocated en masse to Xuantian City, has firmly established its roots thanks to the rigorous enforcement of these regulations. Gu Han inquired of the nearby servant, "Where is second aunt?" The servant promptly replied, "Second madam is currently nurturing the latest spiritual beast, and we have reached a crucial juncture." Gu Han's second aunt, named Qingjinwan, is truly a reflection of her name. If she were in Blue Star, she would epitomize the archetypal southern woman, gentle and charming, having been brought back by his second uncle, Gu Xingyan, from his travels in his youth. Qingjinwan is also the sole spiritual beast cultivator in the Gu family, and the significance of a cultivator to a family is self-evident. "Very well, take me to a cultivation room with a spiritual spring," he instructed. The hatching of spiritual beast eggs inherently requires a substantial amount of spiritual power, typically necessitating artificial assistance, as it is rare to rely solely on spiritual beasts for hatching after all. Their primary duty is to protect their masters and engage in combat, while concurrently striving to cultivate their own strength. The servant led Gu Han to the designated location before respectfully withdrawing. It was a simple room, featuring a spiritual spring at its center, connected to the subterranean spiritual veins. Gu Han carefully extracted the phantom fox egg from his bosom and gently placed it upon the surface of the spiritual spring, subsequently infusing the acquired spiritual materials into the egg with his spiritual energy. He then sat cross-legged, one hand delicately resting on the egg, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Chapter 2. Hatching the celestial phantom fox 3 days later, with a crackling sound, the spirit beast egg gradually split open. A diminutive fox head emerged, adorned with tufts of crimson fur, its ruby-like eyes glimmering with exquisite charm. A tail nearly half a meter long trailed behind it, while a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead lent the phantom fox an air of mystique. The fox blinked its bright eyes, surveying its surroundings, before scampering to the side and devouring the remnants of its shell with evident delight. Its gaze then shifted to Gu Han, who was watching it with uncontainable excitement. The phantom fox sniffed the air, seemingly catching a whiff of something fragrant, and gently approached Gu Han, licking his hand with its tongue, eliciting a delightful tickle. Gu Han affectionately stroked its head, captivated by everything in this world. "Little one, would you care to become my beast companion?" The small fox looked perplexed, not quite grasping the meaning of his words. "I mean, to become my partner, to remain by my side through thick and thin, as we live and grow together, striving to reach the pinnacle of this world." The fox blinked its ruby eyes, gazing into Gu Han's, and gave a slight nod. Overwhelmed with joy, Gu Han placed his hand on the fox's forehead and began to weave a magical incantation. A circular magic circle slowly rose, enveloping both the human and the beast. As the contract was sealed, Gu Han felt an immediate connection with the phantom fox, as if their thoughts were intertwined. In the recesses of Gu Han's mind, an ancient solitary mark quietly stood, signifying their bond. Gu Han sensed an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. His strength surged, his vision sharpened, and his spirit felt invigorated. Washing away all negativity, he attentively observed the transformations within his body. Ding! Host successfully advances to the rank of Apprentice Beast Tamer, granting a beginner's gift package. The system's mechanical voice resonated at the perfect moment, causing Gu Han to raise an eyebrow, his golden finger stabilizing its power. He then turned his gaze to the phantom fox, which was quietly licking its paws. "I need to think of a name for you. You are so pure white, with such red eyes, and a tail trailing behind you. How about Little Jing?" The adorable fox's ears perked up, and it seemed to understand, nodding in approval of the name. Alas, Gu Han was never skilled at naming, so he could not hope for anything more creative. He scrutinized Little Jing, and the Beast Tamer panel materialized. Spirit Beast name, Phantom Fox, Spirit Beast gender, female, Spirit Beast attribute, mental, demon, Spirit Beast quality, high extraordinary, Spirit Beast level, youngling stage 4, Spirit Beast skills, mental stab, Fox Shadow Blade, evolution path, level 2 low to view. Ah, it is indeed a high-quality spirit beast, born with the prowess of stage 4. Generally, low-quality spirit beasts are born at stage 1, requiring the beast tamer to cultivate them from scratch. High-quality spirit beasts, however, possess an inherent advantage, starting at a higher baseline with rapid advancement and immense potential, truly a head start in the race of life. Gu Han pondered for a moment. The evolution path remained elusive. Was it due to his own insufficient strength, or did Little Jing lack the necessary conditions for evolution? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a tinkling of bells, as a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Gu Han turned to open the door, revealing a beautiful woman standing in the courtyard. "Just finished, and I hear my little Han has arrived," said his second aunt, Qin Jinwan. She turned and spotted Little Jing, who was blocking Gu Han's path. "Is this your new spirit beast, Little Han? It appears to be of high quality and elite." "It is indeed a high extraordinary," Gu Han replied with a grin. Qin Jinwan's mouth fell open, her face a portrait of astonishment. "I hope you can keep this a secret for now." "Of course," she reassured him. "I understand the gravity of the situation." She then remarked, "You are fortunate, Honor. Your grandfather must have expended countless resources to nurture his rainbow unicorn lion to a mid-level extraordinary." The rainbow unicorn lion, the most formidable spirit beast of Gu Qianyu, was said to possess a trace of the ancient divine beast Qilin's bloodline, achieving great heights through serendipitous encounters during Gu Qianyu's travels across the continent. "By the way, Aunt, are there any prerequisites for a spirit beast's evolution?" Gu Han suddenly inquired. Qin Jinwan contemplated for a moment and replied, "Indeed, there are. For instance, the Tianxin toad. The male has no evolution path, while the female must become pregnant to absorb the energy of her offspring, supplemented by spirit materials. In order to evolve into the Golden Jade True Toad. Spirit beasts that are either of too low a level or whose beast tamers are insufficiently ranked may also face evolution restrictions. I have learned much, thank you, Aunt. Guhan felt a flicker of insight dawning within him. Such courtesy from you, dear Han. I have watched you grow since you were a child, Qin once said. Her gaze filled with affection. Ever since Guhan's parents had departed, he had been left to navigate the world alone. Both Gu Qianyu and his uncles were men, ill-equipped to care for a child, leaving much of the nurturing to Qin Jinwan, who had cared for the 6-year-old Guhan. After bidding farewell to his aunt, Guhan returned to his own courtyard. Notably, after contracting little Jing, his mental capacity surged once again, and his cultivation level ascended to apprentice stage 2. At the center of Guhan's consciousness, a translucent orb, the size of an egg, radiating with a rainbow-like aura, quietly floated, his mental power. The two primary prerequisites for advancing as a beast tamer are one's own spiritual power and mental strength. Spiritual power can be cultivated through personal training, while the enhancement of mental power currently relies solely on special spirits or the nurturing bond formed through spirit beast contracts. As Guhan's collection of spirit beasts expands, the orb size will gradually increase. With his newfound cultivation, Guhan discerned a marked improvement in all his physical skills. He was now capable of battling ordinary wild beasts through sheer physical prowess alone. In this world, not every creature is classified as a spirit beast. Those that fail to attract spiritual energy remain mere wild beasts. Upon introspecting his own abilities, Guhan was astonished to discover that he could indeed contract a second spirit beast. It is widely known that an apprentice beast tamer may only contract one spirit beast, with further advancement necessary to gain additional contractual slots. As Guhan's consciousness swirled with heated excitement, an empty soul contract gradually formed in his mind. Transitioning from shock to elation, Guhan, unfamiliar with the laws of this world, believed this was a unique benefit bestowed upon those with mental-type spirit beasts. By the way, I still have a beginner's gift package to open. Guhan rubbed his hands together and focused his consciousness into his mind's eye. System, open the gift package. Ding ding. Gift package opening. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1. Spirit Beast Egg 2. 1 Perfect Hatching Opportunity 3. Heart of the Phantom Spirit 4. 5 Drops of Flame Dragon Blood 5. Garment of Destiny. The system's offerings are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Upon hearing these rewards, Guhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was in dire need of a suitable spirit beast for another contract, for Little Jing's brilliance made him worry that he might not be able to protect her adequately. The Garment of Destiny, a gossamer-like attire, enhances various attributes and conceals one's presence, a veritable tool for theft and evasion. The Heart of Illusion is a heart-shaped gem, exuding a unique aura that, upon close observation, causes Guhan's spiritual force to surge uncontrollably, undoubtedly a treasure of great value. After storing away the 2 items, Guhan turned his gaze to the remaining blood of the flame dragon. Although he was unaware of the rank of this spirit beast, he could feel an intense yearning from his own bloodline towards this essence, leaving him somewhat astonished. This indicated the immense potency of the blood. Without hesitation, Guhan summoned Xiao Jing, fed it a drop of the flame dragon's blood, and then placed it into the beast containment space. Following that, he too consumed a drop and sat cross-legged to begin his refinement. Several hours later, Guhan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air as he observed the impurities expelled from his body, feeling the changes within him. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked on the rapid progress, having reached the 3rd stage of apprenticeship. Chapter 3. A new member joins. Guhan's attention shifted to the final item, an egg adorned with golden and archaic patterns. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the information panel for the Spirit Beast Egg materialized. Spirit Beast Egg name, Heavenly Tiger. Spirit Beast Egg attribute, Wind. Spirit Beast Egg quality, Intermediate Transcendent. Spirit Beast Egg level, None, unhatched. Hatching conditions, System, perfect hatching. With that, a gentle power emanated from Guhan, enveloping the Spirit Beast Egg. Approximately a fragrant incense later, the eggshell was covered in fine cracks. Subsequently, a small tiger, nearly half a meter in length, with deep blue fur and golden stripes, emerged from the shell. Spirit Beast name, Heavenly Tiger. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, Wind. Spirit Beast quality, Intermediate Transcendent. Spirit Beast level, Youngling Stage 3. Spirit Beast skill, Rending Claws. Evolution path, Dragon Pattern Grass 10, Blood Spirit Grass 10, Golden Sun Mushroom 1, Fire Pomegranate 1, to gather spiritual power into the Heavenly Tiger. Evolving into the Blazing Heavenly Tiger. Hiss. If memory serves me right, the Golden Sun Mushroom is a 3rd-tier spiritual material, while the Fire Pomegranate is 4th tier. Indeed, when it comes to evolution, nothing is ever straightforward. The rare materials of the Xuantian Continent are meticulously categorized, ranging from the lowest first tier to the highest ninth tier. The most precious of the hatching materials Guhan requested from Gu Qinyu was merely second tier. After some contemplation, Guhan felt reassured. After all, the spiritual materials needed for hatching merely expedite the breaking of the shell, while evolution signifies a leap in the level of life. It was still too early to ponder these matters. Guhan turned his gaze to the small tiger, who was curiously observing its surroundings. With a thought, the contract array illuminated, and without hesitation, the heavenly tiger stepped into it. Soon after, an ancient tiger-shaped imprint appeared in Guhan's consciousness, being a reward from the system. It bore absolute loyalty to Guhan. From this day forth, you shall be called Xuantian. You also have an elder sister. You must get along well. The small heavenly tiger nodded its head, seemingly comprehending Guhan's words. It approached and affectionately rubbed against Guhan's leg, causing a tickling sensation. After feeding Xuantian a drop of essence blood, Guhan placed it into the beast containment space. A few days later, in Guhan's quaint courtyard, he lounged leisurely in a chair beneath a tree, enjoying fruits peeled by Xiao Jing, who was happily stuffing her mouth with her favorite fruits until she was full. After finishing his fruits, Guhan extended his hand towards Xiao Jing. She looked at him, reluctantly placed the peeled grapes into his hand, and he casually tossed them into his mouth. Upon savoring them, he realized something tasted odd. Looking up, he saw Xiao Jing's cheeks puffed up, and he quietly sat up, spitting out the grapes. Xuantian, come here. The heavenly tiger ceased its playful chase of its tail and approached Guhan. Open wide, Guhan sighed, having processed the grapes. Due to having fed them essence blood, both Xiao Jing and Xuantian had entered a state of cultivation and had only just awakened that day. Xiao Jing's silvery fur shimmered with a translucent sheen, her tail seemingly lengthening by several centimeters, nearly 1/3 of her total length, and her level had reached youngling stage 6, while Xuantian had also grown a few centimeters, reaching youngling stage 5. Guhan's own level had risen to apprentice stage 4. Thanks to the enhancements of the two beasts, it seemed the time had come to take them into actual combat. Guhan understood that cultivating spirit beasts from a young age was essential, and without further ado, he set out with both beasts. The Dragon Mountain Range, located in the eastern part of Heiyun City, was named for its resemblance to a colossal dragon poised to soar. Many low-level spirit beasts inhabited the outskirts of the mountain, attracting numerous adventurer teams to hunt them for profit. Clad in black attire, Guhan's stature was tall and imposing. With his enhanced strength, he leaped several meters forward as he traversed the mountain. Upon entering the mountain, Guhan encountered various types of spirit beasts. Spirit beast name, black armored dog. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attribute, dark. Spirit beast quality, high grade, ordinary. Spirit beast level, youngling stage 2. Spirit beast skill, claw strike. Spirit beast name, earth spirit mouse. Spirit beast gender, female. Spirit beast attribute, earth. Spirit beast quality, intermediate ordinary. Spirit beast level, youngling stage 4. Spirit beast skill, digging. Guhan determined a direction and sped off. After approximately 10 minutes, he slowed his pace. Releasing Xiao Jing and Xuantian, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Sensing his vigilance, the two beasts stood by his side, their innate combat instincts awakening from the depths of their bloodlines. Roar! Before long, an enraged beast's roar echoed ahead. A fawn wolf charged towards Guhan. Xuantian, swift and decisive. Xuantian sprang forth, swiftly closing the distance to the fawn wolf's side, and in an instant, twisted its body to unleash a rending claw towards the wolf's thigh. The fawn wolf yelped in pain, roaring as it opened its jaws to bite at Xuantian. Bang! With a sweeping strike, Xuantian's tail collided with the fawn wolf, sending it flying. Following that, a strike to the wolf's head resulted in a gory explosion. Leaving it lifeless, Guhan approached the fallen fawn wolf, his expression unchanging as he extracted the crystal core from its skull and tossed it to Xuantian, who swallowed it with satisfaction. The earlier battle clearly demonstrated Xuantian's overwhelming dominance, dispatching the fawn wolf of equal rank in mere moments. Evidently, Guhan had underestimated Xuantian's combat prowess. Without hesitation, he continued deeper into the mountain. Several hours later, a somewhat disheveled Guhan and his two beasts rested beneath a tree. This was Guhan's first foray into jungle combat, and he clearly lacked experience. Despite Xuantian's exceptional strength, they encountered several uncontrollable dangers during these hours of fighting. The most perilous moment was when Xuantian was beset by 3 black armored dogs of youngling stage 7, while a 4th dog attempted to ambush Guhan. Fortunately, Xiao Jing, perched on Guhan's shoulder, sensed the impending danger and swiftly incapacitated the attacking black armored dog with a mental strike. Otherwise, Guhan would have surely met an early demise as a transmigrator. Observing the bloodstains on Xuantian's body, the once clear and innocent gaze had sharpened, and its level had risen again, now matching Xiao Jing at Youngling Stage 6. A look of satisfaction spread across Guhan's face. Indeed, growth through battle was the fastest path to advancement. After making the necessary adjustments, Guhan continued his journey. After walking for over 10 minutes, the little crystal on his shoulder began to chatter excitedly. You sense the presence of spiritual materials in the cave ahead. But there's a guardian? The little crystal nodded in an anthropomorphic manner. Let's take a look and see if we can retrieve the spiritual materials we lost outside. With that, Guhan donned the garb of destiny. A few minutes later, a dark cave came into view. Guhan turned to the little crystal and asked, "Can you gauge the level of the spiritual beasts inside?" If they were only first tier, he could consider a strategic approach. However, if they were second tier, he would promptly turn back. It would be absurd. A second-tier beast could easily obliterate him with a mere breath. The little crystal closed its eyes, extending its mental energy. Moments later, it relayed the information. You mean the spiritual beasts inside possess a blood aura equivalent to 3 small Tian? Guhan pondered carefully. The beasts within were likely between the 3rd and 6th segments of the first tier. That was indeed a situation worth strategizing over. Chapter 4. Outwitting Golden Sun Mushroom. At the cave's entrance, a tiger with a body of deep blue and shimmering golden patterns stealthily approached the mouth of the cave. It first summoned all its might to roar, then urinated at the entrance before hastily darting off to the north. The blazing serpent, which had been enjoying a comfortable nap, was abruptly disturbed by the tiger's roar and, cursing vehemently, emerged with the intent to exact revenge. Upon catching the scent of the tiger's urine, its fury intensified. Marking its territory at the cave's entrance was a blatant provocation. Upon spotting the distant figure of the tiger, the blazing serpent lost all reason and charged out in pursuit. After a few minutes, Guhan, cloaked in the garb of destiny, stealthily entered the cave. This family had quite the penchant for stealth. After walking for several minutes, an expansive clearing came into view, at the center of which lay a pool of lava. The blazing serpent, being a fire attribute spiritual beast, thrived in heat and despised moisture. In the very heart of the lava, a spiritual material radiating warmth stood majestically. Golden Sun Mushroom, Guhan exclaimed with excitement, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure without effort. The blazing serpent, guarding the Golden Sun Mushroom, was likely intending to use it for its own evolution. Little did it know it had prepared a wedding gown for me instead. Guhan felt no remorse. After all, heavenly materials and earthly treasures were rightfully claimed by those with the ability to seize them. Directing the little crystal, Guhan effortlessly collected the Golden Sun Mushroom. As he surveyed his surroundings, Guhan discovered several first-tier spiritual beast cores, along with a few first- and second-grade spiritual materials, which he casually gathered. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a section of the stone wall that displayed a subtle variation in color. Approaching it, he exerted force with both hands, causing the stone wall to collapse, revealing a small hidden compartment. Inside, the air was thick with spiritual energy, and at its center lay a mat upon which 3 fiery red eggs rested. Guhan picked one up for identification. Spiritual Beast Egg name, Blazing Serpent. Spiritual Beast Egg attribute, Fire. Spiritual Beast Egg quality, Medium Elite. Spiritual Beast Egg level, None, Unhatched. This is an egg of the Blazing Serpent, and its quality is quite commendable, Guhan said with joy. This haul was substantial. Without further hesitation, he rolled up the 3 eggs and dashed out, heading south. Upon reaching a depression, Guhan waited for a few minutes before spotting Xuantian. At that moment, the celestial tiger appeared rather disheveled, having lost nearly a third of its fur to burns, and one of its hind legs hung limply. I apologize for your discomfort, he said, gently patting Xuantian's head. After carefully assessing the injuries, he took out a juvenile 9th segment core to feed Xuantian and crushed a first-tier spiritual material to apply to the tiger's wounds. The celestial tiger affectionately licked Guhan's face in response. After the cleansing touch of its saliva, Guhan summoned Xuantian into the Beastmaster space. In the wilderness, the territorial instincts among spiritual beasts are remarkably strong. Guhan's plan involved having Xuantian lure the cave's spiritual beasts into the territory of a group of swift star leopards to the north. Although those leopards had only just entered the first tier, their cooperation could ensure that even a mid-tier blazing serpent would find itself at a disadvantage. Xuantian could then shake off the blazing serpent and make a roundabout way to regroup in the south. However, Guhan had underestimated the blazing serpent's strength. It had surprisingly reached the 7th segment of the first tier, a gap in power that left the celestial tiger considerably injured. Fortunately, it ultimately emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Guhan would never forgive himself. Sensing Guhan's dejection, the little crystal on his shoulder hopped onto his arm, its tail gently brushing against his face. Xuantian in the Beastmaster space also let out a few encouraging roars, signaling Guhan not to blame himself. A thunderous hiss echoed from the direction of the blazing serpent's cave. Guhan adjusted his mood, cradling the little crystal and sprinting towards the mountain's outskirts. After running at full speed for over an hour, Guhan returned to his courtyard. Upon entering, he began to tally his spoils. There were over 100 cores from first-tier beasts, while only a few were found from those above the first tier in the cave. The bodies of juvenile low-tier beasts were of little use, and Guhan only collected a few corpses of juvenile high-tier beasts. Xuantian had previously challenged and successfully slain a juvenile 9th-tier beast, but the battle had been quite stalemated. So Guhan refrained from letting Xuantian attempt a challenge against a first-tier beast. Once a first-tier beast entered its growth phase, the disparity in strength compared to the juvenile stage was immense. Guhan categorized the first and second-grade spiritual materials he had acquired and found an antique jade box, carefully placing the golden sun mushroom inside to prevent the loss of its medicinal properties. As for the 3 blazing serpent eggs, Guhan had yet to decide how to handle them, so he stored them away. Knock, knock, knock. A servant's knock sounded from outside. Young master, the head of the family requests your presence in the main hall. The servant's voice rang out at an opportune moment. Understood. Guhan replied as he stood up and made his way to the main hall. Upon entering, he found his grandfather, along with his second and third uncles, and most of the clan elders had gathered. Turning around, Guhan spotted his elder brother, Gu Qing, and quickly rushed over. Gu Qing, the son of his second uncle, was 4 to 5 years older than Guhan, with a resolute demeanor and an air of righteousness. After reaching adulthood, he had accompanied the clan elders to familiarize himself with the family business, rarely returning home. From a young age, Gu Qing had taken on the role of an older brother, caring for his younger siblings, and naturally, he shared a close bond with Guhan. When did you return, elder brother? I just came back this afternoon with the clan elders to hand over the tasks assigned by the family, Gu Qing said while playfully squeezing Guhan's bicep, leaving Guhan feeling somewhat embarrassed. You've managed to contract a spiritual beast and become a Beastmaster, haven't you? Judging by your physique, it seems you've had your contract for quite some time. By sheer luck, I managed to mend the deficiencies in my soul and am now at the 4th segment of my apprenticeship. Good lad, your growth rate is quite extraordinary. Slow and steady wins the race, Guhan chuckled in response. The head of the family has arrived, announced the servant, as Gu Qianyu entered the hall. Clad in azure robes, he exuded an ethereal charm. The annual auction hosted by the Sacred Treasure Pavilion will commence in 5 days. This auction will primarily feature the young members of the family and will strive to auction off heavenly materials and earthly treasures that will assist them in enhancing their cultivation resources. Prepare yourselves and disperse, came the directive. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing was instantly elated, raising his fist in triumph. Earlier in the year, he had ascended to the rank of a junior Beastmaster, and his own contracted beast had reached the 1st tier. He was now eligible to sign a contract with another beast. However, he had been deliberating over the quality and attributes of potential beasts, thus delaying his decision in hopes of finding what he desired at the upcoming auction. Meanwhile, upon learning of the auction, Guhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having recently acquired some resources, he realized that the items he found superfluous could be consigned through the Holy Treasure Pavilion. It seemed prudent to pay a visit to the pavilion, he mused. As night deepened, Guhan organized his belongings, donned the garb of destiny, and wrapped himself in a flowing black robe before departing from the Gu residence, making his way toward the Holy Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 5. The Holy Treasure Pavilion in the city of Black Meteor. 5 major factions existed: the Gu family, the Lu family, the Wang family, the Holy Treasure Pavilion, and the City Lord's residence. The 3 prominent families were perpetually in a state of rivalry, undermining one another, yet maintaining a delicate balance due to their similar strengths. The Holy Treasure Pavilion served as an auction house and a marketplace for rare materials, conducting business as it opened its doors. The City Lord's residence held supremacy over all factions, generally refraining from engaging in any disputes, focusing instead on maintaining the stability of Black Meteor City. City Lord Su Guannan was also the only high-ranking Beastmaster in the city, possessing a 3rd-tier beast of formidable strength. Upon arriving at the Holy Treasure Pavilion, Guhan informed the attendant of his extensive collection of spiritual materials for sale, prompting the attendant to escort him to a VIP room. Shortly thereafter, a plump man dressed in a gray robe and adorned with a small mustache, Manager Wu, appeared at the door. Pray tell, what does the young master wish to sell? Despite Guhan being wrapped tightly in black robes, the astute Manager Wu deduced his approximate age from the glint in his eyes. Guhan wasted no time and, with a flourish of his hand, laid out the spiritual materials he intended to sell upon the table. Upon seeing the assortment of spiritual materials, numerous crystal cores, and a few beast carcasses, Manager Wu recognized the substantial value of the transaction and hurriedly began to appraise the items. Wait. Guhan hesitated for a moment before producing a crimson egg. Manager Wu's eyes brightened at once. Being an experienced merchant, he quickly assessed the quality of the beast egg and eagerly took it from Guhan's hands. Though the egg of the blaze serpent was indeed remarkable, Guhan had no intention of contracting it, finding the serpent's qualifications lacking. Additionally, he possessed 3 of them, so selling one was inconsequential. After approximately half an hour, Manager Wu presented Guhan with a spatial ring, stating, in total, there are 37 items of first-grade and second-grade materials, valued at 220,000 lower-grade spirit stones based on market prices. The majority of the crystal cores are of low-tier first-grade quality, ultimately valuing at 450,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The beast carcasses amount to an additional 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones. In the Xuantian Continent, the universal currency was spirit stones, categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The exchange rate followed a 1:100 ratio from low to high. A middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones, while an upper-grade spirit stone could be traded for 100 middle-grade spirit stones. As for that beast egg, our assessment determines it to be of medium elite quality, belonging to the blaze serpent. This egg will be featured at our auction in a few days, and we will take a 3 commission from the final sale price. Does that sound agreeable? Guhan waved his hand dismissively. Proceed according to your customary practices. Very well. Here are the spirit stones for your first 2 items, a total of 900,000 lower-grade spirit stones. With that, Manager Wu handed Guhan a spatial ring. Guhan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the additional 30,000 spirit stones. He did not believe that the auction house would make such a rudimentary error. Realizing that the Holy Treasure Pavilion was extending a gesture of goodwill, Guhan did not dwell on it, casting a meaningful glance at Manager Wu before bidding farewell. Unbeknownst to Guhan, the Holy Treasure Pavilion operated on a system where different quality items incurred varying commission rates. The standard commission for that egg was typically 8. After Guhan exited the pavilion, Manager Wu ascended to a room on the top floor and knocked on the door. Enter, a woman's voice beckoned from within. Inside, a woman with long, flowing hair draped down to her waist, clad in a fiery red robe, examined the materials laid out on the table. This was none other than Du Lingxi, the cherished daughter of the pavilion's master. Miss, I have delivered the ring to him as per your instructions. Yet, I am puzzled. Do we truly need to proceed in this manner? Those items may not have been acquired by the boy through his own merit. You fail to understand. From the moment he stepped into the Holy Treasure Pavilion, I sensed an enigmatic aura about him, one I could not penetrate. He harbors secrets. Let us observe how far he can go, she concluded. Manager Wu felt a chill run down his spine. It was rumored that Miss Du Lingxi possessed a pair of divine eyes since birth, capable of discerning a person's fate. It was said she had identified several exceptionally rare talents for the pavilion, who had since become its pillars of strength. Aware of the implications, Manager Wu bowed respectfully and exited. Meanwhile, Guhan contemplated the fortune he had amassed that evening. As one of the 3 prominent families in Black Meteor City, the Gu family typically retained around 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones annually after accounting for basic operations and the cultivation resources for its members. The sum Guhan had acquired equated to 3 years' worth of net income for the Gu family, not including the 3 beast eggs and the golden sun herb. With his newfound wealth, Guhan felt emboldened and intrigued by the auction set for the following day. 5 days later, at dawn, Gu Qinyu led Guhan and his companions out of the Gu family estate, making their way directly to the Holy Treasure Pavilion. The atmosphere outside the pavilion was bustling with activity. Mr. Zhao, you have arrived. Please, step inside, called Manager Wu, who stood at the entrance welcoming guests. Thank you for your kind invitation, Manager Fong, replied Mr. Zhao. Seeing Gu Qinyu and his entourage, Manager Wu hurried forward, expressing gratitude. I am honored that the clan leader could take time from his busy schedule to grace us with his presence. Manager Wu, you are too kind. We depend on the Holy Treasure Pavilion, Gu Qinyu replied amiably, and the two exchanged pleasantries before Manager Wu guided them to a private box on the 2nd floor. As they approached the box, an incongruous voice pierced the air. Old Whitebird, you're still alive? A group of people followed closely behind, among them a slender, shadowy-eyed elder who was none other than Lu Wenxi, the current head of the Lu family. The moniker Old Whitebird was a jab at Gu Qianyu's prematurely white hair, a nickname bestowed by others. It was said that Lu Wenxi had been a fierce rival of Gu Qianyu's grandfather, embroiled in conflict for decades. Since you are still breathing, how could I possibly be dead? Gu Qianyu retorted without hesitation, igniting palpable tension in the air. You all seem to have arrived swiftly. Why linger at the entrance? A voice echoed from the staircase, belonging to a gray-robed elder with graying hair and a vigorous demeanor, Wang Hao, the head of the Wang family. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Manager Wu quickly ushered everyone into the box, reminding them that the auction was about to commence. After casting a glare at Gu Qinyu, Lu Wenxi led his family members into the box, followed by Wang Hao and Gu Qinyu, who exchanged nods of acknowledgement before entering. The private room was spacious, and upon entering, the crowd did not feel cramped. One could clearly observe the proceedings at the auction stage from one side of the room. As time passed, the auction commenced in earnest. The first floor of the auction hall was vast, easily accommodating hundreds of people. At that moment, under the central spotlight, a beautiful woman clad in a red gown approached, holding a box. I am the auctioneer, Xiao Yu, for this event. I believe most of you are familiar faces. So without further ado, let us begin. The first item for bid is a grade 1 spiritual material, the yellow Lingji, which can significantly enhance the abilities of beast tamers. As many of you are connoisseurs, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent raise not less than 100 spirit stones. Unless stated otherwise, all transactions are assumed to be in low-grade spirit stones. 5,000, 5,300, 7,000. The yellow Lingji is one of the few spiritual materials that directly benefits beast tamers and is considered top tier within its grade. Ultimately, this spiritual material was secured by the head of the Wang family for 9,000 spirit stones. Now, let us present the second item. Shortly thereafter, an ancient talisman appeared in Xiao Yu's hands. This expendable spiritual artifact contained the full power of a third-tier spirit beast, capable of being used approximately 3 times. The starting bid was set at 30,000 spirit stones. Instantly, whispers filled the hall. Such a special talisman was a rare sight, often not seen for years. The placement of such a high-quality item so early in the auction was a calculated tactic by the auction house to stoke the bidder's enthusiasm and prevent any lull in the proceedings. I bid 50,000. Don't embarrass yourself, 70,000. The price continued to soar, soon surpassing the 100,000 mark. 130,000 came the timely voice of Gu Qinyu. Upon hearing the bid from the second-floor box, silence fell over the first-floor hall. This price had dissuaded most participants, and naturally, the Gu family head standing had to be respected. 135,000 came the leisurely voice of Lu Wenxi from a nearby box. 140,000, Gu Qinyu replied, his expression unchanged. 145,000, Lu Wenxi followed closely. 160,000, Gu Qinyu interjected, indicating he would not raise the bid further. Silence enveloped the Lu family box. Although Gu Qinyu ultimately acquired the talisman, he felt displeased at having unnecessarily spent an additional 30,000. Chapter 6, the final item for bidding. The auction proceeded with fervor. Throughout the event, Gu Qinyu had made several acquisitions of cultivation resources suited for the younger generation. Now, we present the penultimate item. With that, several attendants wheeled a small cart covered by a curtain to the center of the auction stage. As the curtain was drawn, a brilliantly red spirit beast egg was unveiled before the audience. After thorough appraisal, we have determined that this spirit beast egg is of medium elite quality, belonging to the blazing serpent. The starting bid is 1,000,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000. Upon sighting the egg, Gu Qing's gaze remained fixated. Gu Qinyu noticed this and understood Gu Qing's particular situation. He realized that acquiring this spirit beast egg was imperative. Meanwhile, Gu Han raised an eyebrow, having also perceived Gu Qing's emotional state. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Han addressed Gu Qing. Brother, do you trust me? Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question but quickly responded, Little brother, you may speak freely. If you trust me, then we shall not participate in the bidding for this spirit beast egg. Upon hearing Gu Han's words, the members of the box displayed expressions of confusion. Gu Qinyu cast a curious glance at Gu Han. After a moment of solemn contemplation, Gu Qing agreed, feeling an inexplicable trust in Gu Han. Once Gu Qing acquiesced, the Gu family members observed the bidding like spectators. In the Lu family box, a boy of approximately 15 or 16 was clinging to Lu Wenxi's arm, coaxing him. Grandfather, please buy this for me. This spirit beast is perfect for me. All right. Grandfather will secure it for you as your first beast companion. The boy, Lu Chenlong, was Lu Wenxi's most cherished grandson, 2 years younger than Gu Han. 100,000. 300,000. 600,000. Lu Wenxi's calm voice resonated. 700,000. Another bidder persisted. Lu Wenxi, not one to relent, boldly declared, 2,000,000. The auction hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Just as the host was about to bring down the gavel, Guhan called out, 2,100,000. Gu Qinyu glanced at Guhan, immediately grasping his intent, and couldn't he help but smile subtly. This young man possessed a cunning side. Lu Wenci, upon hearing the new bid, cast a surprised glance in its direction, his temper flaring. He understood that the Gu family was attempting to irritate him, yet he was resolute in acquiring the spirit egg. He quickly countered with 2,200,000. Before Lu Wenci could finish, Guhan interjected with 2,250,000. 2,400,000. Lu Wenci ground out through clenched teeth. Ultimately, Guhan refrained from further bidding, and Lu Wenci secured the blazing serpent egg for 2,400,000 spirit stones. Next came the final item of this auction, the one of the highest value, grade 4 spiritual material, the fire pomegranate. The starting price was set at 1,500,000 spirit stones, with each bid no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Upon witnessing this last item, Guhan's face lit up with elation. This was the most crucial spiritual material required for the evolution of the Tongtian tiger, once gathered. It would swiftly enable the Tongtian tiger to evolve into the Flame Sky Tiger. Aware of the stakes, Guhan approached Gu Qinyu directly. Grandfather, this item is of utmost importance to me. I hope you will assist me in securing it. With that, Guhan presented Gu Qinyu with a spatial ring obtained from the Sacred Treasure Pavilion, which contained 900,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gu Qinyu, taken aback by Guhan's unusual behavior, wasted no time and placed a bid. 1,700,000. 1,800,000. 2,000,000. Gu Qinyu, seizing the opportune moment, ultimately secured this final item for a price of 2,700,000. With this, the auction drew to a close. Thank you all for your support. We look forward to seeing you next time. As the host's closing words echoed, the event officially concluded. Upon returning home, Guhan received the fire pomegranate from Gu Qinyu. However, he was in no rush to evolve the Tongtian tiger. Shortly thereafter, he summoned Gu Qing to his room, producing a spirit beast egg identical to the one presented at the auction. This particular egg boasted a high elite quality, the finest among the three. Gu Qing, upon seeing it, beamed with satisfaction. I shall refrain from saying more. Brother will remember this. Patting Guhan's arm, Gu Qing joyfully departed with the spirit beast egg in hand. As night fell, Guhan donned the same attire and made his way to the Sacred Treasure Pavilion. Once inside, he was escorted to the VIP room, where Manager Wu was already waiting. Here is a spatial ring, he presented with both hands. After deducting the pavilion's commission, the total is 2,425,000 spirit stones. Please take care of it. After a brief pause, Guhan inquired, do you have any dragon pattern grass and blood spirit grass? I would like 10 of each. Yes, we do, Manager Wu replied promptly, hurrying to retrieve the items. The other materials needed for the evolution of the Tongtian tiger were not difficult to find, so Guhan decided to purchase them directly. Before long, Master Wu had gathered all the necessary spiritual materials and handed them over to Guhan. After completing the payment, Guhan returned home. As he approached the entrance of his courtyard, he noticed Gu Qinyu sitting in the pavilion, awaiting his arrival. Without hesitation, Guhan hastened toward Gu Qinyu and respectfully greeted. Grandfather. Gu Qinyu lifted his gaze, scrutinizing his grandson with care. Due to the circumstances surrounding his son, Gu Qinyu had developed a profound affection for this grandson, believing it was his own inadequacy that compelled his son to seek medical aid elsewhere. Ah, splendid. You've reached the 4th stage of your apprenticeship? It is thanks to grandfather's relentless guidance. Gu Qinyu continued, the fiery serpent egg that Gu Qing possesses, was that a gift from you? And what of the egg at the auction? Guhan scratched his nose and recounted the events that transpired in the Dragon Mountain range, carefully omitting any details that should remain undisclosed. When Gu Qinyu learned that Guhan had formed a contract with a medium-quality sky tiger, he felt genuine joy and an unmistakable sense of pride. His grandson was extraordinary, transforming into a dragon amidst the storm. Hearing that Guhan, with merely an infant 6th-stage sky tiger, dared to engage in a battle of wits and strength with a 1st-stage fiery serpent made his heart race. The grandfather and grandson settled beneath the pavilion, engaging in a heartfelt conversation under the cover of night. After a little over an hour, Gu Qinyu rose and waved his hand in farewell. Before departing, he placed a spatial ring on the stone table, stating, Grandfather has several million spirit stones. You may focus on your cultivation without concern for anything else. Perhaps it was at this moment that Guhan's grandfather truly entered his heart. Chapter 7. Enhancing Strength. Xuantian, block it. If it escapes, there will be no food for you. With a roar, the sky tiger exerted its strength, quickening its pace. Guhan leisurely followed behind, while the illusion fox lazily napped on his shoulder. Before long, the sky tiger returned, dragging a 3-meter-long golden deer. This was a first-stage low-tier golden deer, lacking formidable offensive capabilities and having fallen victim to the sky tiger's ambush. The sky tiger deftly skinned the deer, removing its entrails and presenting them to Guhan. Guhan gave the carcass a cursory wash, set up the prepared barbecue grill, and ignited a fire, brushing it with his specially concocted soul sauce before placing it on the grill. Today marked Guhan's 17th day at the periphery of the Dragon Mountain Range, and his hair was disheveled, his clothes tattered. He resembled a wild man. Ever since Guhan prepared a barbecue for the two beasts a few days prior, they had become insatiable. Watching the sky tiger gaze hungrily at the roasting meat, Guhan felt both helpless and contemplative. Indeed, the sky tiger had undergone significant changes. It now measured nearly 2 meters in length and stood 1.5 meters at the shoulder, its deep blue, dense fur adorned with golden stripes, truly a candidate for beauty. Indeed, Xuantian had leveled up again. Glancing at the two beasts, the information panel materialized. Spirit beast name, sky tiger, spirit beast gender, male, spirit beast attribute, wind, spirit beast quality, medium extraordinary, spirit beast level, infant 8th stage, spirit beast skills, rending claw, gale shadow evolution path, dragon pattern grass 10, blood spirit grass 10, golden sun mushroom 1, fire pomegranate 1, to evolve into flame sky tiger by concentrating spiritual power. Spirit beast name, illusion fox, spirit beast gender, female, spirit beast attribute, mental, demon, spirit beast quality, high extraordinary, spirit beast level, infant 7th stage, spirit beast skills, mental piercing, fox shadow blade evolution path, level 2 low to view. Now, Xuantian's strength had soared to the infant 8th stage, having comprehended a new skill. Little Jing had only managed to progress a stage, reaching the infant 7th stage due to limited combat experience. Guhan, benefiting from the nurturing of his beasts, had advanced to the apprentice 6th stage. The rapid enhancement in strength could largely be attributed to the lingering effects of the dragon's blood essence, which he gradually absorbed during battles. With his newfound prowess, Xuantian could nearly sweep through the periphery, gradually awakening his combat instincts and capable of independently slaying ordinary first-stage low-tier spirit beasts. The spatial ring was filled to the brim with spirit beast crystal cores. The deer meat sizzled and oozed fat, and Guhan brushed on another layer of sauce. After a few minutes, the meat was ready. Guhan sliced the roasted deer, and soon it was devoured by him and the two beasts. Xuantian consumed roughly 3/4, embodying what it meant to devour voraciously. Although little Jing also relished the meal, she retained the poise of her fox lineage, eating at a leisurely pace. Guhan had long decided that after finishing this meal, he would return for some well-deserved rest. Upon returning to the Gu family, Guhan immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. The clan was on high alert, and several expedition teams had been recalled from various locations. He promptly made his way to the hall, where he found Gu Qinyu, along with several clan elders and younger members, all gathered together. Honor has arrived. Come, sit and listen, Gu Qinyu beckoned. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Guhan found a seat. Seeing that most of the attendees had arrived, Gu Qinyu began. The reason our place is named Black Meteor City is that it stands upon the ruins of the Black Meteor sect from a millennium ago, to be precise. It was a secret realm established by the Black Meteor sect to cultivate its disciples. Although 1,000 years have passed, and the Black Meteor sect no longer exists, that secret realm has endured. Years have gone by, and the secret realm has remained hidden, leading many to believe the legends were mere fabrications. However, just a few days ago, peculiar spatial fluctuations were detected in the outskirts of Black Meteor City. The city lord's residence dispatched personnel for an investigation, concluding that the secret realm is on the verge of appearing. After a few more days, once the spatial disturbances stabilize, entry will be permitted. Reliable sources indicate that the secret realm will only allow young individuals under the age of 25 to enter. However, after centuries of isolation, no one knows the specific conditions within the secret realm. While the opportunity is promising, one must possess the strength to ensure their safety. Naturally, the clan encourages the youth to undergo more training and engage in combat. So for this event, any qualifying volunteers may register within the clan to receive a share of cultivation resources. When the secret realm opens, the opportunities will depend on one's capabilities. Lastly, I must emphasize, participants from the 3 major families and the city lord's residence will also be involved. At times, humans can be more perilous than spirit beasts. Now, you may disperse. As Gu Qinyu's voice faded, Gu Qing approached Guhan. So, little brother, you'll definitely be joining this secret realm expedition, right? Let us see who can rival us in Black Meteor City. Guhan readily accepted with a smile. A similar scene unfolded in the Liu family, the Wang family, and the city lord's residence, sending ripples of excitement throughout the city. After several days of selection, only 8 individuals from the Gu family would venture into the secret realm. Yet even the weakest among them possessed the infant 6th stage of beast mastery. Among them, Guhan's cousin, Gu Yunxian, had even broken through to the 1st stage, earning the title of Junior Beastmaster. These individuals were meticulously chosen, truly the CR Mi de la Army. The following morning, Gu Qinyu gazed at the group of young people behind him, filled with emotion. There were successors for the Gu family. He recalled his own youth, when he was hailed as the most extraordinary genius of Black Meteor City, only to later suffer setbacks that left him stagnant at the peak of the intermediate level, unable to progress. I must reiterate, upon entering the secret realm, you will likely be separated. Ensure your safety while attempting to regroup as much as possible. Do you all understand? Understood. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Qinyu led the group out of the city, heading directly toward the western part of the Black Meteor City. The eastern side of Black Meteor City was bordered by the giant Dragon Mountains, abundant in resources and frequented by throngs of people, while the western region was characterized by a desolate stone forest, sparsely populated by a few stone beasts, rendering it nearly deserted. Who would have imagined that this unassuming stone forest was the entrance to a hidden realm? Upon their arrival, the Gu family encountered the Liu and Wang families, who had been waiting there. After exchanging greetings with Wang Hao, Gu Qinyu paid no heed to Liu Wenxi's icy glare and guided the Gu family to a nearby clearing, where they awaited the final group in silence. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, the city lord, Su Guannan, arrived in a flurry with a large contingent. I sincerely apologize for the wait. Su Guannan addressed the 3 family heads with a respectful gesture. Not at all. We have only just arrived. Wang Hao was the first to respond. Gu Qinyu and Liu Wenxi also offered a gesture of acknowledgement, despite the fact that the 3 were older than Su Guannan. This was not a society that adhered to the principle of respecting elders. Su Guannan was a high-ranking beastmaster and held the most authority in Black Meteor City, making it unwise for anyone to offend him. Following Su Guannan was a throng of young individuals, exuding a formidable aura that instilled a palpable pressure. These individuals are no ordinary folk, Guhan murmured. At the center of this group was a sweet-faced, lively girl, curiously observing her surroundings. She was Su Guannan's daughter, Su Yuejian. Now that everyone is here, let us commence, Su Guannan declared, turning to the 3 family heads. Agreed, they replied in unison. Without further delay, the prominent figures of the 4 factions simultaneously unleashed their powers, striking at a single point, causing the space to tremble violently. Subsequently, an archway gradually materialized before them. Su Guannan bellowed, "Quickly enter the archway. We can only maintain it for the duration of an incense stick. After that, the archway will close, and the spatial door will reopen in 1 month, at which point you may exit." The crowd hesitated no longer and filed in. Unbeknownst to them, as everyone entered, Liu Wenxi smirked coldly, casually surveying all those who had entered. Chapter 8. The exploration of the hidden realm accompanied by a surge of spatial fluctuations. The group entered the hidden realm. They found themselves in a primordial forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees that grew freely and abundantly. The sounds of beasts and birds echoed, indistinguishable from the forests of the outside world. Guhan, unprepared for his first journey through the spatial tunnel, stumbled upon his arrival. After sensing the area and finding no one nearby, he summoned the heavenly tiger and sprinted in a specific direction. Before long, he encountered a phantasmal creature. Beast spirit name, Cracking Earth Ox. Beast spirit level, Youngling, 9th stage. Beast spirit quality, High Ordinary. Beast spirit skill, Earth Trample. Note, this entity is detected as a spirit beast. Killing it may yield body refining spirit liquid. Little Tian, attack. The heavenly tiger swiftly appeared beside the cracking earth ox. Though the creature moved sluggishly, its defenses were robust. However, the current heavenly tiger could easily shred the defenses of a typical first-stage spirit beast, and the same attack against the cracking earth ox caused its already phantasmal form to wane further. A second strike to its head resulted in its complete disappearance, leaving behind a droplet of crystal-clear liquid shimmering with a silvery glow. Observing the droplet, Guhan gestured, sending it directly into the heavenly tiger's mouth. After consuming the spirit liquid, the heavenly tiger's eyes shimmered, indicating a significant effect. It seemed this was the handiwork of the realm's master. Having grasped the essence of the spirit liquid, Guhan summoned the phantom fox and embarked on a journey of conquest. Days later, within a cave, Guhan inquired, "Are you ready, little Tian?" The heavenly tiger roared excitedly. Guhan laid out a collection of crystal nuclei and a variety of rich spiritual materials. After days of intense battles, the heavenly tiger's strength had surged, nearing the threshold of the 1st rank. With a solid foundation now established, Guhan intended for it to break through directly. Once prepared, Guhan produced an entire bottle of spirit liquid, a recent acquisition, and poured it into the Heavenly Tiger's mouth, while he stationed the Phantom Fox at the cave entrance. The Phantom Fox, being less adept in combat, primarily served as a safeguard, allowing the Heavenly Tiger to fight with abandon. Thus, the Phantom Fox's own cultivation did not progress significantly. Spirit Beast name, Phantom Fox. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attribute, mental, demon. Spirit Beast quality, high exceptional. Spirit Beast level, youngling, 9th stage. Spirit Beast skills, mental spike, fox shadow blade. Evolution path, level 2 low to view. Due to the nurturing effect of the spirit beasts, Guhan's own cultivation had risen to the 8th stage of apprentice. Roar. A resounding tiger roar echoed as the form of the Heavenly Tiger materialized. Its deep blue fur appeared more vibrant, stretching over 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, making Guhan appear diminutive beside it. Spirit Beast name, Heavenly Tiger. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, wind. Spirit Beast quality, medium exceptional. Spirit Beast level, 1st rank, 1st stage. Spirit Beast skills, rending claw, gale shadow, tiger roar majesty. Evolution path, dragon pattern grass 10, blood spirit grass 10, golden sun mushroom 1, fire pomegranate 1, to gather spiritual power for the Heavenly Tiger, evolving it into the Firestorm Heavenly Tiger. This promotion allowed the Heavenly Tiger to comprehend a comprehensive enhancement skill, Roaring Majesty, which provided a 30 boost to all attributes. An extraordinary boon. It was time to gather spiritual materials, but since the Heavenly Tiger was on the verge of advancement, Guhan refrained from provoking areas inhabited by higher-tier spirit beasts. Such locales were likely to harbor spiritual materials, which Guhan coveted eagerly. Just as he was about to depart, a voice suddenly called out, "Hurry, faster. If we're late, we'll miss it. Miss, I want to catch a big fish." As Guhan prepared to set off, a somewhat excited female voice rang out nearby. He turned to see a girl seated atop a flying butterfly, followed by a crowd of dozens. As fate would have it, it was Su Yuejian, with whom he had just exchanged introductions. Guhan's gaze shifted to the flying butterfly. Spirit Beast name, Devouring Demon Butterfly. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attribute, poison. Spirit Beast quality, high elite. Spirit Beast level, youngling, 8th stage. Spirit Beast skills, poison spike shooting. Evolution path, shadow condensing grass 10, celestial blue flower 10, jade viper fruit 1, to gather spiritual power for the devouring demon butterfly, evolving it into the colorful poison butterfly. It was uncertain from whom this girl inherited her nature, as it was rather unusual for a young lady to contract such a spirit beast. This was not to say that the devouring demon butterfly was weak. On the contrary, it could claim victory against others of the same rank. Yet, its potent toxicity and capricious temperament rendered it an ill-suited choice for a girl. Driven by curiosity, Guhan stealthily followed Su Yuejian's group, eager to discover the big fish she mentioned. After approximately an hour of travel, Su Yuejian and her entourage halted at a depression on the grassland, next to which lay a cave. The entrance was nearly 2 meters high, but they could not enter directly, as 2 spirit beasts were locked in a fierce battle outside the cave. Spirit Beast name, Earth Red Scorpion. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attribute, Earth, poison. Spirit Beast quality, high elite. Spirit Beast level, 1st rank, 8th stage. Spirit Beast skills, Scorpion's Tail Strike, Earth Guardian. Evolution conditions. Spirit Beast name, Burrowing Earthworm. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, insect. Spirit Beast quality, primary elite. Spirit Beast level, 2nd tier, stage 1. Spirit Beast skills, limb regeneration, Earth Dragon Roll. Evolution conditions. Guhan shook his head slightly upon reviewing the information of the 2 spirit beasts, feeling that Su Yuejian was rather impulsive to set her sights on a 2nd-tier spirit beast. "Miss, perhaps we should withdraw. This is beyond our reach," suggested a burly man closest to Su Yuejian. "Enough chatter. My little butterfly has sensed valuable spirit materials within. I shall not retreat without a try," replied Su Yuejian resolutely. The burly man, Xu Yong, spoke again. "Very well, but if anything goes awry, we must retreat immediately." "Agreed. When one of them falls, you will ambush the other while I slip in amidst the chaos." Xu Yong insisted. "Perhaps I should go instead, miss. It is too perilous for you, and we know not what lies within. No, this is an endeavor I have yet to attempt, and I must see it through. Moreover, once we exit, this matter must remain a secret from my father, or else." She raised her tiny fist threateningly. Guhan, standing behind, absorbed every word of Su Yuejian's plan, his expression turning peculiar. Why does the daughter of the city lord exude such a bandit-like aura? Quite the contrast, indeed. As time passed, The condition of the Earth scorpion deteriorated. Its low rank meant it could only hold on due to its racial advantage. The burrowing earthworm aimed to outlast the Earth scorpion, relying on the tenacity inherent to its insect lineage. As the scorpion's tail drooped wearily, Sui Weijian commanded the group to act. The first to respond was Xu Yong, who summoned a first-tier, Stage 4 Earth Demon Wolf, while the others called forth their spirit beasts, the weakest among them boasting an 8th-stage larval strength. Several spirit beasts charged toward the burrowing earthworm. Enraged at being ambushed, the burrowing earthworm unleashed an earth dragon roll, causing the ground to tremble and a muddy pit to form beneath the feet of the spirit beasts, hindering their movements. "Do not panic," Xu Yong bellowed, directing his beasts to cooperate and entangle it. Thus, Xu Yong and his companions became locked in a standoff with the burrowing earthworm. Meanwhile, Sui Weijian waited patiently in the bushes near the cave, and upon witnessing the beasts engaged in battle, she seized the moment, swiftly riding her demon-devouring butterfly toward the cave. Gu Han, unfazed, donned his destiny garb, masked his face, released his little crystal, and quietly entered the cave. Chapter 9, Cave Treasure Hunt. The deeper one ventured into the Earth Scorpion's cave, the more level the ground became, and after traversing several dozen meters, a vast expanse opened before them. A circular dome greeted the eye, with the remains of various spirit beasts scattered across the floor, spirit beast cores haphazardly placed, and a distinct area piled high with a significant portion of spirit materials. Beside a stone wall lay a pool of black swamp, in the center of which swayed a delicately beautiful flower, appearing innocuous and harmless. Strangely, within this secret realm, no creatures of high rank seemed to exist, allowing the Earth Scorpion to reign as the local sovereign. Sui Weijian immediately spotted the peculiar flower and was about to approach to pluck it when a sudden voice interrupted her. "If you no longer wish for your hand, you may give it a try." A slightly hoarse voice emanated from behind Sui Weijian. She recoiled sharply, her gaze wary as she turned to face the unexpected arrival. Gu Han, wearing a mask, was unbothered by the possibility of being recognized. "You followed me." Sui Weijian's expression darkened, her eyes fixed intensely on Gu Han, while her demon-devouring butterfly appeared restless. "To follow undetected, your strength must surpass mine," Sui Weijian mused inwardly. Gu Han scratched his nose, maintaining his composure. "What? Could it not be that I discovered this cave on my own? I have had my eye on it for quite some time, and I have yet to accuse you of arriving first. Moreover, I just warned you. Take a closer look at the swamp surrounding that flower." Sui Weijian, puzzled, turned to scrutinize the swamp, pondering for a moment before uncertainly asking, "Poison?" "Indeed, a concoction of various toxins, specifically cultivated for the earth-hiding flower. Should you touch even a droplet, the poison would swiftly spread throughout your body, rendering even the golden core unable to save you." Sui Weijian's expression softened slightly upon hearing Gu Han's explanation, and she sincerely thanked him, recognizing that his actions had quite literally saved her life. Gu Han glanced at her before suggesting, "How about a trade?" "What kind of trade?" "I want that flower, and we shall split the remaining spoils 60-40. With me taking the larger share." "Are you jesting? You wish to take the lion's share after claiming the prize?" Sui Weijian interjected before Gu Han could finish, the flicker of goodwill she had felt towards him evaporating. "Why the haste? I have not finished speaking. As compensation, I can assist with the evolution of your demon-devouring butterfly, provided you supply the materials," Gu Han replied leisurely. Sui Weijian pondered Gu Han's words, then inquired, "How can I trust you without proof?" Gu Han, resigned, removed his mask, revealing a refined visage. Gu Han was already handsome, and after the physical tempering, his skin appeared even more delicate. Gu Han. Although Sui Weijian had not interacted much with him, their mutual affiliation with the Black Meteor City made recognition unsurprising. "Indeed, I am Gu Han, the legitimate heir of the Gu family. You cannot run from the temple if the monk escapes, and I represent the Gu household. Surely that carries some weight. I had heard that the legitimate heir of the Gu family was unfit to be a Beastmaster. It seems such rumors are baseless." "Gu Han, you are truly adept at concealment," Sui Weijian remarked with a teasing smile. "I shall take 50%. "Very well, a pleasant collaboration." The two then proceeded to divide the spoils. Gu Han packed the items within the cave into 2 portions, handing one to Sui Weijian, while also providing her with a note detailing the materials required for the evolution of the demon-devouring butterfly. Of course, Gu Han was wise enough not to disclose everything. As for the earth-hiding flower, he had long instructed his phantom fox to retrieve it. Sui Weijian accepted the resources without even glancing at them, tossing them into her spatial ring, whereas she carefully memorized the contents of the note before stowing it away. "Young Master Gu, truly impressive. Could it be you are an aspiring cultivator?" Recognizing that she had gained some advantage, Sui Weijian's earlier aloofness dissipated, and she began to banter with Gu Han. "Merely a trifling skill. This place is not suitable for lingering. Until we meet again, farewell." With that, Gu Han dashed out, disappearing swiftly. Guhan, quite an intriguing fellow, Su Yuejian mused as she watched his retreating figure. Without hesitation, she hurriedly left the cave to rejoin Xu Yong and the others. The burrowing earthworm ultimately managed to escape. The disparity in strength was too great, but fortunately, they had secured the corpse of the earth scorpion, making the trip worthwhile. With a wave of her small hand, Su Yuejian presented the earth scorpion's remains to Xu Yong and his companions. Once outside, Guhan oriented himself before summoning a heavenly tiger to continue their journey. The first-tier heavenly tiger, nearly 4 meters in length, was more than capable of carrying Guhan, fulfilling his long-held desire for a mount. In a dense forest, towering trees blotted out nearly all sunlight. The area was thick with swamps, humid climate, and miasma, the air steeped in decay. At this moment, a group of individuals was slowly traversing the edge of the swamp. "We have arrived," the leading youth murmured. His complexion was pale, and his physique emaciated, resembling one suffering from malnutrition. He possessed a pair of round, blood-red eyes that were profoundly unsettling. The atmosphere here was saturated with a sense of death, making it the most opportune place for my spider monarch to ascend. Once the spider monarch successfully evolves, no one within this secret realm shall stand as my adversary. Not the Gu family, nor the Wang family. I shall ensure that your descendants are utterly extinguished. The youth let out a maniacal laugh, his pearly white teeth contrasting starkly with his pallid visage, enhancing his sickly appearance. "Let us commence," he declared, and with his words, those behind him began to extract various beast carcasses from their spatial rings, soon amassing a pile resembling a small mountain. As the mounds of corpses grew, the youth initiated the next phase of his plan. With a grandiose sweep of his hand, a dark red altar materialized at the center of the corpse mountains. A resonating hum reverberated as the altar emitted several beams of crimson light, precisely connecting with the towering heaps of cadavers, relentlessly siphoning the blood from within them. The bodies gradually shriveled, while in the altar's core, a pool of blood began to coalesce. A myriad of vibrant bloods converged, and the blood pool emanated an overwhelming power, its pungent scent wafting for miles around. "Arise, spider monarch," he beckoned, and with the opening of the summoning portal, a blood-red spider, nearly 5 meters tall, emerged, brandishing 8 spear-like legs. Its limbs exuded a chilling aura, while its basketball-sized eyes glimmered with a sinister green light. Venom dripped from its mandibles, sizzling upon contact with the ground, and it radiated a stench of decay. This was, without a doubt, a peak first-tier poison sovereign spider. The spider monarch slowly entered the blood pool, letting out a thunderous roar as it reveled in the ecstasy brought forth by the blood. At that moment, its barrier showed signs of loosening. The surrounding beast carcasses were rapidly desiccating, prompting those nearby to hastily replenish the supply. "Xiao Jing, run. Utilize your advantages. Yes, yes. Sweep it with your foxtail. Mental piercing. Blade of flight. Conclude the battle. Splendid. Xiao Jing, you are magnificent." At this juncture, an advanced first-tier 2-headed cheetah lay lifeless before the phantom fox. Presently, the phantom fox's rate of ascension was slightly slower than that of the heavenly tiger. Guhan surmised that the phantom fox's practical training had been insufficient. Thus, after exiting the cave, Guhan set about honing the phantom fox's combat techniques. High-quality spirit beasts indeed possess extraordinary innate abilities, their combat instincts deeply embedded within their bloodlines. Compared to the heavenly tiger, the phantom fox's fighting style was imbued with a touch of artistry, rendering it more aesthetically pleasing. Each battle the phantom fox engaged in was executed with grace, displaying an effortless command, akin to a noble queen, whose demeanor remained unruffled by any adversary. During these recent skirmishes, the phantom fox had also vaguely brushed against the threshold of the first tier, poised for ascension at any moment. Chapter 10, Ascension, Junior Beast Tamer. Within a cave, the phantom fox was surrounded by crystal cores, cradling a heart-shaped stone in her paws. Indeed, it was the illusion spirit heart, a reward from the system. Guhan learned from the system that this so-called illusion spirit heart was a 7th-grade spiritual stone, capable of aiding the cultivation of spirit beasts of the mental attribute, making it extraordinarily precious. Thus, the phantom fox kept the illusion spirit heart close at hand to assist in her training. "Xiao Jing, do not be anxious. Relax. Both Xuantian and I believe in you. Roar, sister, you can do it." The same scene unfolded, albeit the positions of the guardians at the cave's entrance and those breaking through within had swapped. With her state adjusted, the phantom fox no longer hesitated, unleashing the energy within her as it surged towards the barrier. Simultaneously, the illusion spirit heart blazed with brilliance, its immense energy flooding into the phantom fox's body, coursing through her limbs and bones. The once ferocious energy now emanated a gentle aura, continuously refining the phantom fox's meridians, while the energy within her surged rapidly. causing the barrier to tremble precariously. The Phantom Fox's aura grew increasingly solid, her eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, while her physical and spiritual power escalated at a visible pace. With a thunderous boom akin to a clap of thunder, a violent resonance erupted within the Phantom Fox, reverberating with intensity. Crack! In the next moment, the barrier manifested a myriad of fissures, as if a dam had burst. The Phantom Fox's realm continuously ascended, and the wild mental energy caused even Guhan and the Heavenly Tiger nearby to feel a prickling sensation on their scalps. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned, and the Phantom Fox's aura gradually stabilized, settling at the first tier, second stage. Her pristine white fur appeared even more translucent, her tail lengthening a few centimeters, cascading behind her, while her body neared 2 meters in length. Spirit Beast name, Phantom Fox. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attribute, mental, demon. Spirit Beast quality, superior extraordinary. Spirit Beast level, first tier, second stage. Spirit Beast skills, mental piercing, Fox Shadow Blade, Fox Allure illusion sound. Evolution conditions, level 2 low, unable to view. In this ascension, the Phantom Fox acquired a new skill, Fox Allure illusion sound, a mental type ultimate ability. At this moment, Guhan sat cross-legged, absorbing the feedback from their bond. After a fragrant incense stick's duration, Guhan rose, clenched his fist, and smiled knowingly. With the Phantom Fox's breakthrough to the first tier, Guhan too ascended to the rank of Junior Beast Tamer. Just then, a long-awaited system notification chimed in Guhan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a Junior Beast Tamer. The upgrade gift package has been issued, and the mall panel has been unlocked. Spirit Beast Egg, 1. Perfect hatching opportunity, 1. Mall exchange points, 50,000. 9 Curve Spirit Ginseng, 7th grade material 1. Swift Step Boots, 1. Mall panel introduction. The host can exchange any goods within the mall using exchange points, which can be obtained through defeating spirit beasts or by opening the upgrade gift package. Hiss, the system has undergone a significant update this time. Guhan beamed. Now that I've advanced, I can also contract spirit beasts. And the system rewards me with a spirit beast egg. How thoughtful. Opening the mall panel, Guhan first noticed a string of numbers in the upper right corner, representing his initial exchange points. The mall was also categorized into various modules, such as spirit beast eggs, spirit materials, ores, spirit artifacts, and medicinal pills. Guhan first examined the spirit materials. 9th grade material, Heavenly Mulberry Divine Tree, 1 billion exchange points. 9th grade material, Soul Nourishing Wood, 900 million exchange points. Guhan's expression froze momentarily before he helplessly scrolled to the bottom. 1st grade material, Silver Sunflower, 1,000 exchange points. 1st grade material, Silver Bell Fruit, 1,000 exchange points. 2nd grade material, Dragon Pattern Grass, 10,000 exchange points. 2nd grade material, Heavenly Spirit Fruit, 10,000 exchange points. 3rd grade material, Golden Sun Mushroom, 50,000 exchange points. 4th grade material, Dragon Scale Fruit, 300,000 exchange points. The prices increased dramatically as one ascended the tiers. Guhan soon grasped the situation. He then turned his attention to the Spirit Beast Egg section. Azure Dragon Egg, Mythical Level 5 billion exchange points. Vermilion Bird Egg, Mythical Level 4, 5 billion exchange points. White Tiger Egg, Mythical Level 4, 5 billion exchange points. Black Tortoise Egg, Mythical Level 4, 5 billion exchange points. Holy Angel Egg, Mythical Level 4, 5 billion exchange points. It is worth mentioning that in the Xuantian Continent, the 4 holy beasts also exist. As he continued to scroll down, Guhan's lips curled into a smile upon discovering what he sought. Tyrannosaurus Egg, High Lord Quality 10 million exchange points. Golden Winged Rock, Medium Lord Quality 7 million exchange points. Rift Sky Demon Ape, Low Lord Quality 5 million exchange points. Thunderhorn Beast Egg, High King Quality 3 million exchange points. Holy Light Unicorn, High King Quality 2, 8 million exchange points. Thunderstorm Bear, Medium King Quality 2 million exchange points. Celestial Phoenix, Low King Quality 1, 3 million exchange points. Azure Luan, Low King Quality 1 million exchange points. The 2 beasts under Guhan's command are both of exceptional caliber, and with a further evolution. The Celestial Tiger will attain the king quality of the Blazing Tiger, and the Phantom Fox is already beyond compare. Thus, Guhan's aspirations have grown increasingly lofty. For his 3rd beast, he intends to directly contract a spirit beast of king quality. Although the exchange points are somewhat exorbitant, they remain within the realm of acceptability. Guhan's current objective is to amass exchange points to procure a king quality beast egg. Simultaneously, he has encountered several familiar items. Grade 7 Spirit Artifact. Destiny Garment, 50 million exchange points, Grade 7 Spirit or Illusory Heart. 30 million exchange points, Grade 6 Spirit Artifact, Swift Boots. 10 million exchange points. It must be said, the rewards from the system are indeed substantial. These recent rewards amount to nearly 100 million exchange points combined. After closing the shop interface, Guhan felt invigorated. Indeed, a person must possess goals to find motivation. There are only two methods to acquire exchange points. One is by slaying spirit beasts, and the other is by opening upgrade gift packs. However, having just ascended to the rank of Junior Beastmaster, he is uncertain when he will reach intermediate. Guhan, feeling somewhat helpless, had no choice but to seek out a few low-tier first-stage spirit beasts for the Phantom Fox to hone its skills. Slayed a first-stage 3-tier spirit beast. Wind Leopard, rewarded with 1499 exchange points. Slayed a first-stage 5-tier spirit beast, Blood Moon Demon Wolf, rewarded with 1623 exchange points. Slayed a first-stage 1-tier spirit beast. Heavenly Snow Weasel, rewarded with 1009 exchange points. Slayed a first-stage 7-tier spirit beast, Golden Claw Bear, rewarded with 2,178 exchange points. Upon receiving the kill notifications, Guhan roughly estimated that slaying low-tier first-stage beasts yields exchange points ranging between 1,000 and 1,500, while a mid-tier first-stage beast likely grants between 1,500 and 2,000, and high-tier first-stage beasts from 2,000 to 3,000. In the subsequent days, Guhan maintained a rigorous routine of hunting spirit beasts by day and meditating in his cave by night. His harvest was considerable, with piles of spirit beast cores and materials adorning the cave. Most importantly, the strength of his two beasts was steadily increasing. At the altar, the dark red altar had become vividly crimson, exuding an eerie chill. The blood spring had nearly run dry, and the terrifying spider monarch had ballooned in size. Bathing in a myriad of blood, with its spear-like legs sharpened to a lethal point, the shadowy youth gazed upon the spider monarch as one would admire a masterpiece, and bellowed frantically, "Hunt, commence!" Chapter 11. The Palace. In a mountain rich with spiritual energy, a fierce tiger, entirely cloaked in deep azure, charged from afar, with a black-robed youth seated atop its back. Ever since Guhan unlocked the new shop interface, he began to fervently hunt spirit beasts in pursuit of exchange points. Following the ascension of both the Phantom Fox and the Celestial Tiger to the first stage, Guhan's overall strength surged. Now, with the combined efforts of the Phantom Fox and the Celestial Tiger, even second-tier spirit beasts could be exhausted to death. Slayed a second-stage 1-tier spirit beast, Hellhound, rewarded with 3,016 exchange points. Guhan meticulously selected suitable second-tier spirit beasts for Xiao Jing and Xiao Tian to collaborate in slaying, honing the synergy of his two beasts. The exchange points obtained from defeating second-tier beasts also soared directly past 3,000. Opening the shop interface, Guhan glanced at the upper right corner, where the number read 12,089. Through several days of diligent effort, his exchange points had surpassed 120,000. However, he remained quite distant from acquiring the coveted king-quality spirit beast egg. System, is there any method for me to swiftly acquire exchange points in the short term? A mechanical voice echoed, triggering hidden conditions. Items issued by the system can be recycled at 90 of their shop price. No sooner had the words left the speaker than a panel appeared before Guhan. Destiny Garment. Recycle for 45 million exchange points. 9 Curve Spirit Ginseng. Recycle for 27 million exchange points. Swift Boots. Recycle for 9 million exchange points. After reviewing, Guhan noted that only unused rewards provided by the system were eligible for recycling, and once a spirit beast egg hatches, it could no longer be recycled. For instance, the 2 drops of dragon essence and the illusory heart that Guhan had remaining could not be recycled, though he had no intention of doing so. Subsequently, Guhan took a completely purple spirit beast egg. Spirit beast egg name, Purple Winged Eagle. Spirit beast egg attributes, Wind. Spirit beast egg quality, High Extraordinary. Spirit beast egg level, None, unhatched. This was a high extraordinary quality flying spirit beast egg, a reward from the system for Guhan's breakthrough into the junior rank. Guhan planned to recycle this spirit beast egg. Purple Winged Eagle, High Extraordinary Quality recycle for 720,000 exchange points. System, recycle Purple Winged Eagle. Ding. Recycle successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 720,000 exchange points. Adding this to his previous points, Guhan now possessed approximately 850,000 exchange points, sufficient to procure a relatively ordinary low-tier king-quality spirit beast. Yet, it was evident that Guhan was not satisfied. Moreover, he was in no rush to contract a spirit beast, preferring to take his time. After gathering his thoughts, Guhan continued on his journey. As he pressed forward, the surrounding scenery began to blur, enveloped in thick smoke, and within a few breaths, visibility had diminished to less than 5 meters. Guhan remained vigilant, releasing the phantom fox, which promptly leaped onto his shoulder, lazily grooming its fur, entirely unconcerned by the strange environment. What is meant to be will be. If it is a calamity, there is no escaping it. Let us go for broke. With that, Guhan mounted the celestial tiger and pointed in a random direction, urging it to speed forward. After approximately half an hour of rapid travel, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a magnificent palace rising from the ground. Guhan approached the palace entrance for a closer inspection. This palace spanned thousands of acres, towering dozens of meters high, appearing from a distance as a grand mountain standing proudly over the earth. The main doors were tightly shut, and the palace walls were intricately carved with various spirit beasts. The 4 towering columns at the entrance reached several dozen meters high, the grand doors shimmering in gold and jade, emanating an imposing aura. As Guhan gazed at the columns, the system's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Dragonbone Pillar, extracted from the spine of a 7th-tier spirit beast, Wind Dragon. Refined with Grade 7 Spirit, or Celestial Stone. Wind attributes spirit beasts training beside, it can accelerate their cultivation speed. Guhan inhaled sharply, realizing that the spine bone of a 7th-tier spirit beast, particularly a dragon type, was an extravagant creation by the Black Meteor sect. At that moment, Guhan comprehended the immense power of the Black Meteor sect in the past. However, this pillar was exceptionally suitable for Xuantian. Regrettably, it could not be taken away. Perhaps he would have another opportunity to return. Guhan shook his head in contemplation as he gazed at the imposing gates. Without further hesitation, he summoned all his strength and pushed against the door. With a thud, Guhan fell to the ground, tumbling inside. Spitting out dirt, he became instantly furious. It turned out that the doors had opened on their own just as he had prepared to push them, resulting in Guhan's unceremonious fall into the palace. Casting a glance at the oblivious door, Guhan then turned his gaze towards the palace within. The palace was exceedingly vast, its spacious halls capable of accommodating thousands simultaneously, evoking a sense of boundlessness that made one feel as though they were immersed in an infinite realm. 81 columns were evenly distributed throughout the corners of the palace. Above the grand hall, an altar stood prominently. As Guhan approached the base of the altar, he discovered that the steps leading up to it were layered and seemingly endless, instilling a sense of reverence with a single glance. Beside the steps stood an ancient stone tablet inscribed with the words Heavenly Ladder. On either side beneath the steps, 2 rows of spirit beast statues were positioned. Guhan casually glanced at one of the statues, and instantly, a stream of information flooded his mind. Spirit beast name, Blazing Heavenly Tiger. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attributes, wind, fire. Spirit beast quality, low king. Spirit beast level, stage 5, segment 1. Spirit beast skills, dormant state. Guhan's pupils contracted in shock as he murmured, "No way, this tiger is alive?" Upon seeing the words dormant state, a wave of anxiety washed over him. If it were to suddenly awaken, he would have nowhere to hide. He then turned his attention to the other statues. Spirit beast name, Flame Soul Bird. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attributes, fire, wind. Spirit beast quality, medium king. Spirit beast level, stage 6, segment 4. Spirit beast skills, dormant state. Spirit beast name, Abyssal Demon Serpent. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attributes, darkness, water. Spirit beast quality, High Lord. Spirit beast level, stage 7, segment 2. Spirit beast skills, dormant state. There were 72 statues in total, the weakest among them reaching stage 4, while the strongest was at stage 7. All without exception in a state of dormancy. The more he observed, the more dread filled Guhan. Even the weakest spirit beast could sweep through the Black Meteor City. His gaze shifted to the Heavenly Ladder stone tablet, where a small inscription read, 9th grade spirit tool, Heavenly Ladder. This serves as a selection tool for talents by our Black Meteor sect. Challengers of the Heavenly Ladder will be assessed based on their ascension height, rewarded with energy feedback from the ladder. Those who reach the summit shall be regarded as the holy son of our Black Meteor sect. Having gathered a general understanding, Guhan realized that this so-called Heavenly Ladder was intended for the disciples of the Black Meteor sect to cultivate. After a moment of contemplation, Guhan felt resolute. He summoned his 2 beasts and, taking a step forward, landed heavily on the first step, the echo reverberating throughout the palace. An unparalleled pressure bore down upon him from all directions. Although Guhan's body had significantly improved after the beast contract's nurturing, he still found himself straining under this overwhelming weight. The Heavenly Ladder soared into the clouds, piercing the heavens, its steps lined with mysterious energy that emitted a peculiar glow. Each step contained potent spiritual energy, growing increasingly dense and pure as one ascended. with the sounds of Guhan and his two beasts climbing the steps resonating throughout the expansive palace. He could distinctly sense the differing pressures exerted upon himself and his beasts, even varying between the two beasts. Thus, the trio ascended slowly yet steadfastly. As they continued to rise, the surrounding spiritual energy thickened, visibly enveloping them and washing away their fatigue. An hour later, with a thud, it was the phantom fox that first succumbed to exhaustion. With inherently weaker physical attributes, it managed to ascend 379 steps, but faltered at the 380 mark, its body reaching its limit, trembling and spasming. Guhan glanced worriedly at the phantom fox, and ultimately could not bear to summon it back into the beast space. At the moment the phantom fox entered, a cascade of golden light followed, encircling it. This golden radiance contained peculiar energy, gradually refining the impurities within the phantom fox's bloodline. Observing the state of the phantom fox, Guhan nodded slightly, his resolve strengthening. He nodded to the heavenly tiger, which responded with a vigorous roar. After a brief adjustment, the pair pressed onward. Chapter 12, Inheritance. Within the palace, on the heavenly ladder, a solitary figure walked slowly yet resolutely. Each step he took was deliberate and measured, yet he did not waver. His black robe already drenched in sweat, droplets the size of soybeans trickling down onto the steps. This youth was none other than Guhan. The heavenly tiger had been returned to the beast space, having reached the 732nd step, and the golden light it received had become more intense. At this moment, Guhan had ascended to the 993rd step, his body having long reached its limits. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. An instinct urged him onward. He had to reach the summit. Since his arrival in this world, Guhan had tirelessly sought a means of survival. He understood that to thrive in this ruthless world, to protect his family, he must possess a strength that others would fear. Nature selects the fittest. There was no alternative. He cherished the harmonious atmosphere of unity and support within the Gu family, wishing to prove that his grandfather's sacrifices were not in vain, while also yearning to reunite with his parents. In his previous life, Guhan was an orphan, devoid of familial love, and the memories of the Guhan within this body profoundly influenced him. Regardless of the Guhan, all desired to safeguard their family, hence he must strive earnestly. The Black Meteor City was far from the calm it appeared to be. Unbeknownst to him, Guhan had reached the 997th step, his back slightly hunched, his legs trembling incessantly, yet he resolutely lifted his leg and slowly but surely advanced to the 998th step. Suddenly, the pressure multiplied exponentially, crashing down upon him. And in a moment of distraction, he was knocked to the ground. A roar of fury erupted from between Guhan's clenched teeth, and summoning all his strength, combined with his indomitable will, he stood once more. With renewed vigor, he boldly stepped onto the 999th step, at which point the pressure from all directions vanished instantaneously. The abrupt change elicited a relieved groan from Guhan as he plopped down atop the heavenly ladder. A terrifying aura coalesced, as though the entire palace had sprung to life. Golden light as thick as liquid surged into Guhan's body, continuously cleansing the impurities within his bloodline. At that moment, he closed his eyes tightly, seated on the cold stone platform. The air around him was suffused with rich golden light, flowing into him like a tangible substance. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat raining down. Each strand of golden light that entered him felt like sharp needles, piercing his meridians. As time passed, his veins gradually widened under the onslaught of the golden light, the once delicate pathways becoming robust and resilient. His body, too, underwent tempering through this painful process. His muscles solidified like iron, bones hardened like steel, and every inch of his skin radiated a lustrous sheen. The impurities within him were continuously expelled, as if he had undergone a baptism, emerging pure and powerful. Originally tall yet frail, he now stood erect with well-defined muscles, nearly 6 feet 3 inches in height, resembling a humanoid behemoth. When the final strand of golden light was absorbed, he abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance igniting within them. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to tremble. He rose to his feet, and, with a gentle flick of his fist, unleashed a tempest that left a profound imprint upon the stone wall. Feeling the surging power within him, a confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his physical prowess could likely rival that of a third-tier spirit beast. More importantly, this transformation had paved the way for Guhan's ascension to a higher rank as a beast tamer. As he turned his attention inward, Guhan was astonished to discover that the sphere of mental energy within his consciousness had expanded to an extraordinary diameter of nearly 10 meters. The orb slowly rotated, its colors shifting, with half of it gradually transforming into a spectrum of hues. Remarkably, Guhan's mental prowess had leapt directly past the intermediate stage to reach an advanced level. The training of a beast tamer largely relies on mental strength. Yet the current state of the Xuantian Continent had rendered most mental cultivation techniques lost to time, compelling beast tamers to enhance their mental powers solely through contracts. With this considerable increase in mental capacity, coupled with previous gaps, Guhan could now directly contract 3 spirit beasts. He sat cross-legged and soon entered a meditative state. Hurry! Faster! A throng of people dashed across an endless plain, panic evident in their movements as they seemed to flee from an unseen pursuer. Behind them, a colossal spider languidly trailed, intermittently spewing silk to ensnare members of the fleeing crowd. Its spear-like legs struck with deadly precision, and those pierced by its attack deflated like punctured balloons, collapsing into lifeless husks that were subsequently discarded as one would refuse trash. Damn it! Guhan, at the forefront of the group, glared at the mocking figure of a young man atop the spider, his eyes ablaze with fury. Beside Gu Qing, Gu Yunxuan, Su Yuejian, Xu Yong, and Wang Yinshin huddled together, accompanied by a number of rogue cultivators from Black Meteor City, the majority of whom were now present in the secret realm. Among them, Gu Qing, Gu Yunxuan, and Wang Yinshin, along with the 3 rogues, were novice beast tamers. Yet even their combined strength fell short against Lu Chenhui's second-tier spider monarch. In the earlier confrontation, the main combat beasts of the 3 rogues had perished, leaving their souls damaged and devoid of the strength to fight. Big Brother Gu, what should we do now? Lu Chenhui is gaining on us, and there's no way we can escape, Su Yuejian remarked, her expression grave and filled with dread. What about Guhan? He must have a plan, she added, clutching at the hope of salvation. In truth, Su Yuejian was uncertain of Guhan's true strength. She only sensed a hint of mystery surrounding him from their previous encounters. Gu Qing, with a peculiar expression, remarked, Miss Su, do you know my younger brother? We've met once, she replied. Since entering the secret realm, I have had no news of Guhan, and his strength has only recently surged, not yet worthy of note. I would prefer he not come and instead hide until the secret realm opens. Then, Gu Qing clasped his hands and addressed the group. Everyone, there are only 3 days left until the secret realm opens. If we can endure for these 3 days, Lu Chenhui's actions will ultimately be revealed to all of Black Meteor City. I believe the Gu family, the Wang family, and the city lord's residents will not let this go unpunished. Once we are out, I will have my father destroy the Lu family, Su Yuejian declared, her face flushed with indignation. Spider Monarch, cease your games. Let us end this, Lu Chenhui drawled languidly. Everyone, there's no escaping now. We must fight to the death. With that, Gu Qing summoned his beast, a first-tier, 5th-stage Crimson Blood Werewolf. The others swiftly followed suit, calling forth their own beasts. Lu Chenhui leaped down from the Spider Monarch and surveyed the crowd, a smirk upon his lips. How touching. I wonder what expressions will grace your family's faces upon hearing your demise. The thought is quite tantalizing. Gu Qing's gaze was fixed on Lu Chenhui, and he bellowed, battle. Several hours later, Guhan opened his eyes and gradually stood up. A cacophony akin to sizzling beans erupted from his body as his once slender frame became robust, brimming with untamed energy. The magnitude of his enhancement was undeniable, but what brought Guhan the most joy was the elevation of his 2 beasts. Spirit beast name, Phantom Fox. Spirit beast gender, female. Spirit beast attribute, mental, demon. Spirit beast quality, high extraordinary. Spirit beast level, 1st tier, 5th stage. Spirit beast skills, mental thrust. Fox shadow flying blade, fox enchantment illusion sound. Spirit beast name, celestial tiger. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attribute, wind. Spirit beast quality, high extraordinary. Spirit beast level, 1st tier, 7th stage. Spirit beast skills, rending claw, gale shadow, tiger's roar of might. Evolution path, dragon pattern grass X10, blood spirit grass X10, golden sun mushroom X1, fire pomegranate X1. Channeling spirit energy into the celestial tiger to evolve into the fiery celestial tiger. The journey through the latter had substantially bolstered the power of both beasts, particularly the celestial tiger, which had surpassed the phantom fox in realm. Simultaneously, the quality of their bloodlines had reached high extraordinary. Although the phantom fox's bloodline had not attained king level, it was nonetheless perilously close, for the leap from extraordinary to king was no trivial matter. Moreover, due to the mutual enhancement from their contracts, Guhan's strength had now reached the initial 8th stage. This enhancement was primarily an elevation of his potential rather than a direct increase in realm. Once he had adjusted himself, Guhan finally directed his gaze toward the altar. It was a square stone table, with the tablet of the Black Meteor sect positioned at its center, flanked by 3 ancient jade boxes. Gazing at the now historical Black Meteor sect, Guhan could not help but reflect on the power of time. He stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Just as Guhan rose, a wisp of green smoke drifted from the tablet, slowly coalescing into a human figure. Chapter 13, Sect Master. Upon seeing this, Guhan instinctively took several steps back, his gaze warily fixed upon the apparition. The figure gradually materialized into an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his long white beard giving him an ethereal presence. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he turned his gaze to Guhan and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Young one, what year is it now? Is the Black Meteor sect still in existence?" Guhan, recognizing the elder's demeanor, refrained from a formal salute and replied, "I am Guhan, honored elder. The Black Meteor sect has been lost to the continent for nearly 1,000 years. We now live in the era of the 4 great empires." The elder murmured, "1,000 years have passed? I must have slept for an eternity. Are you not dead?" Guhan asked, perplexed. The elder chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Who can truly achieve immortality? I have long since perished. What you see before you is merely a fragment of my soul." Guhan regarded the white-haired elder with skepticism, aware of the tales of reincarnation and possession, thus remaining on guard against this sudden apparition of a spiritual entity. Then, as if recalling something, the elder continued, "The rise and fall of all things are predetermined by fate. Over the centuries, many have entered this great hall and ascended the ladder. But only you have reached the summit. Young man, do you wish to inherit the legacy of the Black Meteor sect and restore it to its former glory?" Guhan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's proposition. "You want me to inherit the Black Meteor sect?" In the hall, one young man and one ethereal figure exchanged incredulous stares. "I am Xuantian, the 76th sect master of the Black Meteor sect. This place was originally a secret realm for training disciples, but before the sect's downfall, the main lineage relocated here. The palace you see is a 9th-grade spiritual artifact, capable of movement at will. Moreover, the resources left by the Black Meteor sect are countless. If you are willing to inherit its legacy, all of this, including the entire secret realm, shall belong to you." Guhan was left dumbfounded. After a moment, he asked, "Why choose me?" "Because you are the first person capable of ascending this heavenly ladder and stirring my thoughts. The ladder serves as a test for the qualifications of Beastmasters. When I was 23 and climbed the heavenly ladder, I only reached the 888th step. Likewise, we also believe in fate. In the unseen realm, everything is predestined. Had you not bowed, but instead taken the jade box from the table directly, you may have lost this tremendous opportunity. What should I do after I promise?" Guhan inquired. "You need only to diligently cultivate, and in the future, establish your own sect, thereby reviving the name of the Black Meteor sect." Guhan pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, I agree." In truth, Guhan understood that the burden he was about to bear was far greater than it appeared on the surface. The Black Meteor sect would not have been extinguished without reason. The reason why Xuantian did not speak of it was that it was still too distant from Guhan. Discussing it would be futile. "Master, I bow to you," Guhan declared. Xuantian looked at Guhan with a face full of gratification. With a flick of his finger, he lifted Guhan into the void. "Ah, splendid. I have nothing substantial to gift you," he continued, rolling up the 3 wooden boxes before the ancestral tablet and opening one. Inside lay an ancient, yellowed book, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. "This is the treasure of our Black Meteor sect. The Spirit Summoning Technique. This book is divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume focuses on cultivating spiritual power, while the lower volume is dedicated to mental power. When combined, they represent a top-tier cultivation method in the Xuantian Continent of Europe." Upon hearing Xuantian's explanation, Guhan was taken aback. While methods for cultivating spiritual power were available now, the Gu family possessed only the most ordinary ones. Whenever he found time, Guhan would practice spiritual power to enrich himself. However, mental power was different. Without a method to rely on, Guhan could only enhance his mental power through contracts. He then opened another wooden box, revealing a black square token lying quietly within. "This is the token of the sect master of our Black Meteor sect, and it also serves as the key to the secret realm. Drop a drop of blood upon it." Guhan promptly complied, and moments later, his blood vanished. And a mental link formed in his mind, as if he were connected to every flower and tree, every stone and blade of grass within the secret realm. "From now on, you are the 77th sect master of the Black Meteor sect. I hope you grow quickly and restore the glory of our sect. I shall remember this deeply," the disciple vowed. Xuantian then produced the final wooden box and slowly opened it. A blue pearl came into view. "What is this? Do you see the 4 pillars outside the main hall? They are made from the spine of a wind dragon." Xuantian looked at Guhan with surprise. Not expecting him to be so knowledgeable, Guhan sheepishly touched his nose. He could have claimed ignorance, but in this moment, he did not wish to deceive his master. "Indeed, it is from the wind dragon," Xuantian continued. "This pearl is called the Windwalker Pearl, crafted from the dragon pearl of that very wind dragon. Carry it with you, and it will greatly enhance your speed." Guhan quickly accepted it, securely stowing the item. Qing Xuanzi added, "From your sect master token. You can ascertain the location of the sect's treasury. That is your assurance for rapid growth. Once I unlock the restrictions, you may enter. How you utilize the contents therein is entirely up to you, and I shall not interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Xuanzi's ethereal form vanished. After a stick of incense burned down, Qing Xuanzi returned, though his form had become increasingly insubstantial. "I have conveyed most of what needs to be said. From here on, you must rely on yourself. I am but a drifting reed, and if not for the merit power left by past sect masters within the ancestral tablet, I would have long since dissipated." With that, Qing Xuanzi's phantom directly returned. "In times of life and death, I shall act to protect you." His words lingered in the hall. Guhan clasped his hands in respect and bowed repeatedly before the ancestral tablet. He then followed the guidance of the token to the sect's treasury. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sight of countless spirit stones. The low-grade stones were the most abundant, conservatively estimated to be in the tens of billions, with medium-grade stones numbering over 100 million and high-grade stones the least, totaling merely several tens of millions. This was not due to the Black Meteor sect's poverty, but rather because there had been little left before the sect's closure. These were merely the remnants. Further inside, shelves displayed a dazzling array of spiritual materials, ranging from the 4th to the 8th grade. Following that, there were pills, rare ores, some spiritual weapons, and spirit beast eggs. Notably, Guhan unearthed a set of golden silk armor among the spiritual weapons, woven from the threads of the golden devouring spider emperor. Although referred to as armor, it was as delicate as a garment of destiny, thin as a cicada's wing. When Guhan donned it, it did not appear bulky at all. Simultaneously, Guhan learned through the token that the statues flanking the heavenly ladder indeed housed living spirit beasts, which he could awaken for his use. However, his current strength was too feeble to accomplish this. After taking a glance around, Guhan prepared to venture out in search of his kin. Having been separated for so many days, he was uncertain if his elder brother and the others had encountered any fortuitous opportunities. Gathering his thoughts, Guhan continued on his journey. The celestial tiger beneath him had grown to nearly 7 meters in length, making Guhan appear diminutive atop its back. Thus, the duo meandered leisurely through the secret realm. Suddenly, the celestial tiger halted, alert to its surroundings. Guhan's brow furrowed as he too detected the strong scent of blood in the air. After walking a few minutes, a scene of carnage unfolded before him, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Black Meteor City had a population of tens of thousands. And when the secret realm opened, not only were disciples from various factions allowed entry, but some loose cultivators were permitted as well. Now, numerous corpses of these loose cultivators lay scattered haphazardly, mingled with the dismembered limbs of spirit beasts, forming small hills. Without exception, the bodies were emaciated, their blood seemingly drained. A weak groan broke the silence, and Guhan turned to see a familiar figure, his younger cousin, Gu Xiaoyu, who had once possessed an 8-segmented thorn deer as a beast companion, giving him some measure of self-defense. Yet now, he was on the brink of death. "Xiaoyu, how are you? Who did this? Where are my elder brother and the others?" Guhan's face darkened, but he did not slow his pace, quickly reaching Gu Xiaoyu's side. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a 3rd-grade spiritual material from his spatial ring, crushed it, and placed it in Gu Xiaoyu's mouth. A gaping hole pierced through Gu Xiaoyu's right chest, and the blood around it had long since dried, his complexion as pale as paper, breathing shallow and labored. He gasped intermittently, "Brother, we were ambushed by Lu Chenwei. His poisonous spider has evolved into a spider emperor, reaching the 2nd tier. We are no match for him. Guhan, you must flee. Lu Chenwei kills anyone he sees. His spider emperor has gone mad." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xiaoyu breathed his last. His life had already flickered like a dying light, and a 3rd-grade spiritual material could not save him. Guhan's expression darkened to a point where it seemed he could drip water. "Lu Chenwei, Lu family, how dare you?" From Lu Chenwei's actions, it was evident that his spider emperor's ascension must have involved some sinister sorcery, which was intolerable in the world of Beastmasters. The Lu family's actions would incur the wrath of heaven and humanity alike, and once discovered, they would face a united assault from all factions. Guhan's concern for Gu Qing and the others' safety surged, yet he steeled himself to remain calm. After surveying the scene, he pinpointed a direction and sped away. Chapter 14. Crushing everything in its path. As Gu Qing's words fell, everyone opened their Beastmaster spaces, bracing themselves for what was to come. In contrast, the people beside Lu Chenhui made no move, merely standing behind him, mockingly laughing at Gu Qing and his group. "Really? Wouldn't it be better to just wait for death?" Lu Chenhui scoffed. As the words fell, an innumerable array of silk threads erupted from the abdomen of the spider monarch, swiftly weaving into an expansive net that ensnared the beasts of the gathered crowd. The weaker beasts, upon contact with the web, were instantly sapped of their combat prowess by the venom that clung to the strands. Only a few first-tier beasts remained, struggling to hold their ground. Who should I eliminate first? Lu Chenhui's gaze flitted across the group before finally landing on Gu Qing. Sensing the imminent peril, Gu Qing activated his beast space, summoning a small crimson serpent, the blazing serpent gifted to him by Gu Han, now merely at the 4th stage of its juvenile form. It coiled protectively around Gu Qing with its slender body. TSK, the bond between master and servant is truly poignant. It makes me hesitate to strike. Lu Chenhui's mocking voice echoed. Only someone like you would enslave a beast. It is my companion, Gu Qing retorted angrily. He then affectionately stroked the blazing serpent, forcibly retracting it into his beast space. As Gu Qing gazed at the rapidly approaching spear-like spider limbs, his expression remained unchanged, though his eyes widened, betraying no fear. Elder brother, Gu Dage. The cries of various clan disciples rang out from nearby. Whoosh! The spear-like limbs of the spider magnified in Gu Qing's vision. And just as they were about to strike, a flying blade suddenly soared in from afar, colliding with the spider leg. The sound was akin to metal being cleaved. Thud! The spider leg shattered upon impact, dark crimson blood gushing forth, followed by a heart-wrenching roar from the beast. Everyone turned to the source of the flying blade. There! A tall figure emerged, partially obscured, accompanied by a shadowy blue tiger. Moments later, the figure of man and beast gradually came into focus. Gu Qing stared at the silhouette in astonishment. Little brother? In the next instant, his expression darkened as he shouted, Are you a fool? Hurry and leave. Even with so many of us, we are no match. Even if Gu Han arrived, he would merely be dealt with in passing. Alas, my little brother is too sentimental. Gu Han smiled at Gu Qing, remaining silent as his gaze shifted to the furious Lu Chenhui and the convulsing spider monarch. Lu Chenhui was genuinely enraged. Since becoming a Beastmaster, he had never known defeat among his peers, always the one to inflict harm. The injury to the spider monarch was an affront to his pride that he could not tolerate. How do you wish to perish? Lu Chenhui's expression was devoid of emotion. The order of death has yet to be determined. With that, the Xuantian tiger lunged forward, its paw striking fiercely at the spider monarch. Spirit beast name, blood-headed spider monarch. Spirit beast gender, female. Spirit beast attribute, poison, insect. Spirit beast quality, medium extraordinary. Spirit beast level, 2nd tier, 3rd stage. Spirit beast skills, silk spitting, venom splashing. This is a mutated poisonous spider, with a bloodline quality reaching medium extraordinary, its realm far surpassing that of the Xuantian tiger, making it the most formidable opponent the Xuantian tiger has encountered since its birth. Xuantian, unleash the might of the tiger's roar. Gu Han's voice was calm, and suddenly a misty green aura enveloped the Xuantian tiger. Instantly, its aura became denser, a mysterious presence emerging behind it, rendering its speed so swift that onlookers could only catch fleeting shadows. In a blink, its tearing claws were unleashed, targeting the abdomen of the spider monarch. The spider monarch let out a skyward wail, its 8 spider legs moving rapidly to narrowly evade a fatal blow, only to be struck on its back. Enraged, the spider monarch spat forth silk, swiftly entangling the tiger's waist and flinging it violently against a nearby boulder. With a resounding crash, the boulder crumbled to dust, and the Xuantian tiger found itself tumbling in disarray. Roar! A fierce tiger's roar erupted as the Xuantian tiger ignited its true fire. In that moment, the two beasts engaged in a frenzied battle, radiant energy surging forth, the violent energy waves sweeping away the weaker individuals. Seeing the dire situation, Gu Han released the Mirage Fox, seizing the moment to deliver a soul-piercing strike that struck the blood-headed spider monarch. The spider monarch emitted a piercing howl, causing those of slightly weaker realms to clutch their ears tightly, trembling slightly. The Xuantian tiger seized the opportunity, stepping forward to land a decisive blow. Thud! With claws like dragons, the Xuantian tiger's menacing talons glimmered with a green sheen as they penetrated the spider monarch's abdomen, dark crimson blood gushing forth. The Xuantian tiger pressed forward, yanking out the spider monarch's heart, which then exploded, showering blood everywhere. Defeated 2nd tier, 3rd stage spirit beast, poisonous spider monarch. Reward exchange points, 4,999. Lu Chenhui watched as the life force of the spider monarch gradually waned, his mind blank. Then, the contract shattered, his soul was wounded, and the agonizing pain yanked him back to reality. He had lost. At that moment, Lu Chenhui's face turned ashen. He clutched his head and screamed, Impossible, impossible. My spider monarch is a 2nd tier, 3rd stage. How could it fail against even a 1st tier? It's all a lie, all of it. He then coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. He had already been at the end of his strength, sacrificing much of his vitality for the Spider Monarch's ascension at the moment the contract broke. He was rendered lifeless. After Lu Qinhui's demise, Guhan began to organize the others. He even thoughtfully spent several thousand exchange points to acquire antidotes, distributing them among the crowd. The members of various families and the scattered cultivators clasped their fists in gratitude to Guhan. Having endured the recent battle, most Beastmasters found their beasts afflicted by the Spider Monarch's venom, making Guhan's timely assistance all the more invaluable. Those remaining from the Lu family were still in shock from the earlier battle, some dazedly standing in place while others, sensing the shift in the tide, sought to flee. However, Guhan's side was numerous, swiftly encircling them. In the end, their beasts were all slain, and they were captured. Guhan, you are truly impressive. Your Xuantian tiger is so formidable. What quality is it? Did you evolve it yourself? Can you teach me? Su Yu, once again exhibiting her mischievous nature, clung to Guhan, bombarding him with questions. Guhan could only respond with vague pleasantries. Then he addressed the crowd. Esteemed friends, you have all witnessed Lu Qinhui's misdeeds. I hope that once we exit, you will bear witness. Young Master Lu is being quite courteous, even without your urging. We intend to go to the City Lord's mansion to expose Lu Qinhui's atrocities and seek justice for our fallen brothers. A spokesperson among the scattered cultivators spoke, clasping his fists towards Guhan. The world of Beastmasters holds zero tolerance for evil practices. Lu Qinhui's actions have truly incurred the wrath of all. Once the dust settled, no one was inclined to seek further opportunities. They all sat cross-legged, quietly waiting for the secret realm passage to open. Guhan could directly open the secret realm entrance, but that would surely arouse suspicion. He had no desire for others to covet treasures before he had even warmed them. Anyway, the secret realm passage would soon be opened. They merely had to wait. As time passed, a spatial fluctuation emanated from the secret realm entrance. A hum resonated, and the space at the entrance trembled violently, gradually forming a grand door. As they beheld the opening entrance, everyone exhaled in relief. Though most had not sustained significant injuries, they had experienced the brink of life and death. Having emerged unscathed, they now appreciated life's beauty more than ever. After a brief wait, the space stabilized, and the door opened, prompting everyone to surge forward toward the exit. Chapter 15. The Lu family unveiled. Outside the secret realm, various powerful factions had been waiting eagerly. The nature of the opportunities within this secret realm remains uncertain, yet this expedition undoubtedly promises to significantly enhance the prowess of the younger generation of Heiyun City. Indeed, the future of Heiyun City appears promising. Su Guannan, brimming with confidence, has seen the city flourish since his ascension to the position of City Lord. His relatively youthful disposition has allowed him to adopt bolder policies. Initially, these policies faced considerable opposition, but as time passed, dissenting voices gradually faded away. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. At this juncture, Lu Wenxi's voice emerged, causing Su Guannan to furrow his brow. In such a setting, it was unlikely that Lu Wenxi would challenge him without cause. Nevertheless, he replied nonchalantly, "Let us wait and see." Observing their exchange, Gu Qianyu felt a flicker of unease. From his understanding of Lu Wenxi, he was certain that his words were not without intent. "I hope he refrains from any foolish actions," Gu Qianyu murmured to himself. Before long, the entrance to the secret realm began to take shape, and the crowd surged forth. Many emerged bearing injuries, casting a pall over the atmosphere, while various factions expressed curiosity about the events that had transpired. Shortly thereafter, Guhan, accompanied by the restrained members of the Lu family, stepped forward and respectfully addressed the city lord. "My lord, I, Guhan, represent the Gu family, and I accuse Lu Qinhui, a direct descendant of the Lu family, of practicing dark sorcery, slaughtering his kin, and breeding ferocious beasts. The perpetrator has been dealt with, yet I implore you, my lord, to seek justice for our fallen brethren." In response, a group of wandering cultivators knelt on one knee, clasping their fists, and simultaneously shouted, "We beseech you, my lord, to avenge our departed kin." Su Guannan observed their emergence and sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Guhan's words, he was instantly filled with rage, fixing his gaze upon Lu Wenxi and demanding, "Master Lu, do you not think an explanation is warranted?" Initially, Lu Wenxi appeared composed, but upon learning of Lu Qinhui's demise, his eyes narrowed with a venomous glint. He promptly assumed a silent stance. After Su Guannan's rebuke, Lu Wenxi stepped forward, his presence swelling as a violent aura enveloped him, resulting in the demise of half the wandering cultivators present. His furious voice rang out, "You lowly wanderers, let alone my Lu family, deserve death." He then turned to Guhan, declaring, "Is it true that you killed my grandson, little brat from the Gu family?" The ferocious energy bore down upon Guhan. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. leaving even Su Guannan, who was closest, unable to react. In that moment, Gu Qinyu willed forth a spirit beast. Adorned with crimson scales, a deer's body, and a lion's head, its powerful physique and long, strong limbs signifying its might. It was Gu Qinyu's most formidable spirit beast, the Rainbow Lin Lion. Spirit beast name: Rainbow Lin Lion. Spirit beast gender: male. Spirit beast attributes: fire. Demon. Spirit beast quality: intermediate extraordinary. Spirit beast level: second stage, 9th rank. Spirit beast skills: ignite fire, celestial battle fire, summon fire god. Evolution conditions: 10 fire melting crystals, 10 sun condensing grasses, 1 crimson essence mushroom, 1 holy beast blood, 1 dragon scale fruit. Converge spirit energy into the Rainbow Lin Lion to evolve into the blazing Lin Lion. With a mighty roar, the Rainbow Lin Lion exuded a formidable aura that caused Lu Wenci to tremble, compelling him to halt, to strike at the younger generation. It seems you are regressing, Gu Qinyu remarked coldly. At this moment, Su Guannan could no longer remain passive. With an impassive expression, he addressed Lu Wenci. Master Lu, your skills are impressive, yet you dare to take lives before my very eyes. Do you still regard me, the city lord, with any respect? My Lu family stands righteous and upright. It is the Gu family whose Gu Han has unjustly slain my grandson. I, Lu Wenci, shall seek vengeance. I hereby declare a family war. It shall be a fight to the death with the Gu family. Lu Wenci's unwavering stance surprised all. The declaration of a family war was not to be made lightly. Once initiated, it would not cease until one party surrendered or became a vassal of the other, leading to an inevitable stalemate where both parties could suffer greatly, allowing others to reap the benefits. The crowd was perplexed by Lu Wenci's intentions. As for avenging his grandson, that rationale seemed insufficient. After all, the two families had been embroiled in conflict for years, and countless lives had been lost. If vengeance was desired, it would have been pursued long ago. Lu Wenci's repeated disregard for Su Guannan's presence ultimately pushed the city lord to his limits. It seems Master Lu has lost his senses. Allow me to counsel you, to dispel the malevolence within you. With that, Su Guannan summoned his own spirit beast. Spirit beast name: Frost Demon Deer. Spirit beast gender: male. Spirit beast attributes: wood, ice. Spirit beast quality: intermediate extraordinary. Spirit beast level: 3rd stage, 5th rank. Spirit beast skills: thorny forest, wood. Spirit guardian: frost breath. Evolution conditions: a spirit deer, radiating a vibrant life force, emerged gracefully from the summoning space. Lu Wenci regarded Su Guannan's spirit beast with a calm demeanor, then waved his hand, causing a massive spider to materialize. Spirit beast name: Venomous Spider Empress. Spirit beast gender: female. Spirit beast attributes: poison, insect. Spirit beast quality: intermediate extraordinary. Spirit beast level: 3rd stage, 3rd rank. Spirit beast skills: web spinning, venom spray, limb regeneration. You have ascended to the rank of a senior Beastmaster? Su Guannan expressed mild surprise. Lu Wenci smiled wryly. It took me half a lifetime to achieve this step. Naturally, I cannot compare to you, City Lord Su. However, if your reliance lies solely on this 3rd stage, 2nd rank Spider Empress, I fear you shall not prevail. Lu Wenci's smile widened as he turned his gaze toward the Lu family contingent. Subsequently, an inconspicuous elder, who had lingered at the back of the group, slowly advanced. Lu Wenci's expression shifted to one of reverence as he bowed his head in greeting. Upon recognizing the elder, all the seasoned Beastmasters present gasped in astonishment, while the younger ones inquired curiously of their elders. Su Guannan, upon seeing the elder, was equally taken aback and quickly clasped his fists in respect. Old Master Lu, it is a pleasure to see you well. Gu Han too felt a surge of curiosity and turned to Gu Qinyu, who furrowed his brow. His name is Lu Qinyun, a figure from decades past. It was said that he had succumbed to snake venom while traveling and died without treatment. I never expected him to survive until now. By lineage, Lu Qinyun was Lu Wenci's uncle, suggesting that the Lu family was playing a cautious game, concealing their true cards. Beastmasters, due to their bond with spirit beasts, possessed physical attributes far superior to ordinary humans, thereby extending their lifespan. It stands to reason that Lu Qinyun must be nearing a century in age. Externally, he appeared as a frail old man, stooped and with vacant eyes. Yet the aura he exuded was suffocating to all present. I have aged, and in my remaining years, I wish to see the Lu family thrive and prosper. The elder proclaimed. City Lord Su, do not forget that the City Lord's mansion does not engage in family disputes. With that, he concentrated his aura, and the spatial gate gradually opened. A resounding bellow echoed, and a colossal bull beast, towering over 10 meters, appeared before the assembly. Spirit beast name: Ironhide Bull. Spirit beast gender: male. Spirit beast attributes: metal, earth. Spirit beast quality: high extraordinary. Spirit beast level: 3rd stage. 7th rank, Spirit Beast skills, Savage Charge, Earth Tremor, Frenzy. Upon seeing the information regarding this Spirit Beast, Guhan felt a weight in his heart. This Spirit Beast had reached the formidable 3rd stage, 7th rank. Lu Wenxi stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Lu Qingyun before addressing Gu Qinyu. In 3 days, the Lu family shall pay a visit. With a swift turn, he cast his gaze towards Wang Hao, suggesting that the head of the Wang family should also come to witness the unfolding events. After all, it is sometimes prudent for one to recognize the tides of circumstance. Without regard for the reactions of others, he departed with the Lu clan. Such blatant bullying. Rest assured, you Gu, I, Wang, am not a faithless traitor. In this crisis, the Wang family will confront it together with the Gu family, Wang Hao declared, his voice tinged with indignation. In truth, Gu Qinyu had cared for Wang Hao during their youth, leading him to become somewhat of a devoted admirer. However, with both now serving as heads of their respective families, they could no longer afford the same frivolity as in days gone by. Throughout, Gu Qinyu remained motionless, and once the Lu family departed, he recalled his summoned beast. He patted Wang Hao's shoulder and remarked, I appreciate your good intentions, but you must also consider the family. The Lu family's actions are too sudden. This matter will not be easily resolved. Subsequently, he led the others away. Chapter 16. Breaking the deadlock in the exquisitely adorned hall of the Gu family. The atmosphere was tense, illuminated by bright lights. At this moment, the key figures of the Gu family had gathered, each wearing an expression of grave concern. The Lu family's actions were a bid to seize the maximum leverage within the secret realm to expand their sphere of influence. Using Lu Qinhui's incident as a pretext to strike first at our Gu family. An elder seated in the first chair on the right side of the hall spoke with a face ashen as iron. He was Gu Han's second uncle, Gu Qinghe, one of the few intermediate beast tamers within the Gu family. Alas, it is my inadequacy. Had I possessed sufficient strength, there would be no fear of the Lu family. Our relationship with them has deteriorated gradually over the years, and they will not relent easily this time. Third brother, go gather the clan members at once and send the women and children away, Gu Qinyu stated impassively. Yes, eldest brother, I will attend to it immediately, replied the elder seated in the first chair on the left side of the hall, who was Gu Han's third uncle. This Lu family is pushing their luck. Father, if it comes to it, let us fight to the bitter end, so that the Lu family knows we, the Gu family, are not to be trifled with. Gu Han's second uncle, Gu Xingyan, exclaimed, filled with indignation. At your age, you should learn to maintain composure. The Gu family will not sit idly by. In the coming days, consolidate our family assets and abandon what must be abandoned. I intend to enter seclusion to strive for a higher level. We must possess the capital to fight back, Gu Qinyu instructed. Yes, father, replied Gu Xingxiu, Gu Han's third uncle, known for his calm demeanor. The others then bowed respectfully before gradually withdrawing. Gu Han had been listening intently and did not interject. After everyone had departed, he approached the pensive Gu Qinyu. Grandfather, may I ask how certain you are of success in this seclusion? Gu Han inquired. Looking up at Gu Han, Gu Qinyu sighed softly, let fate decide. In my youth, I sustained injuries to my foundation, and I have struggled to break through ever since. To be honest, whether I can succeed this time is entirely up to the heavens. As Gu Han had anticipated, Gu Qinyu was determined not to be passive any longer and was prepared to take a bold leap. Do you believe in me, grandfather? Why would you ask such a thing, Honor? I acquired certain opportunities within that secret realm, including a book that records various methods of spirit beast evolution. Among them is the evolution route and required materials for the rainbow lin lion. He then produced the necessary evolution materials for the rainbow lin lion. Gu Qinyu was momentarily taken aback by this sudden revelation, his expression shifting to one of joy. The potential of his rainbow lin lion was exceedingly high. Unfortunately, it had been hindered by his own limitations. If it could evolve, the power gained would surely elevate him to a higher level and restore his damaged foundation. After some contemplation, Gu Han handed over the last 2 drops of scarlet dragon blood to Gu Qinyu. He had the holy beast blood needed for the rainbow lin lion's evolution, while the remaining materials had been exchanged from the system's marketplace. Time was of the essence, and although the secret realm's treasury might have what was needed, Gu Han had no time to waste. Gu Qinyu gazed at the pile of materials before him, then looked at Gu Han, hesitating. But these are your opportunities. How can you before Gu Qinyu could finish? Gu Han interjected, Grandfather, the pressing matter is to resolve the current crisis. Besides, your contributions to me will forever be etched in my heart. Being able to assist you now fills me with joy beyond measure. After absorbing Gu Han's encouragement, Gu Qinyu ceased his objections. He cast a deep look at his grandson before taking the evolution materials into his chambers. Once Gu Han had settled this matter, He exited the family residence and made his way towards the city lord's mansion, following the guidance of a servant. He soon arrived at the training grounds where Su Yuejian was honing her beast taming skills, evidently understanding the importance of strength following the recent events. Upon seeing Guhan, Su Yuejian hopped over to him. "Are you here to fulfill your promise?" "My apologies, Miss Su. But I have business with the city lord and require your assistance in making an introduction. After my family overcomes this crisis, I will personally come to assist with the evolution of your spirit beast." Su Yuejian then recalled the family conflict between the Gu and Lu families. "Very well. I can take you there, but the city lord's mansion will not intervene in family matters. Whether or not you can persuade my father will depend on your own abilities. Thank you for your assistance." With Su Yuejian leading the way, Guhan followed closely behind until they arrived at Su Guannan's study. Once inside, Su Yuejian introduced Guhan to her father, mentioning the help he had provided her in the secret realm. Su Guannan was occupied with reviewing documents, as all matters within the city required the city lord's oversight. Upon seeing the guests, Su Guannan asked Su Yuejian to step outside and then invited Guhan to take a seat. The two began their discussion. Half an hour later, Guhan exited the city lord's mansion. Upon returning to his courtyard, he summoned the Heavenly Tiger and retrieved a collection of spirit materials from his spatial ring. Precisely what was needed for the Heavenly Tiger's evolution. "I had originally intended for you to evolve upon reaching the second tier, but plans often change. Are you confident, little Sky?" "Ow." The Heavenly Tiger responded with excitement, brimming with confidence. After ascending the heavenly ladder, its bloodline had been further refined, making this evolution a natural progression. "Then let us commence." One by one, the spirit materials were consumed by the Heavenly Tiger, a whirlwind of fierce energy swirling around it. As the materials entered its body, they began to transform its bloodline. Crack! The sound of barriers shattering echoed as the Heavenly Tiger's bloodline bottleneck was breached, its aura surging dramatically. Fiery energy erupted from within, gradually coalescing into a fiery sphere that enveloped the Heavenly Tiger. The evolution of its bloodline was even swifter than anticipated. At this moment, the spirit beast within the fireball could be aptly named the Blazing Heavenly Tiger. Several hours later, the Blazing Heavenly Tiger emerged from the fireball, its appearance dramatically altered. Its once dark blue fur transformed into a striking blend of azure and crimson, the red fur accentuating the ferocity of the Blazing Heavenly Tiger. It had grown nearly 10 meters in length, its thick tail standing erect, seemingly infused with tremendous power. Guhan scrutinized the Blazing Heavenly Tiger closely. Spirit Beast name, Blazing Heavenly Tiger. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attributes, wind, fire. Spirit Beast quality, intermediate monarch. Spirit Beast level, tier 2, stage 1. Spirit Beast skills, rending claws, gale shadow, tiger roar, flame wings, flame shield. Upon seeing the information panel of the Blazing Heavenly Tiger, Guhan's lips curled into a smile. His nurturing of the Heavenly Tiger had proven fruitful, resulting in a quality upgrade to that of an intermediate monarch, surpassing his expectations. The potential of the fiery Heaven Tiger has been fully unleashed, enabling it to break through to the second tier in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Guhan, whose body has undergone profound tempering, finds himself at ease when faced with the reciprocal bonding from the fiery Heaven Tiger. He sits cross-legged and, within a few breaths, manages to adjust his breathing, elevating his realm to the intermediate level, officially becoming an intermediate Beastmaster. The system's announcement timely resounds, congratulating the host on attaining intermediate Beastmaster status and presenting an upgrade gift package. 1 Spirit Beast Egg, 1 Perfect Hatching Opportunity, 500,000 exchange points, and 1 Poyen Sanqing Flame, a Spirit Beast's innate fire, along with 1 Xuantian Dragon Spring. Upon witnessing the system's bestowed upgrade gift, Guhan is momentarily dazed, realizing he has ascended to the intermediate level at such an astonishing speed. Boom! A deafening roar emanates from the Qingyao residence, and Guhan, elated, exclaims, "Grandfather has succeeded." Chapter 17. Who is stronger? Who is weaker? Within the Gu family's inner chamber, boisterous laughter echoes as Gu Qinyu steps out. Guhan rushes to greet the spirited Gu Qinyu, offering his congratulations on the latter's promotion to the advanced level. "Honor, this is all thanks to you. I feel unprecedentedly well. My internal injuries have healed, and perhaps I even have a chance to strive for the supreme level. Grandfather is in his prime. Surely, he will ascend to the highest echelons." "Very well, I shall borrow your auspicious words," Gu Qinyu replies, his expression returning to its usual calm. Yet, matters concerning the Lu family are far from simple. "It's no trouble, Grandfather. I visited the City Lord's mansion yesterday. Tomorrow, City Lord Su will intervene in this matter." Gu Qinyu contemplates for a moment before responding. The City Lord's mansion generally refrains from participating in family disputes. If he intervenes, it must be for a compelling reason. The Lu family's legitimate heir practices dark arts, torturing rogue cultivators and innocent spirit beasts. This, indeed, provides ample justification, Guhan asserts with conviction. Moreover, I have fortuitously evolved my heavenly tiger into a fiery heaven tiger and inadvertently broken through to the second tier. Leave Lu Wenxi to me. Gu Qinyu gazes at Guhan with a peculiar expression, astonished that his grandson has reached such heights in such a short time. Let us await tomorrow's encounter and face the Lu family with honor. After taking his leave, Guhan returns to his courtyard, ensuring everything is in order before retrieving the spirit summoning technique. An ancient aura envelopes him, and Guhan is certain that the spirit summoning technique he possesses is the original, promising to yield remarkable results. He opens the first page, steadies his mind, and begins to meticulously study the text. With his mental prowess having reached a considerable level, he finds the initial stages relatively easy to grasp, quickly becoming engrossed in the material. The following morning, Guhan awakens from his slumber, having lost track of time last night while engrossed in his studies. Depleting his mental energy, rubbing his slightly swollen head, he rises and heads to the assembly hall. Upon arrival, he finds all the male members of the family present, with Gu Qinyu seated at the head of the table. As Guhan made his way, he noticed that the Gu family was on high alert, with guards ready for any eventuality. The assembly hall is steeped in a heavy silence, and Guhan promptly takes a seat. Although the news of Gu Qianyu's successful advancement to advanced Beastmaster has spread throughout the family, all present understand that despite this, their chances of victory remain slim. About half an hour later, a servant's announcement shatters the oppressive quiet. The Lu family has arrived. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Qianyu instructs Gu family's sons, "Come forth to welcome our guests." Above the entrance of the Gu family, Lu Wenxi stands astride a wind-chasing eagle, arms behind his back, flanked by an elderly man with eyes half closed and leaning on a cane, while dozens of flying spirit beasts carry additional figures behind them. This time, the Lu family has truly brought forth their elite. Among the many, there are over a dozen intermediate Beastmasters, the weakest of whom possess late-stage entry-level strength. Following closely behind are the Wang family, with Wang Hao leading the charge. As the Gu family gates swing wide, Gu Qianyu steps out, followed closely by the younger generation. Wang Hao, upon spotting Gu Qianyu, strides forward without hesitation, exuding an air of determination to stand alongside the Gu family through thick and thin. Still so impetuous, Gu Qianyu scolds Wang Hao without mercy. In response, Wang Hao quietly assures him, "Rest easy, brother Yu." Initially, there were some hesitations within the family, but upon learning of your promotion to advanced level, their opposition has diminished significantly. After all, we know the true nature of the Lu family. Should they rise to power, we would surely find it impossible to remain in Black Fallen City. Very well, the future direction of the family hinges on today. Lu Wenxi, looking down from his elevated position, sneers, "Have you all conspired on how to deal with us? In the face of absolute power, all calculations are futile." I concur with the Lu family head's statement. A voice interjects at the opportune moment. All eyes turn toward the source, revealing Su Guannan accompanied by a delegation from the city lord's mansion arriving at the Gu family gates. Upon seeing Su Guannan, Lu Wenxi is momentarily taken aback before retorting, "The city lord's mansion should not interfere in family disputes. Su City Lord, your actions seem rather unorthodox." The legitimate heir of the Lu family practices dark arts, torturing innocent spirit beasts and rogue cultivators. Today, the city lord's mansion shall deliver your family to the grave while ensuring peace for Black Fallen City. Well, Su City Lord, you truly deserve the reputation of being the most beloved city lord in a century. I look forward to this encounter. Lu Wenxi responds with a mocking smile. At this moment, Gu Qianyu steps forward, locking eyes with Lu Wenxi, declaring, "If you seek battle, then let us engage." He promptly summons the Pan Yin Lin Lion. Spirit Beast name, Pan Yin Lin Lion. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, fire, demon. Spirit Beast quality, high level extraordinary. Spirit Beast level, 3rd tier, 1st segment. Spirit Beast skills, fire ignite, celestial battle fire god summon, fiery storm. The innate talent of the Rainbow Lin Lion is indeed remarkable. However, due to Gu Qianyu's limited abilities, he cannot fully unleash its potential. Fortunately, the evolution materials provided by Guhan are of the highest caliber, allowing the Rainbow Lin Lion to evolve into the Pan Yin Lin Lion, achieving a high-level extraordinary quality. Just a step away from royal quality. One by one, the spectators summon their spirit beasts. Su Guannan calls forth his frost demon deer. Lu Wenxi summons his poison-headed spider emperor, and Lu Qingyun brings forth an iron-skinned bull. After exchanging glances, Su Guannan and Gu Qianyu launch their assault against Lu Qingyun, intending to eliminate the iron-skinned bull first. Lu Wenci, slightly taken aback, does not worry about Lu Qingyun, but rather contemplates the respect he deserves as an advanced Beastmaster. Don't look over there. Your opponent is me. Guhan directs his gaze at the bewildered Lu Wenci. Upon meeting Guhan's stare, Lu Wenci's face flushes with anger. Resembling a pig's liver, he perceives Guhan's attempt to obstruct him as an affront. Ignorant child, truly unaware of your own limitations. With that, the Spider Emperor leaps forth, launching an attack at Guhan. Meanwhile, the evolved little Tian eagerly steps out of the beast's space, unleashing a fiery assault that incinerates the oncoming spider silk into ash. The battle is on the brink of eruption, with hundreds of spirit beasts charging forth, their roars reverberating through the air in a cacophony of chaos. 2 days prior, Gu Qinyu had already ordered the evacuation of the surrounding populace to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire. Notably, Wang Hao summons forth a high-level extraordinary white thunder ape, boasting a strength of 2nd tier, 9th segment. The robust spirit ape is exceptionally combative, encircling 3 late-stage 2nd tier spirit beasts with its powerful fists, drawing the attention of onlookers. With a neurotic flourish, he waved his fists, seemingly orchestrating Bai Zhenyuan's every strike. The battle raged with an intensity that grew increasingly fierce. Chapter 18, The Stalemate of War. The evolved Zhan Yanlin Shi was beginning to discern the outline of the Qilin, yet due to the meager Qilin bloodline coursing through its veins, overcoming the shackles of its lineage and reverting to its ancestral form proved to be an insurmountable challenge. At this moment, Zhan Yanlin Shi relentlessly employed its fiery abilities to deplete the Ironhide Barbarian Bull, but the Bull's defenses were grotesquely formidable, compounded by a significant disparity in realms, rendering the conflict ever more desperate. Meanwhile, the Frost Demon Deer assisted from the sidelines, continuously employing ice-based attacks to restrict the Ironhide Barbarian Bull's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhan Yanlin Shi pounced with a claw, leaving the bull's hind leg marred with blood. The Ironhide Barbarian Bull bellowed in rage, its internal energy erupting, eyes glowing with a fierce murderous intent. Bathed in a sanguine aura, the Ironhide Barbarian Bull entered a frenzied state, its power surging. It charged unexpectedly at the Frost Demon Deer. Zhan Yanlin Shi swiftly turned, colliding with the Frost Demon Deer and narrowly evading the Ironhide Barbarian Bull's onslaught. Lu Qingyun maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed, while Gu Su exchanged glances with a hint of solemnity evident in their eyes. Clearly, this bull was not to be trifled with. On another front, the blazing tiger twisted its body, moving with remarkable speed. A flash of azure light darted past, reminiscent of a wind spirit. With a sharp crack, its icy claws struck the poisonous Spider Emperor, causing its movement to falter and a line of blood to appear on its abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and the Spider Emperor bore multiple such wounds. Lu Wenci's expression darkened, unable to fathom that Guhan's spirit beast possessed such prowess. Yet this only solidified his resolve to eliminate Guhan, recognizing the exceptional talent that could not be allowed to persist. Though the blazing tiger was of royal quality, the vast difference in realms suggested it should not have been so effortlessly dominant. However, both the Spider Emperor's venom and speed, along with its silk-based attacks, were thoroughly countered by the blazing tiger, which now wielded the attributes of wind and fire. Xuantian, cease your games, unleash the tiger's roar. Initially unfamiliar with its newfound power, the blazing tiger had exchanged blows with the Spider Emperor back and forth. But Guhan sensed the moment was ripe for a swift conclusion. With a resounding roar, the blazing tiger radiated a dual aura of azure and crimson, its energy surging, speed intensifying. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance, its claws striking fiercely and piercing through the Spider Emperor's abdomen, resulting in a gruesome deluge of blood. Lu Wenci's veins throbbed visibly as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Guhan, then gestured for another beast to emerge. Spirit beast name, soul-siphoning crocodile. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attributes, water, poison. Spirit beast quality, intermediate extraordinary. Spirit beast level, 2nd tier, 9th stage. Spirit beast skills, crocodile tail whip, ice spikes, poison rain. This was Lu Wenci's 2nd spirit beast, equally formidable. Guhan, now serious, released the phantom fox to temporarily restrain the soul-siphoning crocodile while commanding the blazing tiger to continue its assault on the Spider Emperor. The fully enhanced blazing tiger forced the Spider Emperor into a retreat, unleashing the Gale Shadow, creating numerous afterimages around it. The Spider Emperor struggled to discern the real threat, and just as it prepared to act, Lu Wenci shouted, "Behind you!" With a soft thud, before the Spider Emperor could react, a massive hole was torn into its back. Dark red blood spurting forth as the blazing tiger crushed a heart the size of a basketball in its grasp. Advancing once more, it effortlessly extracted the crystal core. Kill 3rd tier, Third stage Spirit Beast Poisonous Spider Emperor. Reward exchange points. 25, 389. Ah, how dare you, wretched child. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Lu Wenci. The soul-wrenching trauma from the shattered contract erasing any semblance of his previous composure. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face as he fixed a deathly pale stare at Guhan, still in disbelief that this was reality. The once inconspicuous scion of the Gu family had managed to slay his primary battle spirit beast, a truth that was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, the Phantom Fox seized the moment to deliver a psychic thrust, severely injuring the soul-siphoning crocodile, while the blazing tiger saw its chance and lunged at the crocodile's head. With a sickening crunch, its claws sank 3 inches in, and after a brief struggle, the soul-siphoning crocodile lay still, lifeless. Kill second tier, 9th stage Spirit Beast Soul-Siphoning Crocodile. Reward exchange points. 9, 578. The crystal core was also claimed by Guhan. Pain surged through Lu Wenci, who coughed up blood before losing consciousness. Remarkably, from the moment the Spider Emperor fell to Lu Wenci's fainting spell, only a few breaths had passed. Lu Qingyun watched as both of Lu Wenci's spirit beasts perished, and he himself succumbed to unconsciousness, his expression darkening as though it could bleed. No longer concealing his prowess, he opened the beast space, and 2 more spirit beasts surged forth. Spirit beast name, Star Shadow Rhinoceros. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attributes, water, earth. Spirit beast quality, intermediate extraordinary. Spirit beast level, 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Spirit beast skills, petrification, wall breaking, water mirror. Spirit beast name, Flame Howling Wolf. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attributes, fire. Spirit beast quality, high elite. Spirit beast level, 2nd tier, 9th stage. Having battled to this point, it was a matter of endurance. Following suit, Gu Qianyu and Su Guannan summoned their own spirit beasts. Gu Qianyu called forth a 2nd tier, 9th stage snow demon griffin and a bloodthirsty bull, while Su Guannan could only summon a 2nd tier, 9th stage goldenwood steed, as his other spirit beasts were of insufficient level to contribute significantly in this caliber of battle. With a command, the snow demon griffin soared into the air, releasing skills to disrupt the Star Shadow Rhinoceros, while the bloodthirsty bull, known for its ferocity and adeptness in overcoming stronger foes, temporarily held the rhinoceros at bay in tandem with the griffin. The goldenwood steed faced off against the flame howling wolf alone, but, due to elemental disadvantages, was gradually overwhelmed and unlikely to endure much longer. Guhan secured Lu Wenci, feeding the 2 beasts several crystal cores before rejoining the fray. The flame howling wolf pressed its assault against the goldenwood steed, which struggled valiantly, its golden fur soaked in its own crimson blood, a sight both tragic and noble. Xiao Jing, it's your turn. The Phantom Fox shot Guhan a human-like glare before striding towards the flame-howling wolf. Guhan, meanwhile, faced the Star Shadow Rhinoceros with the blazing tiger. The rhinoceros proved a far more formidable opponent than the Spider Emperor, its defenses akin to granite. The blazing tiger's claws merely grazed its surface, leaving only pale scratches. The bloodthirsty bull drew attention away, while the snow demon griffin targeted its eyes. Xiaotian, aim for its legs, Guhan directed the 3 beasts. Nearby, the Xuantian Linsher was scattered with scales and numerous wounds, while the frost demon deer fared even worse, one front leg dangling, and its injuries more numerous than those of Xuantian Linsher. The ironhide barbarian bull was no exception, with wounds all over its body, scabs forming, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the 2 beasts, breathing heavily. It's time to end this, Lu Qingyun murmured, extracting a pill and flicking it into the ironhide barbarian bull's mouth. The medicinal pill dissolved instantly upon entry, and the ironhide bull felt a surge of ferocious energy crashing against itself, its realm erupting explosively. Is that the blood fury pill? You are severing your own foundation. Gu Qinyu expressed indignantly. The blood fury pill, when consumed, would temporarily cause a dramatic increase in the Beastmaster realm, the extent of which depended on the strength of the bloodline. However, the aftereffects of this pill were severe, in serious cases. It could dilute the concentration of the Beastmaster bloodline and diminish the quality of the beast. I, an old man, have always prioritized results over the process. You should be more concerned about your own situation, Lu Qingyun stated, as a resounding bellow echoed through the heavens and the earth. The ironhide bull's aura surged continuously, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd stage before gradually coming to a halt. Gu Qianyu and Su Guannan's expressions turned grim. Chapter 19, The Conclusion of Battle. Although the ironhide bull had only advanced by 3 stages, the higher the realm, the greater the disparity between each minor realm. At the pinnacle of the 3rd stage, it was already invincible against those below the 4th stage. This battle had reached a critical juncture. If they could defeat the ironhide bull, It would be a cause for celebration. If not, all would be lost. Su City Lord, we must fight with all our might, Gu Qianyu said helplessly. The situation had long since become one of life and death. Su Guannan gritted his teeth and retrieved a pair of metallic objects resembling deer antlers from his spatial ring. The antlers shimmered with silver light, appearing extraordinarily mysterious. Without hesitation, Su Guannan tossed them, and the antlers seemed to lock onto their target, flying directly towards the frost demon deer's head. Upon contact, the two pairs of antlers fused together, and from them, a suit of golden armor enveloped the frost demon deer entirely. Gu Qianyu looked on with envy. This was a 4th-grade spiritual artifact armor, crafted specifically for spirit beasts. Once donned, it significantly enhanced defensive capabilities and contained pure energy that could accelerate the recovery speed of the beast. Undoubtedly, it greatly increased the spirit beast's chances of survival. However, this item was prohibitively expensive, and its use required considerable resources for recharging, making it unaffordable for most. The Gu family certainly had the means to forge such an item for Gu Qianyu, yet it could only be utilized once the beast reached the 3rd stage. Gu Qianyu had just recently advanced and had not yet crafted one for the Xuantian lion. Retrieving his gaze, Gu Qianyu then produced a medicinal pill and flicked it into the Xuantian lion's mouth. Unlike the Blood Fury pill, this was a genuine 4th-grade spirit-enhancing pill, capable of quickly restoring the beast's condition and enhancing its physical strength. This was given to Gu Qianyu by Gu Han before the battle, as a precaution. The Xuantian lion let out a satisfied groan, its fatigue evaporating as its strength was restored. Feeling even more robust than before, its fighting spirit ignited. Roars of rage erupted as the 3 beasts, having stacked their buffs, re-engaged in battle. Gu Han had been observing the 3 combatants, and after a while, his brow furrowed. The Xuantian lion was merely at the initial 3rd stage, while the frost demon deer leaned more towards support. Had it not been for the Ironhide bull's lack of offensive capabilities, this battle might have concluded long ago. Gu Han pondered for a moment before recalling the phantom fox, which had severely injured the blazing flame wolf, leaving the golden-wood steed sufficient to handle the situation. After establishing a soul contract with the phantom fox, it concealed its form and made its way towards the battlefield of the 3 beasts. The Xuantian lion activated the fire god summon, engulfed in flames. Exuding an aura akin to a deity of fire, its control over flames significantly enhanced. The frost demon deer's frost breath and thorny forest continued to restrain the Ironhide bull. The Ironhide bull panted heavily, entering a berserk state, stomping its hooves and shattering the surrounding thorns into fragments. Its hind legs, encased in ice, hampered its movements. The Xuantian lion's golden eyes displayed no fluctuation of emotion, and then flames surged around it, forming a thick, molten magma-like fire at its core. Boom! Following a resounding explosion, a massive crater nearly 100 meters in diameter was created where the Ironhide bull had stood. As the dust settled, Gu Qianyu gazed into the pit with an expression of calm, though the pressure in his clenched fingers betrayed his inner tension. What? Within the pit, the Ironhide bull wobbled unsteadily, one of its horns shattered. However, it had donned a suit of armor that was already tattered, parts of it glowing red as it stubbornly resisted the remnants of the fiery power. This armor had undeniably shielded the Ironhide bull from fatal damage. Gu Qianyu's face fell into despair. The Xuantian lion could endure only through its unwavering belief. The Ironhide bull shook its dazed head to regain clarity, its ruby-like eyes reflecting its current fury. Just as it prepared to charge at the Xuantian lion, it suddenly let out a mournful howl, momentarily halting its movement. The Xuantian lion, summoning its last ounce of strength, darted forward, its fiery paw striking towards the Ironhide bull's head. Sizzle! The sound reminiscent of roasting meat filled the air, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of grilled flesh. The fiery claw cleanly severed the Ironhide bull's head from its body. The Ironhide bull collapsed in response. Uffed! Lu Qingyun spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at his fallen beast. Turning his head, he saw the phantom fox standing atop the frost demon deer, holding a peculiar stone. The disparity in realms was still too vast, even with all its might. The phantom fox could barely control the Ironhide bull for a few seconds. Lu Qingyun murmured, "A mental type? Goodness, I never expected that after a lifetime of shrewdness, I would meet my demise in such a manner. Head of the Gu family, City Lord Su, I concede. I am willing to take my own life, only asking for a chance for the young ones of the Lu family to survive, to preserve a shred of their bloodline. As for the intermediate Beastmasters, they can perish. The others, I shan't concern myself with." Gu Qinyu pondered for a moment before replying, agreed. Lu Qingyun took a deep breath and then struck his palm against his forehead, accepting his fate with resignation. After his demise, the blazing flame wolf and the star-shade rhinoceros, due to the backlash of the contract, had their mental energies explode, dying within moments. Meanwhile, the Snow Demon Griffin and the remaining beasts freed their hands to continue to other battle circles. With the aid of these formidable beasts, the situation stabilized immediately. The remaining few beleaguered Beastmasters of the Lu family, seeing the tide turn against them, withdrew their beasts and surrendered. When Lu Wenci awoke, his soul injury was so severe that he had become a fool. Gu Qianyu gazed at this once mighty head of the Lu family, filled with emotion, and then decisively ended Lu Wenci's life, granting him a final shred of dignity. The group then advanced on the Lu family, slaying the last few remaining intermediate Beastmasters. And Gu Qianyu honored his agreement, releasing the women and children of the Lu family. The spoils from the Lu family's resources were divided. The Gu family claimed 50%, the City Lord's manor 30%, and the Wang family took the remaining 20%. Wang Hao felt he had received too much, believing he had contributed little to the endeavor, clamoring to give everything to the Gu family, until Gu Qianyu kicked him to silence. The 30% allocated to the City Lord's manor had been previously negotiated between Gu Han and Su Guannan, alongside other conditions. Once everyone had divided their respective resources, they began to disperse. This grand battle had finally drawn to a close. The Lu family possessed vast industries, and now each family was eager to return to organize their resources and develop their powers. This confrontation had greatly benefited Gu Han as well. The battle skills of the two beasts had been honed, their realms slightly elevated, and his own family had grown even stronger. Before departing, Wang Hao expressed his desire for a marriage alliance between their families, while Su Guannan silently listened, offering no words. Undoubtedly, should the two ancient royal families unite through marriage, it would render them exceedingly difficult to suppress, presenting a considerable variable for Su Guannan and the Black Meteor City. However, Su Guannan did not intervene. Firstly, neither of the ancient families harbored significant ambitions, and their methods were relatively temperate. Furthermore, with the emergence of Gu Han from the Gu family, Su Guannan could subtly speculate that Gu Qianyu would ascend to a higher tier, undoubtedly aided by Gu Han's contributions. Moreover, matters of mutual consent are beyond the jurisdiction of the City Lord's mansion. Given Gu Han's extraordinary talent, his future potential is boundless, and it would be unwise to cultivate enmity with him. Chapter 20. The New Contracted Beasts. In the depths of the Black Meteor's secret realm, within the treasury, there lay a shimmering spring, surrounded by various spiritual materials. At this moment, Gu Han and his two beasts were diligently practicing nearby. This spring, known as the Yuan Yang Dragon Spring, was a reward from the system, its pure spiritual liquid infused with formidable dragon energy. Regrettably, both Gu Han and his beasts were currently too low in cultivation to access it, relegated to merely absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Following the conclusion of the Lu family's affairs, Gu Han found himself with a moment of leisure, an opportune time to meticulously inventory the resources within the secret realm's treasury. His gaze fell upon the myriad eggs, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Among them were the ice-flamed demon lion egg, the volcanic poison wolf egg, the nine-spirit deer egg, and the thorny forest python egg. All of these eggs were of at least extraordinary quality, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. These were the foundations of his future. After careful consideration, Gu Han ultimately selected two spirit beast eggs that suited him. Spirit beast egg name: Thunder Dragon. Spirit beast egg gender: male. Spirit beast egg attributes: Thunder, Wind. Spirit beast egg quality: Low tier Lord. Spirit beast egg level: None, unhatched. Hatching conditions: 10 Thunderstrike wood, 10 Thunder Yang grass, 1 Heavenly Thunder bamboo. Spirit beast egg name: Netherworld Spirit Snake. Spirit beast egg gender: female. Spirit beast egg attributes: Water, Poison. Spirit beast egg quality: Mid-tier King. Spirit beast egg level: None, unhatched. Hatching conditions: 10 Celestial Blue flowers, 10 Wanyu fruits, 10 Phantom vines, 1 Netherworld Ghost orchid. Gu Han gathered the necessary hatching materials for his beasts, preparing for the incubation. Spiritual materials were arranged beside the spirit beast eggs, both eggs radiating a dazzling brilliance as they absorbed the medicinal essence. The Thunder Dragon egg crackled with uncontrolled lightning, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding flora, leaving charred remnants in its wake. In contrast, the Netherworld Spirit Snake egg grew increasingly profound, its surface undulating like water, enveloped in a miasma of poison. The spectacle surrounding the hatching of these two beasts was nothing short of grand. Initially, Gu Han had intended to contract a flying beast, but upon witnessing the Thunder Dragon, he decisively abandoned that idea, recognizing that the Thunder Dragon's dual abilities of flight and combat made it far more suitable. As for the Netherworld Spirit Snake, he was drawn to its control and poison capabilities. The next step was to seek a healing spirit beast, which would significantly enhance the overall sustainability of his team. Subsequently, he turned his hand, revealing a spirit beast egg that was entirely white, interspersed with veins of crimson. Spirit beast egg name, Manjasaka. Spirit beast egg gender, female. Spirit beast egg attributes, plant, blood. Spirit beast egg quality, mid-tier king. Spirit beast egg level, none, unhatched. Hatching conditions, details not provided. This was the spirit beast egg awarded by the system. Although not a healing type, it possessed sufficient mystical qualities to warrant Guhan's intention to contract it. The name Manjasaka was not unfamiliar to him. On Earth, it was associated with the legendary realm of the underworld, guiding souls towards reincarnation. System, utilized the perfect hatching opportunity. System acknowledged, hatching commences. The system's hatching process was notably gentle, as flecks of golden light surged from Guhan's body, pouring vigorously into the egg. Before long, the sound of cracking shells echoed through the air. Following this, a delicate flower emerged from the shell, its petals resembling blood, leaves akin to flames, and its stem shimmering with a radiant red glow, exuding an air of nobility and grace. A faint floral fragrance wafted from it, invigorating Guhan and causing a tremor of delight within his spiritual consciousness. Had this Manjasaka merely been a spiritual material, it would have been an exceptional boon. With a crack, the Thunder Dragon egg followed suit, shattering in response, revealing a wobbling infant dragon, its body enshrouded in lightning, a mark of thunder flashing upon its brow, exuding an aura of regal splendor. Its elongated form was adorned with purple scales, ethereal whiskers, and claws that shimmered with a frosty light. The small horn atop its head had just emerged, adding an element of adorableness. With a series of symbolic roars, the juvenile thunder dragon indicated its hunger. Observing the scattered eggshells, Guhan picked up a piece and offered it to the young dragon. After sniffing it, the dragon deemed it delectable and devoured it eagerly. With another gentle crack, the netherworld spirit snake egg was soon covered in fine fissures, as a small head relentlessly struck against the shell, again and again. With a resounding thud, the shell was breached, and the netherworld spirit snake slithered out. A half-meter-long azure serpent appeared before Guhan, its deep-set eyes exuding an aura of toxicity, glimmering with a faint azure light. Merely inhaling its scent left Guhan feeling dizzy. Before the two beasts could fully comprehend their surroundings, two contracts surged forth, binding to Guhan. The juvenile thunder dragon, still dazed from its consumption of the eggshell, unwittingly formed a contract. The netherworld spirit snake regarded Guhan with its vertical pupils. Then, sensing the contract, it relaxed and likewise formed a bond. The marks of these contracts were imprinted upon Guhan's spiritual consciousness. The contracting process for the Manjasaka was somewhat distinct. Guhan approached the blooming flower, extracting a drop of his essence blood and allowing it to fall onto the flower's core. An unusual emotion welled within him, as if he had forged a deeper blood bond with the Manjasaka. The flower swayed gently, expressing its joy. Feeling his power elevate to the intermediate fourth tier, Guhan was pleasantly surprised. The nurturing from high-quality spirit beasts was far purer. Thus, Guhan now possessed 5 contracted beasts, namely, Spirit Beast name, Fiery Sky Tiger. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attributes, wind, fire. Spirit Beast quality, mid-tier king. Spirit Beast level, 2nd tier, 3rd segment. Spirit Beast skills, Rending Claw, Gale Shadow, Tiger's Roar. Flame Wings, Flame Shield. Evolution conditions, level 2 low to view. Spirit Beast name, Phantom Fox. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attributes, spirit, demon. Spirit Beast quality, high tier extraordinary. Spirit Beast level, 1st tier, 8th segment. Spirit Beast skills, mental stab, fox shadow flying blade, fox enchantment sound. Evolution conditions, level 2 low to view. Spirit Beast name, Thunder Dragon. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attributes, thunder, wind. Spirit Beast quality, low tier lord. Spirit Beast level, juvenile, 8th segment. Spirit Beast skills, Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunderous Might, Lightning Flash. Evolution conditions, 100 Thunder Fruit, 100 Purple Quartz, 1 Purple Cloud Fruit, 1 Thunder Heart. Channeling spiritual energy into the Thunder Dragon to evolve into the Storm Thunder Dragon King. Spirit Beast name, Netherworld Serpent. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attributes, water, poison. Spirit Beast quality, intermediate monarch. Spirit Beast level, juvenile stage 6. Spirit Beast skills, Poison Mist, Arrow Rain, Scale Mirror. Evolution requirements, 100 Earth Mushroom Essence, 100 Spiritual Medium Leaves, 1 Earth Buddha Flower, 1 Netherworld Ghost Eye Flower, to gather spiritual energy into the Netherworld Serpent, evolving into the 9 Nether Earth Python. Spirit Beast name, Manjasaka. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attributes, plant, blood. Spirit Beast Quality, Intermediate Monarch. Spirit Beast Level, Juvenile Stage 6. Spirit Beast Skills, Flower Seed Dance, Blood Thorn Penetration, Plant Symbiosis. Evolution Requirements: 100 Blood Essence Mushrooms, 100 Yellow Spring Leaves, 1 Azure Blood Spiritual Mushroom, 1 Azure Moon Orchid, to gather spiritual energy into Saga. Evolving into the Hell's Flower of the Other Shore. Guhan gazed at his tamed beasts, a slight smile playing upon his lips before he erupted into laughter. Haha. With such a formidable lineup, as long as I avoid self-destruction, it is but a matter of time before I stand atop this world. Little Tian. Guhan opened the Spirit Beast space, releasing the blazing sky tiger. He then extended his hand, summoning a wisp of azure gold flame that twisted and morphed, resembling both dragon and tiger. The moment it appeared, one could distinctly feel the air around it evaporating. This was the Breaking Cloud 3 Azure Flame, a manifestation of the spirit beast's innate fire. Such fire is only birthed from fire-type spirit beasts that have reached the 6th tier, rendering those who possess it invincible among their peers, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. The higher the bloodline quality of the spirit beast, the more formidable the awakened flame. The Breaking Cloud 3 Azure Flame appeared extraordinarily exceptional, suggesting a high grade. Though the blazing sky tiger possessed both wind and fire attributes, its primary attribute was fire, with wind as a supplementary aspect. Thus, Guhan deduced that once he elevated the blazing sky tiger's realm to the 6th tier, it would awaken its innate fire. Coincidentally, he had received a reward from the system. Previously, faced with the imminent conflict with the Liu family, he had no time for the blazing sky tiger to absorb it. So he set it aside for the moment. Little Tian, consume this, it will empower you. Guhan directly fed the Breaking Cloud 3 Azure Flame to the blazing sky tiger. The overwhelming force of the flame coursed through the blazing sky tiger's entire body, causing it to roar in agony. The Breaking Cloud 3 Azure Flame began its initial fusion with the blazing sky tiger, penetrating its internal organs, with the searing power wreaking havoc within. The blazing sky tiger trembled violently, the intense pain forcing it to bow down. Guhan produced numerous ice-type spirit materials, continually providing them to the blazing sky tiger to safeguard its vital essence. Hang in there, little Tian, Guhan encouraged. The surrounding spirit beasts watched with wide eyes. Even the usually lazy phantom fox wore a serious expression, its gaze betraying an undercurrent of concern. After several hours, the blazing sky tiger slowly rose, gently shaking off the remnants of its singed fur, leaving patches of charred flesh that revealed stark, white bones beneath. Beside the blazing sky tiger lay a spirit material radiating a vibrant green light, its leaves crystalline and imbued with a rich essence of life. As it glimmered, a surge of potent life energy enveloped the blazing sky tiger, steadily mending its battered body. Chapter 21, Elder Guhan. The process of fusing with the innate fire proved more arduous than Guhan had anticipated. Were it not for his precaution in procuring a section of 9, the endeavor would have likely ended in failure. Having done all he could only pray that the blazing sky tiger would endure. Thus, the cycle continued. 3 days later, upon observing the blazing sky tiger stabilize, Guhan immersed himself in the library of his estate, where countless treasures were stored, including a vast array of books. Through his research, he gleaned some insights into the prolonged inability of the phantom fox to evolve, while simultaneously preparing for the evolution of his other spirit beasts. The initial qualities of the thunder dragon and netherworld spirit beast were exceedingly high, though a boon. The materials required for their evolution were exceedingly scarce. The purple cloud fruit, azure blood spiritual mushroom, and earth Buddha flower needed to reach the 5th tier, which was manageable, as they were found within the secret realm. However, the netherworld ghost eye flower and azure moon orchid were top-tier 6th grade spirit materials, and the heart of thunder was a 7th grade spirit mine. Guhan rubbed his temples, feeling an immense weight of pressure. Yet he understood that such matters could not be rushed. Patience was essential. Just as Guhan pondered, a wave of scorching flames surged forth. Little Tian has evolved. Guhan stepped forward to the side of the blazing sky tiger. Around it, a fiery barrier abruptly rose, gradually coalescing into a fireball that pulsated violently. After a brief interval, the fireball erupted, and the blazing sky tiger emerged from within. Now, the blazing sky tiger measured over 10 meters in length, standing 3 meters tall. Its body of vivid crimson, adorned with symmetrically distributed azure patterns along its flanks. A striking red flame pattern emblazoned its brow, enhancing its majestic presence. Spirit Beast Name, Blazing Sky Tiger. Spirit Beast Gender, Male. Spirit Beast Attributes, Wind, Fire. Spirit Beast Quality, High Monarch. Spirit Beast Level, 2nd Tier Stage 7. Spirit Beast Skills, Rending Claws, Gale Shadows, Tiger Roar Might, Flame Wings, Flame Shield, Wrath of the Flame Dragon. Evolution Requirements: Level 2 low, unable to view. Hiss. The bloodline quality of the Blazing Sky Tiger soared to the rank of High Monarch, and it advanced 4 stages. Guhan was taken aback by the magnitude of this enhancement. The little Thunder Dragon and Netherworld Serpent were frolicking playfully, initially aloof. Manjusaka could no longer resist the persistent antics of the little Thunder Dragon and Netherworld Serpent, and soon, the trio was engrossed in play. The Blazing Sky Tiger stood nearby like a protective older brother, while the Phantom Fox reclined lazily on the Blazing Sky Tiger's back, elegantly grooming its fur. Before long, the 3 little ones climbed onto the Blazing Sky Tiger's back, with the little Thunder Dragon curiously calling out to the Phantom Fox. The Phantom Fox listened affectionately, hesitating briefly before nodding in agreement. With the existence of their soul contract, they shared an innate closeness. The little Thunder Dragon let out a joyful roar, seemingly urging the Phantom Fox. The Phantom Fox, resigned, approached the edge of the Blazing Sky Tiger's back, extending its tail to the ground. The little Thunder Dragon transformed the Phantom Fox's tail into a slide, engaging the Netherworld Serpent and Manjusaka in a game of sliding. Guhan observed this scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It felt as though his space had turned into a spirit beast nursery. He reminisced about the Blazing Sky Tiger's infancy, recalling how it too had been adorably clumsy, and now it had grown significantly. Guhan suddenly felt the pangs of a father raising his children alone. No, education must begin early. They need to be cultivated properly. Enough play, little Tian. Go catch a few third-tier spirit beasts for the Thunder Dragon to practice on. The little Thunder Dragon, possessing exceptional comprehension, understood Guhan's words, its expression instantly falling. You have to train diligently. You will need to protect your siblings in the future. Do you understand? The young Thunder Dragon lifted its head, shaking the small horns atop it, and let out 2 enthusiastic cries. Rest assured, I shall diligently cultivate and protect you all. Observing the Thunder Dragon's earnest demeanor, a sense of comfort washed over me. Let us commence today. The 3rd tier is too formidable for you at present. So we shall begin with the 1st tier to hone your skills. Thunder, strike with your claws at his hind legs. Xiaoyu, do not run about. Zatsa, put down that spiritual beast. The extraordinary quality beasts in the secret realm are not for consumption. Seeing these lively ancestors, Guhan could only helplessly rub his forehead. Guhan, embracing his talent for naming, designated the Thunder Dragon as Thunder, the Nether Spirit Snake as Xiaoyu, and the Manjusaka as Zatsa. The latent potential of the high-quality spiritual beasts began to fully manifest. Within mere days, the Thunder Dragon was poised to break through to the 1st tier. Although Thunder appeared somewhat foolish, its innate combat talent was not lacking in the slightest. Now, it faced 2nd-tier spiritual beasts with remarkable ease. The training with a 3rd-tier beast that Guhan had previously arranged was likely to yield results soon. The Nether Spirit Snake had also made significant progress, reaching the 7th stage of its juvenile form. Meanwhile, the Manjusaka was able to accelerate its cultivation by consuming blood. Guhan provided it with the corpses of 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts collected after the battle with the Lu family, allowing its cultivation speed to surpass even that of the Nether Spirit Snake, achieving the 8th stage of its juvenile form. The only source of frustration for Guhan was the exuberance of the 3 beasts. After glancing at the time, Guhan felt it was time to return. It is worth noting that once Guhan's strength increased, he would be able to fully control the Black Meteor secret realm, entering and exiting without restrictions. After tidying up a bit, Guhan returned to the Gu family estate. Upon entering, a servant approached him. Young master, the family head requests your presence upon your return. All right, I shall go immediately. Guhan proceeded straight toward the Qingyao residence. Upon arriving at Gu Qianyu's abode, he found Gu Qianyu sipping tea beneath a pavilion. Grandfather. Guhan bowed respectfully. Have a seat. Let us converse, Gu Qianyu invited, gesturing for Guhan to sit opposite him, awaiting his words. How did you manage to enlist Lord Su's aid? Gu Qianyu gazed at Guhan intently. I made a pact with Lord Su. I invited him to intervene. And in return, I shall assist him in evolving the Frost Demon Deer once the task is complete. As Gu Qianyu listened, a look of understanding crossed his face. Is this the method of evolution obtained from the secret realm? Indeed, Guhan confirmed. By the way, grandfather, I intended to discuss this with you. I plan to select a few ordinary quality spiritual beasts to evolve them into elite quality beasts and provide the evolution methods to Second Ant for cultivation. Additionally, there is a method for evolving elite beasts into extraordinary ones, which I will share with you later, allowing the Elder Council to decide how to implement it. Gu Qianyu nodded, his face filled with satisfaction. Guhan had dedicated so much for the family. Although the Gu family was one of the 3 major clans, now reduced to 2, there had never been a fixed family spiritual beast, leaving the contracts of family members to chance. This had resulted in a mixed bag of contracted spiritual beasts, complicating coordination. Establishing a fixed family spiritual beast would greatly benefit the family's development. The construction of the spiritual beast cultivation yard was initially proposed by Qin Jinwan, who sought to cultivate suitable beasts for the Gu family. The Lu family's poisonous spider emperor served as a family beast, a powerful elite-quality creature only contractable by the direct descendants of the Lu family. It was not uncommon for elite-level spiritual beasts to be born in the wild, yet successfully contracting them posed a significant challenge. Reflecting on this, Gu Han felt a shiver of apprehension, realizing that the blazing snake he had encountered previously was likely not the only one of its kind. Our resounding victory this time, ensuring the family's continuity, is largely thanks to you. I have already convened a meeting with the elders and decided to temporarily appoint you as an elder of the family. When the time is ripe, I shall pass the leadership to you. Gu Qianyu smiled. Chapter 22. A Visit to the City Lord's Mansion. Gu Han was taken aback by this proclamation. Hastily rising, he protested, "Grandfather, my qualifications are still too shallow. I fear I may not be up to the task. Moreover, I have no desire to assume the role of family head. You are still in the prime of your life and not yet ready to step down. I intend to travel the continent for a while and focus on my cultivation." Gu Qianyu scrutinized Gu Han deeply before calmly stating, "I knew you would say that. Let us set the matter of family head aside, but the elder position is not up for debate." Understanding the elder's resolute insistence, Gu Han conceded without further objections. Gu Qianyu summoned the servant stationed at the door and issued a command before departing. The news of Gu Han's promotion to elder swiftly spread throughout the Gu family. The younger members of the clan were not overly surprised, as it was already well known that Gu Han had ascended to the rank of intermediate Beastmaster during the confrontation with the Lu family. In the Gu family, achieving the status of an intermediate Beastmaster directly qualified one for elder status. Many were more astonished by Gu Han's ability to reach this level in just a few months, a feat that typically required years or even decades of effort. For the impoverished Black Meteor City, this was nothing short of miraculous. After bidding farewell to Gu Qianyu, Gu Han proceeded to the Gu family's spiritual beast cultivation yard. As he stepped inside, he immediately spotted Second Aunt Qin Jinwan, diligently engaged in her tasks. "Second Aunt, oh, Elder Gu Han has graced us with his presence. I am remiss in my welcome." Gu Han smiled wryly. "Please, Second Aunt, do not jest. Little Han, you have truly grown. Your second aunt is filled with pride." Qin Jinwan replied, her teasing demeanor softening into one of warmth. "Without you, Second Aunt, I would not be where I am today, regardless of my future path. I will forever remember your kindness," Gu Han stated sincerely. "By the way, I have come to discuss an important matter with you. I obtained several methods of evolution for spiritual beasts within the secret realm and selected a few suitable ones. I have already consulted with Grandfather and decided to entrust them to you for cultivation." With that, he presented an ancient parchment to Qin Jinwan, detailing the evolution methods and specific requirements. Wind Leopard to Wine Blade Leopard. Evolution requirements: 10 Wind Spirit Stones, 10 Wind Spirit Flowers, 1 Wind Star Grass. Golden Horned Antelope to Golden Horned Horse. Evolution requirements: 10 Gold Spirit Stones, 10 Golden Sun Flowers, 1 Golden Nectar Fruit. Multi-Horned Rhinoceros to Tri-Horned Rhinoceros. Evolution requirements: 10 Water Spirit Stones, 10 Water Pear Fruits, 1 Water Een Dates. These three represent the evolution methods from ordinary to elite quality. Gu Han had carefully chosen these spiritual beasts based on the family's actual circumstances. The Wind Blade Leopard excels in offense, the Tri-Horned Rhinoceros specializes in defense, and the Golden Horned Horse is known for its stamina. Moreover, their predecessors, the Wind Leopard, Golden Antelope, and Multi-Horned Rhinoceros, are relatively easy to obtain, commonly found within the Dragon Mountain range. By capturing several dozen and gradually cultivating them, Gu Han believed the Gu family could soon establish a population of elite-level spiritual beasts. The more Qin Jinwan examined the parchment, the more astonished she became, her hands trembling slightly. As a cultivator, she understood the significance of the thin piece of parchment she held. "I have already discussed this with Grandfather. There are 2 copies of this evolution method, one for the family treasury and one for you. You may directly allocate family resources and personnel to commence the evolution of the spiritual beasts. Additionally, there is a method for evolving elite-quality beasts into extraordinary ones, which I have entrusted to Grandfather for the Elder Council to decide on its application." Upon hearing Gu Han's words, Qin Jinwan found it difficult to believe, enveloped instead by an overwhelming sense of joy. Mastering these various methods of evolution will undoubtedly accumulate a wealth of experience for her journey in nurturing. The evolution of spiritual beasts encompasses numerous facets. It is not merely a matter of being aware of the evolution materials to achieve success. The specific operational steps are equally crucial. In a strict sense, Qin Jinwan does not truly qualify as a breeder. She has simply harbored a passion for nurturing spiritual beasts since childhood, and through a fortuitous encounter, She has devised a method for the evolution of the golden devouring mouse. Unfortunately, the golden devouring mouse is ill-suited for combat. It seems Elder Gu is indeed deserving of his reputation. Qin Jinwan, with great enthusiasm, began to jest with Gu Han. Second aunt, Gu Han sighed, casting a wistful glance at Qin Jinwan. By the way, Honor, which spiritual beast of yours can evolve into a transcendent spiritual beast? Do share with second aunt. Qin Jinwan gazed at Gu Han with keen curiosity. It is the Iron Wolf evolving into the golden-backed Kang Wolf, Gu Han replied candidly. The Iron Wolf is notoriously difficult to capture in the Dragon Mountain range. Gu Han managed to catch a few within the Black Meteor secret realm and entrusted them to Gu Qinyu. After bidding farewell to Qin Jinwan, Gu Han exited the door and made his way directly to the city lord's manor. Upon stepping into the manor, Su Guanan received word and came out to greet him. Haha, young friend Gu, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. You flatter me, City Lord Su. Have you gathered the materials I mentioned? Gu Han, aware of Su Guanan's true concerns, spoke directly. When it came to serious matters, Su Guanan's demeanor shifted. He nodded slightly, saying, all is prepared, just awaiting your arrival. Then let us proceed. After you. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at an expansive training room, where stout pillars supported a row of azure tiles, and golden stone bricks adorned the entire space. Su Guanan summoned the frost demon deer, and with a wave of his hand, the servant stationed outside began to bring forth the various spiritual materials, laying them out before Gu Han. Gu Han acknowledged Su Guanan with a nod and curiously examined the frost demon deer before him. Perhaps due to the life and death battles, its potential had been more readily unleashed. Post-battle, the frost demon deer had successfully broken through a level and was on the verge of reaching the late stage of the third tier. Gu Han glanced at the spiritual materials brought by Su Guanan, discerned their nature, and began the evolution process for the frost demon deer. With practiced ease, he fed the various spiritual materials to the creature. Surrounding the frost demon deer were numerous energy crystal cores, continuously providing energy. As the final spiritual material entered the frost demon deer's belly, an energy whirlwind surged into its body, rapidly depleting the crystal cores, which crumbled into dust and dissipated into the air. The frost demon deer's condition remained stable, suggesting that no unexpected occurrences would arise. Su Guanan could sense the surge of the frost demon deer's aura and bloodline power through their soul contract, indicating that all was progressing smoothly. Success was merely a matter of time. Thank you, young friend Gu. It is nearly time for lunch. Why not stay and dine with me? Allowing me to extend my hospitality? Gu Han initially intended to decline, but recalled his agreement with Su Yuejian, thus did not refuse. Then it would be impolite not to accept. Is Miss Su in? Su Guanan, upon hearing Gu Han inquire about his daughter, paused momentarily, then revealed a knowing smile. My daughter is at home. Su Si, please escort young friend Gu to the young lady's courtyard. Upon hearing this, the attendant immediately led Gu Han away. They arrived at a tranquil courtyard, where a sea of flowers greeted the eye, some of which seemed to possess the quality of spiritual materials. Gu Han quickly spotted Su Yuejian amidst the floral expanse, dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading gracefully as she quietly admired the blossoms, evoking an extraordinary feeling within Gu Han. He momentarily lost his focus until Su Yuejian turned to look at him, prompting his realization. Gu Han slightly bowed, saying, Miss Su, I have come to fulfill our agreement. Gu Han, you have finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten about me. Su Yuejian exclaimed with excitement, tinged with a hint of melancholy. I have been quite busy lately. As soon as I concluded my matters, I came to seek you out. I've heard all about it, Gu Han. You are incredible, already a mid-level Beastmaster, while I have yet to break through the initial level. You are incomparable. Do not belittle yourself. Once your demon butterfly evolves, you will attain the rank of a novice Beastmaster. Then let us begin at once. Very well. Chapter 23, Thunderbolt Academy. In the main hall of the city lord's manor, Su Guanan was in high spirits. Seated beside him was a graceful woman leisurely savoring her tea. This was Su Guanan's wife, Jiang Yuan, and the mother of Su Yuejian. My dear, are you considering a marriage alliance with the Gu family? Su Guanan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, I am contemplating a union between Yuejian and Gu Han. The Gu family is poised for a formidable rise, with Gu Han playing an indispensable role, not to mention his exceptional talent. This mere Black Meteor City cannot confine him. But does Gu Han even hold interest in Yuejian? The woman frowned slightly, clearly grasping the crux of the matter. Given that Gu Han sought to see Yuejian, it was evident they had some private correspondence. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. She was mildly taken aback. Su Guanan was notorious for being a devoted father, deeply cherishing his daughter, and for him to utter such words indicated his regard for Gu Han. Su Guanan turned to a servant and instructed, have Master Zhang personally prepare lunch. And also retrieve my bottle of 30-year-old peach blossom brew. I wish to indulge in a drink with young friend Gu. In Su Yuejian's courtyard, a large chrysalis had appeared in the center, its hue a striking azure. This was Su Yuejian's demon butterfly. Watching the successful evolution of the demon butterfly, Su Yuejian's interest in Gu Han grew ever more intense. Gu Han, are you a breeder? How did you come to know of this evolution method? Did your tiger evolve as well? Can you teach me? I would be honored to become your disciple. Gu Han rubbed his forehead and chuckled. Su Yuejian was rather charming when silent, though her loquaciousness was a pity. I stumbled upon some fortunate opportunities. If I were to say, I am but a half-hearted breeder. Gu Han scratched his nose, speaking nonchalantly. Just as Su Yuejian was about to inquire further, a servant announced from outside, Miss. The city lord requests your presence for lunch with young Master Gu. Ah, it is time to eat. Come on. Gu Han interrupted Su Yuejian, gently pulling her along. Upon reaching the main hall, Su Guannan and Jiang Yuan were already waiting. Gu Han and Su Yuejian entered together. Exuding an aura akin to a golden boy and jade girl, Jiang Yuan tilted her head towards Su Guannan, remarking, look at these two, they are quite the match. Su Guannan nodded in agreement. Gu Han now stood nearly 6 feet tall, his physique muscular and robust, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Su Yuejian, slightly older than Gu Han, stood over 5'7", her white gown enhancing her ethereal presence. As everyone took their seats, Su Guannan raised a jug, exclaiming, young friend Gu, this is 30-year-old peach blossom brew, which I rarely indulge in. Today, however, since you are here, I shall make an exception. Gu Han quickly interjected. City Lord Su, you are too kind. As an elder, how can you serve me? If you do not mind, please call me Xiao Han. Accepting the jug, he poured a cup for Su Guannan. Su Guannan grew increasingly fond of this young man. Then do not call me City Lord Su. I am of the same generation as your father, so call me Su Uncle. Then it would be my honor to comply. After several rounds of toasts and dishes, Gu Han found himself slightly tipsy. The effects of the wine were akin to second-grade spiritual materials, and he did not deliberately suppress the alcohol's influence. Noticing the moment was ripe, Su Guannan inquired, what are your plans moving forward, Xiao Han? With your remarkable prowess, remaining in Black Meteor City would be a mere squandering of your prodigious talent. Gu Han, adopting a more serious demeanor, remarked, I intend to cultivate for a while longer before embarking on a journey across the continent. Indeed, Su Guannan replied, it is commendable for young people to wish to explore the world. However, the outside realm is fraught with peril. One must be vigilant against dangers beyond just spirit beasts. Though your strength may be considerable within Black Meteor City, you may find it challenging to protect yourself in other territories. He then shifted the conversation, pondering aloud. I wonder if you, Xiao Han, have heard of the Thunderbolt Academy? Gu Han contemplated for a moment before responding, I have heard a bit about it. Within the Xuantian Continent, there exist numerous influential families and sects, among which are several transcendent powers. The Thunderbolt Academy is one of them. It has a long-standing history, said to have been founded by a saint-level Beastmaster. Unlike Black Meteor Sect, the Thunderbolt Academy focuses solely on education, aiming to cultivate ordinary individuals into formidable warriors. A millennium ago, the Xuantian Continent was not as peaceful as it is today. At that time, spirit beasts were regarded as ferocious creatures, rampaging unchecked and exhibiting extreme savagery, leading to mutual bloodshed between humans and these beasts as they fought for survival. The Thunderbolt Academy emerged in response to this chaos, nurturing numerous strong individuals to fend off the spirit beasts. Although the Academy may not possess the same grandeur as in days of yore, it remains a revered pilgrimage site for many Beastmasters. Perhaps Xiao Han should consider furthering his studies at the Thunderbolt Academy. It would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. Upon hearing Su Guannan's suggestion, Gu Han felt a stir of interest. It sounded akin to a university on Blue Star, and revisiting such an experience could be quite enriching. The Thunderbolt Academy requires that only intermediate Beastmasters under the age of 20 may partake in their assessments. Those who succeed are granted the status of disciples. Su Guannan then turned to Su Yuejian, asking, Yuejian, would you be willing to attend the Thunderbolt Academy? While enjoying her meal, Su Yuejian looked puzzled at Su Guannan's words. Didn't he father just say that only intermediate Beastmasters under 20 could participate? Jiang Yuan, nearby, sighed softly and replied, actually, your grandfather is an elder at the Thunderbolt Academy. When he severed ties with the family in a fit of anger, he left to teach at the academy. Given your grandfather's status, it would not be difficult for you to gain direct admission. Su Yuejian, having only met her grandfather once in her childhood, was astonished to learn that the amiable old man was an elder of the Thunderbolt Academy. Su Guannan continued, however, you must consider carefully. Half of the continent's geniuses will gather there. Can you withstand the pressure? Su Guannan had his reasons for concern. He was aware that Gu Han had assisted his daughter in evolving her beast, providing her with a degree of self-defense. Moreover, if Guhan were to accompany them, they would have each other as support. Sui Wejian glanced at Guhan, recognizing that with his strength, he would undoubtedly pass the assessment with ease. Gritting her teeth, she declared with determination, I am willing to go. Excellent. Truly, you are my daughter. Xiaohan, I will rely on you to look after Yuejian henceforth. Rest assured, uncle. I shall protect Yuejian with all my might. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the gathering came to an end. Guhan bid farewell to Su Guannan and departed. As the selection for the Thunderbolt Academy was set to commence in approximately a month. Before leaving, the two agreed to set out in 5 days' time for the academy. Upon returning to his family estate, Guhan made his way directly to Gu Qianyu's courtyard, discussing his plans to attend the Thunderbolt Academy. Gu Qianyu had indeed heard of the academy and expressed his admiration for his grandson's talents, remarking that he was like an eagle destined to soar high, and that such a small place as Black Meteor City could hardly confine him. After giving Guhan a few words of encouragement, he sent him on his way. Back in his courtyard, Guhan, with time to spare, resumed his training in the spirit summoning technique. Thus, he enjoyed 5 rare days of tranquil cultivation. On the 6th day, in the early morning, Guhan packed his belongings into a spatial ring. During the past few days, he had ventured into a secret realm to transfer some resources from the family treasury into his spatial ring. Furthermore, the Thunder Dragon had successfully advanced to the 1st tier, while the Nether Spirit Snake remained at the 7th tier, though it was not far from reaching the 8th. As Guhan stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Gu Qianyu waiting for him beneath a pavilion. Guhan was momentarily taken aback, as he had intended to visit his grandfather before his departure, not expecting Gu Qianyu to arrive first. The Thunderbolt Academy is not like Black Meteor City. Once you arrive there, you will truly be isolated and unsupported. Young people must often learn to adapt. Remember, a genius is merely a genius before they have matured, and life is of utmost importance. This normally stern elder now spoke with the same concern as any other grandfather. Guhan was surprised to discover his usually taciturn grandfather could be so verbose. And he smiled, replying, I will heed grandfather's teachings. Afterward, Gu Qianyu tossed him a spatial ring. Guhan instinctively caught it, initially intending to decline, but Gu Qianyu insisted. Take it. It is merely a token from your grandfather. Guhan smiled wryly, gazing at the ring, feeling a deep emotional tug within. He then produced another ring, chuckling. It seems we are indeed cut from the same cloth, both wishing to go together. He placed the ring in Gu Qianyu's hand, then knelt down and bowed 3 times before rising and departing without looking back. This mischievous boy, Gu Qianyu watched his grandson's retreating figure, feeling a lump in his throat. He then probed into the ring, discovering it contained several million lower-grade spirit stones, piled high with various spiritual materials. Nearby, 3 spirit beast eggs radiated a thick aura of vitality. Gu Qianyu murmured to himself, this lad, has he perhaps pilfered from someone else's hoard? Chapter 24, Departure to the Thunderbolt Academy. Before the gates of the City Lord's mansion, several second-tier ironback griffin were quietly sprawled on the ground. As Guhan arrived at the City Lord's gates, Sui Wejian bounced out to greet him. Guhan, are you nervous about going to the Thunderbolt Academy? Sui Wejian was always chatty in Guhan's presence. Before long, Su Guannan emerged as well. Xiaohan, have you settled everything at home? This trip will likely keep you away for a while. Rest assured, I will look after the Gu family in your absence. Thank you, Uncle Su, Guhan replied. Bowing respectfully, let us be off. I will take you there. I will return once your assessments are complete. With that, Su Guannan led Guhan, Sui Wejian, and a retinue of servants aboard the Ironback Griffin, exiting the city and heading southward. The Xuantian Continent is vast beyond measure, divided into 4 great empires that occupy its corners. Black Meteor City, where Guhan resides, falls under the jurisdiction of the Tunglong Empire. The other 3 empires are the Ryu Empire, the Xinyue Empire, and the Nanfeng Empire. Numerous smaller nations cluster around these great powers, struggling to survive in the interstices. Black Meteor City is a small city within the Chizhou region of the Tunglong Empire, and there are thousands of such small cities throughout Chizhou, which lies at the northernmost point of the Tunglong Empire. The destination for Guhan and his companions is Yunzhou, which borders Chizhou and serves as the capital of the Tunglong Empire. As they traveled on the Ironback Griffin, the journey was slow but steady, as the creature possessed great endurance, allowing it to fly longer distances. They traversed for about 20 days, stopping intermittently, before finally reaching Longcheng in Yunzhou. The capital of the Tunglong Empire, Longcheng, spans a vast area, divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city gates towered dozens of meters high, constructed from green bricks, stretching endlessly to the sides, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. To enter the city, a fee is required, 10 middle-grade spirit stones per person. As Guhan entered the city, everything proceeded smoothly. No ruffians blocked his path. He felt like a rustic bumpkin stepping into the metropolis, marveling at the rows of ancient buildings lining the streets. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his eye. A 7-story structure resembling a pagoda materialized before him. The architecture was exquisite and resplendent, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, gleaming with a golden brilliance. Each eave of the building soared upward at its corners, embellished with crystalline cores. Although these cores were of the first and second tier, their abundance cloaked the entire edifice, a testament to immense resources. Prominently displayed on the plaque at the center of this tower was the inscription, Saint Treasure Pavilion. Black Meteor City also housed a Saint Treasure Pavilion, and upon reflection, the architectural style bore similarities. However, the scale of the one in Black Meteor City paled in comparison to this grand establishment. This was likely the headquarters of the Saint Treasure Pavilion. As Guhan and his companions were outsiders, they were relegated to accommodations in the outer city. Xuantian, evidently aware of this, led Guhan and the group directly to an inn. The Thunderbolt Academy was situated in the southeastern corner of the inner city, and on the day of the Academy's assessments, the inner city's barriers would be lifted, allowing anyone to enter without obstruction. At the heart of the inner city lay the Imperial Palace, a forbidden realm for commoners. This world was inherently feudal, steeped in a brutal hierarchy where the strong preyed upon the weak, with social strata firmly established that underscored the significance of power. Were one to be a saint-level Beastmaster, the ruler of the Tunglong Empire would undoubtedly open the palace gates wide, extending a cordial welcome and going to great lengths to court such an individual. As Guhan busied himself in his room, preparing his belongings, a knock at the door broke his concentration. Guhan, are you ready? Let us go out and explore. We'll be staying here from now on, so we should familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Su Yuejian's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Guhan recognized the validity of her suggestion, though it was clear her eagerness stemmed more from the prospect of leisure than mere acclimatization. A grin spread across his face. Sounds good, I'll be right out. After a brief tidying up, Guhan stepped out with Su Yuejian. Having benefited from the contract's enhancement, Guhan now appeared even more striking, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, creating a striking visual impact. Su Yuejian, clad in a flowing white dress, appeared delicate beside him, evoking a strong protective instinct. As they strolled through the streets, they attracted numerous gazes. Guhan and Su Yuejian had long since grown accustomed to such attention, meandering aimlessly until they found themselves standing before the Saint Treasure Pavilion. Guhan harbored a keen interest in this organization. It was undoubtedly the wealthiest faction around. Though the Saint Treasure Pavilion shunned conflict and focused solely on commerce, no other faction would dare underestimate its power. Let us take a look inside. Perhaps we might find some spiritual materials suitable for enhancing our beast's abilities, Guhan suggested to Su Yuejian. She readily agreed. As they stepped into the Saint Treasure Pavilion, a young woman in uniform approached them. Hello, young masters and mistresses. I am a staff member of the Saint Treasure Pavilion. My name is Duwan. How may I assist you? Her voice was sweet and pleasant, devoid of any annoyance. We're just browsing, hoping to find materials that can elevate our beast's levels. Guhan replied casually. If I may inquire, what tier of materials are you seeking? Duwan asked. 3rd tier, I suppose, Guhan replied, scratching his nose. Please follow me. She gestured, leading them to the 3rd floor, where shelves brimmed with an array of products encased in glass to preserve their potency. Feel free to look around. You can attend to your duties, and we'll call for you if needed, Guhan said. After Duwan nodded and departed, he gazed at the vast assortment of spiritual materials, struck by the pavilion's opulence. Browse to your heart's content. Anything you desire, I shall purchase, Guhan declared generously to Su Yuejian. Really? Then I shall not hold back, she replied, and they parted ways to seek materials suited to their beasts. Despite the countless materials housed within Guhan's secret treasury, no one could ever have too many. Moreover, his 3 little companions possessed increasingly unique attributes and exceptional bloodlines, making it inevitable that some materials were absent from his collection. As he surveyed the various materials, he couldn't help but swallow hard. How wonderful it would be if all of this were mine, he mused, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, and diligently began selecting materials. 4 rock flowers, jade marrow mushrooms, twin lotus blossoms. Just as Guhan was engrossed in his selection, he heard a voice rise above the clamor. I do not wish to know you. I simply want to shop in peace. Please do not disturb me. It was Su Yuejian's voice. Guhan furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy. It was indeed vexing to encounter such insolence so soon after arriving in Dragon City. He halted his actions and strode directly to where Su Yuejian stood. The 3rd floor of the Saint Treasure Pavilion was vast, catering to a broader clientele seeking 3rd-tier materials. A rotund figure, extravagantly dressed yet exceedingly corpulent, stumbled through the aisles, flanked by several lackeys. His gaze roamed freely until it settled on a fair maiden in a white dress. A nearby attendant, discerning his intent, spoke up. "Young master? Let us go take a look," the rotund man leered. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Guhan hastened to Xuantian's side, dismayed to find her accosted by someone's unwanted attention. He approached swiftly, his eyes narrowing with a cold fury. "We have no interest in making your acquaintance, nor do we care about the influence behind you. Should you continue to harass us, do not blame me for being impolite." Initially taken aback by Guhan's sudden appearance, the rotund man quickly regained his composure, indignation flashing across his face. "Who do you think you are, country bumpkin? I'm in a good mood today, so be gone, or you'll find yourself speaking to me on your knees shortly." As he spoke, he pointed at Guhan, the flesh on his face jiggling menacingly. Just as the rotund man prepared to utter another insult, Guhan struck with the speed of lightning, closing the distance in a heartbeat and seizing the finger he had pointed. With a powerful motion, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the man crashing to the ground. Given the rotund man's considerable weight, the impact caused a slight tremor beneath them. Ouch! A cry of pain escaped the rotund man's lips. While the blow might not cripple him, it would certainly leave him in discomfort for days to come. "You lot, are you just going to watch your master being bullied? Hurry up," he shouted at his attendants. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. His entourage barely had time to react before their master was unceremoniously thrown aside. "You dare lay a hand on young Master Xing?" The foremost lackey howled, charging at Guhan alongside the others. "Pathetic fools." Guhan slowly raised his foot, then suddenly stepped forward. As he did, it felt as though a weighty force was unleashed, accompanied by a resounding thud. The ground quaked violently, as if a dragon was thrashing beneath the surface, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward from him. The group of attackers barely had time to react before they were sent sprawling to the ground by the force. "Useless. A pack of useless fools." The rotund man struggled to his feet, ready to chant a spell to summon his beast. Just then, a rhythmic sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the air. A group clad in uniforms appeared, led by an elderly gentleman. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Saint Treasure Pavilion?" The elder's voice boomed, suggesting he was a formidable Beastmaster in his own right. "Elder He, you have finally arrived. It is this country bumpkin who recklessly laid hands on me without discernment. You must impart a fitting punishment upon him to ensure he remembers this lesson." The rotund figure limped towards Elder He, his face contorted with malice as he glared at Guhan. "Huh, it was you who first laid hands upon me and spoke with such insolence." Guhan merely retaliated. Xuantian stood before Guhan, her small face puffed up in indignation, akin to a hen protecting her chicks. "Young Master Xing?" The elder's expression tightened. He certainly recognized this individual, Xing Jianzhong, the son of the Prime Minister of the Daylight Empire. Currently, the Daylight Empire was at its zenith, with nobles and ministers wielding immense power. However, the elder was also acutely aware of this chubby fellow's character and grasped the unfolding situation. Although Xing Jianzhong was at fault initially, it was indeed the young man who struck first, and given Xing Jianzhong's standing, the elder had to handle the matter with caution. The Sacred Treasure Pavilion has always prided itself on fairness, and at this moment, He Ling found himself in a difficult position. Just as he grappled with this quandary, a familiar voice reached his ears. After a moment of surprise, he nodded slightly. "Please escort young Master Xing out." Upon hearing this, Xing Jianzhong looked at He Ling in shock, incredulity etched on his face. "Elder He, have you made a mistake? I was the one who was attacked." "I He. Always consider the consequences of my actions." "Very well, He Ling. Very well, Sacred Treasure Pavilion. You will pay for this." Enraged, Xing Jianzhong trembled with fury. "Boy, you are likely participating in the recruitment selection for the Thunder Academy, aren't you? Do not fall into my hands, otherwise you shall suffer greatly." With that ominous remark, Xing Jianzhong turned on his heel and departed. Guhan expressed his gratitude to Elder He. "No need for thanks, my young friend. I am merely acting under orders." "Orders? Whose orders? You are unaware? Then I shall refrain from further elaboration. In due time, you will come to understand." Guhan pondered for a moment, but could not deduce the answer, as he had no prior association with the Sacred Treasure Pavilion. Shaking his head, he chose to set the matter aside, and, after paying for the spiritual materials he had set his eyes upon, he took his leave. As he exited the grand doors of the Sacred Treasure Pavilion, Guhan glanced back at the imposing structure, murmuring to himself, "Who could it be?" Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Guhan, He Ling ascended to a private chamber on the 5th floor, where a woman was leisurely sipping tea. It was Du Lingxi. In the past, during Guhan's visit to the Sacred Treasure Pavilion in Black Meteor City to sell spiritual materials, Du Lingxi had already taken note of him. At that time, Du Lingxi had been dispatched by her father to a remote area for training, seeking potential Beastmasters to cultivate. Du Lingxi had not been in haste to recruit Guhan, for he was the first individual she could not decipher, indicating that he possessed either great fortune or was shielded by a formidable power that obscured his destiny. Either possibility warranted her attention. However, Du Lingxi did not linger long. After notifying Manager Wu, she departed. Not long after, she learned of Gu Han's exploits, achieving the rank of Intermediate Beastmaster before the age of 18 and assisting his family in annihilating the Liu clan. This confirmed that Gu Han was indeed a person of exceptional fortune. This was also the reason Elder he had treated Gu Han with such courtesy. Knock, knock. Come in. Miss, is this Gu Han the new prodigy you have sought? He Ling inquired with curiosity. Indeed, after my assessment, it is indisputable that Gu Han carries tremendous fortune. Should we begin preparations to make contact with him? There is no need to be overly deliberate. Let it happen naturally. Such a person is unlike those we have encountered before. Winning him over will be quite challenging, so establishing a good rapport is sufficient. Very well. Du Lingxi waved her hand, and the old servant took his leave. Du Lingxi turned her gaze towards the window, just in time to catch a glimpse of Gu Han on the road. Let me see what brilliance you will display at the Thunder Academy. On the way, Gu Han remarked to Su Yuejian. You are now an intermediate Beastmaster, correct? Su Yuejian paused for a moment before nodding. Thanks to you. My devouring demon butterfly has evolved into a colorful poison butterfly. After much accumulation, I have reached the 5th stage of the first tier. I am currently at the 4th stage of the intermediate rank. Gu Han mused that perhaps her youthful impulsiveness, acting solely on her feelings without regard for consequences, might win a young lady's heart more effectively. Feigning ignorance of Su Yuejian's unusual demeanor, Gu Han continued, what do you plan to contract for your next beast? My father said I could consult my grandfather's opinion. He will help me find a beast of higher quality. I wish to push the poison attribute to its utmost. Upon hearing this, Gu Han nodded slightly. Initially, he had intended to gift Su Yuejian a suitable spirit beast egg, but since she could obtain one for free from her grandfather, he decided not to mention it again. After their return, both immersed themselves in their training and preparation for the upcoming assessments. Gu Han stored the spiritual materials he had purchased from the Sacred Treasure Pavilion in his spatial ring. Although Su Yuejian did not need to participate in the assessments, the academy would still conduct evaluations for those who had taken shortcuts. Days later, Gu Han sat cross-legged in his room, practicing the spirit summoning technique. A vibrant surge of spiritual power flowed around him, and soon, the sound of bells echoed throughout Dragon City. Gradually, the spiritual energy surrounding Gu Han receded like a tide, returning to his sea of consciousness. Opening his eyes, Gu Han murmured, the assessment is about to begin. Chapter 26, Re-entering the Secret Realm. Emerging from his room, Gu Han encountered Su Guannan and Su Yuejian, who were also stepping out. Xiaohan, are you ready? This time, it all hinges on you. There should be no issues. Gu Han scratched his head modestly. I will accompany you. I will take Yuejian to find her grandfather, while you can focus on the academy's assessment. Su Guannan waved his hand, and the group made their way out of the inn, heading straight for the inner city. The outer city was bustling with excitement, with throngs of people gathering, whether or not they could participate in the assessment. At the entrance to the inner city, a disciplined army stood silently at either side of the grand gates. Even their mere presence exuded a suffocating aura of bloodlust. This was undoubtedly a formidable force. Gu Han and his companions spent nearly 2 hours merely queuing to enter the inner city. Without needing further guidance, they followed the crowd directly to their destination. Before them lay a vast square, pulsating with energy. In the center stood a statue of an elder, beneath which coiled a massive dragon. This was the founder of the Thunder Academy. Upon their arrival, Gu Han and the others found no place to set foot. After waiting for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, an elder clad in black robes tore through space, appearing in the square. Hiss! He walks upon the void. He must be at least a heavenly level powerhouse, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Silence! A voice, ancient yet powerful, resonated through the air, clear enough for the thousands gathered in the square to hear. I am surnamed Chui, the host of this assessment. Now, any unrelated personnel, or those who do not meet the Academy's assessment criteria, please leave immediately. As the elder finished speaking, some began to depart. Most of those remaining were parents bidding farewell, or ordinary people eager to witness the spectacle. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Xiaohan, with your prowess. Passing the assessment should be a piece of cake. Have no worries. Su Guannan did not leave immediately, but exchanged a few casual words with Gu Han. Do your best. Gu Han, I will be waiting for you at the academy. Su Yuejian waved her small, delicate fist, cheering him on. Rest assured, I will give my all. Gu Han replied confidently. Moments later, the vast square had quieted considerably. Gu Han scanned the area and estimated that around 2,000 participants remained. From Su Guannan, it was revealed that the Tianlei Academy enrolls only 300 individuals each year, rendering the elimination rate rather formidable. With the grounds cleared, the assessment was set to commence. Upon finishing his words, He retrieved a token from his spatial ring and performed a hand seal, causing a portal to gradually open. This was a unique secret realm belonging to Tianlei Academy, and the assessment's requirements were straightforward. Enter the secret realm, hunt spirit beasts, collect their crystal cores, and gather spiritual materials. The more materials and cores one procures within 10 days, the higher their ranking. Only the top 300 would gain admission. This ranking would directly influence the allocation of resources post-admission. With a wave of his hand, a plethora of jade stones accurately landed in each participant's hands. These were one-time boundary-breaking stones. Should one encounter life-threatening peril, they could crush the stone to be teleported out. However, the timing of their exit would also determine the final score. If danger struck and the teleportation was delayed, one could indeed perish within the secret realm. If anyone wished to withdraw now, they still had the opportunity. Additionally, I must caution you that the spirit beasts within the secret realm bear the Academy's special insignia, and any attempts at cheating will result in immediate disqualification. At that moment, a voice rang out from below. May I ask Elder Chui, is it permissible to seize others' crystal cores and materials within the secret realm? The crowd turned to see a young man with an audacious demeanor and a somewhat androgynous complexion, surrounded by dozens of followers who flocked to him like moths to a flame. Guhan naturally glanced over and recognized a familiar face among the crowd, Xing Jinhua, whom he had previously bested at the Holy Treasure Pavilion. This individual was the son of a chancellor from the Dayo Empire. Yet the speaking youth evidently held a higher status, likely a prince or something akin to it. The reputation of Tianlei Academy was indeed well-deserved, attracting prodigies from across the continent. Guhan swiftly deduced the identity of the audacious youth. Elder Chui chuckled mockingly, replying, certainly, as long as you possess the capability. Instantly, the square erupted in a cacophony of chatter. How can that be? I must fend off others while battling spirit beasts? Do you think Tianlei Academy cultivates children? The world of beast taming is inherently survival of the fittest. Opinions clashed, leading to a heated debate. Silence. Today, you shall learn your first lesson. In the world of beast taming, strength is the paramount rule. Enter the secret realm. Without further concern for the crowd's discourse, Elder Chui issued the command, and the assessment officially began. The participants ceased their conversations and entered the secret realm, familiar faces pairing up for mutual support. Given the unknown dangers ahead, clad in a black robe, Guhan stepped in alone. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself in the secret realm. Before him lay a valley, seemingly sculpted into a colossal basin, bordered by towering stone walls behind him and an endless expanse of dense forest ahead. Guhan promptly summoned the Flame Tiger, Thunder Dragon, and Mansashawa. Xuantian, maintain vigilance around us. Thunder, fly low to enhance visibility while avoiding airborne spirit beasts. Zhu. Attempt to communicate with the surrounding flora. We need to ascertain our general location. Guhan immediately assigned tasks to his 3 companions. The Flame Tiger had stabilized its realm, now at the 7th tier of the 2nd stage, while the Thunder Dragon had advanced to the 2nd tier, 2nd stage, and Mansashawa remained at the 9th stage of its juvenile form. Suddenly, a sound akin to a pig's squeal emanated from the nearby bushes. Guhan instantly became alert, and the Flame Tiger assumed a defensive stance, prepared for combat. With a crash, a crimson, bristly red-haired boar charged forth. Observing that it was merely a spirit beast at the initial stage of the 1st tier, Guhan relaxed. No need for concern. Zhu, this boar is yours. Confronting the creature with Mansashawa's 9th tier juvenile strength would be a breeze. The current Thunder Dragon, not even at the mid-2nd tier, could hardly serve as a warm-up. In fact, beasts of inferior bloodlines could not withstand the dragon's aura. Mansashawa leaped down from the Thunder Dragon and wobbled toward the red-haired boar, unaware of its own insignificance. The boar, driven by its bloodthirsty instincts, roared at Mansashawa in fury. However, Mansashawa found little interest in such a foe, with a swift strike of its blood thorns. It pierced through the boar's resilient skull, claiming its life instantly. Killed a 1st tier, 3rd stage spirit beast, red-haired boar. Reward, 1,462 exchange points. The thorns remained embedded, and after a few moments, the boar's body rapidly desiccated. Mansashawa absorbed the essence from the boar's remains. Bounding back to Guhan, Mansashawa shook its head, as if to complain about the boar's impure blood being unpalatable. The system prompt that had just sounded reminded Guhan that he still had over 600,000 exchange points in his system store. Guhan chuckled. I'll exchange some quality blood for you in the system store later. It's a pity I'm out of flame dragon blood, otherwise, it would have been perfect for you. Unfortunately, the flame dragon blood was exceedingly precious, and the store sold it in units of 5, which Guhan could not afford at present. It seemed he would have to hunt more spirit beasts to acquire exchange points. As Guhan pondered, several more oblivious red-haired boars charged toward him. His eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded his beasts to unleash their full power. Killed a first tier, 7th stage spirit beast, red-haired boar. Reward, 2,024 exchange points. Killed a second tier, 3rd stage spirit beast, red-haired boar. Reward, 3,512 exchange points. Killed a second tier, 9th stage spirit beast. Red-haired boar. Reward, 9,527 exchange points. Chapter 27, Spirit Treasures. On a hillside, dozens of individuals were seated, with a youth of androgynous appearance at the forefront. The very one who had posed the question before entering the secret realm. His expression was now grave, devoid of any trace of his previous audacity. I have received word that a spirit treasure is about to manifest within this secret realm, and Tianlei Academy has designated this place as the assessment site, the implications of which are self-evident. This spirit treasure is mine for the taking. Spirit treasures are born from the collective efforts of a secret realm over years, even decades. Each possesses remarkably unique effects. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in agreement. We shall assist the 7th prince in acquiring the spirit treasure. This individual was none other than Bai Li Mo, the 7th prince of the Dayo Empire. For this treasure hunt, you need only focus on 2 individuals, Zhao Jingyu from the Tengkong Empire and Gu Xingqian from the Nanfeng Empire. As for Nangong Wuqing of the Xingyue Empire, I shall personally intervene to thwart her. Now, let us disperse into smaller groups to gather spiritual materials and hunt spirit beasts. When the spirit treasure appears, we will signal with fireworks to convene at its location. Understood. The crowd dispersed. At that moment, a smirk of derision crept across Xing Jinjua's lips within the ranks. In a nearby cave, Mansushawa quietly soaked in a small blood pool, while Gu Han stood beside, observing. The flame tiger and thunder dragon guarded the entrance. Zhu, are you ready? Gu Han inquired. Mansushawa's leaves gently swayed in response. Subsequently, Gu Han produced a porcelain vial and poured its contents into the blood pool. Mansushawa eagerly absorbed the blood, its aura intensifying. Should anyone witness this scene, they might mistakenly believe it to be the act of a nefarious practitioner. The blood pool, a vivid crimson, was composed of the essence extracted from a high-tier spiritual beast recently hunted by the myriad creatures. In contrast, the vial that Gu Han poured into it contained the precious blood of the 4th-tier insect-type spiritual beast, the celestial ant, which he had exchanged for in the system's marketplace. Following the recent hunt, Gu Han now possessed over 100 first-tier crystal cores, dozens of second-tier ones, and a solitary 3rd-tier core. Additionally, he had fortuitously discovered a 3rd-grade spiritual material beside the 3rd-tier beast. Juvenile spiritual beasts form the foundation of the secret realm, and under normal circumstances, hunting beasts of the 1st tier or below within an open secret realm is strictly prohibited. Gurgling sounds echoed as the area around the Manjushawa flower shrank, while its stalk visibly thickened and the hue of its already red petals deepened to a more vibrant, dewy shade. Its aura gradually intensified, and at last, the barrier of its realm shattered with a resounding crash, unleashing a surge of pure energy that flowed back into Gu Han. He could distinctly feel his vitality becoming richer, his veins more robust, and the energy carried within his blood multiplying. His realm had ascended to the intermediate 5th stage. Clearly, the benefits bestowed upon Gu Han by the Manjushawa were far beyond a mere elevation in rank. Once everything was in order, Gu Han exited the cave, retracting the Manjushawa into his beast-raising space to solidify his cultivation and released the nether spirit serpent. The forest was also a paradise for serpents. Just as Gu Han was discerning his bearings, a startled cry rang out from behind him. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Turning to investigate, Gu Han beheld a massive, golden-hued pig rushing towards him. He recognized it as a rare spiritual beast known as the black gold pig. Upon its back, a somewhat disheveled, yet strikingly beautiful young girl clung to tufts of hair atop the pig's head, struggling to maintain her balance and prevent herself from falling. The black gold pig darted past Gu Han, leaving him scratching his head in bewilderment. As he prepared to move on, the ground suddenly trembled beneath him. Gu Han's expression paled as he slowly turned to look in the direction from which the girl had come. Surely, he couldn't be this unlucky. On the horizon, a multitude of spiritual beasts were frantically charging towards his location. What a calamity! Where did this beast tide come from? In a split second, Gu Han wrapped his arms around the swiftly approaching nether spirit serpent, leaping gracefully onto the back of the flame tiger, which was already poised for flight. Together with his 3 beasts, they made a hasty retreat. Before long, Gu Han caught up to the girl riding the black gold pig. Hey, what on earth is happening? Where did all these spiritual beasts come from? What did you say? The girl's voice was drowned out by the roars of the beasts behind them, indicating that she hadn't comprehended Gu Han's words. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Han leapt onto the back of the black gold pig. Its considerable size allowed both of them to easily stand atop it. The girl, clad in azure garments with bright, expressive eyes and long hair tied back, exuded an exquisite charm. Her delicate brows hinted at a captivating allure. As Guhan drew closer, he couldn't help but admire her beauty, thinking to himself, what a lovely young lady. Noticing Guhan's presence atop her beast, the girl's expression turned wary. She raised her small hand, revealing a sharp dagger that she brandished defensively. Judging by its appearance, it was at least a third-grade spiritual weapon. A little wealthy lady, indeed. Guhan, feeling somewhat helpless, took a few steps back and said, "Greetings, miss. My name is Guhan. I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about what has transpired to cause such a large-scale beast tide." Seeing Guhan's sincere demeanor and recognizing he did not appear menacing, the girl reluctantly sheathed her dagger. "Are you not aware? The secret realm's spiritual treasures are manifesting, awakening powerful spiritual beasts from their depths, which are now scouring the area in search of these treasures." Guhan was momentarily taken aback. He had certainly heard of spiritual treasures, which were extraordinary materials birthed by the power of the secret realm, consumable by both beasts and humans, with remarkable effects. This information was timely for him. He then clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you for sharing this intelligence, miss. I must take my leave." Just as Guhan was about to depart, the girl called out to him, "You said your name is Guhan. Are you the prince of the Southern Wind Empire?" Guhan's expression turned one of confusion. "What makes you say that?" The royal family of the Southern Wind Empire bore the surname Gu, and given that he too shared that surname in this realm, it was easy to draw such a conclusion. The girl responded brightly, "It's evident, considering you seem like a decent person." "Oh, I see, but I am not." Guhan replied, "By the way, could you guide me to my companions? We were just scattered by the beast tide." The girl looked at him with hopeful eyes. Observing her disheveled state coupled with her pitiful expression, Guhan felt unable to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, he consented. "All right. Please put away the black gold pig and ride my beast. It can outrun the beast tide behind us." Noticing the formidable tiger, the girl did not hesitate to comply and stowed away the black gold pig. Guhan then wrapped his arms around her waist and leapt back onto the back of the flame tiger. Feeling the warm male presence envelop her, a shyness washed over the girl, rendering her cheeks as red as apples. Guhan noticed her reaction and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you injured?" "No," she replied softly, clearly still taken aback. Guhan scratched his head, perplexed. "Little tiger, accelerate and shake them off." With that command, the flame tiger glowed with a cerulean light, its speed surging as it swiftly covered a distance of over 100 meters in mere moments. As they soared through the air, the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Guhan broke the silence. "May I know your name, fair lady? Where did you become separated from your companions?" The girl composed herself and replied, "I am Han Ling." Soon, they arrived at a lakeside where a waterfall cascaded down the cliff, continuously splashing into the lake below. The beast tide had long been left behind. The waterfall was serene, surrounded by lush vegetation, and the gentle sound of flowing water enhanced the tranquility of the environment. Having escaped the peril, Han Ling appeared more lively, bouncing towards the water's edge to play. She completely ignored Guhan, swiftly removing her shoes and socks to dip her feet in the pool. Her delicate, pale pink feet danced in the water, inspiring admiration in anyone who beheld her enchanting grace. However, Guhan remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, when suddenly his expression shifted as he turned to Han Ling, shouting, "Run!" Chapter 28. The Water Monster Beneath the Lake. With a thunderous roar, the placid lake erupted in tumultuous waves as a colossal python surged forth, its gaping maw aimed directly at Han Ling, caught off guard and horrified. Her face paled as she attempted to flee, but stumbled over some thorns, leaving her small feet bloodied. Just as the giant python was about to strike, Guhan intervened. With a devastating thunder strike, the thunder dragon unleashed a powerful bolt upon the python's abdomen. The beast recoiled in pain, turning its attention towards the thunder dragon, and inhaled deeply, unleashing a dark torrent of water aimed at it. With a swift motion, the thunder dragon spread its thunderous wings, evading the oncoming water attack. The torrent struck a nearby tree, causing it to emit smoke, and ultimately crashed to the ground. Ascending into the air, the thunder dragon began to gather its thunderous power, a massive claw-like shadow slowly materializing before it. The giant python, unwilling to concede defeat, raised its scales in defiance, shimmering with a violet hue, while a sphere of water formed in its mouth, continuously compressing itself. The energies of both combatants reached a critical juncture before they struck simultaneously. The claw of the thunder dragon collided with the maximally condensed water sphere, which appeared a deep, sinister black, suggesting it was laden with potent toxins. Hissing sounds erupted as the thunderous force relentlessly eroded the water sphere, giving rise to plumes of smoke. With a thunderous boom, an explosion resounded, clearing the smoke. At the center of the blast, a crater several meters in radius emerged, beneath which lay the battered form of the giant python. Its eyes vacant, and unable to lift its head despite its efforts. In a swift, decisive strike, the Thunder Dragon delivered the fatal blow. Kill confirmed. 3rd tier Spirit Beast. Water Demon Python. Reward: 10, 367 exchange points. Throughout this spectacle, Guhan refrained from intervening. He surmised that the Thunder Dragon's effortless victory over the 3rd tier Spirit Beast was merely a stroke of luck. Typically, giant pythons possess a faint trace of dragon lineage, and the thunder element conveniently counters the water element. It was a confluence of fortunate circumstances that led to this outcome. Had another 3rd tier Spirit Beast been present, the result would not have been so easily achieved. At that moment, in a hall within the academy, a plaque inscribed with the words Heavenly Thunder Pavilion hung prominently, exuding a sense of strength and profound mystery. Beneath the plaque were neatly arranged 4 rows of seats, each accompanied by a larger chair in front. Currently, the 4 seats at the forefront were vacant, while the remaining seats were filled with onlookers. They were the mentors welcoming the new students. Remarkable. The flow of battle was seamless, and the combat awareness displayed is truly exceptional. This young one has evidently cultivated a commendable bond with their beast, commented a beautiful woman seated in the back row of the 1st tier, her crimson lips parting slightly as she assessed the recent combat. Indeed, the bloodline quality of the Thunder Dragon is inherently high, and its combat instinct has been innate since birth. It would be more accurate to say this lad is fortunate to have forged a pact with such a powerful dragon beast, countered a somewhat effeminate middle-aged man seated in the 3rd row. Guyan, do not forget that the ability to contract a dragon beast at such a young age is a testament to one's prowess. The Thunder Dragon chose him for a reason, undoubtedly reflecting his extraordinary qualities. Besides, it is clear to all that this young one's mental prowess rivals that of a super Beastmaster. Interjected a middle-aged man occupying the foremost seat in the 1st row, drawing the attention and respect of all present. He was Xuantian, the esteemed Grand Mentor of the Combat Division at the Heavenly Thunder Academy, a figure of celestial strength. The woman who had spoken first was named Xiao, also a mentor in the Combat Division, while the man named Guyan was the mentor of the Flight Division. The Heavenly Thunder Academy is divided into 4 divisions: Combat, Flight, Defense, and Support, each led by a Grand Mentor, all of whom are celestial-level experts, with the Combat Division's Grand Mentor holding the highest authority. The Academy adopts a tailored approach to teaching, categorizing students based on their primary contracted beasts for targeted instruction. For instance, Hanling's contracted beast belongs to the Support Division. Now, let us continue to observe, Li Hanting stated. Meanwhile, Guhan retrieved the corpse of the python and gently approached Hanling, lifting her and placing her on a nearby stone. He swiftly tended to her wounds and carefully assisted her in putting on her shoes and socks. Hanling, clearly shaken by her near brush with death, wore a pale expression, unable to recover from the ordeal. You won't be able to walk for the next couple of days, Guhan remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanling seemed to snap back to reality and threw herself into his arms, weeping inconsolably. If it weren't for you, I would have just died, she exclaimed, her words punctuated by sobs. In truth, Hanling possessed protective artifacts, and even a dimensional stone, which would have prevented her demise. But there had been no time to utilize them in that perilous moment. Guhan gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's dead now. You're safe with me." After Guhan's comforting words, Hanling gradually calmed down. However, upon realizing she had thrown herself into his embrace, she quickly pulled away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she recalled how he had tended to her wounds before she had leaped into his arms. Guhan smacked his lips in confusion at Hanling's behavior. "Next time you throw yourself into my arms, you'll owe me a spirit stone," he teased her. "Humph, don't act so smug. I was the one at a disadvantage here," Hanling retorted, not willing to back down. Guhan's playful banter lifted Hanling's spirits significantly. "Now, we move on to the thrilling and exhilarating part," he announced. "What? Treasure hunting?" The girl looked puzzled. "Oh, you silly girl. That giant python was a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Its lair at the bottom of the lake must be filled with valuable items. After all that effort, we ought to reap some rewards." Hanling nodded along as Guhan spoke confidently. "Just stay here. I'll go down myself." With that, Guhan instructed the Flame Tiger and Thunder Dragon to guard Hanling and dove into the lake with the Shadow Serpent. Within a short span of time, he resurfaced, having thoroughly ransacked the python's den and retrieved everything of value. "Let us split it evenly," he proposed. "Is that appropriate? You were the one who killed it." She replied, "Not to worry. All who see shall share in the spoils. However, I shall keep that 3rd-tier spirit material I found. It's perfect for the Shadow Serpent." Guhan stated, having discovered a water attribute 3rd-tier material at the lake's bottom suitable for his beast. After organizing their findings, they set off once more. With the threat of beast tides no longer looming, they took their time on the journey, summoning their respective beasts to travel alongside them. "You aren't from the Tunglong Empire, are you?" Guhan inquired, engaging in light conversation with Han Ling. Actually, my home is in the Roland Kingdom. I'm a princess there. And I snuck out from the palace, Han Ling replied, sticking out her tongue. The Roland Kingdom, a small nation neighboring the Tunglong Empire, ruled by a saint-level Beastmaster. How intriguing. A princess, no wonder, Guhan mused. Han Ling exhibited a notable lack of survival instincts in the wild, especially considering the notorious difficulty of nurturing the black gold pig, a rare spirit beast. How do we find your companions now? Guhan asked, expressing his curiosity. Leave that to me, Han Ling replied confidently, opening her beast space from which a plump bee emerged. This is a golden-tailed bear bee. Guhan recognized the spirit beast. You have quite the discerning eye. It is said that the golden-tailed bear bee can release a nectar that only it can detect, making it an excellent tracking tool. Han Ling's contracted beasts are remarkably unique, he acknowledged. Although Han Ling was certainly not a match for Guhan, as her black gold pig was merely a mid-second-tier beast, and the golden-tailed bear bee was only a late first-tier, their special abilities were commendable. I left some of my bee's nectar with Sister Fan and the others. If we follow the bee, it will lead us to Sister Fan, Han Ling explained. All right. After saying a few encouraging words to the bee, Han Ling watched as it nodded and buzzed off with vigorous flapping of its wings. Little Tian, keep up with it. Finding the black gold pig too slow, Guhan mounted the flame tiger with Han Ling and sped off in the direction indicated by the bee. Chapter 29, Nangong Wuching. Sister Fan, where do you think little Ling has gone? This is driving me mad. The speaker is a tall woman of average beauty. Her long legs accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, which bestows an air of allure upon her otherwise unremarkable visage. Trailing behind her is a 9-colored deer. The woman referred to as Sister Fan wears a pair of spectacles and appears diminutive next to the young girl beside her. Her demeanor is calm, with a glimmer of wisdom reflected in her eyes, exuding the essence of an old scholar. Upon closer inspection, one can see a snow-white moth perched on her shoulder. If Guhan were to lay eyes on her, he would surely liken her to a female doctoral candidate. No matter, Sister Fan remarked as she adjusted her glasses, the items on Xiao Ling will suffice for self-defense, and her golden-tailed bee will quickly locate us. We should move in a limited vicinity to facilitate the bee's search. The first to speak, the girl named Yang Ningnian, is the princess of the Moonlight Kingdom. The individual referred to as Sister Fan is Fan Xingyao, the princess of the St. Luo Kingdom and the kingdom's foremost prodigy, particularly knowledgeable about beast taming. The Moonlight Kingdom, the St. Luo Kingdom, and the Roland Kingdom, where Han Ling resides, are neighboring realms that support one another, and the three have known each other since childhood due to political alliances, gradually becoming good sisters. Yang Ningnian, feeling disheartened, sits on a nearby stone, while the 9-colored deer gently pats her back in consolation. At that moment, the white moth on Fan Xingyao's shoulder flutters its wings, prompting her to exclaim joyfully to Yang Ningnian, my Tianshan snow moth has sensed the presence of the bee. Xiao Ling is nearby. Upon hearing this, Yang Ningnian immediately rises. Can your moth sense the direction? Let us hurry in that direction. After communicating with the Tianshan snow moth, Fan Xingyao replies, to the south. Let us ride my 9-colored deer and seek them out. Yang Ningnian grabs hold of Fan Xingyao as they mount the 9-colored deer and head south. Meanwhile, as Guhan and Fan Xingyao's group rushes towards each other, a figure stands quietly atop a mountain, seemingly merging with her surroundings. Clad in white, her icy blue eyes radiate a chilling aura, and her purple hair accentuates her unparalleled beauty. Yet, her face betrays no emotion. Her piercing gaze and frostbitten lips exuding an air of cold detachment, creating an impression of someone who keeps others at bay. She is Nangong Wuching, the universally acknowledged next empress of the Xingyue Empire. Nangong Wuching stands there for what feels like half a joss stick's worth of time when a sound akin to a phoenix's cry resonates. And a massive azure bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters descends beside her. As she slightly parts her lips, a chilling voice emerges, Qing Wan. Have you made any discoveries? The Qing Wan chatters incessantly about the various spirit beast factions within the secret realm, all preparing for the impending emergence of spiritual treasures. It even reports witnessing 2 peak 4th-tier spirit beasts engaged in combat. You say you saw a couple, and that the male, with a 1st-tier beast, managed to slay a 3rd-tier water magic giant python? It seems I have underestimated this so-called genius of the continent. Nangong Wuching muses, her brow furrowing slightly. Since Qing Wan does not recognize them, they cannot be from the Riyao Empire. Since becoming a Beastmaster, Nangong Wuching has continuously challenged the so-called geniuses, not only from the Xingyue Empire, but also from the Riyao Empire, where she has defeated many, including the formidable by Li Mo Qing Wan. Continue your patrol and notify me immediately should any significant news arise. With that, Nangong Wuching resumes her quiet observation of the scenery below. Faster, faster. Han Ling cries out atop the back of a blazing tiger. Guhan, exasperated, retorts, "Wasn't it you who screamed for your mother when Xuantian accelerated just now?" Han Ling shoots him an indignant glare. "I can sense Sister Fan's Tianshan snow moth. We will find them soon." After sprinting at full speed for a while, Guhan spots a deer approaching in the distance. "Sister Fan, Ningjia, over here." "I'm right here," Han Ling shouts excitedly from atop the blazing tiger. Guhan quickly steadies Han Miao, casting an admonishing glance. "Aren't you being a bit too conspicuous? You might attract spirit beasts." With a pout, Han Ling falls silent, her expression one of feigned innocence. In mere moments, the two groups converge. "Sister Fan, Ningjia." Han Ling can no longer contain her emotions and throws herself into the embrace of the two women, sobbing uncontrollably. Unlike the others, Han Ling grew up in the palace, cherished by her parents, and is somewhat naive. Listening to their aspirations for the Thunder Academy, she secretly followed them out of the palace, leaving her home behind to attend the academy. Yang Mingnian gently pats Han Miao's back. There, Xiao Ling, we are all here now. Everything is all right." Fan Xingyao turns to Guhan. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Ling. We will remember this favor." Guhan responds with a faint smile. "It was merely a trivial matter. For you, it may be trivial, but for us, it holds great significance," Yang Ningnian interjects. "Well then, since we have safely arrived, I must take my leave." "Guhan, are you leaving already?" Han Ling looks at him with reluctance. "All gatherings in the world must eventually come to an end. I wish to explore the depths of the secret realm, and it would be too perilous for you to accompany me." "Very well then." Han Ling gazes longingly at Guhan. "Ladies, we shall meet again at the academy." Guhan bows to the three women and prepares to depart. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupts from behind. A rotund figure approaches, flanked by dozens of followers, encircling Guhan and his companions. "It's you." Guhan's expression turns cold as he recalls this individual. "Allow me to introduce myself, kid. Pay close attention. I am Xing Jinjua, the son of the Prime Minister of the Riyao Empire." He fixes his gaze on Guhan. "You're in my grasp now." Xing Jinjua's eyes then drift to the three women behind Guhan, lingering momentarily on Yang Ningnian's long legs. "You're quite fortunate, kid. The one from Shengbao Zhai is a gem, and these three are not lacking either." As he stares at the three women, his already small eyes narrow further, and his jowls jiggle grotesquely as he speaks, giving him an especially sinister appearance. "You are shameless," Han Ling retorts, her neck craned defiantly at Xing Jinjua. Fan Xingyao adjusts her glasses and remarks, "Xing En, the Prime Minister of the Riyao Empire, is indeed a formidable ruler. How could he father such a pitiful son?" Yang Ningnian's eyes blaze with fury, as if ready to devour him whole at any moment. Guhan, having just experienced being insulted for the first time since his arrival in this world, finds the situation oddly refreshing. "Enough with the idle chatter. Whatever skills you possess, Guhan, will accept your challenge." "Good. Everyone charge." As soon as Xing Jinjua's order is given, the dozen or so individuals behind him open their beast taming spaces, unleashing their spirit beasts. These individuals are Xing Jinjua's entourage from the Prime Minister's residence, meticulously trained since childhood and meeting the admission standards of the Thunder Academy. Instantly, multiple second-tier spirit beasts surround the three women, leaving no room for escape. The strongest among them reaches the 5th stage of the second tier. This is troublesome. Fan Xingyao, usually composed, furrows her brow as she contemplates how to break the impasse. The 9-colored deer silently positions itself protectively behind Yang Ningnian, while Han Ling clutches Guhan's sleeve. Her face pale, clearly terrified by the unfolding situation. Guhan yawns and mutters, "Just a bunch of clowns." As soon as the words leave his lips, the beast taming spaces burst open. The flame tiger, engulfed in flames, unleashed a torrent of fire, carving the battlefield and ensnaring 6 spirit beasts, among them the second tier. 5th stage purple phantom wolf. The thunder dragon ascended, confronting the 3 remaining flying spirit beasts. Despite being merely a 1st tier, 2nd stage entity, the newly emerged Manjusaka had become increasingly bloodthirsty. From its flower stalk, a dozen blood-red thorns shot forth, completely ensnaring the remaining spirit beasts. Occasionally, the thunder dragon would unleash a bolt of lightning from above, providing support to the Manjusaka. In this manner, with merely 3 spirit beasts dispatched by Guhan, he managed to contain and even dominate the onslaught of over a dozen second-tier spirit beasts. The 3 women observing this spectacle were equally astonished. Han Ling was aware of the strength of Guhan's dragon, but the ferocity of the flame tiger was beyond her expectations. She had only ridden it once. Even more intriguing to Han Ling was the magnificent flower, which, despite being a plant, emanated an extraordinarily pure and dense aura of bloodlust. It was evident that Guhan was not as simple as he appeared. Fan Xingyao had been observing since Guhan released his spirit beasts and soon arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Guhan's thunder dragon was likely of lordly quality. and the other two spirit beasts also belong to the ranks of kings. In the realm of spirit beasts, there exists an unwritten rule. Prior to reaching advanced stages, one's mental strength is insufficient to contract lordly quality spirit beasts. Some with even weaker soul power cannot contract even king quality ones. Given that all three of Guhan's spirit beasts were above king quality, it was clear that his soul power was formidable. Guhan's soul power was intrinsically that of two individuals, and after being refined through the heavenly ladder, although it still fell within the advanced category, its quality was no less than that of a super Beastmaster. Guhan, hailing from the Southwind Empire, the prince? Fan Xingyao inquired, turning to Han Ling. No. I asked him. He claims to be a native of the Tunglong Empire, Han Ling replied, shaking her head. Fan Xingyao nodded, no longer harboring doubts. Chapter 30. Sparring. As Guhan observed the battlefield expanding, he furrowed his brow and declared, enough with the games, let us conclude this swiftly. Upon hearing this, the three beasts unleashed their true prowess. The Flame Tiger released a strand of breaking cloud's three azure flames, which coiled around the spirit beasts like a parasitic worm. The second tier, second stage Azure Demon Bull was the first to falter, collapsing with a thud. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air as one by one the spirit beasts succumbed. Xing Jinzhua, witnessing the collapse of his spirit beasts, gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Guhan. Astonished by the strength of this young man's spirit beasts, the Thunder Dragon executed the Thunder Wings technique, exponentially increasing its speed, swiftly bringing down the three remaining spirit beasts. The Manjusaka wielded its blood-red thorns, ready to pierce the limbs of any spirit beast that presented an opportunity. Unfortunately, hunting spirit beasts was prohibited within the secret realm, otherwise, it would have been an extraordinary bounty. Xing Jinzhua, outwardly fierce yet trembling inwardly with anger, suddenly focused his gaze and nodded sharply. Unbeknownst to him, a small, agile mouse had silently approached Guhan's back. Its realm was not high, merely mid-stage first tier, yet it was astonishingly swift. The mouse was pitch black and diminutive, yet its claws were disproportionately large, creating a striking contrast. Just as the massive claws were about to tear into the back of Guhan's head, he propelled himself forward, covering a distance of over 100 meters in a breath's time, his blue shoes glimmering faintly. At that moment, the mouse's movement abruptly halted, and it began to writhe in agony, clutching its head and rolling on the ground. From Guhan's sleeve emerged a fox, which perched itself on his shoulder. The rapidity of these events left the onlookers bewildered, as they barely registered the mouse's appearance before it began its frantic rolling on the ground. Xing Jinzhua experienced a sharp pain in his head, the shock to his soul causing him to emit a groan. I will have you dead. Xing Jinzhua, pale-faced, fixed a furious stare at Guhan. The second tier, fifth stage purple phantom wolf, his primary combat spirit beast, was currently struggling within the fire circle created by the flame tiger. With a resounding crash, 6 spirit beasts were hurled from the grasp of the flame tiger, barely clinging to life. The remaining spirit beasts, under the relentless assault of the Thunder Dragon and the Manjusaka, lost all combat capability. Guhan slowly approached Xing Jinzhua and calmly inquired, will you take action yourself, or shall I assist you? Xing Jinzhua, appearing fierce but inwardly trembling, retorted, don't get cocky, kid. I have my ways once I'm out of here. Noisy. Guhan waved his hand, and a fireball from the flame tiger shot towards him. Upon contact, the boundary break stone was activated, sending his purple phantom wolf away. Guhan then turned to the others and asked, what about you? Do you need my assistance? The crowd glanced at one another, then retrieved their barely conscious spirit beasts, shattering the boundary break stones to escape. Once the dust settled, Guhan regarded the 3 women, still in a daze. Hey, you can't be serious. Guhan, you're truly monstrous. We're definitely sticking close to you from now on, Yang Ning declared boldly. All right, once we reach the academy, I'll look after you. But for now, we must part ways. Waving goodbye, Guhan mounted the flame tiger and gradually vanished into the woods. On a steep hillside, 2 young men were at an impasse. Zhao Jingyu, the youth in the yellow robe, with rosy lips and white teeth, spoke first. Indeed, and you must be Gu Xingqian. The young man in the black robe, exuding righteousness, responded. So, are we still going to fight? Gu Xingqian raised an eyebrow. Beside Gu Xingqian stood a towering diamond mammoth, while Zhao Jingyu had a 3-headed Jiao, both exuding comparable auras. Forget it, fighting won't yield any results. Let us wait until the spiritual treasures manifest, and then decide. For now, let us avoid conflict. With that, Gu Xingqian mounted his diamond mammoth and leisurely departed. Within the Thunderbolt Pavilion, I knew those 2 wouldn't fight. By the way, that flame tiger of Guhan released true spirit beast companion fire just now. The forthright defense master Xiao Sun boomed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing nearby mentors to wince in pain. Though I'm equally astonished, there's no doubt that it was companion fire, Li Hanting remarked. Gazing at Guhan within the void mirror, his admiration evident. Meanwhile, Guhan encountered an unexpected visitor. After hearing Qing Wan's report, Nangong Wuqing was eager to challenge Guhan to a duel. The icy beauty approached Guhan directly, demanding an immediate spar. Guhan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nangong Wuqing. Having encountered many beautiful women, none compared to her. Her light blue eyes and purple hair accentuated her uniqueness, and her exquisitely crafted face radiated a powerful confidence that was far from off-putting, making her even more captivating. Guhan found himself momentarily entranced. Nevertheless, he firmly declined her request. Why not? Nangong Wuqing asked, puzzled. What benefit is there for me in sparring with you? Guhan countered. This. Nangong Wuqing was momentarily at a loss for words. What do you want? I can offer you a reward. Guhan's eyes twinkled mischievously as he replied. Then I want a spiritual treasure from the secret realm. Do you have one? Nangong Wuqing furrowed her brow. Are you toying with me? Guhan feigned innocence. Didn't you ask what I wanted? Fine, let us discuss this after the spiritual treasures manifest. Until then, goodbye. With a gentle leap, she alighted upon the back of the Azure Phoenix, vanishing into the horizon in mere moments. This girl possesses admirable qualities, albeit a penchant for conflict. Guhan scratched his head, dismissing such trivial thoughts, and proceeded deeper into the secret realm. Initially, Guhan had no specific objective. He merely intended to hunt spirit beasts and gather spiritual materials. However, as he ventured further into the depths of the secret realm, the ethereal spirit snake within his beast-controlling space conveyed to him a vague sense that a voice deep within the realm was beckoning him. Intrigued, Guhan resolved to investigate. After Nangong Wuqing's departure, the atmosphere grew markedly quieter, and any spirit beasts encountered along the way were effortlessly dispatched. Slay to Tier 2, Stage 9 Spirit Beast. The Three-Eyed Toad. Reward, 9,541 exchange points. Slay to Tier 1, Stage 8 Spirit Beast, the Scaled Horse. Reward, 2,545 exchange points. Slay to Tier 3, Stage 1 Spirit Beast, the Frenzied Ape. Reward, 10,945 exchange points. Having accumulated points over the past few days, Guhan finally experienced a monumental breakthrough, amassing a staggering total of approximately 2 million exchange points. As he journeyed deeper, the surrounding flora became increasingly lush, and Guhan discerned traces left by spirit beasts, suggesting the presence of higher-tier creatures nearby. The Thunderbolt Academy had designated the secret realm as an assessment site, ensuring that no overly powerful spirit beasts would be allowed entry. Tier 4 creatures were likely the highest to be found here. While Guhan surveyed his surroundings, attempting to ascertain his bearings, he sensed a sudden disturbance. He quickly retracted his spirit beasts and ascended a nearby tree, where the dense foliage concealed him perfectly. Shortly thereafter, a stone giant approached the very spot where Guhan had stood moments ago, atop which sat a girl with twin pigtails. She possessed a doll-like visage, yet her expression was grave, creating an intriguing contrast with her playful hairstyle. After a few moments of silence, the girl looked up at Guhan's hiding place and called out, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Chapter 31, The Mysterious Cave. Guhan leapt down directly before the girl. "I am Guhan. May I inquire your name?" he said, slightly cupping his fists in greeting. "Why are you following me?" the girl demanded, her face taut with seriousness. "Follow? I assure you, that was not my intent. I only just arrived and climbed the tree upon hearing commotion," Guhan replied earnestly. Upon meeting Guhan's sincere gaze, the girl's demeanor softened after a moment of contemplation. "Shiroying," she finally stated. You said your name is Shiroying?" Yes, she affirmed. Noticing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Guhan scratched his head and suggested, "Then let us part ways." "Very well," Shiroying responded, before mounting the stone giant and departing. "Is this really happening?" "No combat at all." Several instructors within the Thunderbolt Pavilion could not help but voice their dissatisfaction. "Is it so boring to merely watch without fighting? Did you all engage in battle upon meeting, as well?" "That would be foolish," an older instructor began to admonish the newly appointed mentors, many of whom had also been students at Thunderbolt Academy. Shiroying, could she be the granddaughter of the Stone Old Monster? The chief mentor of the support division, Luo Sheng, appeared to be in her 30s, her plain robe perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. It was said that her spirit beast was a rare divine wood type, possessing immense vitality, which allowed her to appear no older than 30 despite nearing 50. At this moment, she stood beside Li Hanting, inquiring, "It should be correct. That stone giant beneath her is a humanoid spirit beast unique to the Stone Clan's secret realm, of royal quality. Then this girl would be ideally suited for my defense division, wouldn't she, Old Li?" Xiao Sun interjected casually. "Your defense division consists entirely of brash young men that may present numerous inconveniences," retorted the chief mentor of the flight division, He Jia, who joined the conversation. "You old fox have quite the ambition, after all." Nangong Wuqing holds the highest status among this group, being the next empress of the Starry Moon Empire, While the three princes remain uncertain, Xiaosun countered. Mind your words. Both Li Hanting and Luo Sheng admonished simultaneously before He Jia could respond. No matter. We are within the Thunderbolt Pavilion, Xiaosun remarked, observing the robust figure whose simplicity belied an astute intellect. By the way, do you know why Guhan and that girl are heading in that direction? He Jia shifted the topic, curiosity piqued. That place, could it be mere coincidence? It is no coincidence. Perhaps they are headed precisely there. Li Hanting seemed to recall something. Gazing intently at the figures of the man and woman reflected in the void mirror, Guhan resumed his journey, this time encountering no unexpected hurdles. Any spirit beasts that crossed his path were swiftly dealt with. He ambled along, continually confirming his position with the ethereal spirit snake. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, prompting Guhan to leap atop a large tree, where he fortuitously witnessed a battle involving three spirit beasts, and to his surprise, he recognized a familiar face, Shi Ruiying. The stone giant and a rock-eater beast coordinated their efforts to combat a nine-headed viper. The nine-headed viper was formidable, at Tier 3, Stage 5, while the Tier 3, Stage 2 stone giant, alongside the Tier 2, Stage 7 rock-eater beast, struggled to maintain their ground. Behind the three beasts, Guhan spotted a cave entrance, shrouded by a veil of barriers, rendering it exceedingly concealed. Upon noticing the cave, the ethereal spirit snake displayed palpable excitement. Having gleaned the situation, Guhan understood that both he and Shi Ring were likely bound for the same destination, the cave. He descended from the tree and summoned the flame tiger, striding directly towards the fray of the three beasts. Need assistance? Guhan called out to Shi Ruiying. Why are you here again? You claimed you weren't following me. Shi Ruiying confronted him directly. I was guided here by my spirit beast. I suspect you were as well, correct? Guhan replied, prompting Shi Ruiying to ponder. Really? She inquired, her skepticism evident. Of course, I have no reason to deceive you, and your spirit beasts are on the verge of defeat. Do you truly not require my assistance? Very well, let us join forces to repel that serpent and whatever treasures lie within the cave. We shall claim by our own merit, Shi Ruiying proposed, her confidence paralleling Guhan's own. Little Tian, go, Guhan urged, patting the flame tiger's back to signal its involvement. Seeing a worthy opponent, the flame tiger responded with enthusiasm, unleashing its azure flame, enveloped in emerald fire, akin to the descent of a fire deity. The temperature within a radius of several dozen meters soared, and with a fiery projectile hurled forward, it collided with the nine-headed viper. Boom! The searing fireball obliterated three of the viper's heads in a single blow. The viper's strength resided in its heads. To slay it, all 9 heads must be severed. Spirit beasts manifesting flames. But your flame tiger hasn't even reached Tier 3. This is simply unfathomable, Shi Ruiying, as a direct descendant of the Stone Clan, understood the concept of spirit beasts manifesting flames and the conditions required for such a phenomenon. With the flame tiger's intervention, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Soon, the nine-headed viper found itself retreating under relentless pressure. Just as the flame tiger prepared to deliver a fatal blow, one of the viper's heads self-destructed, and it fled. Let it go. There's no need to pursue. Our objective lies not with it. Guhan restrained the eager flame tiger, who was ready to chase after the serpent. Having realized Guhan's prowess, Shi Ruiying became increasingly wary, and upon weighing their respective strengths, she felt disheartened to discover she could not match him. How is it that my charm has captivated you? Guhan teased, observing Shi Ruiying's unwavering gaze upon him. Stop being so vain. I am merely intrigued by your beast-taming prowess. Had I not known that Xuantian was the one representing the Southern Wind Empire, I might have mistaken you for their prince, she retorted. As a member of a reclusive family, Shi Ruiying possessed first-hand knowledge and sources. You all keep speaking of Xuantian from the Southern Wind Empire, and now I find myself eager to meet him. Very well, we shall have ample opportunities for interaction in the future. For now, let us explore that cave. With that, Shi Ruiying concluded the conversation. Then let us proceed, Guhan replied, stepping into the cave first. It was not out of fear that Shi Ruiying would seize the lead, but rather a consideration for her safety. He felt it unseemly to allow a girl to venture ahead in uncertain territory. Furthermore, his fierce flame tiger could handle most dangers. Shi Ruiying had no objections and followed closely behind as Guhan passed through the thin barrier at the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion, the expressions of those present varied greatly, with the 4 esteemed mentors at the forefront displaying astonishment. Did they really just enter? He Jia murmured, bewildered. Indeed, Elder Tian was correct. Entry is permitted only with the cave owner's consent, Li Hanting mused, observing the slight ripples in the cave's barrier on the ethereal mirror. When we first discovered this cave, we assumed it was merely ordinary until our excavation team found themselves unable to enter, bringing it to the attention of the higher-ups at the Heavenly Thunder Academy. We tried every conceivable method, yet nothing worked. Ultimately, It was Elder Tian who declared that only those fated could enter. Luo Sheng recounted the cave's origins. But after all these years, nearly everyone has attempted it, and not a single soul managed to enter. Now, two have simply walked in. Xiao Sun interjected. Gentlemen, I wish for Guhan to join my combat division. I assume no one will contest this. Li Hanting turned to the others. Since Elderly has finally spoken, we certainly wouldn't be so inconsiderate. Moreover, only Elderly can truly guide Guhan effectively, He Jia chimed in. Li Hanting's primary beast was a 6th-tier fire-type spirit beast, the Golden Flame Sacred Lion, which had also cultivated a spirit beast-associated fire. Chapter 32. The Otherworld. The moment Guhan stepped into the cave, he felt an extraordinarily powerful mental force sweep over him. The entrance was narrow, flanked by illuminating lamps crafted from the crystal cores of light-type spirit beasts, and as he ventured deeper, the walls widened. After walking for approximately half an hour without encountering any traps, Guhan mused that the cave's owner must be quite confident. In this scenario, either the cave is devoid of value, or the owner possesses an absolute confidence in their strength, Shi Ruoying analyzed. Both knew, based on various signs, that it was evidently the latter. After a while, they traversed the elongated passage and arrived in a vast stone chamber. The chamber was exceedingly spacious, dominated by a statue at its center. It depicted an exquisite woman whose delicate features radiated an aura of dread. Her alabaster skin glimmered like cold jade, and her eyes burned with a chilling, sharp green flame. Guhan's distant gaze met hers, sending shivers down his spine, while Shi Ruoying appeared even more affected, her face pale and legs trembling as if she might collapse at any moment. To their astonishment, her forehead and cheeks were adorned with fine scales, and her long, dark green hair writhed like serpents, seemingly alive and eerie. Is this truly Medusa? Guhan gasped in disbelief upon recognizing the statue. Are you familiar with the woman depicted in the statue? He queried. I don't know much. I came across a few fragments in ancient texts that suggested she was human once, before being punished and cursed by the gods. Look at her hair, they are snakes. Guhan elaborated after refining his thoughts. Shi Ruoying nodded in agreement. She possesses a divine ability. Anyone who gazes directly into her eyes will be instantaneously petrified. This petrification occurs almost instantaneously, transforming vibrant life into unyielding stone statues, forever frozen in their original posture and expression, Guhan explained. Shi Ruoying, taken aback, pointed at the statue and asked, is she merely a statue, or is she petrified? Her question prompted Guhan to consider. It must be a statue, after all. She wouldn't petrify herself. With that thought, Guhan, feeling the weight of the moment, stepped forward to observe the statue closely, hoping to glean more information. Shi Ruoying remained behind, watching without advancing. Just as Guhan approached within 5 meters of the statue, a low hum filled the air, reverberating with spatial fluctuations. The flame tiger reacted instinctively, stepping forward to shield Guhan. A deafening roar erupted as the ground trembled violently, as if the very heavens were collapsing. A terrifying pull emanated from the statue, and the flame tiger coiled its tail around Guhan, its claws embedded deeply into the earth. Shi Ruoying, startled by the sudden turn of events, was enveloped by the stone giant, which calmly shielded her from the force. After a few breaths, the terrifying tremors gradually subsided, the dreadful pull dissipating. Yet when Shi Ruoying looked around, she found no trace of Guhan or the flame tiger. Alarmed, she rushed toward the statue's center. But the earlier phenomenon did not repeat. The statue had lost its luster and was crumbling, on the verge of collapse. Guhan, it's up to you now. Shi Ruoying murmured softly. On the other side, Guhan lay atop a colossal rock amidst an expanse of immense stones, desolate and boundless. After a few moments, he slowly regained consciousness, rubbing his heavy head. Where am I? Is this still the Xuantian Continent? Guhan wondered, surveying the vast otherworldly space, his mind racing. Turning to survey his surroundings, he peeked into his beast space and found the flame tiger resting safely within, which provided him some comfort. The flame tiger had protected Guhan during the recent spatial traversal. As Guhan prepared to move, a gust of wind and sand gradually coalesced into a familiar figure, Medusa from the statue. After millennia, finally, someone has set foot here. Human, you are quite impressive. Medusa's voice echoed through the expanse, a haunting resonance. What is your name? She inquired, fixing her gaze upon Guhan, who kept his head bowed, avoiding her eyes. I am Guhan, a humble junior, honored to meet you, esteemed one. Guhan, would you care to hear the tales of this land's past? I would be most eager to listen, Guhan replied. We were the first spirit beasts birthed since the formation of the Xuantian Continent, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Some command the fires of the world, others the might of the oceans, and still others wield the power of thunder. My gift, however, is the ultimate ability of petrification. As time relentlessly progresses, the continent undergoes continual evolution, gradually giving rise to an array of diverse races, among which is the human race. Initially feeble, the humans possess an extraordinary innate talent, particularly in leadership. They bridge the gap between themselves and the spirit beasts through the invention and utilization of tools. Subsequently, powerful figures within the human race forged contracts with spirit beasts, ensuring mutual protection. The spirit beasts, in turn, were able to rapidly enhance their strength through human assistance. This arrangement initially appeared to be a win-win situation. However, dissenting voices emerged among the spirit beasts, who deemed the frail humans unworthy of partnership and vehemently forbade any contracts with them, exiling those who defied this decree. Some extremist spirit beasts resorted to violence against humans upon sight. Thus, the relationship between the two races became increasingly strained. The initial contract was known as the equal contract, wherein the death of one party did not affect the other. It was only with the emergence of the slave contract that tensions escalated dramatically, culminating in a war between the two races. Prior to the war, I maintained a neutral stance. At that time, I was preparing for seclusion to break through to the 10th tier, thus refraining from participating in the interspecies conflict. However, my seclusion proved tumultuous. I became ensnared at a critical juncture and, in my impatience, inadvertently sealed my own power. While wandering in despair, I encountered a human who profoundly altered my perspective. She was an exceptionally kind-hearted girl, and all her spirit beasts appeared weak in my eyes. When I met her, she was tending to an icy rabbit. She quietly accompanied those fragile spirit beasts, doing her utmost to protect them. In that moment, I, much like the icy rabbit, found solace in her presence. Alas, tranquility was fleeting. The discord between humans and spirit beasts had reached an irreconcilable state. During an outing to gather spiritual materials, she was ambushed by a spirit beast harboring animosity towards humans. By the time I returned, she and her spirit beasts lay slain. I stood, transfixed, before her cold body, a tempest of emotions igniting within me. The barrier of the 10th tier shattered effortlessly under my newfound rage. Do you comprehend why I take on a human form? This, the younger generation does not know. Guhan was still deeply engrossed in the tale recounted by Medusa. Manifesting one's form is a reflection of the heart. Having broken through to the 10th tier, all restrictions vanished. I transformed into her. Guhan's pupils quivered slightly. He was aware of the tale of Medusa's past life. Yet the divergence from this world's narrative was starkly pronounced. In that great battle, the human race was beleaguered, yet I turned the tide at a crucial moment, detaining two formidable 10th tier spirit beasts, thereby securing a fleeting peace for my kind. The war, however, was far from over. The continent, having endured multiple conflicts, began to regress, and the worlds will awakened, forcefully constraining all beings upon it to the 9th tier. Thus, the current state of the continent offers no conditions for a breakthrough to the 10th tier. Do you understand why you can enter this space? Naturally, Guhan did not know and shook his head gently. It is because you are the only one on this continent with the potential to reach the 10th tier. Chapter 33. The Manifestation of the Spirit Treasure. If I am not mistaken, you must be a traveler from a parallel dimension, correct? Only someone like you could evade the scrutiny of the world's consciousness. After I ultimately retreated into this hidden realm, I have spent centuries reflecting on my actions. With the world around me evolving rapidly, I have come to realize that my convictions were indeed correct. Humans and spirit beasts should coexist in harmony. Yet my methods were flawed. In that battle against the two 10th tier spirit beasts, I had damaged my own essence, and my days are numbered. I now merely linger on. Though they too are gravely injured, they will not perish. Therefore, once they recover, hostilities will reignite. At that juncture, both humans and spirit beasts will face a cataclysmic blow. The continent can no longer withstand such a racial conflict. Guhan, I implore you to break through to the 10th tier, so that when that day arrives, you may prevent the war between humans and spirit beasts. Guhan found it unsurprising that Medusa recognized him as a traveler. After listening, he furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Yet, to achieve the 10th tier alone seems as daunting as scaling the heavens. Rest assured, you are not alone. I shall accompany you and remain by your side. At our level, everything is dictated by cause and effect. Having chosen you, I am committed to aiding you wholeheartedly. Furthermore, whether for the sake of maintaining world peace or enhancing your own strength, these pursuits are not mutually exclusive. Medusa's insight was profound. There are no issues. You may inherit my petrifying eyes now. With that, Medusa began to form seals, her eyes shimmering with a radiant glow, a kaleidoscope of colors that momentarily dazzled Guhan. The hues of Medusa's eyes gradually faded, ultimately coalescing into a pair of petrifying eyes. Medusa cradled the petrifying eyes in her hands and spoke softly. These eyes encapsulate a significant portion of my energy essence and will prove invaluable to you. Allow your little serpent to absorb them. Medusa believed that among Guhan's spirit beasts, The nether serpent was the most compatible with the petrifying eyes. But you are not. It matters not. I am of the 10th tier and not so easily extinguished. Very well, little you. Guhan opened the spirit beast space, releasing the nether serpent. Upon seeing Medusa's projection, the serpent was overtaken by a primal fear, trembling uncontrollably. Little you, fear not. Guhan gently stroked the serpent's little head, offering reassurance. Let us begin. I will assist it in refining the petrifying eyes. Very well. Guhan brought the nether serpent before Medusa, who gently propelled the petrifying eyes, sending them directly into the serpent's eyes. Subsequently, Medusa formed seals with her hands, enveloping the nether serpent in a barrier. As an unceasing flow of spiritual energy surged into the barrier, visibly transforming the serpent. The delicate azure scales of the nether serpent were gradually replaced by more exquisite and hardened brownish gold scales, its body elongating and thickening until it reached a daunting girth akin to that of a barrel, stretching over 5 meters in length. The serpent's once azure vertical pupils transformed into a golden-brown hue, with 2 small protrusions appearing on its forehead, suggesting the early signs of a dragon's transformation. Its massive form coiled, silently absorbing the dense spiritual energy from the otherworldly space. Its condition stabilized, and once the initial fusion with the petrifying eyes was complete, it would emerge from seclusion. Moreover, after merging with the petrifying eyes, it would yield unexpected surprises, Medusa remarked with an air of mystery. Guhan gazed at the luminous orb, so dense that its interior was obscured, feeling a genuine sense of joy. Each of his spirit beasts possessed their own unique opportunities, which relieved Guhan of burdensome concerns. Meanwhile, today marked the 7th day since entering the hidden realm. Most had already been eliminated, leaving approximately 400 individuals, each a formidable force, with the weakest among them at intermediate levels 5 or 6. Do you think Guhan will encounter danger venturing deep into the hidden realm alone? What if he gets injured? On a hillside, Han Ling trailed behind Fan Xingyao and Yang Ningyan, incessantly murmuring. Since parting ways with Guhan, the 3 girls had banded together to hunt spirit beasts and gather spiritual materials, and thus far, all had proceeded without incident. My lady, Yang Ningyan teased. Unable to endure Han Ling's incessant words, you have proclaimed your infatuation for Guhan no less than 10 times. What is it about him that has so thoroughly captured your heart after but a single encounter? Upon hearing Yang Ningyan's remarks, Han Ling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly retorted, Ningjia, what are you saying? He did save my life, after all. Is it so wrong for me to be concerned about him? Meanwhile, Fan Xingyao remained quietly attentive, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, the wings of the Tianshan snow spirit moth perched on her shoulder began to tremble violently. Without hesitation, Fan Xingyao connected with the moth through their soul bond. She then gazed in a particular direction, addressing the 2 behind her. Enough of this banter. The show is about to commence. Let us join the fray. In the direction she indicated stood a diminutive tree, barely over half a meter tall, which seemed to be fast-forwarding through time. Its trunk visibly sprouted branches at a remarkable pace, tender green shoots extending like spring bamboo, while its trunk ascended steadily, and leaves burgeoned with the ferocity of a tempest. Amidst its foliage, a purple fruit, the size of a newborn's fist, gradually descended, emanating a captivating fragrance that wafted through the entire secret realm. Within mere moments, the alluring scent drew not only the 3 women, but all who caught a whiff towards the fruiting tree. Nangong Wuqing was among the first to take notice. She had dispatched Qingwan for reconnaissance, and upon the creature's discovery, she hastened to retrieve her, already en route. Beside a tranquil pool, a solemn figure clad in black robes meditated in quietude, a 3-tiered spirit beast's corpse lying nearby. Brother Jiao, we must depart, he declared. Instantly, a 3-headed Jiao erupted from the water, sending plumes of spray skyward. The young man in the black robes was Zhao Jingyu. He leapt onto the Jiao's head, which then surged forward, covering a distance of 100 meters in a single bound. Spirit treasures are a rare sight. I must seize this opportunity. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my ancient family's prized beast. Riding atop a rampaging diamond mammoth, the youthful Gu Xingqian, still bearing traces of boyhood innocence, created tremors across the earth. In the skies above a dense forest, a group stood in silence, many eyes fixed on the androgynous youth at the forefront, with the faint scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Boss, we still haven't received a signal from Xing Jianzhu. They are likely out of the competition, remarked by Li Mo, his expression devoid of emotion. Then we shall not wait for their team any longer. Gather your things. It is time to contend for the spirit treasure. Xing Jianzhu, oh Xing Jianzhu, do you truly believe me a fool? Do you think I am unaware that old man Xing and has long since secretly allied with the second brother, sending you to monitor me? How laughable. Bai Liemo muttered, his face etched with scorn. Why is it not ready yet? Guhan pondered anxiously, gazing at the flickering orb of light. Do not fret. After all, it is a rebirth. Such transformations cannot be expedited, Medusa reassured him. Rest assured, the spirit treasure within that secret realm is not something you younglings can easily acquire. As the crowd rushed towards the manifestation of the spirit treasure within a cave, a colossal gray bear, towering several meters in height, slowly rose, casting its gaze toward the direction of the treasure. Roar! The bear's deep, resonant growl echoed, reverberating with an ancient authority that caused the entire realm to tremble. It was the supreme ruler of this secret domain, the peak-tier sky-rending dragon bear. Possessing the bloodline of dragons, its lineage quality reaching that of a mid-level monarch. At its bellow, numerous spirit beasts quickly converged, and soon, the area before its cave was teeming with them. Among them were dozens of Tier 3 spirit beasts, 3 Tier 4 beasts, and countless Tier 1 and 2 beasts, roughly estimated to be in the hundreds. With a single command from the sky-rending dragon bear, the throng of beasts surged forth, racing towards the location of the spirit treasure. Chapter 34, The Earthly Dragon Jiao. In an alternate space, Guhan observed the flickering orb of light. Suddenly, a delicate chime rang out, and the orb shattered, releasing a rich essence of spiritual energy that flooded the space. At the center of the orb, a spirit beast resembling a dragon and a jiao voraciously consumed the ambient energy. Guhan stared in disbelief at the formidable creature before him. Were it not for the existence of their soul bond, he would find it hard to believe that the powerful jiao staring back at him was none other than Xiaoyu. Spirit beast name, Earthly Dragon Jiao. Spirit beast gender, female. Spirit beast attributes, water, poison, stone. Spirit beast quality, mid-level lord. Spirit beast level, Tier 3, Segment 2. Spirit beast skills, poison mist, arrow rain. Stone scale mirror, petrifying gaze, water moon reflection, fallen star, earthly shadow transformation. Evolution condition, level 2 low to view. Guhan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Xiaoyu's almost entirely new status panel, his disbelief palpable. Had it truly transcended a significant segment of bloodline quality? Moments later, the mark that belonged to the nether spirit serpent in Guhan's sea of consciousness trembled violently. He quickly centered his thoughts, receiving the nurturing essence transmitted from the current earthly dragon Jiao. An hour later, Guhan opened his eyes, his aura having intensified several-fold. Advanced segment, he mused, introspecting on the changes within his body. Ding! The familiar sound of the system's notification rang out, congratulating the host on becoming an advanced Beastmaster, and presenting a level-up gift package. Spirit Beast Egg. 1. Perfect hatching opportunity. 1. Shop exchange points. 1, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. 9-turn golden pill. 1. Jade bone blood flame bamboo. 1 within his consciousness, the ethereal sphere of spiritual energy at the center began to expand. The 7-colored halo nearing completion, just a hair's breadth away from fully transforming into a spectrum of colors. Once the 7-colored aura enveloped his consciousness, Guhan's spiritual power would ascend to the superlative realm. At the very moment Guhan broke through to the advanced tier, a medallion, the Black Meteor Sex Leader token and key to the Black Meteor secret realm, floated gently before him. Guhan reached out to grasp the token, but an overwhelming force emanated from it, pulling both him and the earthly dragon Jiao into its depths. Moments later, the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and Guhan found himself firmly planted on solid ground. Opening his eyes, he discovered he was within the palace of the Black Meteor secret realm, facing a heavenly staircase flanked by 72 statues. It was then that Guhan realized only by reaching the advanced tier could he begin to wield the powers of the Black Meteor secret realm. As he contemplated this, the earthly dragon, Jiao, nudged him gently. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What did you say? Guhan inquired incredulously, clearly taken aback by the message conveyed by the earthly dragon Jiao. His excitement surged as he leapt into the air, arms flailing, a rosy hue blooming on his cheeks. Just moments ago, the earthly dragon Jiao had communicated that she could distinctly sense the presence of spirit beasts within the rows of stone sculptures and could release those not exceeding 3 major realms above her own. This meant that Guhan had instantly acquired dozens of spirit beasts, all of whom displayed absolute loyalty to the master of the secret realm, ready to be summoned as his beasts. Presently, the earthly dragon Jiao was at Tier 3, Segment 2, capable of unleashing spirit beasts up to Tier 6, Segment 1. As this upper limit ascends with the elevation of one's realm, such a formation ensures that as long as the king level does not intervene, Guhan need not harbor any concerns for potential dangers. Moreover, the Earth Underworld Dragon Flood has an exceptionally high innate talent, destined to progress by leaps and bounds in its future cultivation. Having composed himself, Guhan planted the Jadebone Blood Flame Bamboo, a reward from the system, beside the Xuantian Spirit Spring. The Black Abyss secret realm concealed within the void returned once more to Medusa's alternate space. It seems you have garnered quite a substantial bounty this time, Medusa remarked, scrutinizing Guhan closely. I am grateful for your assistance, Senior, Guhan replied, fully aware that his swift acquisition of these treasures was significantly aided by Medusa. My petrifying eye is not easily inherited, and your beast taming is merely in its initial stages. The path ahead will ultimately depend on you alone. The 10th tier has already touched upon the power of the world's laws. Currently, the Earth Underworld Dragon Flood has only inherited the power of petrification, and true comprehension of the laws requires at least reaching the 8th tier. Senior, may I take my leave now? I have inexplicably vanished and am concerned about the situation outside. Guhan was still preoccupied with his spiritual treasure. Rest assured, all is normal outside, Medusa assured him, her ethereal form gradually condensing into a diamond-shaped golden-brown seal, intricately carved with her likeness at its center. The seal gently descended onto Guhan's forehead before vanishing. Medusa's voice resonated within Guhan's consciousness. Now that I have bestowed upon you the petrifying eye, I shall enter a period of weakness. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Guhan felt a surge of joy at the prospect of Medusa accompanying him, knowing that her presence significantly heightened his safety. I understand, Senior. A beam of golden light emanated from the Medusa seal, enveloping Guhan, and moments later, he found himself back in the stone chamber. As the alternate space contracted upon their departure, it swiftly followed Guhan and ultimately nestled within Medusa's seal. Guhan, you have returned, Shi Ruoying exclaimed, still in a state of astonishment, her gaze lifting to meet his just as he landed. How long have I been gone? Guhan inquired. Not even half a moment. Shi Ruoying replied, puzzled by his question. Only a few minutes? Then my guess was correct, Guhan murmured. The time spent in the alternate space. From listening to Medusa to the evolution of the underworld spirit serpent into the earth underworld dragon flood, felt considerable, yet. Only a few minutes had passed in the outside world, revealing a stark contrast in the flow of time. I was ensnared in an abandoned space and only managed to find the teleportation array with great difficulty to return safely. Guhan chose not to divulge any details about the alternate space to Shi Ruoying, given that it was their first encounter and the matters concerning Medusa were too extraordinary to share widely. By the way, I discovered some peculiar spirit ores in that space. See if they are of any use for your beast. Guhan then handed Shi Ruoying several spirit or stones he had collected from the ground in the alternate space. Though such ores were plentiful there, their value had undoubtedly increased due to Medusa's aura. Shi Ruoying gazed at the golden brown stones, feeling the intense allure emanating from them, a clear indication that they possessed a potent attraction for her tamed beast. These are far too precious. I cannot accept them, she insisted, given that they had only met twice. Guhan scratched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Having taken so much without leaving anything in return felt rather awkward. Take them. I have plenty more. We both benefited from this endeavor. In the words of my hometown, this is what we call a win-win situation. Guhan coaxed her gently. Fine. I suppose I owe you a favor, Shi Ruoying relented, unable to resist the temptation of the treasures. With those spirit or stones, her strength would assuredly advance significantly. Now, can we leave? After accepting the spirit or stones, Shi Ruoying's face radiated with a sweet smile. Guhan stretched lazily, responding slowly. This assessment should come to an end. Chapter 35, The Great Battle Begins. Inside the Thunderbolt Pavilion, isn't this a bit excessive? That pinnacle 4th tier spirit beast is no trifling opponent, Jia remarked, leaning against the void mirror, addressing the other three. Only by facing adversity can one grow stronger. Let them experience more challenges. Holding the assessment within the Academy's secret realm serves precisely this purpose, Li Hanting replied, his expression unchanging and calm. Bossly, do you think anyone can obtain that spiritual treasure? Xiao Sun inquired curiously. It's hard to say, Li Hanting mused, though his eyes inadvertently shifted to Guhan, who had just emerged from the cave in the void mirror. This young lad is undeniably favored by fortune. You must have noticed, after he exited that cave, his aura has become more restrained. I observe his vitality is abundant, and his soul power has significantly increased. It seems he has gained quite a bit. Luo Sheng analyzed with a smile, her main beast being a healing type, making her particularly sensitive to changes in the human body. After all, Medusa's seal can protect Guhan's consciousness, shielding him from other scrutiny. Indeed, there are opportunities that belong to him. This child has an immeasurable future ahead. Li Hanting did not conceal his admiration for Guhan. Hurry faster. Haha, the spiritual treasure will soon be mine. A youth exclaimed, mere steps away from the spiritual treasure. When suddenly, a cold sweat broke out as he narrowly dodged a leopard's paw that appeared where his head had just been. Well, not bad reflexes, remarked a dark-robed youth perched on a nearby tree, his gaze shadowy. Zhang Yi, you truly wield ruthless methods, the ambushed youth seethed. Su Guangno, do you understand what you're doing? In this secret realm, any means are fair game. It's a pity you won't truly die. The two youths evidently bore some enmity. What a bunch of rabble thinking they can join the fray. Do they truly believe this is a marketplace? Just as the two quarreled, a wild and brazen voice interrupted. They both turned to see a slender youth with a defiant expression approaching, followed by a throng of individuals, clearly startled by the display. Yet adhering to the principle of not showing weakness when outside, they stiffened and asked, "Which esteemed guest are you? Such bold words you speak. The magnitude of my words depends on your strength. I am Bailey Mo. Do you think I am entitled to say such things?" Bailey Mo replied with a cold smirk. His gaze fixed intently on them. "You are Bailey Mo, the seventh prince of the Daylight Empire?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, quickly piecing it together. "Now that you know." "Scram while I am still in a good mood." Bailey Mo casually dismissed them, digging in his ear. "The Prince of the Daylight Empire certainly carries a great deal of authority, but unfortunately for you, this place belongs to the Tunglong Empire, and you have no right to act recklessly here." Just then, a magnificent flood dragon burst forth from the sky, its 3 heads of varying colors exuding an air of immense power, atop which stood a youth, gazing down imperiously. "Zhao Jingyu, you alone may not suffice. What if I join in?" Boom! The adjacent tree to Bailey Mo collapsed instantly as an enormous mammoth charged forth, swiftly closing the distance and halting just beneath the 3-headed flood dragon. "Ah, has the Southern Wind Empire formed an alliance with the Tunglong Empire once more? How intriguing. The Daylight Empire has always been formidable and domineering. Every monarch harbors dreams of territorial expansion and possesses immense strength, which has inevitably led to the escalating ambitions of the Daylight Empire, stirring restlessly. On the other hand, the Star and Moon Empire, being an established power, boasts significant strength to withstand the pressures from the Daylight Empire. Although Tunglong and Southern Wind also fall under the category of empires, their relatively recent establishment and shallow foundations compel them to ally and seek warmth and unity. Enough of this idle chatter. I, Gu Xingqian, have taken a dislike to you, Bai Liamo, and today, I shall teach you a lesson." Gu Xingqian and Zhao Jingyu fortuitously crossed paths and quickly joined forces to confront Bai Liamo before engaging in competition. Just as the two factions prepared for battle, the remaining students began to arrive one after another. Before long, the vicinity around the spiritual treasure was teeming with people. Do you recognize what that spiritual treasure is? This. It appears to be a Tianyuan fruit. What? Is that for real? It matches the descriptions in ancient texts perfectly. It cannot be mistaken. My friend, could you enlighten me on the nature of this Tianyuan fruit? The Tianyuan fruit is a rare spiritual material that enhances the mental prowess of Beastmasters directly, significantly increasing their mental strength while also providing an additional contract slot. Gasps of astonishment echoed around. The importance of the contract slot varies from person to person. For some, an additional beast translates to greater power, while for others, it may even be beyond their means to maintain. Under normal circumstances, a Beastmaster can acquire 1 contract slot for every major realm they ascend, though exceptions exist, such as Guhan. Sister Ning, have you seen Guhan? Han Ling tugged at Yang Ning's sleeve. Do not fret, it's too crowded to locate him for the moment. Rest assured, with his strength, he will not be eliminated. Have faith, Fan Xingyao comforted, gently patting Han Ling's back. Guhan. Han Ling suddenly pointed skyward. In the direction she indicated, a golden-brown dragon was leisurely making its way towards the crowd, with a man and a woman standing atop its head. The formidable aura emitted by the Earth Abyss Dragon, Jiao, significantly increased the pressure on all present Beastmasters. Indeed, there are quite a few here. It seems some excitement is brewing. Guhan remarked to the nearby Shiruoying. He spotted Han Ling and her companions and descended directly to their location, as they were the only 3 individuals he recognized among the crowd. Who might you be? Bai Liamo, having shed his previous defiance, sensed the dangerous aura radiating from Guhan, a sensation he had only previously encountered in the presence of Nangong Wuqing among his peers. I am Guhan, a local of the Tunglong Empire, hailing from Qizhou. I am certainly not a prince of the Southern Wind Empire. Guhan anticipated that others might mistake him for a prince of the Southern Wind Empire, thus he preemptively introduced himself. However, Bai Liamo was already aware of Gu Xingqian, making Guhan's declaration somewhat redundant. So, this is the youthful talent of our Tunglong Empire. Zhao Jingyu quietly exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Gu Xingqian gazed intently at Guhan's visage, lost in contemplation. Is it just me, or does it seem like someone is missing? Guhan suddenly interjected. As if to validate his words, a small black appeared on the horizon, rapidly expanding. Moments later, a Qing Luan emerged above the crowd, atop which stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Her icy demeanor, paired with a flowing red gown, appeared exceptionally noble under the sunlight. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at such unparalleled beauty. It seems we may have trouble, Nangong Wuqing remarked, her crimson lips parting slightly, a fleeting spark of excitement flashing in her eyes. Boom. Suddenly, a rumbling sound akin to thunder erupted from all directions, accompanied by a rapid, violent pounding against the ground. echoing with restlessness and unease. Is this a beast tide? Are we surrounded by the spiritual beasts of the secret realm? The spiritual beasts must have come to vie for the spiritual treasure. What should we do? Should we retreat for the time being? Just then, an ancient yet clear voice resonated within the secret realm. This assessment contains a hidden task. The Academy requires each candidate to exert their utmost to withstand the impending beast tide. Those who shy away from battle will have their admission qualifications revoked. Conversely, those who actively confront the enemy will be rewarded with resources based on their merits. Upon hearing the announcement, the anxiety of the crowd dissipated. There was no opportunity for retreat now. Thankfully, the promise of resource rewards from the elders eased their minds somewhat. Subsequently, the various Beastmaster spaces opened, releasing numerous spiritual beasts. A fierce battle was on the brink of commencing. Chapter 36, United Against the Enemy. In an instant, a multitude of spiritual beasts surrounded the crowd. The previously ferocious beasts halted a few dozen meters from the group, standing still. Before long, a giant gray bear emerged from the throng. Humans, I desire only the spiritual treasure. If you depart now, I shall not pursue. It spoke with a voice like thunder. Its presence, combined with the pressure emanating from its peak fourth tier, rendered the crowd breathless. Guhan strolled confidently to the forefront of the gathering, unleashing a terrifying mental force that dispelled the oppressive aura of the "You ugly bear, instead of hibernating in your den, you dare covet my spiritual treasure. If you are unconvinced, come and test your might against me." Guhan taunted with a barrage of words. Puffed. Han Ling in the distance couldn't help but chuckle. Setting aside the fact that it was currently summer, given the quality of it was well beyond the need for hibernation. "Kid, you seek death," the roared, launching a massive paw towards Guhan, the sheer force causing the surrounding space to tremble. Slow, far too slow, Guhan activated his swift boots. Leaving only a few afterimages in his wake, the bear's paw merely grazed one of the illusions. Hiss, such speed. Is this still a human? The onlookers were left astonished by Guhan's remarkable swiftness. Bai Liemo had been observing Guhan throughout, and with his keen eyesight, he discerned that Guhan's boots were anything but ordinary. The overwhelming mental force and the incredible speed afforded by the high-quality spiritual artifact led by Liemo to realize the exceptional nature of this youth, prompting the crowd to re-evaluate this previously inconspicuous individual. Although it was not renowned for its speed, reaching the peak of the fourth tier still afforded it considerable swiftness. "You clumsy bear, is that all you've got?" Guhan evaded several of this attacks. The comet itself, its crimson eyes fixated coldly on Guhan. "Crush them." The bellowed at the spiritual beasts behind it. In an instant, the roars of beasts echoed, shaking the earth as they charged towards the crowd. "Everyone, unite with me to resist the enemy." Guhan's expression grew solemn, his black robe billowing as he cast his captivating gaze upon each Beastmaster. "Let us fight. Yes, we shall fight. After all, I cannot perish." In an instant, the crowd rallied in agreement, summoning their beasts. Nangong Wuching cast a deep glance at Guhan, then mounted the Qing Yuan, intercepting a spiritual beast commander hovering in the skies, a mid-fourth tier. Nangong Wuching stood quietly atop the Qing Yuan, reciting an incantation as her Beastmaster space opened, releasing a petite girl with skin as pale as snow, her white hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, wielding a delicate blue sword. "Is this the Tianshan Snow Maiden?" Guhan exclaimed in astonishment. The Tianshan Snow Maiden is a unique anthropomorphic spirit beast exclusive to the snow summit of Lingmeng, serving as its guardian deity. Her appearance is indistinguishable from that of a human, and she possesses formidable strength, embodying an exceedingly proud spirit beast. Even the lowest quality bloodline Tianshan Snow Maiden ranks as a low-tier monarch. The fact that Nangong Wuching can form a contract with the Tianshan Snow Maiden speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. Xiao Tian, confront that fourth-tier howling moon wolf. Lei Ting, entrap that group of rampaging wild boars. Zhu Zhu, position yourself near the third-tier battle circle and ambush the injured spirit beasts. Now Xiao Yu, teach that ugly bear a stern lesson. As the great battle loomed, everyone diligently performed their respective roles to fend off the spirit beasts. Zhao Jingyu and Gu Xingchen led their own spirit beasts to engage the third-tier spirit beasts, while Shi Ruoying rode forth on the stone giant into the fray. Meanwhile, Bai Liemo summoned the golden-eyed demon bat and the black abyss blood leopard, both of which were third-tier. The golden-eyed demon bat was presumably his main combat beast, having reached the third-tier sixth segment, while the black abyss blood leopard was merely at the third-tier third segment. He intercepted the last fourth-tier spirit beast, the white-striped ape. Several senior beast tamers also made efforts to obstruct the third-tier spirit beasts, alleviating the burden on their fellow students. Xiao Yu utilized the Earthshade Phantom. The golden light atop the Earthshade Dragon Serpent flickered, and, in an instant, two identical Earthshade Dragon Serpents appeared. The three Earthshade Dragon Serpents, all of the same formidable level, launched a fierce offensive against the shattering Sky Dragon Bear. Its massive body shot forth as three serpentine tails struck the bear's chest with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the shattering sky dragon bear raised its hands, producing a sharp sonic boom, and a visible shockwave erupted, sending the bear hurtling backward like a cannonball. The rebounding shattering sky dragon bear crushed several first and second-tier spirit beasts into pulp. Struggling to rise, it tasted blood at the corner of its mouth, its eyes flashing with a hint of human-like horror. It had not anticipated the sheer strength of the serpent before it. Damn humans! The shattering sky dragon bear roared in fury and lunged once more at the earth-shade dragon serpent. However, this time, before it could close the distance, it was struck by a bolt of black lightning. The black abyss blood leopard had appeared behind the bear, sinking its teeth into its hind leg. In pain, the shattering sky dragon bear spun around and swiped its paw, sending the black abyss blood leopard flying. Guhan exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Liamo, who arrogantly averted his gaze. The two executed a seamless combination attack. Guhan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Seizing the opportunity, the Earthshade Dragon Serpent launched an attack, biting down on the shattering sky dragon bear's neck. The bear let out a pained howl, thrashing in desperation, but the Earthshade Dragon Serpent maintained its grip, its sharp teeth sinking deeper into the bear's neck. Blood gushed forth as the bear's vitality waned. Within the Tianlei Pavilion, Old He remarked, "What did I say? Even if the Earthshade Dragon Serpent is slightly weaker, it should utterly dominate the shattering sky dragon bear." His words concealed a hint of envy towards Guhan. For all of Guhan's spirit beasts were astonishingly powerful and strikingly impressive. That Earthshade Dragon Serpent must have evolved from the small snake Guhan previously released. Luo Sheng asserted confidently. Although Guhan and his companion had spent little time in the cave, their fortune had been impeccable. The Earthshade Dragon Serpent could be considered an unusual dragon species, requiring only a single opportunity to transform. Li Hanting's calm voice held a note of excitement. Upon witnessing Guhan summon the Earthshade Dragon Serpent, the four instructors decided to allow them to confront the beast tide. With the Earthshade Dragon Serpent present, the students' safety was relatively assured, especially with the elders in the secret realm keeping watch and ready to intervene as needed. Just as the shattering sky dragon bear's awareness began to wane, it roared. The bear's aura surged ominously, a tremendous force sending the Earthshade Dragon Serpent reeling back. The terrifying presence stunned all who beheld it, their gazes drawn to the shattering sky dragon bear. Before their eyes, the bear's body began to swell, mysterious patterns emerging on its skin, and its once brown fur transformed into a dazzling golden hue. Its eyes glimmered with a frenzied light, its chest heaving violently as it emitted deep, labored breaths. In an astonishing turn, the shattering sky dragon bear had achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle, ascending to the 5th tier. Sensing the change in its opponent, the Earthshade Dragon Serpent, unwilling to be outdone, released a powerful aura to stand its ground against the shattering sky dragon bear. The fierce clash between the two beasts captured the attention of all present. As what had seemed a certain victory now turned uncertain, everyone secretly cheered for Guhan. In the distance, Han Ling watched him intently, her small hands clenching tightly, her gaze resolute as she silently encouraged him. She understood well that Guhan's strength was extraordinary, and he would surely triumph over the shattering sky dragon bear. Initially, the Earthshade Dragon Serpent struggled to adapt to the sudden surge in the bear's power, using its formidable physique and diverse attributes to contend with the shattering sky dragon bear's assaults. As the battle reached a fever pitch, both beasts exhibited signs of fatigue. Observing the stalemate, Guhan's expression darkened. The shattering sky dragon bear, newly ascended, lacked a full grasp of its power. Prolonging the fight would only disadvantage Xiaoyu further. There was no choice left. He had to take a gamble. Clenching his teeth, Guhan resolved to act. Chapter 37, The Petrifying Eye. The shattering sky dragon bear and the Earthshade Dragon Serpent clashed continuously, and as time passed, the bear's aura grew more solid, clearly indicating it had begun to acclimate to its newfound strength. The disparity in their levels remained significant. The entire forest was engulfed by the bear's terrifying aura, causing the surrounding lower-tier spirit beasts to tremble uncontrollably. No more delays could be afforded. Guhan flipped his palm, revealing a crystal-clear, golden-brown gemstone, Medusa's tear. At this moment, the Earthshade Dragon Serpent's attempts to independently utilize the petrifying eye against a 5th-tier spirit beast were a tad ambitious. External assistance was necessary. Taking a deep breath, Guhan infused the gemstone with his entire spiritual energy. Instantly, the gemstone blazed with brilliance, shooting a beam directly toward the Earthshade Dragon Serpent. Upon consuming the gemstone, the Earthshade Dragon Serpent's form expanded dramatically, its golden-brown scales rising menacingly. It let out a roar, unleashing a volley of black poisonous arrows. The arrows flew straight towards the shattering sky dragon bear, which, caught off guard, was struck in the left chest. It howled in agony, turning to charge at the Earthshade Dragon Serpent. Just then, A glint of cunning flashed in the Earthshade Dragon Serpent's eyes, and it suddenly activated the Petrifying Eye. The Shattering Sky Dragon Bear's limbs became sluggish and stiffened, ultimately petrifying, rendering it immobile. Guhan swiftly commanded the Earthshade Dragon Serpent to seize the moment. The serpent opened its massive jaws and lunged for the bear's throat, while one claw reached for the bear's head. A gleaming crystal core appeared in the Earthshade Dragon Serpent's grasp. Killed the 5th tier, first segment Spirit Beast, Shattering Sky Dragon Bear. Reward, 139,732 exchange points. Moments after the Shattering Sky Dragon Bear's demise, a Spirit Beast's corpse fell from the sky. It was the celestial cloud lark. In the distance, the blazing flame tiger approached Guhan, clutching the corpse of the howling moon wolf. Despite its numerous wounds, most were merely superficial. Killed the 4th tier, 3rd segment Spirit Beast. Howling moon wolf. Reward, 89,591 exchange points. In the heart of Guhan, a profound sense of calm enveloped him as he stowed the crystal core and the corpse of the cracking sky dragon bear into his spatial ring. He then raised the severed head of the beast, standing atop the head of the earthly abyss dragon Jiao. With his hands clasped behind his back, Guhan surveyed his surroundings with a cold, indifferent gaze. The cracking sky dragon bear was lifeless, and those who wished to escape had a mere 10 breaths to do so. His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating through the forest. The numerous spirit beasts, sensing the chill in Guhan's eyes and glancing at the 3 corpses, ultimately scattered in fear. Guhan had never intended to annihilate them all, as such an act would disrupt the ecological balance within the secret realm. With the departure of the spirit beasts, this trial could be deemed largely concluded. The Thunder Dragon, upon its return, chattered incessantly to Guhan, reporting that the wild boars it had intercepted were predominantly of the 3rd tier, few in number, yet tough-skinned and meaty, making them particularly susceptible to the Thunder Dragon's powerful strikes. Just moments ago, the Thunder Dragon had been clamoring for more combat. Settle down. You will have your share in the future, Guhan chided lightly, rapping the Thunder Dragon's massive head to quiet it. Esteemed guests, the spirit beasts have been routed. I wish to claim the Tian Yuan fruit. Do any of you have objections? Guhan addressed the gathered crowd, his tone calm and composed. Silence fell over the assembly, no one daring to speak against him. Brother Gu single-handedly faced the cracking sky dragon bear and contributed the most. This treasure rightfully belongs to you. A rather unassuming young man asserted. Indeed, quite right, others echoed in agreement. Who among us would dare oppose the slaying of a 5th-tier spirit beast? The majority were in accord, for the truth was undeniable. However, just as Guhan prepared to claim the Tian Yuan fruit, an incongruous voice rang out. A delicate-looking youth approached, introducing himself as Bai Liemo. I, Bai Liemo, believe that those capable of acquiring heavenly materials and earthly treasures should be entitled to them. I too have a keen interest in this Tian Yuan fruit. Shall we engage in a friendly contest to determine its rightful owner? Very well, please. Guhan did not refuse, gesturing for Bai Liemo to proceed. The two assumed their stances, having just emerged from a fierce battle. Another round could yield unpredictable advantages. Guhan, however, felt the strain of his earlier exertions, particularly from the use of the Petrifying Eye, which had exceeded his expectations in terms of energy consumption. Nonetheless, he was resolute. The Tian Yuan fruit was essential for him. Why bother? Although Bai Liemo's strength is formidable, my earthly abyss dragon Jiao has conquered a 5th-tier creature. Unless Bai Liemo possesses similar prowess. Guhan mused, aware that Bai Liemo, as the 7th prince of the Daylight Empire, was not lacking in resources. It was merely Guhan's good fortune to have contracted a powerful spirit beast. In a battle of foundations, the prince would likely prevail. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions. Summon your beasts, Guhan suggested to Bai Liemo. With a flourish, Bai Liemo summoned his golden-eyed demon bat and black abyss blood leopard simultaneously. Guhan, in contrast, summoned only the blazing tiger and the thunder dragon. Foolishness. Guhan appears excessively self-assured, the onlookers whispered, perceiving his choice as a sign of arrogance. Though the blazing tiger and thunder dragon were exceptional, their levels were ultimately too low. Deploying the earthly abyss dragon Jiao would have ensured victory. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Guhan felt a twinge of exasperation but remained steadfast in his choice of beasts. Although he had successfully activated the Petrifying Eye with Medusa's tears, the earthly abyss dragon Jiao had expended too much energy and was unfit for battle. Bai Liemo, observing this, furrowed his brows slightly. Interpreting Guhan's decision as a sign of disrespect, he whispered a few words to his beasts, prompting the golden-eyed demon bat and black abyss blood leopard to launch their assault. The blazing tiger and thunder dragon met them head-on without trepidation. The blazing tiger effortlessly battled the black abyss blood leopard, forcing it into retreat. However, in the skies, the thunder dragon faced considerable difficulty against the golden-eyed demon bat, only maintaining its ground due to its superior bloodline. Xuantian, Cease your games and assist the Thunder Dragon, Guhan urged. With the enhancement of the Breakthrough Cloud's 3 green flames, the Blazing Tiger's combat prowess surged, posing no challenge to the Black Abyss Blood Leopard. Heeding Guhan's command, the Blazing Tiger ceased its playful antics, activating the Gale Shadow, increasing its speed manifold, rendering the swift Black Abyss Blood Leopard unable to track its movements. A charged claw aimed for the forelimb of the Black Abyss Blood Leopard. Should it land, the leopard would surely be incapacitated. The Blazing Tiger could have targeted the leopard's head or spine but refrained, as this was merely a friendly spar among peers. Yet, what was anticipated to unfold without incident took an unexpected turn, just as the Blazing Tiger's claw made contact with the Black Abyss Blood Leopard's forelimb. A flicker of light appeared at the center of the leopard's brow. Almost instantaneously, a suit of protective armor enveloped its form, perfectly encasing it. The Blazing Tiger's powerful strike, upon landing on the armored surface, merely sparked a few embers. A 5th-tier protective armor, Guhan remarked, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he cast a sharp glance towards the Thunder Dragon. He observed that the golden-eyed demon bat had similarly acquired a suit of protective armor. Its attacks now even more formidable. Previously, the Thunder Dragon's lightning had left several marks on the golden-eyed demon bat. Now, however, those strikes bore no effect. Guhan's expression hardened slightly. This could pose a problem. Protective armor is specifically crafted for spirit beasts, typically classified as life-preserving artifacts. The lowest tier of protective armor is 3rd tier, enhancing overall strength by 15. 4th-tier armor grants a boost of 25. Yet both are considered inferior and require a Beastmaster to channel their own spiritual energy into the beast. For instance, Xuantian had utilized 4th-tier armor for the Frost Demon Deer while combating the Lu family's ancestor. It is only at the 5th tier that protective armor qualifies as a true life-preserving artifact. 5th-tier armor represents the threshold for mid-tier, providing a 35 enhancement to overall strength, and can remain concealed within the spirit beast's body, nurtured by its energy, and activated in times of grave danger for optimal effectiveness. Moreover, high-quality armor can be further enhanced through continuous nurturing. The aura emanating from the protective armor on the golden-eyed demon bat was evidently more substantial than that of the Black Abyss Blood Leopard. Xuantian, do not hold back any longer. Guhan's voice turned cold, yet he maintained an air of composure. Chapter 38, Truly Monstrous. Upon hearing Guhan's insistence, the Blazing Tiger comprehended the gravity of the situation and ceased to conceal its capabilities. A glowing green fire enveloped its form, and the intense heat emanating from it instilled fear in the Black Abyss Blood Leopard, beyond merely gaining the formidable abilities of the Breakthrough Cloud's 3 green flames. The Blazing Tiger had also developed a deeper understanding and mastery over fire. The air around it began to warp, and nearby Beastmasters felt as though they were standing amidst a sea of flames, struggling to breathe, as they felt the extraordinary and intense flames. The assembly could not help but entertain an absurd thought. Gu Xingqian and Zhao Jingyu furrowed their brows, contemplating countermeasures, while Han Ling gazed at Guhan, her small face flushed with excitement. Even the typically stoic Nangong Wuqing exhibited a hint of astonishment. Spirit Beast Companion Flames? The 5 words slowly escaped from Bai Li Mo's lips. Correct, but alas, there is no prize, Guhan replied with a disarming smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Blood Leopard, retreat. After regaining his composure, Bai Li Mo frantically shouted at the Black Shadow Blood Leopard. The Black Shadow Blood Leopard stood before the fireball, acutely aware of its surroundings, feeling as though it were engulfed in a sea of flames, its very blood boiling. Upon hearing Bai Li Mo's voice, it snapped to attention and desperately fled. Meanwhile, the Flame Sky Tiger, unperturbed, casually conjured a fireball before it, and with a swift flick of its forelimb, sent the fireball hurtling towards the Black Shadow Blood Leopard, as if melting the very fabric of the void. With the protection of its armor, the Black Shadow Blood Leopard surged forward, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as it covered hundreds of meters in an instant. Yet, the space behind it continued to collapse and shatter, inexorably closing in. Roar! Realizing it could not evade the impending attack, the Black Shadow Blood Leopard positioned its protective armor in front of itself to withstand the oncoming fireball. With a thunderous explosion, a small mushroom cloud, several meters in diameter, erupted, leaving behind a dark, gaping crater. At the bottom of the pit, the Black Shadow Blood Leopard lay breathless, surrounded by shattered pieces of its armor. Patches of its fur singed away, leaving it looking utterly bare. Thank you for your mercy. Bai Li Mo gritted his teeth and expressed his gratitude to Guhan, promptly retracting the Black Shadow Blood Leopard into his beast conjuring space. In that critical moment, Guhan had instructed the Flame Sky Tiger to hold back 70% of its strength, though the Black Shadow Blood Leopard appeared gravely wounded. It was merely exhausted and unconscious, having sustained only minor burns. But I have not yet conceded. My golden-eyed demon bat remains undefeated. Bai Liemo placed all his hopes on the golden-eyed demon bat. Very well, Xuantian. Just as Guhan's voice faded, a pair of fiery wings materialized behind the flame sky tiger, lifting it gracefully into the air and towards the golden-eyed demon bat. The flame sky tiger was capable of brief flight, though it had yet to find the opportunity to utilize this ability. The thunder dragon struggled in front of the armored golden-eyed demon bat, letting out a few plaintive roars upon seeing the flame sky tiger arrive. Having hatched less than a month ago, the thunder dragon's intellect was still immature, and witnessing its imminent defeat, it felt an overwhelming excitement at the arrival of its elder brother. The tide of the battle shifted drastically with the flame sky tiger's involvement. The golden-eyed demon bat, being vulnerable to light and fire, found itself at a severe disadvantage against the flame sky tiger, coupled with the thunder dragon's assistance. The golden-eyed demon bat was soon left without any means of resistance. Enough, I concede. Acknowledging its defeat, Bai Liemo spoke up. Thunder, Xuantian, return. Guhan summoned the two beasts back and nodded at Bai Liemo before making his way to the Tian Yuan fruit, plucking it down and swallowing it in a few bites. As the fruit vanished, the small tree gradually lost its spiritual essence, reverting to an ordinary sapling. The taste is quite pleasant, tangy and sweet. Guhan savored the flavor. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Guhan felt an immense surge of spiritual energy flowing through him, absorbing the Tian Yuan fruit within mere breaths. His already formidable spiritual strength surged exponentially, a wave of power emanating from him that left those present feeling uneasy. The weaker individuals experienced disturbances in their consciousness, hastily channeling their own spiritual energy to resist the onslaught. Having broken through, Guhan felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. He stood, stretched his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Following this, he had unlocked 2 additional contract slots and gained a legacy. A considerable bounty indeed. He reflected on his gains. Typically, the spiritual power of a Beastmaster is entirely correlated with their own strength, making Guhan's case rather exceptional. At this moment, he turned his gaze to Bai Liemo, approaching him with a friendly outstretched hand. This contest was quite exhilarating. I look forward to our next encounter. Bai Liemo glanced at Guhan, defiantly stating, although you are strong now, I will surely defeat you next time. Guhan smiled faintly, retracting his hand. Thinking to himself, Bai Liemo certainly has a proud spirit. Just then, an elder appeared out of thin air above the crowd. It was Elder Chui, responsible for the assessment. The evaluation has concluded. You may exit the secret realm. With a wave of his hand, the entrance to the secret realm materialized before them. Exiting the realm, they found themselves back in the earlier plaza, where individuals would register and verify their acquisitions. Those ranked in the top 300 would be considered students of the Tianlei Academy. Elder Chui surveyed the group of youths, his gaze settling on Guhan. Young man, you are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Guhan humbly bowed, replying, the elder's praise is too generous. My modest abilities are hardly noteworthy. Enough. All of you, get out of here. You rascals always leave the secret realm in disarray after every assessment, Elder Chui exclaimed. As the crowd emerged from the secret realm, they noticed a number of older young individuals in the plaza, likely senior students from the academy. In the center of the plaza stood a circular platform, adorned with several tables, where a senior sister sat, responsible for tallying the results. The group lined up in an orderly fashion to report the resources they had acquired within the secret realm. Notably, regardless of whether or not they gained entry into the Tianlei Academy, the resources obtained in the secret realm belonged solely to them, serving as a form of benefit. The first young man stepped forward, dumping his haul onto the table, prompting immediate attention from the staff. Mu Ziheo acquired 37 first-tier crystal cores, 5 second-tier crystal cores, 3 first-tier spiritual materials, and 1 second-tier spiritual material. Shortly thereafter, a senior sister announced the tally loudly, ensuring fairness and transparency. Li Weian acquired 78 first-tier crystal cores, 15 second-tier crystal cores, 6 first-tier spiritual materials, and 3 second-tier spiritual materials. Spiritual materials, regardless of location, were exceptionally precious and rare, making them difficult for most to procure. As time passed, it soon became Shi Ruiying's turn, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. She was the first advanced Beastmaster to take the stage, and the disparity between advanced and intermediate Beastmasters was quite significant, prompting curiosity about her performance. Shi Ruiying opened her spatial ring, pouring out her resources, which quickly amassed into a small mountain. After the staff organized the items, a beautiful senior sister looked at the list with mild astonishment. Shi Ruiying acquired 324 first-tier crystal cores, 130 second-tier crystal cores, 1 third-tier crystal core, 40 first-tier spiritual materials, 15 second-tier spiritual materials, and 1 third-tier spiritual material. The few spirit stones Guhan had gifted her were not included, as they were valuable and not entirely sourced from the secret realm, making their verification awkward. Wow, the gap is astonishing, exclaimed onlookers. No wonder she is advanced while you are merely intermediate, they commented. Their faces filled with awe as they gazed at her impressive pile of resources. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. I was nowhere near your level when I first entered the academy, the announcing senior sister remarked, genuinely impressed and engaging in friendly conversation. Sure Ruoying, with her youthful visage, was popular wherever she went. Thank you, senior sister. After her turn, the next youth stepped forward to present his resources for tallying. The subsequent participants were all intermediate Beastmasters, with performances that did not stand out significantly. Before long, Zhao Jingyu and Gu Xingchen approached simultaneously, presenting their resources. A torrent of crystal cores cascaded from their spatial rings. After counting, their resource lists were announced together. Zhao Jingyu acquired 472 first-tier crystal cores, 210 second-tier crystal cores, 3 third-tier crystal cores, 50 first-grade spiritual materials, 32 second-grade spiritual materials, and 2 third-grade spiritual materials. Gu Xingchen obtained 430 first-tier crystal cores, 183 second-tier crystal cores, 1 third-tier crystal core, 40 first-grade spiritual materials, 25 second-grade spiritual materials, and 1 third-grade spiritual material. The onlookers discreetly compared their results, evidently acknowledging Zhao Jingyu's superiority. However, it was also apparent that Gu Xingchen's diamond mammoth was not particularly adept in combat, which contributed to his disadvantage. Thus far, Zhao Jingyu held the temporary title of first place, though perceptive individuals understood that this lead was merely transient. As time passed and approximately a quarter of the participants remained, the attention of many was drawn to the next contender who took the stage. Nangong Wuching amassed 30 first-tier crystal cores, 430 second-tier crystal cores, 7 third-tier crystal cores, and 1 fourth-tier crystal core, alongside 73 first-grade spiritual materials, 51 second-grade spiritual materials, and 5 third-grade spiritual materials. The fourth-tier crystal core was a result of her final hunt against the sky-covering lark, which she single-handedly vanquished, thus rightfully claiming the core. Is this for real? This is utterly absurd, murmured the crowd. Why doesn't Team Miss Nangong collect first-tier crystal cores? They would be beneficial for her lower-tier beasts. It seemed that Miss Nangong possessed a kind heart, perhaps reluctant to slay first-tier spirit beasts. In truth, given their status as high-tier beastmasters, hunting first-tier spirit beasts did seem somewhat beneath them. Gu Han scratched his nose, having himself eliminated numerous spirit beasts to train his lower-tier beasts. Look, it's Bailey Mo. He is about to take the stage. Who do you think will come in second? Although Bailey Mo had previously faced a defeat against Gu Han, his displayed prowess far surpassed that of the gathered crowd. I heard that Bailey Mo was once a subordinate of Miss Nangong, someone remarked, observing the results. A young man gestured toward the podium, revealing the resources amassed by Bailey Mo. 530 first-tier crystal cores, 370 second-tier crystal cores, 5 third-tier crystal cores, and 1 fourth-tier crystal core, along with 55 first-grade spiritual materials, 38 second-grade spiritual materials, and 3 third-grade spiritual materials. Except for the first-tier crystal cores, Bailey Mo's resources were marginally inferior to those of Nangong Wuching. The fourth-tier crystal core belonged to a white-striped ape, known for its high intelligence. It had attempted to flee as the cliff-splitting dragon bear was about to be defeated, but was ultimately pursued down by the golden-eyed demon bat. When Gu Han finally ascended the stage, he found that almost no one remained behind him. With his appearance, all gazes turned toward him. His exploits had already been widely discussed among those who had participated in the Beast Tide, garnering both admiration and disdain. Sometimes, even first-hand accounts could be misleading. The senior responsible for Gu Han was named Xiao Wanqi, and the fervent glances of the crowd were drawn to her. It appears you possess quite the popularity, Junior, she remarked, intrigued by Gu Han. Greetings, Senior, Gu Han replied with a smile as warm as spring sunshine, momentarily catching Xiao Wanqi off guard. With his recent breakthroughs in mental strength, Gu Han's appearance had become striking, exuding an ethereal charm that captivated the opposite sex. Hello, Junior. Please present the resources you have obtained, Xiao Wanqi promptly responded. Gu Han flicked his fingers, and a myriad of crystal cores and spiritual materials surged forth from his spatial ring. After approximately half a stick of incense, the tally of Gu Han's resources was concluded. 633 first-tier crystal cores, 417 second-tier crystal cores, 10 third-tier crystal cores, 1 fourth-tier crystal core, 1 fifth-tier crystal core, 81 first-grade spiritual materials, 67 second-grade spiritual materials, and 7 third-grade spiritual materials. I can't believe my ears. This is outrageous. Comparatively, I have barely a fraction of what he possesses. After the subsequent participants had also reported their tallies, the assessment at the academy could be deemed officially concluded. The elder Chui's voice resonated throughout the square, announcing a brief respite before the final rankings would be revealed in 3 hours. As the dust settled, groups of people gathered together, animatedly discussing their experiences within the secret realm. Some appeared dejected, as if sentenced to death, likely lacking confidence in their chances of entering the academy. In truth, Guhan observed that there were fewer than 2,000 individuals in the square, with only a handful who had perished in the secret realm due to their inability to utilize the breaking boundary stones. The remaining participants must have departed directly. Notably, although Xing Jianzhu was early teleported out, he had employed various means, coercion or inducement, to acquire a considerable amount of resources from others within the secret realm, suggesting he would likely gain admission to the academy. Han Ling wore a sorrowful expression, tears welling in her eyes. Her cultivation level was already low, and her beast companions were primarily supportive types, resulting in a meager haul of resources. Yang Ningnian and Fan Xingyao spoke words of comfort beside her. Guhan approached the three women, and upon seeing him, Yang Ningnian urgently pulled him aside. You must console Lingling. She absolutely refuses to accept the resources we offered her. Guhan approached Han Ling and reassured her, do not worry, the resources are not a fixed assessment criterion. Given the unique nature of your beasts, I believe gaining entry into the academy will not pose a challenge. Really? Han Ling looked at Guhan with a pleading expression. Trust me, the academy cannot overlook such an evident loophole. If necessary, I will advocate on your behalf. All right, I believe you. Han Ling gradually ceased her sobbing. Let us simply await the results. Guhan gently patted Han Ling's back and settled down beside her, focusing his energy and attuning to the vast waves of mental power. Within Guhan's consciousness, the previously expansive orb of light had now dramatically contracted to the size of a goose egg, transforming into a colorful crystal known as the Soul Crystal. Within the Soul Crystal, a vague humanoid silhouette floated serenely at its center. Guhan activated the spirit summoning technique, and after several circuits of energy circulation, he began to sense a call from the outside world. Guhan opened his eyes, and upon noticing his awakening, Han Ling ceased her murmuring. The rankings are about to be announced, she murmured, gazing intently at Guhan. Chapter 40. Admission Rankings. Guhan turned his gaze toward the circular platform at the center of the square, where the senior students who had assisted in the tally stood neatly on either side. In the center of the platform, alongside the ever-present Elder Chui, stood 4 additional individuals. The first person on the left was a robust figure, muscles bulging like small hills, exuding an aura of immeasurable strength, with eyes resembling bronze bells, embodying a fearsome presence. Conversely, the individual on the far right presented a stark contrast, tall and slender, akin to a graceful bamboo, with smoothly defined shoulders that imparted an ethereal quality. He radiated a unique charm, as if he had stepped forth from a painting. Beside the elegant gentleman stood a beautiful woman, resembling a blooming peony, vibrant and alluring. Her light green hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her skin fair as snow, delicate to the touch. Her gaze remained fixated on the middle-aged man standing at the center. This man stood tall and resolute, his posture resembling a spear, straight and unwavering. His physique was long and powerful, with every muscle taut against his bones, seemingly brimming with explosive potential. His sharp, electric gaze was calm and composed, radiating an aura of unwavering confidence and determination. These 4 individuals were, of course, the Grand Masters of the 4 elemental systems. Elder Chui waved his hand, and a pure white curtain, emanating a soft glow, materialized in the air. Han Ting stepped forward and explained the rules to them. Elder Chui paused momentarily, transferring the brush in his hand to Li Hanting. Yes, Elder Chui, Li Hanting replied, bowing slightly as he accepted the brush. A torrent of his formidable spiritual energy surged into the brush, which he then flung forth. The brush tip danced swiftly upon the white canvas, ultimately inscribing 300 names. The first name, Guhan. The second, Nangong Wuqing. The third, Beiliamo. The fourth, Zhao Jingyu. The fifth, Gu Xingchen. The sixth, Shi Ruiying. The 197th, Fan Xingyao. The 203rd, Yang Ningnian. The 215th, Han Ling. The 273rd, Xing Jinzhua. The 300th, Wu Zhan. Those inscribed upon this list are, from today forth, the new students of Tianlai Academy. Those who did not make the cut may depart at their leisure. Li Hanting's voice resonated calmly. After a brief period, roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, only those 300 remained in the square. Welcome to Tianlai Academy. I am Li Hanting, the Grand Master of the Combat Department. You will reside here for the next 4 years, and I shall provide a brief overview of the Academy. The institution is divided into 4 departments: Combat, Flight, Defense, and Support. Each department is staffed with several Earth-level mentors to guide you. We will assign you to your respective departments based on your primary combat beast attributes and your performance in the secret realm. He Jia stepped forward and declared loudly, Nangong Wuqing, Beiliamo, Mu Bai, you are now students of the flight department. Xiao Sun followed closely, stating, Gu Xingqian, Shi Ruiying, Zhongli Jian. You belong to the defense department. Luo Sheng gracefully approached and announced, Zhang Ya, Fan Xingyao, Han Ling, you are now members of the support department. Notably, Zhang Ya is a peak intermediate Beastmaster, ranked 7th, only behind Shi Ring, and the sole support department Beastmaster among the top 10. Her primary beast is a second-tier, 9-stage Radiant Unicorn, a powerful spirit beast with both offensive and healing abilities. Finally, Li Hanting continued, Gu Han, Zhao Jingyu, Yang Ningyan. You are now students of the combat department. Furthermore, to motivate you, the Academy will distribute corresponding rewards based on your rankings. The first place will receive a Class A resource. Those ranked 2nd through 10th will receive Class B resources. Ranks 11 through 30 will receive Class C resources. Ranks 31 through 50 will receive Class D resources, and the remainder will receive basic resources. The Academy implements a points exchange system, and all resources must be earned through your own efforts. Once inside the Academy, your respective mentors will personally distribute the resources. Now, follow your mentors and proceed into the Academy. Yes, after the dust had settled, the faces of the crowd beamed with joy, a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Seeing that his task was complete, Elder Chui chose not to linger, stepping forth to shatter the void, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Gu Han, we will be classmates in the same department from now on. I shall be relying on you. Yang Ningyan jovially struck up a conversation with Gu Han. Ha ha ha, no problem. Stick with me, and there's certainly a bright future ahead, Gu Han replied, his confidence swelling as he recognized his own burgeoning strength. Shi Ruiying, observing Gu Han's demeanor, could not help but smirk. If you keep grinning like that, your mouth will reach your ears. It is evident that Gu Han, having traversed from Earth, while retaining memories of his past life, has always faced the world with a calm demeanor. However, the ingrained philosophy of survival of the fittest, where the strong prey upon the weak, instilled in him a lingering sense of unease. Thus, he yearns for power that can safeguard his life and that of his family. Now, Gu Han is gradually finding his footing. As long as he dedicates himself to cultivation, with the myriad of opportunities before him, he is destined to ascend to the pinnacle, commanding the heavens. After traversing for a while, they arrived at a grand entrance. The ancient wooden door emanated a faint glow, and the imposing black walls exuded a weighty historical aura. Above the door, a black stone slab adorned with golden fur bore the 4 characters, Tianlei Academy. An overwhelming presence surged forth. The door's material was likely sourced from the earthly profound spirit tree, reputed to be the hardest wood known in this continent. To craft such a grand entrance, the tree's age must surely exceed 3,000 years. Fan Xingyao adjusted her glasses, her expression one of astonishment. The bricks used for the walls are mixed with black gold sand, someone observed keenly, immediately recognizing the exceptional nature of the materials used. Did you notice that fur? If I'm not mistaken, it should belong to the legendary golden-haired roar, another remarked, trembling slightly. The fabled golden-haired roar? Surely that cannot be true, someone else countered. Their expression grave, unable to agree. Enough with the delays. Once inside, you can discuss this further. After entering, arrangements for your accommodations will be made, and 2 days hence, the opening ceremony will be held. Classes will commence following the ceremony. Li Hanting urged the crowd to proceed. As they crossed the threshold, a torrent of dense spiritual energy surged into their bodies, catching many off guard. Most halted, sitting cross-legged to absorb the overwhelming essence. The senior students at the entrance erupted in laughter at this sight, recalling their own experiences of being teased by upperclassmen. Focus your energy and guide the spiritual force into your bodies. You will acclimate shortly, a senior, appearing to be the leader, advised. Oh. The leader was surprised to notice a few individuals within the crowd who remained completely unaffected, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Soon, he relaxed. It is indeed said that this cohort possesses many promising talents. The leader recalled the rumors circulating in recent days, realizing that these few were indeed the highly regarded advanced Beastmaster students. Tianlei Academy primarily recruits from the common populace, truly affluent and powerful families disdain attending. Thus, among past newcomers, intermediate late stage or peak intermediate students have constituted the top tier. This is truly an extraordinary opportunity, the leader mused, reflecting on his own early days at Tianlei Academy when he was merely at the intermediate initial stage. After a year of arduous cultivation, he had barely reached the advanced level, doubting whether he could triumph over these new students. Welcome to the new students. Please state your department and your entrance ranking, and I will guide you to your accommodations. Several second-year students approached, eager to assist. They were also awarded points for welcoming newcomers, albeit minimal, nonetheless. The task posed no challenge, serving as a small benefit for these less accomplished students. Hello, senior sister. I am from the flight department, and my ranking is 87th. Junior sister, please follow me. I will show you the way. Senior sister, I'm male. Ah, my apologies. I truly didn't realize, the youth named Songju replied, a wry smile crossing his face. No worries, let us go. Chapter 41, New Student Enrollment. Junior, what a coincidence. We meet again, a voice called from behind Guhan. Turning around, Guhan recognized the senior sister who had just recorded his details. It's you, senior sister. Quite the coincidence. Could you please guide me? Of course. I was hoping you would ask, Xuantian replied playfully. Come along, Junior. Your combat department is located in the eastern courtyard. As the top student of your entrance exam, you will have a luxurious standalone villa all to yourself. Xuantian began to elaborate on the Academy's arrangements. A standalone villa? That sounds quite splendid. But what qualifications must one meet to reside in such a place? Guhan inquired curiously. It's simple. Just be among the top 10 of the entrance exam. Naturally, yours will be the finest of them all. During the entrance examination, our ranking was determined among 300 participants, and once the departments were assigned, a new ranking within each department would emerge. Subsequently, most of the competition would take place among peers within the same field. Guhan nodded slightly upon hearing this. It would be utterly foolish to pit auxiliary departments against combat departments, akin to forcing a defensive department's spirit beasts to ascend into the skies. Each type of spirit beast possesses a distinct developmental trajectory. Thus, competition should be lateral rather than hierarchical. However, this philosophy is applicable solely to the realm of education and does not hold in the harsh reality of the spirit beast world. Here we are, Junior. Xuantian led Guhan to an impressive cluster of buildings, where numerous structures rose majestically. One particularly prominent two-story courtyard stood out, in front of which an elderly gentleman awaited. Upon seeing Xuantian accompany Guhan, the elder smiled warmly and spoke. Welcome to Class A, Courtyard Number 1. I am the person in charge here. Please take a look around, and should you find anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you. Guhan replied with a slight bow. Upon observing the elder, Xuantian was taken aback and quickly responded, Elder Tian, please allow me to handle these trivial matters. It would be a burden to trouble you. With that, she hurriedly ushered Guhan into the courtyard, seemingly wary of the elder. Senior sister, who was that just now? Guhan inquired with curiosity. That was Elder Tian, responsible for our academy's logistics. He has a peculiar temperament and is quite challenging to deal with. Although he only oversees logistics, his seniority is immense. Even our dean refers to him as a junior when they meet. Very well, Guhan said, dismissing the concern, and began to examine his new residence. The courtyard was lush with greenery, filled with vibrant flowers and a small pond, creating a delightful ambience. Inside the house, the decor was exquisite and the furnishings were complete. The lower level comprised a living room and kitchen, while the upper floor contained bedrooms and a meditation room. Guhan was quite pleased with the layout. Is there anything else you need? Xuantian asked. If not, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, senior sister. Guhan meticulously scrutinized his future abode, realizing he would reside here for 4 years. He ventured into the courtyard, dug a small pit, and crushed several third-grade spiritual materials, mixing them with the collected essence of spirit beasts to fill the pit. He then summoned Manjusaka. If there are no battles ahead, Zhu can stay here. Now, I must utilize the resources at my disposal to enhance my spirit beast's abilities. Xiao Jing, guard the home. He extended his mental energy, enveloping the entire residence to gauge the surroundings, feeling assured that all was well. With a single step, he entered the Black Meteor Secret Realm. Guhan had now mastered the entrance and exit of the Black Meteor Secret Realm. Even a Saint-level Beastmaster would find it undetectable from afar. Moreover, a shielding array surrounded the academy. While launching boasted numerous powerful individuals, none would blatantly project their mental energy into Tianlai Academy. At the moment Guhan entered the secret realm, Elder Tian paused, turning to gaze at Guhan's courtyard, muttering to himself, a fixed-point teleportation? This lad harbors quite a few secrets. Tian Jingfeng held an exceptionally esteemed position within Tianlai Academy. He was a close disciple of the academy's dean, Song Yuanzhou. Although the academy was gradually declining, no one dared to provoke it due to Tian Jingfeng's presence, a formidable late-stage saint-level beastmaster. Without him, even the peak-level monarch, Song Yuanzhou, would struggle to protect Tianlai Academy from being devoured by various factions. The cave within which Guhan had entered the secret realm was one even Tian Jingfeng had not accessed, despite possessing a 9th-tier spatial spirit beast. Thus, upon learning of Guhan's entrance and the opportunities therein, he felt compelled to investigate. Moreover, Tian Jingfeng understood that Guhan's gains far surpassed what was visible on the surface. This child's future achievements will undoubtedly eclipse my own, he mused, waving his hand to completely erase the spatial fluctuations lingering in Guhan's courtyard before leisurely departing. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Meteor Secret Realm, Guhan remained oblivious to these developments. Arriving at the Xuantian Dragon Spring, he released all 3 of his beasts. Little you should have no issues entering. Little Tian likely wishes to join as well. As for Thunder, let's give it a try. If it proves too much, he can exit. The energy within the Xuantian Dragon Spring was not violent, but exceptionally pure. Ideally, one needed to reach the 3rd tier to enter. The blazing flame Heavenly Tiger was already close to that level, protected by the breaking cloud 3 blue flames, so he anticipated no problems. However, he was uncertain how long the Thunder Dragon could endure. Seated beside the Dragon Spring, Guhan began to browse the Spirit Beast Egg page in the shop. He had not yet examined the Spirit Beast Eggs rewarded upon ascending to the high-level Beastmaster rank. After recycling them, his exchange points had soared to an astonishing 5 million. Guhan's eyes sparkled as he perused the myriad of Spirit Beast Eggs displayed in the shop: Star Source Phoenix, Heavenly Origin Star Deer, Golden Behemoth. After flipping through several pages, he found the Spirit Beasts he desired: Emerald Phoenix, Sacred Light Unicorn, Healing Dragon Cat. Currently, Guhan's Spirit Beast camp lacked a healing-type Spirit Beast. Perhaps influenced by his gaming experience in a past life, he felt that a competent team should always include a healer. The prices of Spirit Beast Eggs of the same quality varied slightly due to their attributes. For instance, the Ice Element Icefield Wolf King, a low-level lord, was priced at 3.76 million, while the Star Element Heavenly Origin Star Deer commanded a staggering 5.89 million. Guhan's standards for Spirit Beasts had risen. He would not settle for anything less than a lord-level beast. After careful consideration, he selected several commendable healing-type Spirit Beasts. His top choice was the Emerald Phoenix, as a special branch of the Phoenix clan. Each Emerald Phoenix held a status no less than that of the clan leader and was meticulously cared for from birth. Being a flying Spirit Beast, its survival rate was relatively high, and its pure would attribute spiritual power possessed exceptional healing capabilities. Moreover, both the Thunder Dragon and the future evolved True Dragon, the Earth Nether Dragon Jiao, would exhibit a high compatibility with the Emerald Phoenix. Next, he considered the Sacred Light Unicorn. Unlike Zhanya's variant, the Sacred Light Unicorn was evolved from a Radiant Unicorn, possessing not only formidable healing abilities, but also impressive damage potential, making it a natural nemesis of dark attribute Spirit Beasts. Furthermore, its sacred light could dispel adverse emotional influences, offering diverse supportive capabilities. Lastly, there was the Moonlight Jade Rabbit. Small and unassuming, the Moonlight Jade Rabbit was favored by the moon, capable of accelerating cultivation using lunar energy, and its healing abilities were commendable. Overall, the Sacred Light Unicorn offered the best value for its price. Among these 3 Spirit Beasts, the Emerald Phoenix boasted the highest bloodline quality, ranking as a high-level lord, closest to the status of a dominating presence. Guhan speculated that a Saint-level Beastmaster would undoubtedly possess a dominating-level Spirit Beast. As for Monarch-level beasts, he had yet to hear of anyone capable of acquiring such. However, the Emerald Phoenix was prohibitively expensive, costing 12.65 million exchange points. Guhan could not afford it at present and would need to save for quite some time to make a purchase. His highest quality Spirit Beast, the Earth Nether Dragon Jiao, was merely of medium lord quality. The Moonlight Jade Rabbit was a low-level lord, priced at 6.88 million. It seemed that the Sacred Light Unicorn was the most suitable option. The Sacred Light Unicorn was exceptionally beautiful, and one could imagine that riding such a magnificent unicorn before an audience would fulfill every man's childhood dream. Sacred Light Unicorn Egg, medium lord quality, priced at 8.39 million. Would you like to purchase? Purchase. Guhan made a decisive choice, no longer hesitating. Chapter 42, The Radiant Unicorn. Within the mysterious realm of the Black Meteor, beside the primordial Sun Dragon Spring, Guhan held in his hand a Spirit Beast Egg that was entirely golden and emanated waves of radiant light. System, initiate perfect hatching. A prompt acknowledgement from the system resonated immediately. Subsequently, a beam of light surged precisely into the Radiant Unicorn Egg, with abundant spiritual energy continuously infusing into the egg. The 3 beasts within the Dragon Spring sensed the commotion and turned their gaze upward. At that moment, the earthly abyss dragon Jiao coiled in a sphere, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy from the spring, while the blazing sky tiger, enveloped in the protective aura of the breaking cloud 3 blue flames, absorbed energy at a pace that rivaled the dragon Jiao. Only the Thunder Dragon, surrounded by rampant lightning, wobbled precariously, evidently struggling. The radiant light persisted for about an hour before drifting back into Guhan's hand. The eggshell began to tremble slightly, and the brilliance on its surface intensified. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared on the shell, and a beam of holy light burst forth, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The fissure gradually widened, and a petite horn emerged from the eggshell, sparkling brilliantly like a radiant star. Soon after, the unicorn's head slowly pushed through, its eyes tightly shut, covered in a layer of soft white fur. The unicorn strained to break free from the confines of the shell, gradually unfurling its body. Its wings gently flapped, as if savoring the wonders of this new world. Eventually, it fully emerged, its eyes slowly opening. The little creature blinked its large eyes curiously at its surroundings, then wobbled over to Guhan, nuzzling its small head against his face. Guhan displayed a fond smile, bending down to scoop up the little unicorn. Spirit Beast name, Radiant Unicorn. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, light. Spirit Beast quality, intermediate lord. Spirit Beast level, juvenile 9 stage. Spirit Beast skills, holy light healing, holy light brilliance, holy light shield, holy light impact. Evolution conditions, 300 holy radiance flowers, 300 spirit light fairy herbs, 10 light flame spiritual ginseng, 10 radiant moon orchid, 1 heart of light, to gather spiritual power into the radiant unicorn, evolving into the celestial angel beast. Regardless of the bloodline quality of the spirit beast, the maximum realm upon birth is set at the juvenile 9 stage. Exceeding this would damage its foundation, a self-preservation instinct inherent to high-level spirit beasts. A soft glow emanated from Guhan's sea of consciousness, entering the mind of the radiant unicorn. Sensing the benevolent spiritual energy, the radiant unicorn did not resist. Moments later, a golden imprint in the shape of a unicorn sparkled into existence in Guhan's consciousness. From now on, you shall be one of us. I will introduce you to your older siblings shortly, Guhan affectionately spoke while cradling the radiant unicorn. The newborn unicorn was no larger than a small puppy, and its holy light imparted a comforting sense of peace, making it utterly endearing to Guhan. Henceforth, I shall call you Guangzai. After playfully engaging with Guangzai for a while, Guhan approached the primordial sun dragon spring to assess the conditions of the 3 beasts. The earthly abyss dragon Jiao and the blazing sky tiger continued to steadily absorb the pure spiritual power within, while the thunder dragon, though still present, appeared on the verge of collapse, as if it might shatter at any moment. Thunder, come forth. There will be ample opportunities ahead. Guhan promptly summoned the thunder dragon. Once emerged, the thunder dragon's purple body flushed crimson, and it quickly settled into a meditative posture to expedite the refinement of the residual spiritual energy within. Given the thunder dragon's current realm, it had already endured for an extended period. Moreover, the compatibility of dragon energy within the spring with lightning was exceptionally high, ensuring that the thunder dragon's gains this time would be substantial. After several hours, the thunder dragon approached, lively and energetic. Spirit Beast name, Thunder Dragon. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, Thunder, Sky. Spirit Beast quality, low-level lord. Spirit Beast level, 1st stage 7 segment. Spirit Beast skills, Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunderbolt, Lightning Flash, Thunderstorm, Thunder Dragon Impact. Lightning Chain. Evolution conditions, 100 Thunder Fruit, 100 Purple Quartz, 1 Purple Cloud Fruit, 1 Heart of Thunder, to concentrate spiritual power into the Thunder Dragon. Evolving into the Storm Thunder Dragon King. Having engaged in frequent battles recently, coupled with the recent absorption of a significant amount of pure spiritual energy, the Thunder Dragon's realm surged by 3 segments, reaching the 1st stage 7 segment. Prior to entering the mysterious realm, the Thunder Dragon had been at the 1st stage 4 segment. Glancing at the time, Guhan murmured, "It is time to pay a visit to my mentor." He summoned the earthly abyss dragon Jiao and the blazing sky tiger, bringing them into his Beastmaster space. The primordial sun dragon spring proved particularly beneficial for dragon attribute beasts, allowing the earthly abyss dragon Jiao to break through 2 segments, achieving the 3rd stage for segment. The blazing sky tiger, thanks to the presence of the breaking cloud 3 blue flames, refined its energy even faster than the dragon Jiao, reaching the peak of the 2nd stage and poised for a breakthrough to the 3rd stage at any moment. Before departing, Guhan glanced back at the heavenly ladder, contemplating, "I must find time to have them ascend the ladder." The heavenly ladder left by the Black Meteor sect holds significant importance in shaping one's foundation. With a single step, he returned to his courtyard, where he found the phantom fox napping atop the table in the living room. Gently, he lifted it and tenderly stroked its soft, delicate fur. The issue with Xiao Jing must be resolved promptly, Guhan stated with determination as he regarded the phantom fox. The Manjusaka was still enjoying itself in the blood pool Guhan had created for it. He had even added a drop of the celestial split dragon bear's blood into the pool, although it had just achieved the 5th stage in a last-minute breakthrough. It was indeed the blood of a genuine 5th stage spirit beast. After placing the phantom fox back into the Beastmaster space, Guhan set out. After discerning the direction, Guhan made his way toward the center of the academy. He had not paid attention to his surroundings upon his arrival, so he deliberately slowed his pace to observe the environment. As a premier academy within the Tunglong Empire, the Heavenly Thunder Academy excelled in every aspect. Towering ancient trees lined the pathways, and the gardens flourished with a myriad of colorful flowers, wafting a subtle floral fragrance. This period belonged to new student enrollment, creating a vibrant atmosphere, with groups of students scattered along the roads. Among them were not only newcomers. The Heavenly Thunder Academy operated on a 4-year system, admitting 300 students each year, along with special students like Xuantian. Currently, the academy housed approximately 1,500 students. Almost all second-year students possessed at least one third-stage spirit beast, not to mention the third and fourth-year students. It was rumored that fourth-year students might even include Earth-level beings with fifth-stage spirit beasts, rivaling ordinary mentors in strength. However, Guhan was not easily intimidated by fifth-stage beings. It could be said that within the academy, few posed a threat to him. The Heavenly Thunder Academy boasted multiple dining halls, and Guhan opted for the nearest one. It was said that the academy's dining hall even offered medicinal cuisine, with ingredients derived from spirit beast meat and spiritual materials, providing a substantial boost to Beastmasters. Initially intending to sample the culinary delights of the academy's dining hall, Guhan soon discovered that purchasing food required the school's points. As the top student among the new enrollees, he undoubtedly had points. But he had yet to visit his mentor to claim his rewards. Just as Guhan contemplated collecting resources first, a cool voice called out to him. "Come, I shall treat you." A mesmerizing figure stood behind him. Guhan turned to see an exquisite face, with cascading purple hair flowing freely over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze. Her pale blue eyes revealed an endless sense of coldness and detachment. Nangong Wuqing, Chapter 43, Seeking Mentorship. Greetings. Guhan cordially returned the gesture. Let us proceed. Although Guhan felt a sense of perplexity, he nonetheless did not decline, nodding slightly at Nangong Wuqing before settling down in a designated spot. The gaze of the surrounding males inadvertently lingered on Nangong Wuqing, and Guhan even perceived several glances imbued with a hint of hostility. However, both individuals remained composed and unperturbed, as if they were accustomed to such scrutiny. Guhan, a confrontation between us is inevitable. I eagerly anticipate it, Nangong Wuqing remarked, her gaze tinged with admiration for Guhan. At that moment, Guhan was savoring a bowl of soup crafted from golden eagle chicken, and upon hearing her words, he paused momentarily. This woman has not yet relinquished her ambitions. Guhan murmured to himself. Very well, since you are so eager for a duel, let us select a time. How about the opening ceremony 3 days from now? She proposed. Such grand stakes? Guhan retorted. Did you not say so yourself? All right then, we shall meet in 3 days, he agreed. After attaining the outcome she desired, Nangong Wuqing departed, leaving her portion of the meal pushed towards Guhan. One should not refuse a free meal, Guhan thought, lifting the bowl she had left behind and continuing to indulge his appetite. After consuming both servings, he too took his leave. Hello, fellow student. I am a newcomer and would like to inquire about the location of the combat department's instructor's office. Guhan intercepted a seemingly affable student along his path. Just follow this road straight ahead, turn left at the end, and you will see a row of tower-shaped buildings. That's where you need to go. Thank you very much. Guhan responded, proceeding on his way. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Guhan arrived at an ancient Chinese-style courtyard. He soon encountered a refined woman. Greetings, instructor. Guhan sensed a subtle pressure emanating from her, undoubtedly indicative of a level Earth Beastmaster. You must be Guhan, correct? My surname is Xia, and I am also an instructor in the combat department. Master Li has been waiting for you inside. Please, go in. Xia Ningxiu regarded the young man who had stirred the academy's upper echelons with curiosity. Hello, teacher Xia. I shall enter now, Guhan replied, pushing the door open. Upon finding the hall empty, he approached a side room and knocked gently. Enter, came a voice from within. Guhan opened the door to find Li Hanting seated at a desk. Welcome, have a seat. Li Hanting gestured for Guhan to take a place opposite him. Was teacher Li specifically awaiting my arrival? Guhan inquired. Indeed, Nangong Wuqing came to see me earlier. She wishes to engage in a friendly match with you during the opening ceremony and claimed you would undoubtedly agree. I thought it prudent to hear your perspective. Certainly. I have already acquiesced to her request, Guhan responded. Noting the ease in his tone, Li Hanting cautioned, do not take this lightly. It is said that neither Qingwan nor the Tianshan Snow Maiden are her primary beasts. Guhan was genuinely taken aback by Li Hanting's words. Without Guhan, Nangong Wuqing's 2 beasts would have been nearly invincible within their cohort, if it were not for Guhan's underworld spirit serpent evolving into an earth underworld dragon. Relying solely on the thunder dragon and fiery tiger would have made it exceedingly difficult to claim victory. Every bite and sip possesses its own destiny. Guhan inhaled deeply, affirming, I shall give my utmost effort. His pride rivaled that of anyone else. With this matter concluded, let us proceed to the next topic, Li Hanting continued. Please, go ahead, Guhan replied, focusing his attention on Li Hanting. Every department offers both general and specialized courses. General courses are open to all, while specialized courses are taught by specific instructors. You will be assigned to a particular mentor who will guide you in your training. This fixed instructor will accompany you for 4 years until you graduate from the academy. Li Hanting's voice paused, his gaze fixed intently on Guhan. Guhan felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Do you wish for me to become your disciple? Guhan, discerning the underlying implication in Li Hanting's words, quickly understood. Indeed, your talent is undeniable. I believe no instructor would refuse you. However, due to my professional obligations, I have not taught students for quite some time and tend to be busier than other instructors. Yet, what others possess, you will certainly have as well. Are you willing? Guhan felt a touch awkward upon hearing this, almost as though it were a marriage proposal. Teacher, Guhan stood respectfully, bowing deeply to Li Hanting. Unlike a master, one may have numerous teachers. Splendid. Li Hanting, usually stern and unyielding, now appeared exceedingly animated. Of course, it would be foolish not to agree, considering Li Hanting's prowess and standing, second only to the vice president. Within the various departments of Tianlei Academy, aside from the grand instructor who manages daily affairs, there is also a nominal vice president. However, the vice president seldom partakes in departmental management, making the grand instructor the highest authority within the department. Li Hanting produced a spatial ring and retrieved a red, circular object from within. This is the Academy's unique identity wristband, the Blood Spirit Bracelet. Although it is merely a second-tier spiritual artifact, it can record your information, allow you to browse tasks issued by the Academy, and utilize points to purchase necessary resources in the Academy's marketplace. Most importantly, it can detect your life status. Should you face a life-threatening situation, it will actively emit a distress signal. Nearby students wearing the same bracelet will receive the signal, and designated students responsible for monitoring will be notified, enabling prompt rescue. The Academy's goal is to cultivate strong individuals and ensure your safety as you grow. Simply drop a drop of your blood to confirm your identity. Inside, you will find the points corresponding to your A-grade resources. After listening to Li Hanting, Guhan accepted the bracelet with both hands and dripped a drop of blood onto it. Upon contact, the bracelet seemed to liquefy, absorbing the blood and forming a crystal the size of a soybean. Guhan connected his spiritual energy with the bracelet, observing his basic information and noting the presence of 10,000 points. The A-grade resources amounted to 10,000 points, including a 5th-tier spiritual material and a 4th-tier spiritual ore, along with 3 3rd-tier recovery pills. Do not underestimate these A-grade resources. Typically, aside from the top newcomer, one must ascend to the top of the Academy's combat ranking to obtain them, Li Hanting cautioned, fearing Guhan might look down upon these so-called A-grade resources. What is the combat ranking? Guhan inquired with curiosity. It is a leaderboard accessible to all Academy students, featuring 100 slots that any student can challenge. The student ranked first receives a share of A-grade resources each month. Most individuals on the leaderboard are 4th-year students, possessing formidable mid-stage abilities, each with at least one mid-stage 4th-tier beast. However, this seems like a trivial challenge for you. Li Hanting felt a twinge of concern. As Guhan's Earth Underworld Dragon could already contend with 5th-tier spiritual beasts, 4th-tier opponents hardly posed any threat. Likely only the top 10 would provide him with some degree of pressure. Li Hanting, exasperated, then retrieved an ancient jade box. Open it and take a look. Consider it a gift from your teacher. Guhan accepted the jade box with both hands, and upon opening it, he discovered a spirit beast egg. The egg was enveloped in a faint layer of purple aura, within which the shadowy outline of a spirit beast could be discerned. The chill emanating from the egg rendered the surrounding air dense and palpable. Chapter 44, The Gift of the Egg. Guhan gazed at the egg and activated the system's identification function. Spirit Beast Egg Name, Amethyst Ice Bear. Spirit Beast Egg Gender, Male. Spirit Beast Egg Attribute, Ice. Spirit Beast Egg Quality, Intermediate Monarch. Spirit Beast Egg Level, None, Unhatched. Hatching Conditions. This is far too precious, Master. I cannot accept it. Guhan hastily declined upon seeing the specifics of the egg. The Amethyst Ice Bear is renowned among bears for its ice attribute, which bestows upon it not only exceptional defense, but also formidable offensive capabilities. It can be aptly described as a damage-dealing shield, making it exceedingly compatible with Guhan's current team. Take it. The unique advantage you gained from the Heavenly Yuan fruit within the secret realm allows for an additional beast contract slot. The more spirit beasts you possess, the greater your strength, Li Hanting insisted with an air of authority. Later, show me all your spirit beasts, and I will tailor a training regimen for you accordingly. Now, let us proceed. Without waiting for Guhan's response, Li Hanting rose and strode toward the door. To Guhan, an intermediate monarch quality spirit beast egg was merely ordinary. However, considering he had no immediate plans for a second contract slot and his exchange points were nearly depleted, he knew he could not afford a Lord-level Spirit Beast egg in the near future. Yet, for Li Hanting, this egg, born with intermediate monarch quality, was invaluable. Gu Han was aware that, due to his system, acquiring Spirit Beast eggs was relatively convenient for him. In reality, obtaining Spirit Beast eggs was exceedingly arduous. The higher the quality of the egg, the stronger the guardian beast nearby. It was evident that Li Hanting had high hopes for Gu Han. Resigned to the situation, Gu Han hurriedly cradled the Spirit Beast egg and followed Li Hanting. As they walked, Li Hanting began to elucidate the specifics of the academy. The school was roughly divided into 4 quadrants: the east for the combat department, the west for the flying department, the north for the defense department, and the south for the support department. Do you know why our academy is regarded as the finest in the entire continent? I do not know, sir. Gu Han replied honestly. Because our academy possesses numerous cultivation secret realms, which are sustainable resources. The spirit summoning secret realm you used for your entrance examination is one such realm. The academy has remained steadfast amidst various trials and tribulations, primarily due to the long-term accumulation of resources within these secret realms. Beyond the spirit summoning secret realm, other realms harbor spirit beasts of up to 6th or even 7th tier. However, most high-tier spirit beasts are sealed at the heart of the realms, with the highest tier active spirit beasts around 5th or 6th tier. This ensures that you face enough pressure for training without incurring significant casualties. As Gu Han listened to Li Hanting's eloquent exposition, he gradually gained a more intuitive understanding of Tianlai Academy. Furthermore, strive to cultivate good relations with the support department. Do not underestimate them simply because their combat power appears weak. They are indispensable members of any team. Now, I am taking you to the Spirit Beast Cultivation Garden managed by the support department. Li Hanting strode purposefully, with Gu Han closely following. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard exuding an extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy. In front of the courtyard stood a beautiful woman, her gaze fixed intently on Li Hanting. Gu Han recognized her as Luo Sheng, the esteemed mentor of the support department. Intrigued by Luo Sheng's attention towards his master, Gu Han couldn't help but tease, "Teacher, it seems Luo teacher has her eyes on you." Li Hanting shot Gu Han a glare before stepping forward to address Luo Sheng. "This is my new disciple. Gu Han, as you are aware, I require a cultivation room." "Very well, I shall have someone prepare it," Luo Sheng replied softly, welcoming the two inside. "Xiao, you may join us as well." At that moment, a timid girl emerged from a small room beside the courtyard. Her light steps accompanied by a faint blush on her fair face. "Teachers, Li Mentor," she greeted the two mentors with a respectful bow. "This is my new disciple, named Song Xia, though she is somewhat shy. While her talent may not rival Gu Han's, she is already a high-level spirit beastmaster," Luo Sheng said proudly to Li Hanting. "Indeed, she shows promise," Li Hanting remarked, easily discerning Song Xia's level of prowess. It was noteworthy that Song Xia had been granted admission without participating in the entrance examination. In fact, many exceptional students were often specially recruited by the academy. Song Xia's mother had a history with Luo Sheng, and given Song Xia's remarkable talent, Luo Sheng had taken her under her wing. Before long, the group arrived at an ancient stone chamber, its walls adorned with peculiar patterns, and the air within filled with rich spiritual energy. At the center of the chamber flowed a spirit spring. "Take out the egg and place it upon the spirit spring. Distribute the hatching materials around it," Luo Sheng instructed. Gu Han promptly nodded, extending his hand to summon the spirit beast egg. Upon seeing the egg, Luo Sheng's pupils constricted slightly, and she conveyed telepathically to Li Hanting. "You actually gave him this egg, isn't that?" "Cough, cough," Li Hanting interrupted Luo Sheng's astonished words with a glance. "It is more suited for Gu Han at present." Gu Han, oblivious to their exchanged glances, placed the spirit beast egg by the spring and turned to Li Hanting, confident that he had prepared the necessary materials for hatching. Li Hanting nodded slightly, and a series of spirit materials emerged from his spatial ring, scattering around the spirit beast egg. "Xiao, be sure to observe closely," Luo Sheng reminded. Indeed, Song Xia's talent lay in spirit beast cultivation, coupled with her meticulous observation skills, making her naturally suited to be a cultivator. Not only was Luo Sheng the head mentor of the support department, but she was also a highly ranked cultivator. Once everything was ready, Gu Han channeled his spiritual energy, infusing the essence of the materials into the spirit beast egg through the spirit spring. After approximately 2 hours, Gu Han's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and the hatching process neared its conclusion. The spirit beast egg radiated a brilliant light, a solid beam of purple flashed, and fine cracks spread across the shell like a spider's web. With a series of rhythmic knocks, the shell shattered. A small bear, enveloped in soft purple fur, slowly emerged. It opened its gem-like purple eyes, curiously surveying its surroundings, then deftly picked up the scattered shell pieces, plopping down and devouring them with gusto. Guhan found himself enamored with the little creature, teasing it with the shell fragments. After a brief period of familiarization, a contract surged from Guhan's brow and enveloped the amethyst ice bear. In an instant, a bear-shaped mark radiating a gentle purple light appeared within Guhan's sea of consciousness. Spirit Beast name, Amethyst Ice Bear. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, ice. Spirit Beast quality, intermediate monarch. Spirit Beast level, youngling, 6th tier. Spirit Beast skills, ice wall, ice armor, ice spear, frigid domain. Evolution conditions, 100 ice spirit fruits, 100 ice marrow flowers, 1 frost lotus, 1 heart of ice crystal. By converging spiritual power within the amethyst ice bear, it can evolve into the frost-armored war bear. Guhan, this spirit beast is a product of your teacher's considerable effort, originally intended to be his 7th guardian beast. Luo Sheng could not help but express the significance of the amethyst ice bear. Guhan promptly embraced the amethyst ice bear and approached Li Hanting, respectfully bowing. Guhan expresses his gratitude to the teacher. The kindness of the teacher shall be eternally etched in my heart. Li Hanting, with a stern demeanor, assisted Guhan to rise and spoke earnestly. The teacher sees in you a reflection of my former self. I recognize your determination. Follow your heart, and know that the teacher will always stand behind you in support. Chapter 45, Evolution of the Secret Realm. After bidding farewell to everyone, Guhan departed the nurturing garden with the amethyst ice bear. Upon returning to his residence, Guhan waved his hand, summoning the Manjusaka, which was training in the courtyard, into the beast space. He then lightly tapped his forehead, allowing a surge of immense spiritual energy to envelop the entire dwelling, before stepping forth and returning to the Black Meteor's secret realm. With Guhan's complete mastery over the secret realm, he gained insight into its specific conditions. Due to the hasty retreat of the Black Meteor sect, the most vital resources lay within the palace and the treasury. As the secret realm had remained closed for an extended period, the spirit beasts inside were generally weak and scarce in variety. Guhan planned to release a portion of the spirit beasts trapped within the stone statues in the palace and capture some from the outside world to enrich the secret realm. Guhan strolled leisurely through the secret realm, meticulously observing his surroundings, until he finally arrived at the Hall of Inheritance. Pushing open the door, he found the vast hall as empty as ever. Approaching the central altar, he gazed at the lifelike stone statues flanking the staircase, feeling a warmth in his heart. Based on Guhan's deductions, the Earth Underworld Dragon Serpent, coupled with Medusa's tears, should be able to release all spirit beasts below the 6th rank and 4th stage in this place, and these beasts would unconditionally obey Guhan. Without further hesitation, Guhan unleashed the Earth Underworld Dragon Serpent, snapping his fingers to send a golden-brown crystal directly into its belly. Towering cold stone statues surrounded him, emanating a chilling pressure. Guhan scanned the statues, searching for suitable spirit beasts. At this moment, the Earth Underworld Dragon Serpent radiated a golden-brown glow, and even the surrounding air felt oppressively dense. Its vertical pupils fixated on the statues Guhan had surveyed. Xiaoyu, let us begin, Guhan commanded. The Earth Underworld Dragon Serpent took a deep breath, its eyes shining with golden light, and unleashed a torrent of golden energy that shot toward the stone statues like arrows. The statues instantly revealed intricate and mysterious patterns, an ancient aura pervading the entire hall. As time passed, the mysterious patterns gradually faded until they vanished completely. A howl echoed, and the 72nd stone statue shattered, violently giving rise to a silver moon wolf. As if contagious, one statue after another crumbled, releasing a multitude of spirit beasts. In an instant, the grand palace resonated with a cacophony of beast roars, the air trembling violently in response. Although the released spirit beasts were exceedingly exuberant, they consciously gathered around Guhan, occasionally casting friendly glances toward him. Should Guhan choose to contract them at that moment, it would be a matter of utmost ease. Guhan glanced around, noting the following: Spirit Beast name, Celestial Gluttonous Wolf. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attribute, light. Spirit Beast quality, low rank monarch. Spirit Beast level, 4th stage, 8th tier. Spirit Beast skills, evolution conditions. Spirit Beast name, Flame Ice Demon Lion. Spirit Beast gender, male. Spirit Beast attributes, fire, ice. Spirit Beast quality, mid-rank monarch. Spirit Beast level, 5th stage, 7th tier. Spirit Beast skills, evolution conditions. Spirit Beast name, Flame Soul Bird. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attributes, fire, wind. Spirit Beast quality, mid-rank monarch. Spirit Beast level, 6th stage, 2nd tier. Spirit Beast skills, evolution conditions. A handful of stone statues remained untouched. The Earth Underworld Dragon Serpent, having exhausted itself, returned to the beast space early to recover its strength. At this moment, over 50 spirit beasts encircled Guhan. And feeling the sheer size of this formidable assembly, Guhan experienced a surge of confidence. Leading the beasts outside, Guhan retrieved the Sect Master token from his spatial ring, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into the token, which immediately radiated a brilliant glow. With a hum, the entire secret realm trembled slightly. Beneath the ground of the secret realm, a swirling light erupted, soaring through the sky at breakneck speed until it reached Guhan. The light gradually materialized into a glass orb the size of a fist. This was the core of the Black Meteor's secret realm. Guhan immersed himself in his consciousness, connecting with the mark belonging to Medusa. The mark sensed Guhan's presence, and a trickle of golden-brown liquid began to seep from its surface. Guhan swiftly guided the liquid to permeate his being, landing upon the core of the Black Meteor's secret realm. The moment the golden-brown liquid made contact with the core, the energy particles in the air seemed to come alive, and the ground trembled slightly, producing a deep rumbling sound. Ancient runes began to surface from beneath the earth, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. In the next instant, mountains erupted from the ground, the earth cracked open, and rivers began to converge. The area of the secret realm expanded at a visibly rapid pace, soon tripling in size. It was estimated that it might exceed the entire land area of Dragon City. The vegetation within the secret realm also underwent evolution, with exotic flowers, grasses, and trees growing at an astonishing rate. Spirit materials burst forth from the earth, and the quality of the existing spirit materials was elevated as a whole. As the evolution deepened, the spiritual energy within the secret realm grew denser, causing many solidly rooted spirit beasts to break through. Within moments, several fourth-stage spirit beasts emerged. The entire space was suffused with a powerful and solemn atmosphere. The previously chaotic mists dissipated entirely, revealing to Guhan a vibrant and mysterious world. A brand new, heartwarming secret realm had taken shape. In this new secret realm, Guhan remained the one who wielded authority. As the evolution of the secret realm approached its conclusion, Guhan dispatched the spirit beasts he had released from the stone statues to various corners of the realm for their own cultivation. When needed, they would appear at his call. While on his way back to the academy, Guhan had broadly informed Medusa about the circumstances within the secret realm. Given Medusa's strength and status, she naturally regarded this low-tier secret realm with disdain. Consequently, she refined her damaged space to facilitate the evolution of the Black Meteor secret realm. This upgrade raised the maximum level of the Black Meteor secret realm to the 8th tier, sufficient for the time being. Guhan understood that future upgrades would not require his involvement, so he returned to the palace. Opening the beast space, Guhan released all of his spirit beasts. The most prominent among them was the Earth Underworld Dragon Serpent, which, having just expended considerable energy, immediately coiled on the ground, striving to regain its strength. Next was the Flame Tiger. Although a spirit beast had also emerged from the stone statue, it was a stark contrast to Guhan's own. The bloodline of the exalted monarch, augmented by the innate fire, combined with the tempering of the heavenly ladder, has elevated the potential of the Flame Heaven Tiger to unprecedented heights. Although the quality of the Thunder Dragon's bloodline is superior, its realm remains somewhat inferior, merely at the 7th stage of the first level. Over the past few days, the Manjasaka has been fervently absorbing the essence of spirit beasts, and unknowingly, it has reached the 4th stage of the first level. The Phantom Fox is struggling to keep pace with the current combat intensity of Guhan and urgently needs to seek a method for evolution. Perhaps due to the pressure exerted by its companions, the Phantom Fox managed to break through on its own yesterday without Guhan's assistance, successfully ascending to the 2nd tier. Nevertheless, it remains disinterested, dozing atop the back of the Flame Heaven Tiger. Despite the substantial increase in the Flame Heaven Tiger's strength and its demeanor resembling that of an elder brother, the Phantom Fox still holds an inherent reverence for it. The Holy Light Unicorn and the Amethyst Ice Bear remain in their nascent states at the 9th and 6th stages of infancy, respectively. Perhaps due to the unseen pressure brought by Nangong Witching, Guhan feels that his current strength is still inadequate. Thus, Guhan resolves to guide the remaining 5 beasts to ascend the heavenly ladder. Chapter 46, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. In search of a method to significantly enhance strength in a short period without adverse effects, Guhan thinks of the heavenly ladder. He communicates the general information to the 5 beasts, and upon hearing Guhan's account, the Thunder Dragon exhibits the most exuberant enthusiasm, eager to leap onto the stairs before it. Conversely, the Earth Nether Dragon Jiao appears somewhat apprehensive, having just expended considerable energy and not yet fully recovered. No matter. It can ascend once Xiaoyu has recuperated. Guhan, sensing the Earth Nether Dragon Jiao's concern, reassures it, one at a time, that way I can assist. Observing the restless Thunder Dragon, he promptly declares, you simply cannot sit still. Thunder, you go first. Upon being urged by Guhan to take the lead, the Thunder Dragon lets out a resounding roar and charges forward. It ascends the first 500 steps with hardly a pause, moving with a leisurely grace. 100 steps, 200 steps, 300 steps. It is not until it reaches the 700th step that the Thunder Dragon's pace falters slightly, its speed diminishing. With both its racial talents and physical prowess being of the highest caliber, the Thunder Dragon, despite the Heavenly Ladder being a 9th-grade spiritual artifact, is undoubtedly recognized for its innate gifts and abilities. Predictably, the Thunder Dragon reaches the 999th step. As it takes the final step, a cascade of golden light descends upon it, vigorously purging the impurities from its bloodline and gradually elevating its realm. Next to ascend is the Holy Light Unicorn. Its 4 pristine hooves make a delightful pattering sound against the tiled floor of the hall, a sound most pleasing to the ears. The golden horn, currently only a delicate tip, appears exceedingly adorable. Unlike the Thunder Dragon, the Holy Light Unicorn treads very steadily, utilizing the pressure from the Heavenly Ladder to compress its spiritual energy, moving slowly yet rhythmically with each step. Guhan perceives the Holy Light Unicorn's intent, and a look of satisfaction graces his eyes. Indeed, the higher the being, the greater the intelligence. However, Thunder is no exception. Guhan finds himself in a bit of a quandary. The Holy Light Unicorn takes nearly twice as long as the Thunder Dragon to reach the summit. Yet it maintains remarkable steadiness with each step. Even during the final 100 steps, the time taken is no different from the preceding ones. The Holy Light Unicorn too receives the bountiful energy from the golden light. Though newly hatched, the amethyst ice bear's resolute little face reflects its indomitable spirit, ultimately climbing over 800 steps before being ejected. The Manjusaka fared even worse, barely managing to ascend 400 steps. Just as the Manjusaka retreated, the Earth Nether Dragon Jiao suddenly opened its eyes wide. With a powerful stomp, it launched itself toward the Heavenly Ladder. In mere moments, it ascended 500 steps. The subsequent hundreds of steps proved no obstacle. The Earth Nether Dragon Jiao reached the summit in a matter of seconds. Leaning against the Flame Heaven Tiger, Guhan cradles the Phantom Fox in his arms, quietly observing the 5 beasts seated on the ground, fervently absorbing the golden light. Little Jing, once the opening ceremony concludes, I will embark on your evolutionary path, at which point you shall lead this band of younger siblings into battle. Guhan gently murmurs as he strokes the Phantom Fox's fur. The Phantom Fox nudges its head against Guhan's hand in response. After several hours, the Manjusaka is the first to complete its absorption. Its originally vibrant stem and leaves now bear faint golden patterns, enhancing its already enchanting appearance with an air of nobility. Its realm has continuously advanced, breaking through twice to reach the 6th stage of the first level. Though its racial bloodline has not further evolved, it has become more solidified. The Thunder Dragon follows suit, having attained the most energy feedback from its ascent, and despite being the first to summit and begin absorbing, it swiftly consumes all the energy provided by the Heavenly Ladder, breaking through to the 2nd tier. The Earth Nether Dragon Jiao, now the strongest member of the team, possesses strength comparable to an ordinary 5th-tier spirit beast. Fortunately, the high-level energy feedback from the Heavenly Ladder proves beneficial for the Earth Nether Dragon Jiao, allowing it to break through a stage and reach the late 5th stage of the 3rd tier, drawing close to the 6th stage. The Holy Light Unicorn seems to resonate exceptionally well with the energy feedback from the Heavenly Ladder, radiating golden light during absorption. As the process nears its conclusion, the golden light converges entirely within, elevating its realm to the formidable 4th stage of the 1st tier. The Amethyst Ice Bear, too, does not disappoint Guhan. Upon completing its energy absorption, it attains the 9th stage of infancy, merely a step away from breaking into the 1st tier. Guhan, too, sits cross-legged, absorbing the energy feedback bestowed upon him by the contract. Since the evolution of the Nether Spirit Serpent into the Earth Nether Dragon Jiao, he has entered the advanced 1st stage, and after intermittently absorbing feedback from the spirit beasts, he ultimately stabilizes at the advanced 2nd stage. The overall enhancement of the team today has significantly propelled Guhan's realm to the advanced 5th stage. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within, a subtle smile graces Guhan's face. Once he observes that all the beasts have completed their recuperation, he hesitates for a moment before placing the Thunder Dragon, Flame Heaven Tiger, and Earth Nether Dragon Jiao into the primordial Yang Dragon Spring to further cultivate and solidify their realms. The Phantom Fox and Amethyst Ice Bear are withdrawn directly into the beast space, while the Manjusaka returns to the blood pool in the courtyard, the most suitable place for its training. After much contemplation, Guhan ultimately refrains from allowing the Holy Light Unicorn to enter the primordial Yang Dragon Spring for cultivation. Though it is one of his two highest bloodline spirit beasts, its realm is still too low, and Guhan dares not take the risk. Having completed all preparations, Guhan returns to his residence, retracting the mental energy that enveloped the area. In truth, Guhan is aware that his superior mental energy is of little consequence at the Thunderbolt Academy, where even the highest tier can be easily overwhelmed. Generally, instructors and elders would not have the time to forcibly shatter the mental energy set by students in their residences. As for students, daring to do so would be a blatant provocation. Guhan gazes up at the sky, where night has fallen and stars twinkle brightly. He had met Li Han-ting in the afternoon and has been busy modifying the secret realm and tending to the young ones until the late hours of the night. Feeling his empty stomach, Guhan sighs softly. The academy's cafeteria is likely closed. I suppose I'll have to prepare something to eat myself. Clad in a loose black robe, with sleeves casually rolled up to reveal his sturdy forearms, a square table is set in the center of the courtyard, laden with fresh ingredients and various condiments. Beside it stands a massive barbecue grill, where the charcoal burns fiercely beneath, casting a warm glow on his focused face. The barbecue grill was custom-made for him before he arrived at the academy. Guhan skillfully arranged skewers of tender meat on the grill, occasionally dipping his brush into the sauce to evenly coat the meat. As the sizzling sound filled the air, the skewers began to change color, and the fat dripped onto the charcoal, igniting a flurry of sparks. Guhan gently turned the skewers, his eyes brimming with anticipation and satisfaction, while the vegetables beside him gradually transformed into a golden, enticing hue, exuding a delightful aroma. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and a figure quietly appeared at the gate of the courtyard. At first glance, the old man seemed unremarkable, yet there was an unmistakable aura of the extraordinary about him. Guhan was initially unaware, remaining focused on his grilling, until the old man cleared his throat and slowly approached. Only then did Guhan look up. Old Master Tian, what brings you here? Guhan quickly rose and clasped his hands in greeting. Tian Jingfeng waved his hand with a smile, stating that he happened to pass by, caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, and decided to take a look. His gaze fell upon the grill. It looks quite impressive. Guhan smiled bashfully, admitting that he usually enjoyed experimenting with such things and hoped he wasn't embarrassing himself. If you don't mind, Old Master Tian, please join me in tasting. Tian Jingfeng was not one to refuse and took a seat beside him. Guhan offered him several skewers of grilled meat and vegetables. Tian Jingfeng took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly delicious. I've never seen such a method of preparation. Did you come up with this?" "Well, it's just some random tinkering," Guhan replied. "The piece you're enjoying is the most tender cut from the body of the sky-splitting dragon bear, complemented by my secret soul sauce. It's a true delicacy." Guhan spoke with confidence. Indeed, it possesses a unique flavor, judging by the quality of the meat. That dragon bear must have been at the peak of the 4th tier during its lifetime. Am I correct? Tian Jingfeng readily offered his praise. You might be mistaken. That dragon bear was indeed at the peak of the 4th tier, but guess what? In the midst of our battle, it leveled up, if it weren't for me. The conversation between the two, one old and one young, flowed effortlessly, filled with laughter and camaraderie. This ordinary exchange continued for several hours before finally drawing to a close. Tian Jingfeng rose, patted Guhan on the shoulder, and smiled. Today has been a rare delight, but I must be on my way. Make sure to rest early. Guhan quickly stood to see him off, saying, Take care, Old Master Tian. After bidding farewell to Tian Jingfeng, Guhan tidied up and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he gazed out the window at the moonlight, reflecting on his solitary journey since crossing over and how he had formed a small team. A smile unconsciously graced Guhan's lips. Chapter 47. Su Yuejian's Remarkable Growth. The next morning, Guhan, I'm here. Have you woken up? I'm coming in. A light, airy voice floated into Guhan's courtyard. At that moment, Guhan, having stayed up late the previous night, was still fast asleep. Su Yuejian pushed the door open and, upon seeing Guhan lying in bed, felt a playful urge arise within her. She slowly approached the bedside and gently pinched Guhan's nose. In his slumber, Guhan felt a sudden constriction in his breathing and instinctively opened his mouth. Seeing this, Su Yuejian was secretly delighted and swiftly grabbed a nearby brush, shoving the brush tip into Guhan's mouth. Guhan was instantly jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, only to find a brush in his mouth. He looked at Su Yuejian in utter bewilderment, while she laughed uncontrollably. Haha, Guhan, you look absolutely hilarious, Su Yuejian exclaimed. Guhan, helplessly expelling the brush, shot her a glare. What made you come looking for me? Su Yuejian smiled sweetly. You're the only person I know in the academy. Who else would I seek out? Take a guess. What level do you think I am at now? Su Yuejian asked, a proud expression on her face. Surely not at the intermediate level? Guhan scratched his head casually. You guessed correctly. I am now an intermediate Beastmaster. My grandfather helped my 7-colored poison butterfly evolve a second time, and it unexpectedly mutated into a 9-colored poison-devouring butterfly. Additionally, I contracted a Xuantian ice toad, which has a low-level royal bloodline. Su Yuejian's excitement grew with each word, leaving Guhan in a state of astonishment. Wait, you mean you've contracted a beast of royal quality? Guhan questioned, puzzled. Given your soul strength, isn't it incredibly challenging to contract a beast of that caliber? My grandfather provided me with a pill when I first met him. A 5th-grade pill that significantly boosts spiritual power. It was only after taking it that I was able to contract Qingqing, Su Yuejian recalled. Su Yuejian's grandfather, Zhang Daoyuan, understood that the best way to help her catch up with the Academy's elite was to enhance her spiritual strength. Over the past half-month, Su Yuejian had spent most of her time refining that 6th-grade spirit pill. It was only last night that she successfully contracted the Xuantian ice toad. Guhan, upon hearing Su Yuejian's fortunate circumstances, felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. He had fought tooth and nail to obtain the Tianyuan fruit, while her elder had casually bestowed upon her a 5th-grade pill, which was not any less valuable. As Su Yuejian turned to leave the room, Guhan remained on the bed, silently chuckling to himself. Thankfully, he wasn't sleeping in the nude. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Guhan sighed in relief and then tidied up before exiting the room. I heard you're supposed to have a duel with Nangong Wuqing at the opening ceremony tomorrow. Su Yuejian eyed Guhan with curiosity as he emerged. She has asked me several times to step into the ring. Refusing her would make me seem pretentious and superficial. Besides, I am the top newcomer in the entrance rankings, Guhan replied, lounging in a nearby armchair with his legs casually propped up on the table. I've heard that Nangong Wuqing is the next generation's empress of the Xingyue Empire, demonstrating exceptional beast mastery talent from a young age. Coupled with the resources of the Xingyue Empire, how do you plan to compete with her? Su Yuejian remarked, seemingly taunting him. Although it's just a friendly match, losing in front of the entire academy would be quite embarrassing. You little miss, why are you so quick to undermine others' strengths while diminishing your own? She is indeed formidable. But I am not to be underestimated either. Haven't you heard that I single-handedly took down a 5th-tier spirit beast during the assessment? What? Did I hear you correctly? A 5th-tier spirit beast? Su Yuejian, having just concluded her training, was unaware of the details during the assessment, only knowing that Guhan had performed exceptionally well. Even her grandfather was aware of it. We'll talk about it later. Have you eaten yet? I'm feeling a bit hungry, Guhan said, glancing at Su Yuejian. Not yet. Come on, let's grab a bite. I'll treat you. The crow-winged black chicken and white mushroom soup in the cafeteria is truly exceptional. You must try it. Without waiting for Su Yuejian's consent, Guhan took her by the hand and hurried towards the academy's dining hall. The cafeteria was not too crowded in the morning, and soon Guhan returned with 2 bowls of soup, placing them in front of a bored Su Yuejian. Just as Guhan was about to make his next move, a voice called out to him. What a coincidence, Guhan. You're here too. Guhan turned to see 3 distinct beauties approaching him, with Han Ling being the one who spoke. Who are they? Guhan, could you introduce us? Yang Ningyan noticed Su Yuejian with a keen eye. Hello, sisters. You are all so beautiful. Su Yuejian beamed at the trio. This is Su Yuejian. We're all from Heiyun City, Guhan said, scratching his head. You're quite lovely as well, little sister. I'm Yang Ningyan, specializing in combat. This is Han Ling and Fan Xingyao, both of whom specialize in support. In no time, the 4 women were engrossed in conversation, leaving Guhan standing awkwardly to the side. All right, we won't interrupt you two any longer. We'll take our leave now, Yang Ningyan said, and Guhan finally set down his bowl, ready to start his breakfast. Who would have thought your charm is quite impressive? You've met so many beauties in just a few days, Su Yuejian teased. Perhaps my allure is simply too great. Guhan chuckled. How thick-skinned you are. Su Yuejian retorted with a light scoff. On the other side, as they exited the cafeteria, Yang Ningyan could not help but exclaim. Su Yuejian and Guhan seemed to share a deep bond. What about Lingling? Ningjia, what are you saying? Han Ling retorted softly, her cheeks flushed. Well, I don't think Guhan and Su Yuejian necessarily have that kind of relationship. Lingling still has a chance, Fan Xingyao interjected, adjusting her glasses. Yao Jia, if you keep this up, I will ignore you both. Han Ling declared fiercely. All right, we won't say anything more. Don't be upset, Yang Ningyan quickly soothed, gently patting Han Ling's back. After their meal, Guhan and Su Yuejian returned temporarily to his standalone villa. By the way, do you, like us, have classes in a particular department? Guhan inquired curiously. Shouldn't need to, my grandfather can teach me. Of course, I can attend lectures if I want. Su Yuejian replied with a smile. How about we explore the academy together? Guhan suggested. Sounds great. I've spent the past half-month at my grandfather's place and haven't had a chance to wander around the academy, she agreed. Without hesitation, the pair set off, meandering aimlessly. After a while, a quaint building caught Guhan's attention. It was only 3 stories tall, yet remarkably lofty. With a sign inscribed with the words Mission Hall, "This is where the Academy issues tasks for students to earn points," Guhan remarked. "Guhan, it's the Mission Hall. Let us go take a look," Xuantian exclaimed, having noticed it as well. "Why not? I'm quite interested. Let's head inside," Guhan replied eagerly. As they entered the hall, they observed the bustling crowd, some individuals still bearing traces of blood. In the center of the hall stood a massive round table with multiple windows for receiving the students. The duo casually approached one of the windows, where a woman with a cold demeanor was handing over a task to a man. Soon, it was their turn. Guhan stepped forward and asked, "Hello, senior sister. We are new students and would like to understand the rules of the mission hall." Her initially indifferent gaze swept over Guhan, and within her previously unperturbed eyes, a flicker of appreciation emerged. After a brief pause, she began to explain, as the name suggests, the mission hall is where Academy students can accept tasks. The tasks vary in difficulty and are categorized into different levels: A, B, C, and basic tasks. The basic tasks correspond to the mid-level Beastmasters, while C-level tasks are for advanced ones, and so forth. The types of tasks generally include hunting spirit beasts, searching for spiritual materials, exploring ruins, rescuing people or items, and refining medicine or crafting tools. Students usually check tasks through their blood spirit bracelets and return to the mission hall to submit upon completion, she added, noticing the blood spirit bracelet on Guhan's wrist. "Ah, I see. Thank you for clarifying, senior sister." As they prepared to leave, the woman continued. "The second floor of the mission hall sells various spiritual artifacts, while the third floor offers spiritual materials. You might want to check them out." Intrigued by the mention of spiritual artifacts, Guhan felt a spark of interest. Although many artifacts were available in the Black Fallen secret realm, they were either too peculiar or of a level he could not utilize. Originally intending to leave, the pair turned back and headed straight for the second floor. Upon ascending, Guhan noticed a significant reduction in the number of people. Most Beastmasters had modest requirements for spiritual artifacts, as they were undeniably luxurious items. While possessing an artifact would undoubtedly enhance one's strength, the primary source of a Beastmaster's power often stemmed from their beasts. Thus, most Beastmasters prioritized equipping their beasts with spiritual artifacts, such as protective armor. Guhan surmised that during his battle with Liemo, the latter likely had undisclosed resources, most probably high-quality offensive spiritual artifacts. "Guhan, look at that sword. It's so tiny." Xuantian tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Following her gaze, Guhan beheld a diminutive sword, no larger than the palm of his hand, its blade glimmering with a faint icy sheen. Indeed, it was quite small, yet it appeared exceptionally sharp. As he approached for a closer inspection, he noticed peculiar engravings on the hilt. A senior responsible for sales approached, explaining, "This short sword is called the Hanhai Ice Sword, a 4th-grade spiritual artifact. It is crafted from a rare water-type 4th-grade spiritual, or remarkably sharp, and possesses inherent water attribute enhancements. 4th-grade artifacts can be integrated with the body, making them suitable for both Beastmasters and their beasts." Guhan's interest piqued. He inquired, "How much is it?" 100,000 points. Guhan was taken aback. 100,000 points was no trivial amount for him at this time. He shook his head in resignation, intending to continue examining other artifacts. Noticing his expression, the senior added, "In fact, most students opt not to purchase ready-made spiritual artifacts directly. Instead, they gather the necessary primary materials for crafting an artifact and hire a forger for a fee, which can save a considerable amount of points." Guhan's eyes brightened. This not only saved money, but also allowed for customization according to one's preferences. However, the prerequisite was to have sufficient primary materials, and 4th-grade artifacts could only be forged by 4th-tier craftsmen. The senior doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. 4th-tier craftsmen? What level are they? Guhan asked. 4th-tier craftsmen must be at least Earth-level experts. They are not easy to come by. You might want to consult your teacher later, the senior advised. Guhan glanced at Xuantian beside him, reflecting on how she need not worry about spiritual artifacts, as her esteemed grandfather must have prepared everything for her. After expressing their gratitude to the senior, the duo took a brief tour before departing. Guhan resolutely decided to gather materials for crafting his own spiritual artifact, as the resources at his disposal were quite substantial. Having sufficient spiritual materials for the time being, he opted not to visit the 3rd floor. Upon returning to their residence, they began reviewing the task information on the blood spirit bracelets. Grade a task. Eliminate a 5th-tier Phoenix Crown Feather Crane and obtain its crown and core. Task reward, 10,000 points. Grade B task. Hunt 10 3rd-tier Fire Cloud Leopards and collect their pelts and cores. Task reward, 5,000 points. Grade C task. Locate the 3rd-grade Spiritual Material Poison Demon Vine. Task reward. Dependent on the quality of the spiritual material, with a cap of 3,000 points. Basic task: assist a master alchemist in refining medicine, organize the literature room, and aid in managing the training room's discipline. The two perused the 4 tiers of tasks. It was undeniable that the difficulty of tasks set by the academy was sufficiently challenging for most students. Guhan, with your current strength, there's really no need for you to undertake tasks below grade B, is there? Su Yuejian remarked. With a faint smile, Guhan replied. Once the opening ceremony concludes tomorrow and everything falls into place, we can start accepting tasks and earning points. It's getting late. I should head back. I look forward to seeing you showcase your skills tomorrow, Su Yuejian teased playfully. All right, see you tomorrow, Guhan responded. Su Yuejian resided in the inner courtyard of the academy, where the spiritual energy was denser, more conducive to the cultivation of both Beastmasters and their beasts. After she departed, Guhan's previously calm demeanor gradually transformed into one of seriousness. Although his beasts had made progress in the past couple of days, he lacked complete confidence in defeating Nangong Wuqing, the first Beastmaster who had yet to reveal himself. Guhan rose and made his way directly to his mentor's office. Upon returning to this courtyard, he hesitated for a moment before finally knocking on Li Hanting's door. Come in, a robust voice resonated from within. Guhan pushed the door open and entered. Li Hanting was busy at his desk, and upon hearing the visitor, he glanced up. Ah, it is you, Xiaohan. How have you been faring with the purple crystal ice bear? As they had established a mentor-student relationship, Li Hanting's manner of address was quite casual. Master, it's like this I wish to. Chapter 49, The Opening Ceremony. The following morning dawned. It was the 3rd day of the new students' enrollment, and simultaneously, the annual grand opening ceremony was to take place. The academy held this ceremony every year with great pomp, though it often followed a rigid format that rendered it somewhat tedious. This year, however, it was rumored that a new element had been introduced, a friendly competition, a match between the top 2 new students. Nangong Wuqing's name was well known even within the Tianlei Academy, highlighting his formidable reputation. Yet, the lesser-known Guhan managed to outperform Nangong Wuqing, emerging victorious in this new student assessment, thus proving he was no ordinary contender. Those who were aware of the particulars were exceedingly eager for this match. Guhan awoke early, completed his morning routine, and, after checking the time, left his quarters and strolled slowly towards the southern direction. Tianlei Square. This square, steeped in millennia of history, was paved with jade stones that emitted a faint azure glow, warm and solid beneath foot. Each stone bore intricate and elaborate runes that flickered with an otherworldly light, as if recounting ancient tales. Surrounding the square were towering stone pillars, each requiring several dozen individuals to encircle. They soared into the clouds, piercing the heavens, their surfaces engraved with various strange and complex patterns and incantations, some resembling ancient ferocious beasts, others akin to primordial deities, exuding an aura of boundless majesty. Atop each pillar was embedded a colossal luminous pearl, which absorbed ambient spiritual energy during the day and illuminated the square at night with a soft, radiant glow, rendering it as bright as day. At the center of the square stood a grand statue. It depicted a man alongside a beast. The figure of the man was imposing, his expression grave, and his eyes seemed to harbor endless wisdom and power, instilling a sense of awe in those who gazed upon him. Beside him lay a magnificent dragon, its deep violet eyes seemingly filled with the power of thunder. Below the statue was a circular fountain pool, from which surged not ordinary water, but a liquid essence of spiritual energy, splashing forth and releasing a rich aura that permeated every corner of the square. When the wind swept across the plaza, it produced a low, distant howling sound, reminiscent of an ancient call. From a distance, the square resembled a slumbering behemoth, exuding immense power in its tranquility, embodying a mysterious sanctuary that beckoned countless students to come and pay homage and explore. It had witnessed innumerable legendary tales and bore the glory and splendor of the academy. As numerous new students gathered here, the youthful energy they radiated intertwined with the square's enigmatic force, enveloping the entire space in a solemn grandeur. The grandstand resembled a stately viewing platform, towering at the northern end of the square, constructed from sturdy third-grade spiritual ore, exhibiting a regular and orderly design. At this moment, most of the seats were already filled. The opening ceremony mandated attendance from all academy students, and over 1,000 gathered, the square abuzz with lively chatter. This annual opening ceremony is rather tiresome, yet we must attend, a laid-back young man remarked, chewing on a piece of spiritual material. How dare you utter such words? Wasn't it you who intended to leave, but returned upon hearing of the excitement surrounding the ceremony? A woman seated before him reprimanded sharply. She had skin as fair as snow, with elegantly arched brows and deep, luminous eyes that sparkled with vitality. Her long, slender legs were straight and delicate, and whether in her poised gestures or turning to glance back, she seemed to captivate the attention of all around her. "Oh, come on, boss, look. Ejia is blaming me again. I just enjoy being amidst the excitement." The earlier young man whined to the one sitting beside him. "You still have the audacity to complain? Wasn't it your antics during the last mission that caused complications? Ejia is still upset with you," the other young man responded. The man beside him, clad in a simple long robe that billowed gracefully, exuded an air of refined elegance. His handsome visage bore sharp features, and beneath his sword-like brows were eyes that shone with clarity and wisdom, akin to stars in a cold night sky. His name was Lin Xingmian, while the earlier young man was called Lu Ming, and the woman was Xuantian. They hailed from the Tianlei Battle Team. The Tianlei Battle Team was a pathway for graduates of the Tianlei Academy to further their studies. As long as one achieved a rank of Earth level before graduation and possessed a 5th-tier beast, they could qualify for entry into the team. Directly overseen by the Council of Elders, the team often undertook perilous missions with a high casualty rate, hence forming a close-knit unit. Lin Xingmian served as the captain of the 9th Squad in the Tianlei Battle Team, while Lu Ming and Xuantian were both vice-captains. Almost every student at the academy strived relentlessly to gain entry into the Tianlei Battle Team, as it represented not just honor, but also a prime opportunity for skill enhancement. This was easily understandable, as beast tamers faced slower cultivation rates as their ranks increased, requiring increasingly precious resources, leading to fierce competition. The majority of students at Tianlei Academy came from common backgrounds and would lose the academy's protection upon graduation. If they did not align themselves with the royal family, sects, or clans, relying solely on their own strength, their path as beast tamers might come to an abrupt halt. While the Tianlei Battle Team was fraught with danger, it also offered high returns. Members were only required to submit 20% of their earnings to the academy. Furthermore, they only needed to remain in the team for 3 years, after which it would disband, allowing members to either leave or continue at the academy to vie for mentorship positions. Members of the Tianlei Battle Team held a unique status within the academy. "By the way, boss, although this opening ceremony promises excitement, why did you two come?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Do you not know what makes this ceremony different?" Lin Xingmian replied with a slight smile, countering with a question. "Well, I've only heard that the top 2 new students will engage in a friendly match. I suspect the second ranked is feeling unsatisfied." Lu Ming scratched his head, pondering. "Do you know who these 2 are?" Lin Xingmian inquired again. Boss. Just tell me plainly," Lu Ming urged. "One of them is named Nangong Wuqing, and the other is Guhan." If I recall correctly, Nangong Wuqing is the next empress of the Xingyu Empire, right? And who is this Guhan? Surely he cannot be a prince from the Nanfeng Empire. "It seems Guhan is not one to be trifled with," Lu Ming exclaimed. "Who told you that the first new student is Nangong Wuqing? Moreover, I never claimed that Guhan is a prince from the Nanfeng Empire." Lin Xingmian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lu Ming, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Lin Xingmian's words, Lu Ming's expression abruptly froze, his previously serene gaze now brimming with astonishment. Rubbing his face vigorously, he stammered, "Are you suggesting that a mere wandering cultivator triumphed over Nangong Wuqing in the freshman assessment? That seems unlikely. I've heard that the 2 never even faced each other. It was Guhan who single-handedly slayed a 5th-tier spirit beast in the secret realm, claiming the top spot." Lin Xingyan replied. "5th tier? What nonsense. Freshmen just entering school possess 5th-tier strength? What does that make us, clowns?" Lu Ming exclaimed incredulously. "Enough with the noise. This is the truth. I've heard that this year's freshmen are the most talented batch in nearly a century. It seems the rumors hold merit." Xuantian interjected from the front row. As the trio conversed, a flurry of flying spirit beasts soared towards the square in the academy's core area. At the forefront was a 6-winged divine steed. "Prepare for the spectacle to commence. This battle is sure to be exhilarating," Lin Xingyan cautioned. Chapter 50, Song Yinzhou. After stepping out of his courtyard, Guhan made his way directly to the square. Under the guidance of the staff, he took a seat in the front row of the stands. Recognizing Guhan, several new students cast him awestruck glances, to which he nodded in acknowledgement, then settled in to wait quietly. The divine steed, galloping through the sky, unfurled its 6 wings, its feathers resembling pure snowflakes. Its elegant and powerful form was cloaked in a layer of pearlescent fur that emanated a gentle radiance, filling the surrounding air with a sacred aura. Guhan found himself captivated by the majestic beast, focusing intently. Spirit beast name, 6-winged divine steed. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attribute, holy light. Spirit beast quality, low tier, overlord. Spirit beast level, 7th tier, 5th stage. Spirit beast skills, holy light judgment, holy light protection, holy light healing. Evolution condition, gather spiritual energy in the 6-winged divine steed to evolve into the 8-winged divine steed. What an impressive spirit beast, Guhan murmured to himself. This was the first time he had observed a overlord-tier spirit beast from such proximity. Seated atop the six-winged divine steed was an elderly man clad in a pristine white robe, his visage lean and dignified, with his hair elegantly styled into a high bun. Silver strands glistening like snow, meticulously arranged and secured with an ancient peachwood hairpin, enhancing his otherworldly aura. This man was none other than the esteemed headmaster of the Thunder Academy, a pinnacle-level sovereign, Song Yunzhou. Trailing behind Song Yunzhou were four unfamiliar elderly figures, all sovereign-level experts, serving as the vice presidents responsible for the four faculties. Following them were the esteemed Elder Chui, presiding over the freshman assessment, and various faculty members. Almost every elder and instructor capable of attending had gathered. The presence of dozens of high-tier Beastmasters instilled a profound sense of pressure, silencing the previously boisterous square. Once the elders and instructors took their seats, Song Yunzhou's voice resonated. Greetings, students. I am Song Yunzhou, the headmaster of the Thunder Academy. First and foremost, congratulations on arriving at this sacred place, coveted by countless Beastmasters. Here, you will find the most exceptional mentors, abundant resources, and the most mysterious legacies. Feel free to explore. I hereby declare the commencement of this grand opening ceremony. As his words concluded, an elderly man beside Elder Chui slowly rose. Stepping forward, he positioned himself at the center of the square, addressing the assembled students. I am the elder in charge of discipline at the academy. My surname is Chio. I will now read the academy's established reward and punishment system. First, in the spirit of unity, students are prohibited from harming one another or their spirit beasts. Second, one must not engage in actions that violate principles of benevolence and morality, nor exploit the academy's name to deceive others. Elder Chio continued, we hear this every year. It's rather dull, Lu Ming grumbled. The necessary procedures must still be followed. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, Elder Chio concluded his reading. Song Yunzhou spoke again. As for this grand ceremony, I trust you have all heard of it. Thus, let us bypass the unnecessary formalities and proceed directly to the main event. Song Yunzhou, perceptive of the students' sentiments, chose not to dampen their spirits. As soon as his decision was announced, the previously tranquil square erupted into fervent discussions regarding this unprecedented occurrence in the academy. Elder Chui, perhaps you could serve as the judge, Song Yunzhou instructed. Sheng, be prepared to provide healing. Yes, headmaster, Luo Sheng acknowledged. Soon after, Elder Chui stepped forth to take the position previously occupied by Elder Chio and announced, Guhan, where's Nangong Wuching? No sooner had he spoken than a flash of azure light swept across the stands, revealing an enchanting woman gracefully riding a blue phoenix. Her violet hair danced lightly in the air, and her cerulean eyes bore no emotion, exuding an aura of supreme confidence and deadly allure. The crowd marveled at her breathtaking beauty. Guhan silently leaped down from the stands, and at the moment of landing, a massive purple dragon soared into the sky, securely carrying him on its back, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed dramatically. Guhan appeared even more formidable and enigmatic against the backdrop of the dazzling arcs of lightning that danced around the dragon. The thunderous power accompanying his breakthrough to the second tier was terrifying. Even a second-tier spirit beast would meet its end in a flash if touched by it. Many had heard tales of the two, yet few had actually seen them in person. Their appearance set the entire venue ablaze with excitement. So she is the renowned Nangong fairy, truly as stunning as the rumors suggest, they whispered. Who exactly is Guhan? I refuse to believe he hails solely from a small town in Qizhou. Believe it or not, I oversee the registration of students' household registrations at the academy. And it is indeed true that Guhan emerged from that humble place known as Heiyun City. Guhan is so handsome. Ahem, silence, Elder Chui coughed lightly. Now that everyone is present, I leave the proceedings in your hands. Just a word of caution, this is a friendly match, so do not resort to lethal force. Violators will be expelled from the academy. With that, Elder Chui soared to the side, clearing the arena. In the expansive center of the square, only Guhan and Nangong Wuching remained, standing opposite each other in a tense silence. How shall we proceed? 1-on-1 or 2-on-2? Guhan broke the stillness first. Whichever you prefer, Nangong Wuching replied softly. Very well. As soon as his words fell, Guhan leaped down, and the thunder dragon let out a deafening roar, its body crackling with lightning, unleashing a barrage towards the blue phoenix. Nangong Wuching gracefully dismounted from her phoenix, and as the portal of space opened, a figure emerged, bringing with it an overwhelming chill that pierced through the sweltering sun, plunging all into an icy abyss. A girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, radiated an aura of icy majesty, the Tianshan Snow Maiden, materializing quietly before Nangong Wuching. With a swift motion, Guhan conjured a dazzling flame, and with a piercing cry, a vibrant, fierce tiger leapt into existence. It was a colossal creature, exuding power, its form enveloped in emerald flames, restoring the surrounding air to normalcy upon its arrival. When did Guhan's flame tiger reach the 3rd tier? The new students in the stands were taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. Indeed, just last night, Guhan assisted the flame tiger in breaking through, successfully shattering the barriers of its realm and achieving the 3rd tier, 1st stage. The foundation of the blazing sky tiger is indeed robust. The energy feedback from the celestial ladder has not been entirely absorbed, but rather stored within various parts of its body. Thus, the breakthrough last night transpired with remarkable ease. Following the blazing sky tiger's ascension, the long-awaited path of evolution has also come into focus. Spirit beast name, blazing sky tiger. Spirit beast gender, male. Spirit beast attributes, wind, fire. Spirit beast quality, high-ranking monarch. Spirit beast level, 3rd stage, 1st segment. Spirit beast skills, rending claws, gale shadow, tiger's roar, flame wings, flame shield, wrath of the fire dragon. Evolution conditions: 100 gale spirit leaves, 100 fiery vines, 100 phoenix dance ghost grasses, 100 vermilion bird spirit flowers, 1 blazing wind spirit flower, 1 flame wind spirit dream flower, 1 heart of fire spirit, gathering spiritual power within the blazing sky tiger to evolve into the sky devouring divine tiger. The blazing sky tiger has successfully transcended. Although its realm is considerably lower than the 3rd stage, 7th segment of the Tianshan Snow Lady, the inherent fire accompanying it offers significant advantages. And given the constraints of attributes, the outcome of a true confrontation remains uncertain. Chapter 51, The Clash of Dragons and Tigers. After the Thunder Dragon ascended to the 2nd stage, its power similarly surged, radiating with dazzling lightning. Each scale seemed to harbor boundless thunderous energy, and its dragon eyes shimmered with an ethereal purple hue. Despite being at a disadvantage, there was an undeniable sense of superiority when gazing at the Qing Yuan across from it. In contrast, the Qing Yuan was enveloped in swirling currents of air, its feathers gleaming with a rich azure light, exuding both beauty and majesty. Yet, a discerning observer might catch a fleeting glimmer of primal fear in the otherwise placid gaze of the Qing Yuan. In an instant, battle erupted. The Thunder Dragon seized the initiative, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of formidable lightning directed at the Qing Yuan. The bolt cleaved through the air, imbued with an aura of destruction. The Qing Yuan adeptly sidestepped, the lightning striking the ground below and creating a vast crater, dust swirling into the air. The Qing Yuan swiftly retaliated, its wings slicing through the air as countless azure wind blades surged forth, sharp as daggers, sweeping towards the Thunder Dragon. Unflustered, the Thunder Dragon's body flickered with lightning, forming a protective shield. The wind blades struck the shield, sending sparks flying. Though the shield held for a brief moment, it ultimately shattered, leaving the wind blades to dissipate into the ether. Noticing this, the Thunder Dragon swung its tail with tremendous force, charged with lightning, towards the Qing Yuan. The air along its path crackled and popped. The Qing Yuan flapped its wings, soaring upward like a flash of lightning, evading the tail's strike. Immediately after, it expelled a sphere of azure flame, intertwined with a whirlwind, hurtling toward the Thunder Dragon. Fearless, the Thunder Dragon inhaled deeply before unleashing an even more potent bolt of lightning that collided with the azure flames. Where they met, energy surged and radiated brilliantly, stirring the surrounding clouds into a tumultuous swirl. In that moment, both sides exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. The Thunder Dragon, bolstered by its formidable thunderous might, launched relentless assaults, while the Qing Yuan deftly countered with its agility and unique wind powers. The Thunder Dragon gradually gained the upper hand. It is worth noting that the Qing Yuan, now at the 3rd stage, 4th segment, possesses a quality of intermediate monarch. Yet the bloodline quality of the Thunder Dragon far surpasses its own. At this moment, the disparity in spirit beast bloodline quality became evident. This also elucidates the reason why beast tamers fervently pursue the evolution of spirit beasts, fixating on the quality of their bloodlines. This dragon of Xiaohan's is commendable, diligently nurtured, and has the potential to reach the level of our ancestors, remarked an elderly woman leaning on a cane beside Song Yunzhou. Startled by her words, Song Yunzhou exclaimed, "Sister Feng, you hold this young man in such high regard?" The elderly speaker was the vice dean of the combat department, a senior to Song Yunzhou, and had a significant connection to Guhan, being the teacher of Li Hanting, Guhan's master. Li Hanting has a discerning eye. He has taken in such an exceptional disciple, murmured Elder Feng. Big brother, this Guhan is formidable. The quality of that Thunder Dragon must have reached the Lord level, right? As for me, Lu Ming, after years of training at the academy, my strongest spirit beast is merely of high-ranking monarch quality. Truly, the comparison is disheartening. Lu Ming remarked to Lin Xingyan. At that moment, Lin Xingyan appeared oblivious, remaining silent with her gaze fixated on the distant battlefield. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Lu Ming followed her line of sight. As if entranced, he too stood motionless, murmuring, "This can't be real." From Lin Xingyan's perspective, one could see a person and a tiger locked in fierce combat. The blazing sky tiger, colossal and imposing, was engulfed in flames of intense fervor. Its 3 azure flames swirling around it, exhibiting a fantastical blend of blue, green, and red hues, seemingly intent on incinerating the icy expanse conjured by the Xuantian Snow Lady. With each movement, the snow beneath its massive form melted instantaneously, transforming into billowing steam that ascended into the air. The tiger's eyes blazed like burning orbs, radiating an aura of unyielding authority and fury. The Xuantian Snow Lady stood elegantly, her attire billowing in the wind. Her exquisite visage, however, was now as frigid as frost, and the 3-foot-long sword in her hand glimmered with a chilling light. As the battle commenced, the blazing sky tiger launched the first strike, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrential wave of flames, the 3 azure flames carrying with them searing heat and destructive power, surging toward the Xuantian Snow Lady. Wherever the flames passed, the ice and snow vaporized instantaneously, warping the very fabric of space. Yet, the Xuantian Snow Lady remained unfazed. She gracefully wielded her sword, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. In an instant, a tremendous surge of ice and snow power emanated from the sword, forming a solid wall of ice that stood resolutely before her. The fiery torrent collided with the ice barrier, producing a deafening roar as fire and ice intertwined, transforming into countless wisps of steam that scattered into the atmosphere. Seizing the moment of the flames being held at bay, the Xuantian Snow Lady darted forward like a wraith, her sword slicing through the air, conjuring a flurry of lethal sword flowers aimed at the tiger's vital points. Reacting with remarkable speed, the blazing sky tiger swung its massive paw, clashing with the Snow Lady's sword. Sparks erupted as the immense force of their collision sent ripples through the surrounding space. The Snow Lady utilized the recoil to glide backward, while the blazing sky tiger capitalized on the opportunity to strike again, condensing its 3 azure flames into a colossal fiery claw aimed directly at the Snow Lady. With a focused gaze, the Snow Lady began to chant incantations. In an instant, the surrounding ice and snow surged upward, whirling around her in a rapid vortex, ensnaring the fiery claw within its grasp, gradually slowing its momentum before ultimately dispelling it with the power of ice and snow. Following this, the Snow Lady gripped her sword tightly, channeling all her spiritual energy into it. The sword emanated a brilliant radiance, and a massive phantom ice sword materialized behind her. With a powerful swing, the phantom ice sword, imbued with an earth-shattering momentum, cleaved towards the blazing sky tiger. The blazing sky tiger let out a thunderous roar, its 3 azure flames burning even more fiercely. It expelled a powerful column of flame, colliding head-on with the phantom ice sword. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, and the sheer force of the energy shockwave fractured the ground around them, sending shards of ice and flaming debris flying in every direction. Noticing the commotion, Elder Chui swiftly waved his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier to envelop the battleground, shielding the spectators from the chaos. Amidst the violent clash, both the blazing sky tiger and the Xuantian Snow Lady suffered considerable impacts. The bloodline quality of the Xuantian Snow Lady matched that of the blazing sky tiger. Had it not been for the significant advantage of the accompanying fire against ice-type spirit beasts, the lower-ranked blazing sky tiger would have long since been defeated. Gu Han remained acutely attuned to the dynamics of the battle, simultaneously recognizing his own shortcomings. Despite possessing a multitude of spiritual beasts, their overall realms were rather modest. Only a scant few could stand as formidable forces, relying heavily on the quality of their bloodlines for support. If others were to discover Gu Han's inner thoughts, they would undoubtedly be incensed. It is worth noting that although Gu Han's earthly nether dragon serpent was merely at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, it boasted the prowess to single-handedly defeat 5th-rank spiritual beasts, yet he remained discontented. Chapter 52, Unending Shock. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that a spirit beast's accompanying fire? Lu Ming stammered. At this moment, Lin Xingyan also came to a realization and remarked, after the new student assessment concluded, I heard that Gu Han's blazing tiger awakened its accompanying fire at the 2nd rank. At the time, I was skeptical, but now I am truly convinced. Indeed, this vast continent is teeming with prodigious talents. I have also heard that the higher-ups at the academy wish to study this blazing tiger, but they were rebuffed by Elder Feng, Su Yinshu added. I have also learned that he has been accepted as a disciple by Director Li, Lin Xingyan noted. How remarkable. It is enough to make one feel self-conscious. After all these years of arduous training, I find myself feeling inferior to a freshman, Lu Ming lamented. Indeed, such individuals are the true geniuses. Lin Xingyan had entered the academy as the top new student, already an advanced Beastmaster upon admission. Over the course of 4 years, he naturally ascended to the rank of Earth-level Beastmaster. Now in his second year with the Thunderstorm battle team, he had reached the mid-level of Earth rank, with hopes of attaining Celestial rank before the dissolution of his team. As if on cue, Su Xingqiu pointed out, "Look, they are about to summon their third beast." At that moment, Nangong Wuqing's expression, typically placid, revealed a hint of excitement. She was acutely aware of the exceptional strength of her 2 summoned beasts. Yet Gu Han had effortlessly countered them. Her initial assessment had proven accurate. With her lips slightly parted, she remarked, "Gu Han, you truly are formidable. Among my peers, you are the first to compel me to summon my primary beast." Upon learning that the Qingwan and Tianshan Snow Maiden were not her first beasts, she surmised, "Nangong Wuqing, if I am not mistaken, you have already attained the status of a super Beastmaster, haven't you?" Gu Han's proclamation reverberated through the crowd like thunder, instantly silencing the space around them, freezing every movement for that fleeting moment. However, shortly thereafter, an overwhelming wave of astonishment and uproar ensued. What is happening? How could Nangong Wuqing possibly be a super Beastmaster at such a young age? But wait, what does it mean for her to have a primary beast? "Boss, I don't want to watch anymore. I want to go home," Lu Ming said. His eyes filled with a mix of despair and disbelief as he turned to Lin Xingyan, teetering on the edge of tears. "Pull yourself together and observe closely." Lin Xingyan sighed softly. "Indeed, my primary beast has reached the 4th rank, and I too have successfully advanced to the status of Super Beastmaster. However, I am certain you have achieved this in a shorter time. Enough idle chatter, let us proceed." As her words settled, Nangong Wuqing gently intoned the summoning incantation, opening the gateway to the beast space. Before long, a shimmering vortex materialized, exuding an enigmatic glow, its edges sparkling with faint silver light, reminiscent of celestial fragments scattered about. Accompanied by a resonant and awe-inspiring dragon's roar, a colossal dragon-type spiritual beast emerged from the vortex, unveiling its formidable head. Its scales glimmered in a profound purple hue, akin to the cosmic nebulae, each scale inscribed with mysterious runes that seemed to harbor the secrets of infinite space. The creature's eyes sparkled like brilliant sapphires, radiating a piercing and sagacious light that deterred any from meeting its gaze. Its elongated, sinuous whiskers appeared to sense the surrounding environment. As the magnificent form of the dragon fully emerged from the vortex, gasps of wonder escaped the crowd. The dragon-type spiritual beast, immense in stature, coiled gracefully, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority. Its expansive wings, muscular and powerful, created a tempest with a mere flap, rustling the leaves around it. The mysterious runes upon its body shimmered, resonating with the fabric of space itself, rendering the area around it unstable, with light bending subtly. It moved with an elegant and regal grace, every motion imbued with an ineffable blend of elegance and might, as if it were the sovereign of this realm. The crowd, captivated by this sudden and spectacular display, fell into a hushed reverence, their gazes fixated on the dragon-type spiritual beast, their hearts brimming with awe and admiration. Gu Han cast a profound glance at the dragon, noting, Spirit Beast name, Extreme Shadow Void Dragon. Spirit Beast gender, female. Spirit Beast attribute, space. Spirit Beast quality, High Lord. Spirit Beast level, 4th rank, 1st stage. Spirit Beast skills, Void Slash, Void Claw, Spatial Teleportation, Spatial Barrier, Spatial Prison, Spatial Devour. Evolution conditions. Gu Han's pupils constricted as he whispered, "Is this truly the legendary space-based Chi Dragon?" While he could surmise that Nangong Wuqing's primary beast was of the 4th rank with an extraordinarily high bloodline quality, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary revelation. According to legend, only those whose bloodlines were exceedingly close to the ancestral dragon within the Chi Dragon lineage could birth a space-type being. Time is fleeting, and space reigns supreme. Space-type spiritual beasts are virtually invincible. Without further hesitation, Gu Han inhaled deeply and gradually activated the Beastmaster space. The earthly nether dragon serpent was the first to emerge, its massive head breaking through, its tough golden-brown scales enveloping its body, each glimmering with an unusual luster, reminiscent of the Earth's armor. Upon exiting the Beastmaster space, the dragon serpent's golden-brown eyes warily fixed on the extreme shadow void dragon, feeling the immense pressure of its draconic might. After all, the earthly nether dragon serpent was not a purebred dragon, and faced with the bloodline pure space-type Chi dragon, it found itself at a significant disadvantage in terms of aura. "Be cautious, my Chi dragon is about to strike." Nangong Wuqing's voice barely left her lips when the Chi dragon's gaze sharpened, unleashing an invisible blade of light that sliced through space, arriving almost instantaneously before the earthly nether dragon serpent. The scales of the earthly nether dragon serpent shimmered brightly as the surrounding earth elements quickly coalesced, forming a defensive shield in the blink of an eye. Contrary to the anticipated sound of impact, an enraged dragon's roar erupted from the earthly nether dragon serpent instead. The crowd was astonished to discover that the strike had bypassed the defensive shield and directly impacted the earthly nether dragon serpent. As the light blade struck, scales flew, and blood spattered. Guhan's expression grew grave. The space-type Chi dragon's assault was indeed formidable. The earthly nether dragon serpent maintained its vigilance, its eyes narrowing as it emitted a low, rumbling growl, its powerful claws striking the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. As it focused its will, the surrounding soil began to shift, countless tiny particles of earth and stone gradually rising to encircle its form. These particles appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, accelerating rapidly. The earthly nether dragon serpent radiated a golden-brown glow, which mingled with the earth and stone, causing the particles to obediently adhere to its skin. Empowered by the golden-brown light, the particles began to solidify, hardening into an armor-like shell that gradually spread down its neck, covering its broad back and robust limbs. As the rocky armor enveloped its form entirely, an aura profound, ancient, and enigmatic filled the arena. At this moment, the defensive capabilities of the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao were undoubtedly significantly bolstered. Subsequently, it cast a provocative glance at the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon, seemingly challenging it to continue its assault. In Chapter 53, A Mighty Clash, the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon launched a probing slash, while the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao, aware that it could not withstand the blow, chose to forego defense, bracing itself to absorb the impact directly. The slash struck the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao once more, but this time, it merely shattered the rocky armor, leaving but a pale mark upon its scales. Seeing the futility of the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon's attack, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao initiated a counterattack. It stomped the ground with great force, causing the earth to tremble violently, as sharp stone pillars erupted abruptly from beneath the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon. The latter reacted swiftly, employing spatial teleportation to appear behind the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao. Sensing the fluctuations in space, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao spun around sharply, unleashing a powerful torrent of mud and stone towards the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon. Disrupting the spatial compression, the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon distanced itself with a swift teleportation, its agile form spiraling gracefully through the air. Shimmering with a mysterious light of spatial energy, it began to manipulate its claws, causing the surrounding space to warp dramatically, unleashing a formidable force of spatial pressure directed at the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao. Unfazed, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao stood resolutely on the ground, its fierce gaze fixed upon the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon. In the face of the encroaching spatial pressure, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao opened its maw and expelled a rich, tawny energy that swiftly expanded, petrifying the very space it traversed. The clash between the spatial pressure exerted by the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon and the petrifying force of the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao resulted in a cacophony of thunderous roars. The distortion of space and petrification countered each other, creating dazzling flashes of light and intense shockwaves. Witnessing this, the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon flapped its wings vigorously, amplifying the force of its spatial pressure. The space appeared to compress into a tangible form, generating waves of invisible pressure that relentlessly battered against the petrifying force of the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao. The latter's muscles tensed, its scales glimmering with a tawny hue, continuously emanating energy. It emitted a low, rumbling growl, seemingly asserting its dominance over the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon. As both forces escalated, the surrounding space became increasingly unstable. The ground fissured dramatically, dust swirling as the clouds above were thrown into chaos. At that moment, the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon executed a sudden teleportation, positioning itself directly above the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao. With its jaws agape, it unleashed a bolt of lightning imbued with potent spatial energy towards the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao. Reacting swiftly, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao twisted its body, forming a barrier of petrifying energy to block the lethal strike. However, the Extreme Shadow Sky Dragon employed the same tactic once more, leveraging its formidable spatial power to exert relentless pressure upon the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao. The spatial force acted like an invisible net, continuously constricting and burdening the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao with immense pressure. Ultimately, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao's realm fell slightly short. As time progressed, each of its movements grew more sluggish and laborious, its sturdy limbs trembling under the overwhelming oppression, and its scales creaking under the strain. Although the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao had become increasingly adept at wielding its petrifying power, its current strength rendered it incapable of utilizing this ability repeatedly. The extreme shadow sky dragon circled above, its eyes glinting with cold intensity, unleashing wave after wave of spatial shocks that sent the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao reeling. Wounds began to mar the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao's body, blood flowing profusely and staining the ground beneath it. Yet, amidst this seemingly dire predicament, an indomitable flame ignited within the eyes of the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao. It let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. As the earth element energy within surged wildly, gradually forming a tawny shield around it, radiating with a resplendent glow. At that very moment, within the mindscape of Guhan, Medusa, who had remained dormant since emerging from the secret realm, suddenly opened her eyes. She murmured, "It has autonomously evolved." Guhan, hearing her words, immediately inquired, "Elder, what is happening? Did Xiaoyu not just undergo evolution?" After a moment of contemplation, Medusa replied, "Strictly speaking, it only partially evolved at that time. The vast leap in its bloodline was not conducive to its future growth. Thus, I deliberately suppressed a portion of the evolutionary power, intending for it to adapt for a time before unlocking the sealed evolutionary power within. However, I did not anticipate that your beast would possess such pride, compelling it to awaken its innate potential under pressure from the dragon, leading to its breakthrough. This kind of evolution, achieved solely through innate potential without any external resources, is termed autonomous evolution and is a phenomenon exclusive to high-quality spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, Guhan gradually felt reassured and gestured, "I concede." The moment these words escaped his lips, all present were taken aback. Most were aware that Guhan was temporarily at a disadvantage, but that did not necessarily imply defeat. This declaration left the students in the stands bewildered. "Boss, why is Guhan giving up? It's not certain who will win or lose," Lu Ming questioned, equally perplexed. "If I am not mistaken, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao must be experiencing some kind of change," Lin Xingyan speculated. Nangong Wuqing, closer to the action, possessed a clearer understanding of the battlefield dynamics and uncertainly remarked, "Is it about to evolve?" Guhan silently nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, on the instructor's platform, Song Yunzhou raised an eyebrow and spoke to Elder Feng beside him. "This lad is truly extraordinary. Each of his beasts is more remarkable than the last. Whether it be the previously formidable Thunder Dragon or the Flame Tiger, a third-tier beast already possessing spirit fire, both are exceedingly rare. Yet he possesses another beast that rivals the first two. This boy has indeed left us greatly astonished. The earth element spirit energy utilized by that Dragon Jiao is pure and seems to possess a soul of its own. I have only sensed this peculiar feeling in the beasts of our master and Elder Tian," Elder Feng reminisced. "Cui Lao, halt the match and allow Guhan and his beasts some time," Song Yunzhou communicated telepathically to Elder Cui. As the principal of the Thunderbolt Academy, he possessed discernment. At this moment, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao radiated an increasingly intense glow. Within this brilliance, its bones crackled, as if undergoing reconstruction and enhancement. As energy continued to converge, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao's form began to undergo a monumental transformation. Its limbs grew stronger and more robust, muscles bulging as though infused with boundless strength. Sharp bone spines sprouted from its back, glinting ominously. However, just as the onlookers believed the evolution would proceed smoothly, an unexpected disturbance arose. In Chapter 54, Crossing the Tribulation, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to respond to an unseen call, surging and swirling violently. The once clear sky had, unbeknownst to anyone, become shrouded in heavy, dark clouds, pressing down upon the plaza with palpable oppression. At this moment, the Earth Abyss Dragon Jiao slowly raised its head, emanating a peculiar glow as the uncontrollable force of evolution within it continued to shatter and reconstruct its body. Its gaze was filled with determination and resolve. "Elder, what is happening?" Guhan urgently asked. Medusa pondered for a moment before responding. "The reason I did not allow it to fully evolve was precisely because I anticipated this moment. Its continuous evolution will inevitably break through the constraints of the Lord level and ascend into the Overlord level. The spirit beasts that ascend to the Dominion level are, without exception, entities that reign supreme over the cosmos. However, this very nature renders them intolerable to the heavens and the earth, inevitably attracting the tribulations of heaven, which seek to extinguish their existence. Only by enduring the heavenly tribulation alone can one truly attain the position of a sovereign. During the tribulation, outside interference is forbidden. Not even the Beastmaster may intervene." Guhan maintained a calm demeanor, though his brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at the earthly fiend dragon serpent, murmuring, "Xiaoyu, you must hold on." The crowd in the stands exhibited a myriad of expressions, with the astute among them discerning the underlying tensions. Elder Cui hastily ascended into the air, his robust spiritual energy resonating through his booming voice. The friendly match has concluded. Nangong Wuching emerges victorious. The opening ceremony for this academic year has successfully come to an end. You may disperse. Instantly, the stands became a cacophony of chatter as spectators debated the unfolding events, with some remaining motionless, determined to observe the ensuing changes. Big brother, aren't we leaving? A storm is brewing. Let's return to collect our belongings, Lu Ming suggested. Before Lin Xingyan could respond with ire, Su Yinshu from the front row interjected. If you're unwell, seek treatment. Lin Xingyan, exasperated, placed a hand to his forehead and advised Lu Ming, just watch quietly. Meanwhile, in the instructors section of the stands, a realization dawned upon Song Yunzhou. So, it is the heavenly tribulation. This young man harbors secrets. As a peak sovereign beastmaster, he knew that the strongest bloodline quality among his tamed beasts merely reached the sovereign level, a result of decades, if not centuries, of hard work. Regardless of the outcome, he is a member of our Thunder Academy, and he is also my disciple. Thus he is yours in a sense, Elder Feng remarked, observing the youth outside. Sharing the same lineage as Song Yunzhou, Elder Feng was also considered an ancestral figure to Guhan. Let us observe his fate. If possible, we should refrain from interference. With that, Elder Feng gradually closed his eyes. In the back row, Li Hanting, known for his maturity, now wore a frown. He comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet felt powerless to assist. Likewise, Han Ling and her companions, as well as Su Yuejian, all silently offered their prayers. Above, dark clouds rolled ominously, as black as ink, shrouding the entire earth. A fierce wind howled, and the air crackled with burgeoning thunderous energy. With a resounding crash, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended, resembling a colossal silver dragon, hurtling towards the earthly fiend dragon serpent with annihilative force. The serpent raised its head in a fierce roar, its body radiating light that coalesced into a formidable shield. The collision between the lightning and the shield produced a deafening sound, illuminating the surroundings and fracturing the ground beneath. Subsequently, the second and third bolts of lightning followed in quick succession, each more ferocious than the last. The earthly fiend dragon serpent continuously summoned its internal spiritual energy, the shield's radiance fluctuating, yet it remained steadfast. When the fifth bolt struck, the shield finally showed signs of cracking. It roared in agony, yet its fighting spirit surged ever stronger. Emitting deep, resonant dragon roars, mysterious golden-brown runes manifested around its body, countering the onslaught of lightning. As the relentless bolts continued to strike, the earthly fiend dragon serpent bore numerous wounds, yet it persevered valiantly. At the moment the seventh bolt descended, it seemed to be crushed under the weight of the heavenly laws, but it fought with all its might to maintain its corporeal form. Upon the arrival of the eighth bolt, the serpent's massive body shattered like fragile porcelain, flesh and blood scattering, leaving behind only a fearsome dragon skeleton. At the head of the skeleton, a pair of shimmering golden-brown core crystals hovered silently. Xiaoyu! Guhan cried out in desperation, straining to rush into the tribulation. Yet in the next instant, his body became rigid and unresponsive, rooted in place. Within his consciousness, Medusa hastily explained, "Do not worry, your beast is unharmed." When a spirit beast undergoes tribulation to break the shackles of its bloodline, it will summon 9 divine thunders, shattering its old body to forge a new one, allowing the spirit beast to achieve a true metamorphosis. Although this endeavor is perilous, with most undergoing tribulation perishing at this stage, your beast is under the protection of my petrifying gaze. It will be fine. Look, the contract with your beast has not been severed. Guhan carefully sensed, realizing that he indeed felt no pain from a broken contract. The bond with the earthly fiend dragon serpent, though flickering, remained intact. After the 8th bolt of tribulation clouds dissipated, a moment of stillness ensued. As the 9th bolt began to gather, it exuded a distinctly different aura from the previous 8. The earlier bolts had cloaked the sky in oppressive darkness, saturating the air with an atmosphere of destruction. However, when the 9th bolt appeared, the heavens suddenly cleared, the clouds dispersing, and the air became imbued with vibrant life energy. A spectrum of colors enveloped the liquid like tribulation lightning, striking directly upon the core crystals atop the dragon's head. Those core crystals boldly absorbed the life-giving power contained within the 9th colorful thunder. A continuous stream of energy flowed into the dragon's skeleton through the crystals, which had previously been mottled and dull, now radiating with resplendent golden light. The dragon skeleton underwent a transformation, becoming more robust and resilient. In the blink of an eye, a heart the size of a human head materialized, followed by veins and limbs. A brilliant golden light enveloped the earthly fiend dragon serpent, forming a colorful cocoon. An unparalleled force pulsed from within the cocoon, shooting upwards towards the heavens. The spectators, initially drawn to the lightning, felt a wave of sorrow wash over them as the earthly fiend dragon serpent's body collapsed, leading many to believe it had failed its tribulation and perished. Yet, as the situation unfolded, astonishment spread among them. The seemingly doomed earthly fiend dragon serpent had undergone a miraculous rebirth, its body reformed, leaving all in awe of the thrilling nature of this evolution. Such a level of transformation might never be witnessed again in a lifetime. As time passed, the brilliance of the ninth bolt gradually dimmed, and the intertwining lights of the cocoon slowly faded. At that moment, the once tumultuous whirlpool of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth eerily fell silent, as if nothing had occurred. Only the resplendent cocoon remained, radiating a shimmering glow. As the light continued to dissipate, it heralded the success of the earthly fiend dragon serpent in overcoming the tribulation, ascending to the dominion level. Chapter 55. Guhan's first sovereign-level beast. As the light enveloping the earthly fiend dragon serpent gradually faded, the onlookers beheld a magnificent and unfamiliar spirit beast. It was colossal, resembling a mountain, coiling like a towering peak. Its broad draconic spine was adorned with a layer of impenetrable scales forged from a material akin to black gold, each glimmering with a golden-brown radiance, reminiscent of twinkling stars against the endless night, exuding an enigmatic glow. The dragon's head exuded majesty and solemnity, with two dragon horns like towering trees curving towards the heavens, as if seeking to pierce the skies. Its eyes blazed like raging flames, capable of incinerating all within their gaze. Yet they also held an infinite wisdom and compassion, making it difficult to meet its gaze. The dragon whiskers were long and agile, billowing in the wind like silver lightning, casting a mesmerizing light. Its teeth were sharp as swords, each exuding a chilling gleam, seemingly capable of easily shattering the toughest of materials. The dragon's tail was both robust and agile, sweeping through the air like a massive serpent, capable of stirring up tempestuous waves and obliterating all obstacles. Surrounding its form was a faint purple-golden aura, exuding both auspiciousness and majesty, evoking awe and admiration. In comparison to its previous appearance, the earthly fiend dragon serpent now embodied the true essence of a dragon. No, it had truly transformed into a genuine dragon. Guhan gazed upon it as its attribute panel materialized. Spirit Beast Name: the earthly dragon of the underworld. Spirit Beast Gender: female. Spirit Beast Attributes: earthly, water, poison. Spirit Beast Quality: low-level sovereign. Spirit Beast Level: 4th stage, 3rd tier. Spirit Beast Skills: Sacred Dragon Roar, Earthly Storm, Poisonous Marsh. Evolution Condition: Level 2 low to view. Upon reviewing the attributes panel, Guhan was momentarily taken aback, rooted to the spot. He had not anticipated that the evolution of the earthly dragon of the underworld would be so extraordinary. The sovereign-level bloodline quality was within expectations. However, the original 3rd stage, 5th tier realm, nearing the 6th tier, had unexpectedly surged dramatically, breaking through to the 4th stage, reaching the 3rd tier of the 4th stage. Moreover, the original stone attribute had astonishingly transformed into the legendary earthly attribute, a power capable of commanding the very earth itself, a trait only possessed by the true progenitor of earthly dragons. This evolution had propelled Guhan's strength to an astonishing level. With the sovereign-level 4th stage earthly dragon of the underworld, Guhan felt assured that there was no one in the academy who could rival him. As for the recently encountered extreme shadow dragon, he believed that dispatching it would now pose little challenge. When the imposing aura of the earthly dragon of the underworld manifested before the onlookers, most were struck with astonishment. The earthly dragon was a creature that many had only read about in books. Even numerous mentors and elders regarded this spirit beast with reverence. Oldly, you have an exceptional disciple. It seems that whether from the royal family or the heirs groomed by prestigious clans, none at this age could match Guhan's accomplishments, remarked Hijia, standing beside Li Hanting. This earthly dragon of the underworld boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities, truly rare. Oldly, if Guhan requires any guidance in his cultivation, I would gladly share all my knowledge, chimed in Xiao Sun. Li Hanting, usually composed, wore a smile, looking at Guhan with evident pride. It has been a long time since I have seen you smile, interjected Luo Sheng unexpectedly. Upon hearing her words, Li Hanting's expression remained unchanged, yet he and Xiao exchanged astonished glances, their anxiety palpable as they observed Li Hanting's demeanor, hesitating to speak. It's fine. I understand you all mean well. Let bygones be bygones. I must look ahead, Li Hanting replied calmly. After uttering this statement, the once somber Li Hanting appeared like a long dormant sword, now polished and gleaming with a hint of sharpness. Luo Sheng's gaze, soft as water, settled on the man who captivated her heart. In her eyes, There seemed to be warmth and tenderness reminiscent of an entire spring. She parted her red lips, whispering, "You have finally returned," Hanting. The two, acting as mere spectators, he and Xiao, discreetly withdrew. Li Hanting's eyes sparkled with vigor as he slowly remarked, "The vitality radiating from Xiao Han has inspired me. How could a teacher remain despondent when his disciple is so outstanding? Also, Luo Sheng, you have endured much over the years." Luo Sheng smiled silently, turning her head gently, a single tear gliding down her exquisite cheek. "Oh, master, that dragon has broken through to the 4th stage?" Lu Ming stuttered, while Lin Xingmian remained silent, adding, "So, this dragon is of sovereign quality?" As they sensed the overwhelming dragon might emanating from the earthly dragon of the underworld, Lu Ming continued, "Indeed," Lin Xingmian confirmed with a nod. Long before the emergence of the heavenly tribulation, Nangong Wuqing had descended, remaining to witness the entire process of the earthly dragon of the underworld undergoing its tribulation. Once the earthly dragon of the underworld made its entrance, she realized that she had likely been surpassed by Gu Han, although they had not clashed. From the information relayed by the extreme shadow dragon, her chances of victory appeared slim. Gu Han approached the earthly dragon of the underworld, his face beaming with an elated threat as he opened his arms in an attempt to embrace the dragon. In its presence, Gu Han seemed diminutive, akin to a tiny ant clinging to a towering tree. The earthly dragon of the underworld gradually lowered its head, bridging the distance to Gu Han. He then retracted the dragon into the spirit beast space and, facing the crowd, clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, fellow students, for your support and for witnessing this monumental moment. The evolution has concluded. There is no more spectacle to behold, so you may disperse." The crowd gradually emerged from their state of shock, recognizing that this opening ceremony had been overwhelmingly astonishing. For at least a month to come, tales of this legendary battle and the extraordinary heavenly tribulation would circulate throughout the academy. Having spoken, Gu Han turned and departed, quickening his pace toward his courtyard. The onlookers began to rise, exiting in an orderly fashion. The once bustling square returned to its desolate state, save for the vast, dark pit at its center and the lingering chaotic energy in the air, testifying to the reality of the recent events. In a corner of the square stood an elder, who, after the tumultuous heavenly tribulation subsided, drew in a spatial barrier from the academy's periphery. Watching Gu Han's retreating figure, he murmured, "Is this merely an illusion?" Upon arriving at his villa, Gu Han hurried to the training room. Sitting cross-legged, the spirit imprint of the earthly dragon of the underworld radiated a brilliant glow. Suddenly, an exceptionally pure and immense energy surged into Gu Han's body, akin to a river returning to the sea. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed at his dantian. This energy being extraordinarily pure, seemingly infused with the might of the heavens and earth. Gu Han's body acted as an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming this spiritual energy. His meridians felt as though they were being stampeded by thousands of galloping horses, a blend of agony and ecstasy intertwining. As the energy continued to flood in, his skin began to emit an unusual luminescence, muscles tensed, bones cracking, beads of sweat like raindrops cascading from his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth, remaining resolute, wholly immersed in the process of absorbing the spiritual energy. Chapter 56, Ascension, Super Beast Tamer. Gu Han sat quietly, occasionally hearing rumbling sounds emanating from within. As time passed, the influx of power seemed to wane. Frowning slightly, he reached into his spatial ring, retrieving a segment of verdant Xuling ginseng, swallowing it whole. The surging spiritual energy intensified even further. Gu Han consumed the 9-bin spirit ginseng, a reward from the system, which consisted of 9 segments. Previously, one had been used by the blazing tiger while absorbing the 3 azure flames. Now, Gu Han intended to seize this opportunity to break through to the super level, which required successfully condensing a spirit core at the dantian. This necessitated the compression and absorption of vast amounts of spiritual energy. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud rumble resonated from his dantian, as if life itself was being birthed. His aura surged dramatically. The previously chaotic spiritual energy began to circulate methodically, flowing into Gu Han's dantian like a vortex, endlessly revolving. A dazzling light erupted from his being, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantaneously converged into him. He abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance shining forth, a formidable pressure radiating outward from him as the center. Gu Han rose slowly, feeling the tumultuous power within him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as confidence blossomed. Upon introspection, he discovered a spirit core, the size of an ostrich egg, emitting a 9-colored glow, quietly suspended within his dantian. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on becoming a Super Beast Tamer. An upgrade gift pack has been issued. Spirit Beast Egg X1. Perfect hatching opportunity X1. Mental key X1. 10,000 years of profound ice crystal essence X1. Exchanging points for 5 million. Through the rewards received from the system on several occasions, Guhan has roughly discerned the underlying patterns. The spirit beast eggs and opportunities for hatching are consistently available. However, despite having successfully ascended to the rank of Super Beastmaster, Guhan's contract with spirit beasts is at capacity, rendering the spirit beast egg temporarily superfluous. As for the 10,000-year-old ice crystal, it has taken Guhan by surprise. This item, akin to the Skyfire Tiger's absorption of the Break Cloud 3 Azure Flames, is indeed a companion artifact of spirit beasts. Yet, it is unique to ice-type spirit beasts and undoubtedly best suited for the Amethyst Ice Bear. Unfortunately, given the current low realm of the Amethyst Ice Bear, Guhan is not in a hurry to fuse it. Nonetheless, the purpose of the mental key has left Guhan slightly astonished. The mental key harbors exceptionally pure and potent mental energy, which, upon refinement, can gently permeate the sea of consciousness within the human body, nourishing and repairing damaged mental pathways, gradually enhancing the strength and resilience of one's mental power. With this mental key and the top-tier cultivation technique, the spirit summoning technique, Guhan's mental cultivation post-ascension to super will undoubtedly yield significant results with less effort. After organizing his belongings, Guhan exited the courtyard and made his way directly to Li Hanting's residence. Teacher, Guhan knocked on the door and then stepped back, awaiting a response. Xiaohan, come in. Li Hanting's robust voice resonated from within. Guhan pushed the door open and entered. In the hall, Li Hanting was seated in a chair, flanked by 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. The woman possessed a delicate visage, her fair skin resembling the finest mutton fat jade, smooth and flawless. Her slender waist exuded strength, and her bright, large eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, lively and full of spirit. To Guhan's left stood a slightly lean man, imbued with agility and vivacity. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, deep and penetrating, seemingly capable of perceiving all. His long eyebrows were slightly arched, hinting at a rebellious nature, while his straight nose and thin, elastic lips bore a faint, enigmatic smile that rendered him inscrutable. In stark contrast, the other man appeared rather ordinary. His features were unremarkable, lacking any distinctive traits. His hair was neat yet commonplace, and his eyes bore no sharpness or depth, though a fleeting hint of ferocity flickered within them. Upon closer inspection, Guhan noticed a gruesome scar on the back of his right hand, surrounded by a faint aura of blood, an essence only born from traversing a path of corpses and bloodshed. Xiaohan, you have arrived. Let me introduce you. These 3 are your senior brothers and sisters. You may get acquainted, Li Hanting said with a smile. So this is the little junior brother, truly a remarkable figure. A dragon among men. We just returned from a mission and hurried back, yet we missed the grand opening ceremony. However, we have already heard of your legendary exploits during this brief time back. The woman spoke first before Guhan could respond. Indeed, you are far superior to us old-timers. The lean man chimed in. Look at you all. Our little junior brother is at a loss for words. Allow me to introduce you. Our beautiful and charming senior sister is Zhu Lixue. I am Qiu Cheng. And that lean fellow is He Jiangxiu, the seemingly ordinary man stated. Who are you calling a lean fellow? If you're dissatisfied, let us have a contest, He Jiangxiu retorted, visibly agitated. Zhu Lixue sighed in exasperation. Forgive me, junior brother, for witnessing my 2 senior brothers bickering. They are quite renowned figures at the academy, yet whenever they are together, they cannot help but squabble. Senior sister Zhu, senior brother Qiu, senior brother He, greetings. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Guhan said, cupping his fists and bowing slightly. You are too polite. Junior brother, Zhu Lixue replied, helping him rise. Qiu Cheng and He Jiangxiu ceased their banter, both smiling at Guhan. Now then, what gifts have you all prepared for our meeting? Don't keep them hidden. Let us see them, Li Hanting prompted. As his words fell, Zhu Lixue was the first to retrieve a box from her spatial ring and presented it to Guhan. Upon opening it, he beheld a set of exquisite miniature armor. The armor was a deep, enigmatic blue, reminiscent of the endless night sky, adorned with mysterious runes that sparkled like stars. Each piece was meticulously crafted, with edges sharp as blades, yet maintaining a gentle curvature, showcasing exquisite artistry and unparalleled beauty. The surface of the armor bore intricate textures, akin to the scales of spirit beasts, slightly raised to enhance its tactile quality. These patterns not only augmented the armor's protective capabilities, but also refracted a captivating light under illumination. The armor belonged to the ice element, and as it was unveiled, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Knowing the teacher has gifted you the Amethyst Ice Bear, I prepared this frost crystal spirit armor for you. Albeit it is merely of the 4th rank, I hope you will not disdain it, Zhu Lixua said with a radiant smile. This is far too precious. Senior sister, I cannot accept it. Whether through direct exchange or crafting, the effort expended for such a gift was immense, rendering Zhu Lixua's offering exceedingly significant. Guhan glanced at Li Hanting, his eyes pleading for assistance. Xiaohan, you should accept it. This item is of little consequence to your senior sister. Should I take on more disciples in the future, you too must prepare gifts for your junior brothers and sisters, Li Hanting said, a look of satisfaction on his face. Reluctantly, Guhan expressed his gratitude to Zhu Lixua and accepted the Spirit Beast Protection Armor. It seems my thoughts align with yours, as I too have a gift. Xiao Cheng then produced another box and handed it to Guhan. Chapter 57, The Thunderbolt Battle Team. Guhan opened the box, and a torrential wave of heat surged forth, revealing a crimson small sword. The sword was entirely red, as if forged from magma spewing forth from the depths of the earth. Its long, straight blade exuded a fierce aura, sharp and gleaming with a dazzling light that seemed to contain boundless fiery energy, both scorching and violent. The hilt was intricately carved with complex flame patterns that appeared to pulse with life, radiating a mysterious glow. The entire spirit sword was enveloped in a faint layer of fire, not an ordinary flame, but one of extreme temperature and dominance, clinging to the blade like a second skin. This is the fourth-rank spirit weapon, the Crimson Flame-Burning Heaven Sword, Xiao Cheng introduced. Thank you, senior brother Qiao. Guhan bowed in gratitude. You all have gifted spirit weapons, so I shall present a medicinal elixir. He Jiangshu then produced a jade vial, and upon uncorking it, a refreshing fragrance instantly filled the air. This is the 5 Elements Power Pill, a pinnacle 4th-rank elixir, crafted from spiritual materials of the 4 attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This pill will greatly enhance your physical strength, junior brother. Upon hearing He Jiangshu's introduction, Guhan's eyes lit up. As his realm has risen, the enhancement of his physical strength has become increasingly pertinent, and this elixir arrived just in time. Thank you, senior brother He, Guhan said, carefully accepting the elixir with both hands. Xiaohan, do you know of the Thunderbolt Battle Team? Li Hanting inquired, breaking the silence. I am not aware, master. The Thunderbolt Battle Team can be understood as a specialized organization established to cultivate elite combat powers. Only those who are in their 4th year at the Academy, have reached the Earth-level Beastmaster rank, and possess a 5th-tier Spirit Beast are qualified to participate in the selection for the Thunderbolt Battle Team. The Thunderbolt Squad operates under the Elder Council, occupying a unique position within the Academy. They no longer have any courses to teach. Instead, they undertake various missions to hone their skills while accumulating Academy points and acquiring necessary resources. Typically, the Thunderbolt Squad consists of 3 to 5 members, serving a term of 3 years. After this period, they may either depart from the Academy or take on the role of mentors within it. The 3 upperclassmen accompanying you are from the 2nd team of the Thunderbolt Squad. They have been part of the squad for a year and possess late-stage, Earth-level capabilities. If I am not mistaken, several princes in your cohort are likely aiming to join the Thunderbolt Squad. After listening to Li Hanting's words, Guhan gained a general understanding of the Thunderbolt Squad's nature. He then inquired, Teacher, you have summoned these 3 seniors and provided me with so much information. I presume there is a matter of greater significance beyond merely a courtesy visit? Indeed. The initial intention was simply to facilitate an introduction and allow you to familiarize yourself with the Thunderbolt Squad, with the prospect of joining when the time is right. However, after witnessing your performance today, I have reconsidered. Each team within the Thunderbolt Squad has a reserve spot, and I intend to allow you to join their team as a reserve member. You will accompany them on various missions during your free time. With their presence and your current strength, I believe the risks will be minimal. Li Hanting expressed his thoughts openly. Guhan pondered for a moment before responding. I am willing to join. He understood that his strength had reached a certain level. If he were to continue progressing at a conventional pace within the Academy, his cultivation speed would inevitably slow down. The Thunderbolt Squad was undoubtedly the most suitable environment for him at present. By the way, teacher, do you have any insights regarding the Phantom Fox? It turned out that Guhan had specifically consulted Li Hanting about the Phantom Fox the night before the opening ceremony, hoping to obtain useful information. Li Hanting mused for a moment, saying, Last night was rather hurried. I only have a rough idea at present. Leave it with me today, and I shall research it and provide you with a response in a few days. Upon hearing this, Guhan opened his beast space and released the Phantom Fox. All eyes turned to it, and the creature seemed unfazed by the attention, calmly leaping onto Guhan's shoulder and resting lazily. Now in the early 2nd stage, the Phantom Fox's body had surpassed 3 meters in length, but it was naturally endowed with the ability to adjust its size, a fact that Guhan was well aware of. This little junior's beast indeed appears more extraordinary than other Phantom Foxes. Has it undergone mutation? Why does it possess a high-level transcendent bloodline quality? Qiuqing scrutinized the phantom fox closely before speaking. Those present, who typically underestimated beasts of lower bloodline quality, found themselves reassessing this creature due to Qiuqing's remarks. Zhu Lixue stepped forward to examine the phantom fox closely, remarking, "Indeed, it possesses high-level transcendent qualities. However, isn't the bloodline quality of the phantom fox merely elite? It shouldn't be able to attain high-level transcendent status without a species evolution. But it looks exactly like a phantom fox. It is indeed my first encounter with a high-level transcendent phantom fox," He Jiangxi added. "All right, I will take this matter seriously and provide you." Xiao Han, with a satisfactory response, Li Hanting assured. "Little Jing, stay here for a couple of days. I will come to fetch you later." The phantom fox, highly intelligent, understood the situation and gracefully jumped down from Gu Han's shoulder to stand beside Li Hanting. "Well, since there are no further matters, everyone may disperse. Xiao Han, do not forget to check the course schedule on your blood spirit bracelet," Li Hanting urged. Disciple takes leave. Gu Han and the others bowed respectfully before exiting Li Hanting's room. "Xiao Han, come. Senior sister will treat you to a meal and tell you more about the Thunderbolt Squad," Zhu Lixue insisted, pulling Gu Han towards the academy cafeteria. They entered through the back door of the cafeteria, heading straight for the kitchen. Confused, Gu Han asked, "Aren't we supposed to eat? What are we doing in the kitchen?" "Hee, you don't know this, but the cafeteria has 2 levels. The upper level is for everyone, while the lower level is specifically reserved for members of the Thunderbolt Squad. Little junior brother, you are in for a treat," He Jiangxi explained. Seeing everyone so accustomed to this, Gu Han ceased his inquiries and quietly followed. They reached a stone wall where Zhu Lixue extended her right hand, revealing a bracelet strikingly similar to the blood spirit bracelet in Gu Han's sight. A beam of light shot from the bracelet, striking a circular hole in the center of the stone wall, causing it to tremble and slowly rise. A staircase came into view, leading downwards. "Ding dong, welcome back to the Thunderbolt Squad's second team, the Snow Soul team," a voice announced as the stone wall opened. Noticing Gu Han's confusion, He Jiangxi sighed slightly before explaining, "The Thunderbolt Squad has a notably high mortality rate. If a team returns and can still dine at the academy cafeteria, it indicates that there were no significant casualties, which is announced as a sign of safety." Qiuqing added, "Each team has its own identification number and name. While the numbers may be duplicated, the names are unique. Our team's name is the Snow Soul. Do you know how we came by this name?" Gu Han looked at Qiuqing's expression and then at Zhu Lixue, uncertainly saying, "Could it be because senior sister Zhu is the soul of our team?" "Ha ha ha, little junior brother, you truly understand me." Zhu Lixue, walking ahead, naturally heard their conversation. He Jiangxi gave Gu Han a thumbs up, saying, "You truly are remarkable, little junior brother." Chapter 58, The Snow Soul Team. In fact, little junior brother is not entirely wrong. Qiuqing interjected to ease the situation. As they walked and talked, they soon passed through the staircase tunnel and arrived on the lower level. The architectural style of this underground level mirrored that of the upper level, though it was significantly less populated. Glancing around, Gu Han noted merely a few dozen individuals. When the members of the Snow Soul team appeared, countless gazes converged upon them, and many expressed surprise upon seeing Gu Han, followed by looks of realization. "Boss, look, it's the Snow Soul team, and that beside them is Gu Han." A youth sitting in the corner of the cafeteria exclaimed to his companion upon spotting Gu Han. This individual was Lu Ming, who had previously watched the competition from the stands, and his companion was naturally Lin Xingyan, with the Snow Soul team having arrived first. "It seems the captain's attempt to recruit Gu Han may face challenges," Su Yinshu remarked. "When did I ever say I wanted to recruit Gu Han?" Lin Xingyan retorted. "You brought us here to see him. Didn't you intend to recruit him into our team?" Su Yinshu questioned, puzzled. Lin Xingyan sighed, saying, "Initially, I did have such thoughts. If he truly possessed Earth-level strength, it would have been advantageous to recruit him, but after that battle, I realized Gu Han would not fall behind anyone. Joining the Snow Soul team is merely a means for him to adapt early. Even I cannot confidently claim to defeat him now." Su Yinshu's expression tightened, as she understood that her captain was preparing to break through to Earth-level strength, a formidable prowess, making it exceedingly difficult for him to admit inferiority. Meanwhile, Zhu Lixue, once seated, summoned a servant and provided a few instructions, after which the servant departed. Qiuqing continued, "The name Snow Soul is derived from your senior sister Zhu's beast, the Snow Soul Crystal Lion, which possesses high king-level quality, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier. It is our team's mainstay. The Thunderbolt Battle Team has its own unique mission hall, categorizing tasks into 3 tiers, Starry Radiance, Moonlight, and Solar Corona. The Starry Radiance tier corresponds to Earth-level Beastmasters, while the Moonlight tier aligns with Heaven level. The Solar Corona tier, however, serves more as an incentive, as it comprises tasks that only those who have reached the King level with a 7th tier Beastmaster might accomplish. Currently, It marks the second year of the Snow Soul Squad's existence, and most of us have reached the pinnacle of Earth level, with hopes of breaking into Heaven level this year. If all goes well, your senior sister Zhu is likely to be the first, as her Snow Soul Crystal Lion has already attained the 8th stage of the 5th tier. Alright, let's eat. I'm quite famished. Zhu Lixue, upon seeing the attendant bringing the meal, hastily interrupted the conversation. They had just returned from a mission and, having missed the opening ceremony, went directly to Li Hanting's residence, missing mealtime. Gu Han, having just broken through, was also quite hungry. As dish after dish was brought to the table, the tantalizing aromas made everyone's appetite surge. Your senior sister has really gone all out this time. So many delicacies. Qiuqing chuckled. Ice crystal snow lotus soup, spirit flame roasted phoenix wings, 9 yang roasted bear paw. He Jiangxi recounted the dishes with glee. Hee, junior brother, do indulge. These are all exquisite treats. This ice crystal snow lotus is a 5th tier spiritual material, and that bear paw comes from the 4th tier spirit beast, the golden flame violent bear. Gu Han, feeling tempted, expressed his gratitude before diving into the feast. Everyone began to eat heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum, just as they were enjoying their meal. A young man approached their group. Ahem, I apologize for interrupting your dining, he said. The group looked up to find a strikingly handsome young man standing nearby, observing them. Lin Xingyan, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Zhu Lixue asked in surprise. Being classmates and fellow members of the Thunderbolt battle team, they were well acquainted. Lin Xingyan replied, we have accepted a Moonlight tier mission and would like to invite you all to join us, with the rewards distributed according to merit. I wonder if your squad would be interested? Moonlight tier, you really have the audacity to suggest that, Lin Xingyan. Aren't you afraid of overreaching? Zhu Lixue shot back without hesitation. Gu Han, puzzled, listened as he Jiangxi chimed in with a knowing look. We have little interaction with Lin Xingyan, but your senior sister is quite familiar with him. When we first entered the academy, your senior sister ranked second among the newcomers while he ranked first. Ever since, he has always overshadowed her, and they've been in a rivalry for 4 years. When they both joined the Thunderbolt battle team, Lin Xingyan even publicly confessed to your senior sister and invited her to form a team together. She was furious at the time and scolded him mercilessly, leading to their unresolved tension as they each formed their own teams. However, despite the dangers of the Moonlight tier mission, successfully completing it could yield significant benefits. Perhaps this is an opportunity for your senior sister, Qiuqing analyzed. I see you are hesitant. With such timidity, how can you aspire to ascend to heaven level? Are you content to remain under my shadow? Lin Xingyan retorted. That's it. It seems this mission is inevitable, he Jiangxi remarked. Although Lin Xingyan's provocation was rather cliché, it was effective. Zhu Lixue would indeed fall for it. As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Zhu Lixue's face flushed with anger. You, Lin, underestimate me. Send me the time and place. I'll be waiting. Lin Xingyan, realizing he had achieved his objective, quickly took his leave, saying, let Gu Han come along too. Once Lin Xingyan departed, Zhu Lixue suddenly realized her impulsiveness and lamented, I acted rashly. I should have consulted you all first. No worries, senior sister, we all agree. This is also a chance for you, he Jiangxi reassured her. Indeed, let us first review the mission, Qiuqing added. Zhu Lixue revealed her blood spirit bracelet. Noticing Gu Han's gaze lingering on it, Qiuqing explained, our bracelets are the same as the blood spirit bracelets you currently use, serving identical functions. However, we possess the advanced version, classified as a 5th tier spiritual artifact, which includes our team information. Additionally, the bracelet can store spiritual energy, releasing a protective energy shield capable of withstanding 3 attacks from 5th tier spirit beasts in times of crisis. Gu Han felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Such a fine item. Meanwhile, he Jiangxi inquired, what did Lin Xingyan say? Zhu Lixue slowly lifted her gaze, slightly surprised. 3 days later, at the Beast Valley. Chapter 59, The Beast Valley. What about the Beast Valley? Gu Han asked curiously. It is a vast gorge stretching thousands of miles, with towering cliffs that seem to have been cleaved by an ancient artifact. Within the gorge, mist lingers year-round, enveloping this mysterious place in a shroud of ethereal fog, rendering the interior scenery ambiguous, Zhu Lixue explained. The Beast Valley lies at the juncture of Yunzhou and Laizhou, not far in distance. Yet this area is exceedingly perilous, as even on the outskirts, one often encounters 5th tier spirit beasts. It is named the Beast Valley due to the countless spirit beasts within, Qiuqing added. Laizhou and Yunzhou border each other, encompassing a vast territory, rich in talents and resources. By the way, junior brother, will you be joining us? Although Lin Xingyan had mentioned it, Zhu Lixue still needed to confirm Gu Han's decision. With seniors around and Lin Xingyan's team, the risk should be manageable. It would be good to gain some experience. However, Guhan was aware that the Academy's curriculum meant a Moonlight Tier mission would likely take 10 days to half a month to return from. No problem. Just inform your teacher when the time comes, Jiangxi suggested. Lin Xingyan really chose the worst time to come. He ruined my appetite. Let's continue eating. There's plenty more. Zhu Lishued declared to everyone. After their meal, they each departed, agreeing to meet in 3 days at the same place. By the time Guhan returned to his courtyard, it was nearing evening. He seated himself cross-legged on his bed and began practicing the spirit summoning technique. The following morning, golden sunlight bathed the majestic academy buildings. Refracting brilliant rays, Guhan set out early, clad in a black robe, heading straight to the classroom. The classroom was not expansive, accommodating merely 200 to 300 students. With a soaring ceiling adorned by a massive crystal chandelier that radiated soft yet bright light, illuminating the room as if it were daytime. Upon closer inspection, Guhan realized that it was constructed from the crystal cores of dozens of second-tier light-type spirit beasts. The floor was laid with impeccably smooth marble, patterned exquisitely, while the walls were built from heavy jade bricks, inscribed with ancient magical runes and mysterious designs, seemingly telling tales of bygone eras. Rows of desks and chairs were neatly arranged, crafted from fine peach blossom divine wood, exuding a faint fragrance, with each desk notably spacious. At the front of the classroom stood a colossal white board, its surface as smooth as a mirror, radiating dazzling light, resembling a grand magical screen. Although Guhan arrived early, a few scattered individuals were already seated in the classroom. Upon seeing Guhan's entrance, they cast glances filled with admiration and envy. Guhan maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze unwavering, merely nodding in response to the enthusiastic greetings, before finding a seat for himself. After approximately a quarter of an hour, students began to arrive in succession, and the previously quiet classroom erupted into lively chatter. Yet, no one dared to sit near Guhan. Guhan, you're quite early today, someone remarked. As Guhan closed his eyes to meditate, a voice abruptly interrupted his tranquility. A striking woman entered, her figure radiant like the summer sun, with alluring curves and long, powerful legs. Her slender waist could be encircled by a delicate hand, yet it exuded an endless strength. Her ample bosom and pert posterior emanated an undeniable sensual charm. Upon noticing Guhan, she approached him directly and took a seat beside him. This woman was none other than Yang Ningyan. Guhan, seeing her arrival, felt no surprise. After all, they belonged to the same faction. I found myself with some leisure time and thought I'd come early to acclimatize, he remarked. Do you know who will be teaching us for the first class? Yang Ningyan inquired with an air of mystery. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as we can learn, Guhan replied nonchalantly. Just as Yang Ningyan was about to continue her thoughts, a chorus of gasps interrupted her, as all the students turned their gazes toward the entrance. A middle-aged man with a resolute demeanor slowly walked into the classroom. I presume you all recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Li Hanting, the Grand Master of the Combat Division at the Tianlei Academy. I will be leading your first class here, he announced. His voice was not loud, yet every individual in the room could hear him clearly. Guhan was taken aback, for it was customary for Grand Masters not to teach directly. Li Hanting then posed a question. Does anyone know what the foremost principle of being a Beastmaster is? The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Li Hanting scrutinized them before his gaze settled on Guhan. Guhan, why don't you share your thoughts? He prompted. Guhan rose, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. I believe it is essential to establish a profound trust and emotional connection with one's beasts. Only when there exists absolute trust will the beasts fully obey the commands of their master, achieving a remarkable synergy and collaboration in battle, thus unleashing their maximum potential. Excellent. Guhan, you are correct. The first point I wish to convey is the importance of trust and synergy. Li Hanting began to elaborate. After class, Li Hanting distributed numerous books related to beast mastery, such as the 10 Core Principles of Beast Mastery, a compendium of spiritual beasts, and a complete guide to beast skills. Guhan collected them all before returning to his courtyard. Extending his mental energy, he enveloped his residence and, with a single step, vanished without a trace. Upon reappearing, he found himself in a verdant kingdom. Towering ancient trees soared into the sky, their thick trunks requiring several people to encircle. Their lush branches intertwined to form a natural green canopy, through which sunlight filtered, casting dappled shadows that resembled fragments of gold. The ground was carpeted with thick moss, soft and green, covering every inch of soil. Various plants thrived, their broad leaves unfurled and vibrant flowers competing for attention, some the size of bowls, exuding enchanting fragrances that attracted a multitude of peculiar insects. This was the transformed landscape of the Black Meteor Secret Realm. Guhan walked through it, and soon encountered a sparkling spring radiating golden light, surrounded by various spiritual materials that gleamed and emitted a gentle glow, as if brimming with endless vitality. Approaching the spring, he felt a surge of intense energy wash over him, as if it could scorch one's very soul. Within the spring flowed rich spiritual energy, each drop seemingly infused with boundless life and vigor. At that moment, 3 spiritual beasts were quietly soaking in the water. On the shore, a striking flower swayed in the breeze, while a purple bear frolicked with a pure white unicorn. Upon noticing Guhan's arrival, the 2 beasts abruptly halted their play, resembling children caught in mischief, and began to meditate. The spring was known as the Xuantian Dragon Spring. After Guhan fully mastered the Black Meteor Secret Realm, he had placed it in the area with the densest spiritual energy for the beasts to cultivate. The 3 soaking in the spring were the Earthly Tsu Dragon, the Thunder Dragon, and the Fiery Sky Tiger. The remaining 3 beasts had lower levels and only absorbed the emanating spiritual energy from the Xuantian Dragon Spring. The Phantom Fox, on the other hand, was with Xuantian. The Xuantian Dragon Spring had a more significant effect on dragon-type spiritual beasts, which is why the Earthly Tsu Dragon had been soaking there since its breakthrough, its realm now more stable and subtly showing signs of further improvement. The Thunder Dragon had also made a slight advancement, now at the 2nd tier, 2nd stage. The Fiery Sky Tiger remained at the 3rd tier, 1st stage, but its spiritual power had become more solidified, suggesting an imminent elevation. Guhan likewise sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Chapter 60. Departure to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. 2 days later, Guhan slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his meditation. His schedule was not particularly demanding, and with no classes for the next 2 days, he had devoted himself to training in this serene locale. Rising to his feet, he felt a more substantial presence, his muscles taut and refined. As he stood, the joints of his body emitted a crisp sound, reminiscent of popping beans in a pan. After stretching slightly, he recalled the beasts to his Beastmaster space and exited the secret realm. It was now dusk as he made his way to Xuantian's residence. He knocked lightly 3 times. "Come in." Guhan pushed the door open and saw Xuantian busy with his work, accompanied by the elegantly grooming Phantom Fox. "Xuantian, your timing is perfect. I have made progress regarding the Phantom Fox," Xuantian exclaimed eagerly. "I have perused numerous texts and consulted the elders of the council, and I have reached a conclusion. Your beast is not a Phantom Fox." Guhan looked puzzled. "What do you mean, master?" "Listen closely. There have existed such peculiar spiritual beasts since ancient times. Before they mature, they consciously suppress their innate abilities to disguise themselves as weak entities, allowing them time to grow. When the time is right, they soar to greatness. Your beast falls into this category. I attempted various methods of evolution for the Phantom Fox, but alas, all were in vain. I then sought out an elder with a spiritual-type beast for investigation and discovered that your beast is sealed with a deeply hidden yet remarkably ancient bloodline power. Ordinary methods will not suffice to awaken this power. Perhaps only by returning it to its kind and conducting a special ceremony within its lineage can the sealed bloodline be revived. Do you know what kind of lineage Xiaojing belongs to? Where is its kind?" Guhan asked urgently. Xuantian hesitated before responding. "It should be an exceptionally powerful fox clan from ancient times. I have sifted through numerous ancient texts and finally pinpointed a location." Taking a deep breath, Xuantian continued. "It is known as the Qianhu Yuan." "Qianhu Yuan? Where is that?" Guhan inquired. "I do not know," Xuantian replied helplessly. "It is merely a place spoken of in ancient legends. Whether it truly exists remains uncertain." At this moment, Guhan felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy that a path had been illuminated for Xiaojing's evolution, yet concern that it was merely a glimmer of hope without a concrete solution. With a sigh, Guhan returned the Phantom Fox to his Beastmaster space and added, "By the way, Master, I promised Sister Zhu that I would undertake a mission. I plan to depart tomorrow. What are your thoughts?" "That is a good thing. Prepare well, and consult with your senior brothers and sisters to accumulate experience," Xuantian advised, seated at his desk, casually lifting a delicate teacup. "Is it a Xingyiao level mission?" "No, it's a Yuehua level 1. As Xuantian heard the news, he was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly alarmed. The cup of tea he had just lifted was discreetly set back down, his thick brows slightly furrowing as he expressed his confusion. How could this be? Surely, I must have misheard. A Moonlight level mission, by the most conservative estimates, would likely entail a direct encounter with a 6th-tier spirit beast. However, the trio of Zhu Lixue, currently only at the late stage of the 5th tier, were indeed facing considerable danger in accepting such a task. Once Guhan clarified this to Xuantian, his expression softened. "Lin Xingyan, I recall him. He is quite a fine young man. You may cultivate a friendship with him. If that is the case, it does not seem reckless. Go ahead, but do take care. I will speak to your instructors later regarding your coursework," Xuantian advised earnestly. "I shall, teacher," Guhan replied. After bidding farewell to Xuantian, Guhan returned to his courtyard. With their departure set for the morrow, he decided against any cultivation that night, opting instead for a good rest to replenish his energy for the task ahead. The following morning, Guhan arrived early at their designated meeting place, only to find Zhu Lixue and her companions had already arrived. "Junior brother, we are over here." Zhu Lixue greeted him warmly. "Senior sister Zhu, senior brother He. Senior brother Qiu," Guhan acknowledged. Embarking on a mission is unlike the battles between beast tamers. During a mission, unforeseen circumstances can arise at any moment, so one must remain vigilant, He Jiangxi remarked. "Do not worry. With the presence of our seniors, it is unlikely anything significant will occur," Xiao Cheng added reassuringly. "Oh, you all are quite early. It seems we have lagged behind," came the voice of a young man as two men and a woman approached leisurely from a distance. "Enough with the banter, looming. This time, I am eager to see how much you have improved," Xiao Cheng responded. "Now that everyone is present, let us set forth," Lin Xingyan declared decisively. Guhan followed the group towards the mission hall, where Zhu Lixue began to explain. The mission hall appears to have 3 floors, but there is actually an underground level as well, which features tunnels leading directly to the outskirts of Long City. Initially designed for emergency escapes in case of sudden crises at the academy, it was later opened for the convenience of the Thunderbolt battle team members, Zhu Lixue elaborated. Guhan nodded in understanding. Moments later, the group entered the underground level through the back door of the mission hall. Though described as underground, its vastness was awe-inspiring. The towering dome resembled a reflection of the sky, stretching endlessly above. Rows of bright lights lined the walls, arranged neatly like a dazzling galaxy, illuminating the entire tunnel as bright as day. On either side of the tunnel, massive ventilation shafts were installed at intervals, allowing a gentle breeze to waft through, bringing with it a refreshing scent. Looking up, the interplay of light and shadow from the dome created a mysterious yet magnificent ambience. As the group walked further, they beheld an enormous spirit beast breeding ground, divided into 2 sections housing 2 types of spirit beasts, the lightning griffin and the dragon scale horse, both of extraordinary quality. Lin Xingyan nodded to the group and made his way to a small wooden cabin nearby, returning shortly with 6 rings in hand. He distributed them among the group. At this moment, Zhu Lixue explained to Guhan, "The spirit beasts in this breeding ground are available for the Thunderbolt battle team members to utilize during their journeys, requiring only a certain amount of points for rental. For instance, the 4th-tier Lightning Griffin we are renting costs merely 5,000 points for a month's use. The ring you hold is known as a Spirit Beast Space Ring, specifically designed to house uncontracted spirit beasts. The lowest grade is 5th tier, capable of accommodating only 1 spirit beast. Furthermore, both the ring and the rented beast must not encounter any mishaps, or compensation will be required." Zhu Lixue stuck out her tongue, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. "All right, everyone, let us set forth," Lin Xingyan announced. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the Spirit Beast Space Ring, and a spirit beast materialized before them. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a lion, wide and imposing, with piercing golden eyes that glimmered brilliantly, as if capable of perceiving all. 2 massive and powerful wings extended from its head, with robust frameworks covered in soft yet resilient feathers that were deep black, their edges shimmering with bright blue lightning. With a gentle leap, Lin Xingyan landed atop the Lightning Griffin, which had long been tamed by humans and showed no sign of discontent. The others summoned their mounts in turn, and within moments, they exited the tunnel, heading straight for the Beast Valley. Chapter 61, Arrival. The journey was peaceful, with the 4th-tier Lightning Griffin measuring over 10 meters in length, allowing Guhan to sit cross-legged on its back for meditation and cultivation. Once one reaches the super tier, one cannot afford to be complacent in their training. Relying solely on the contract rewards from spirit beasts is far from sufficient. Fortunately, Guhan possessed numerous opportunities, ensuring his cultivation speed remained commendable. 5 days later, Guhan slowly opened his eyes, and the sight of the Beast Valley unfolded before him. The Beast Valley resembled a colossal dragon winding through the earth, unfathomably deep, with sheer cliffs soaring into the clouds as though cleaved by a giant's axe. At the valley's bottom, a thick mist enveloped the area, akin to a mysterious veil that obscured its hidden secrets. A fierce wind howled through the valley, emitting a thunderous roar that stirred up sand, stones, and fallen leaves, forming violent whirlwinds. The sound of the wind resembled the collective roars of countless ferocious beasts, deafening and chilling to the bone. Countless birds and beasts surged through the valley, their silhouettes flickering in the mist. There were enormous mammoths, their heavy steps shaking the ground with every stride, and agile black shadow leopards darting through the trees like lightning, alongside soaring thunder war eagles whose sharp cries echoed through the heavens. The grandeur of the Beast Valley seemed to be the wildest symphony of this continent, causing those who gazed down from the distant skies to have their hearts race. their souls profoundly shaken, limbs stiffening, and minds blank, leaving only awe and fear for this boundless might. We should prepare before entering the valley, Lin Xingyan suggested. The group began to descend slowly, and Guhan noticed a small town situated before the valley. This area lay at the intersection of Liizhou and Yunzhou, making it difficult to manage. Despite the lurking dangers within the valley, abundant opportunities attracted many rogue cultivators and familial factions, gradually evolving into a township. Though small, the town was well equipped. Here, one could find many rare items unavailable elsewhere, yet it was also home to numerous swindlers, so one must stay vigilant. If you wish to purchase anything, let me take a look before you commit, Zhu Lixue advised. We should find a place to eat and rest for the night. After which I will gather some intelligence and brief everyone on the mission tonight, Lin Xingyan stated. As they were now at midday, the group could only nibble on dry rations during their journey and were quite hungry, so they sought out an inn to stay. Once they settled into their rooms, they gathered in the dining hall for a meal. Hey, have you heard? The Beast Valley has been rather unsettled lately, with numerous sixth-tier spirit beasts appearing even at the periphery. Indeed, initially, we thought the peripheral beasts were weak and might yield some gains. But with these sixth-tier beasts showing up frequently, it has caused quite a stir. As Guhan and the others took their seats, they overheard the conversation at the neighboring table, where the patrons had not bothered to lower their voices, making it easy for them to catch every word. The expressions of the group varied, yet their actions remained unchanged as they continued to eat. Lin Xingyan casually remarked, after our meal, looming. You will accompany me to gather information. Understood, boss, came the enthusiastic reply. Beside them, Zhu Lixue pointed at Xiao and he, saying, you two should join us. Senior sister. What about me? Guhan inquired, gesturing to himself. Little junior brother, as you are new here, it would be best for you to stay at the inn, Zhu Lixue replied. After a brief interval, the group had finished their meal and busied themselves with various tasks. Just as Guhan was about to return to his room, Zhu Lixue spoke up, little junior brother, how about we take a stroll around Wanshou town? You never know what treasures we might stumble upon. Naturally, Guhan had no objections, and Su Yinsher nodded gently. Thus, the three of them set off together, leaving the inn behind. Wanshou Gorge was a natural treasure trove, not only for the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures it contained. It drew numerous individuals seeking opportunities. However, many had lost their lives before finding such opportunities, leaving behind precious items within their spatial rings. Consequently, the wares sold in this little town were seldom questioned for their origins, as the act of killing for goods was far too common. As Guhan took a few steps, he beheld an array of eclectic items displayed along the streets. Spirit beast crystal cores, corpses, spirit beast eggs, spiritual weapons, spirit mines, medicinal pills, talismans, and spiritual materials. All were present. Don't miss out. A king-grade spirit beast egg for just one 5th-grade spiritual weapon. A peak 4th-grade healing elixir in exchange for 3 5th-grade spiritual materials. A 6th-grade spiritual weapon for 2 6th-grade crystal cores. High-quality heavenly materials and earthly treasures were now traded without the need for spirit stones, as most transactions were barter-based. Listening to the street hawkers, Guhan glanced at the so-called king-grade spirit beast egg and shook his head with a chuckle. What's wrong, little junior brother? Zhu Lixue asked curiously. Since when did king-grade spirit beast eggs become so ubiquitous? That egg is a fake, Guhan explained. Uninformed child, how dare you slander me? I shall teach you some manners. The middle-aged man selling spirit beast eggs was tall and burly, with a fierce visage accentuated by a prominent scar across his face. He approached Guhan, reaching for his collar. With a sharp sound, Guhan deftly swatted the man's hand away, causing the man's expression to shift slightly. The pain radiating from his hand suggested it was swelling. Observing his demeanor, Guhan discerned that this man was at most a novice in the earth realm. Although he possessed a higher cultivation level, Guhan was not lacking in physical strength. Noticing this, Zhu Lixue hurriedly stepped forward, protecting Guhan like a mother hen, her earth realm late-stage power surging forth. It's all right, senior sister, Guhan gently pushed Zhu Lixue aside and addressed the man. While your spirit beast egg boasts a more refined sheen and intricate patterns than an ordinary extraordinary grade egg, the bloodline quality cannot be concealed. Do you want me to disclose the true name of this spirit beast egg? Guhan's words struck the middle-aged man like pearls of wisdom, causing him to sweat profusely. He glanced between Guhan and his companions, then at his own reddening hand, and left in a huff without uttering a word. Zhu Lixue shot the man a glare before turning back, intrigued. Little junior brother, your eyesight is impressive. You discerned the truth with just a glance. Guhan chuckled lightly. It was merely coincidence. The trio continued onward while Guhan casually examined the items on display at the stalls. However, in the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. The item in the upper left corner of the 3rd stall on your right. Purchase it for me. It will be of great use. Guhan paused, realizing that only Medusa had the ability to communicate within his mind. Chapter 62, Spirit Dream Crystal Essence. Guhan approached the stall nonchalantly, feigning interest. The stall owner was an elderly man with graying hair, his eyes half closed as he lounged in a wicker chair. How much for this spirit material? Guhan asked, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the item in the upper left corner of the stall. It was a stone about the size of an egg, its surface pockmarked and dull, devoid of any spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary stone found by the roadside. The old man remained seated, leisurely replying, 3 fourth-grade medicinal pills. And this fourth-grade spiritual weapon? Guhan pointed to a thumb-sized gourd-shaped spiritual weapon. 1 5th-grade spirit beast crystal core. Guhan stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. At that moment, Xuantian interjected. That old man is asking too high a price. It's not worth it. Unperturbed, the elder replied, if you find it expensive, feel free to look elsewhere. My goods are definitely worth more than their price. Guhan seemed to have made up his mind and said to the old man, how about this? I'll give you 2 5th-grade spirit beast crystal cores for this spirit material, this spiritual weapon, and those few items over there. He casually pointed to an area where several spirit mines and assorted items were displayed, including the stone. Upon hearing Guhan's proposal, the old man sat up, his eyes gleaming with interest. You little rascal, I've been in Xuantian Gorge for decades. I've seen all sorts of people. Do you think you can play tricks on me? He then picked up the stone, saying, you want this stone, huh? Fine, 3 5th-grade spirit beast crystal cores. 3. Are you joking? Little junior brother, let us go. Don't bother with this old lunatic, Zhu Lixue exclaimed, growing anxious at the old man's price. Guhan smiled slightly, reassuring her, it's fine, senior sister. He turned to the old man, saying, you possess keen insight, and it seems I have underestimated you. Guhan pulled out 3 5th-grade spirit beast crystal cores and handed them to the old man. Naturally, Guhan hadn't hunted any 5th-grade spirit beasts. These were surplus from the secret realm's treasury. The old man was taken aback by Guhan's decisiveness and remarked, you're quite straightforward. But I must mention that I have no idea what use this stone has. It is exceptionally hard and was something I stumbled upon on a battlefield. I want to take advantage of you. 1 5th-grade spirit beast crystal core will suffice. Zhu Lixue muttered beside them, you're not taking advantage. Yet you still want a 5th-grade crystal core? How shameless. The old man paid her no mind and returned the remaining 2 crystal cores to Guhan. Thank you, senior. Guhan said as he accepted them. The old man waved his hand, reclining back, his eyes closing once more. The trio continued on their way. On the road, Zhu Lixue curiously asked, exchanging a 5th-grade crystal core for a worthless stone. Are you sure that it's not a loss? Guhan chuckled, rest assured, senior sister. I know what I'm doing. Yet, deep down, he too felt a twinge of uncertainty. After Medusa's cryptic message, she had remained silent, and no amount of calling would elicit a response, leaving Guhan feeling rather helpless. After wandering for a while longer and seeing that the 2 women were losing interest, Guhan suggested they return. Back in his room, Guhan eagerly examined the stone, which still appeared unremarkable, gray and dull, covered in fine cracks as if it had endured countless trials. Just as Guhan was studying it, a flicker of Medusa's mark appeared in his sea of consciousness, and she emerged from within him for the first time since they had met. Show me that stone, Medusa said, her lips parting slightly. Guhan promptly handed it over. Medusa took the stone, scrutinizing it for a moment before a smile crept onto her face. This is indeed a chaos divine stone. How did such a thing end up here? Subsequently, from the center of his brow, a cluster of eerie, deep green flames began to unfurl slowly. The flames emanated no warmth. However, Guhan felt as though his very soul trembled with an unusual heat. The flames surged towards a stone, enveloping it entirely and commencing a gradual roasting. Within mere breaths, the once dull and mottled stone began to shed its layers, the impurities ignited by the flames turning to ash and cascading to the ground. At that moment, the stone was transformed into an extraordinarily smooth surface, adorned with peculiar patterns that resembled the chaotic codes of the universe's inception, imbued with boundless mysteries and power. Each pattern emitted a faint yet enigmatic glow, flickering as if whispering ancient tales. This was the Chaos Divine Stone. What purpose does it serve? Guhan inquired with curiosity. The Chaos Divine Stone is incredibly hard. Even a 9th-tier spirit beast would find it challenging to destroy through sheer force. When refined into a spiritual artifact, it significantly enhances the artifact's quality and resilience. But to use it merely for crafting is the least desirable method, Medusa elucidated. Is there a more significant purpose it serves? Guhan pressed. Watch closely, Medusa replied, taking the Chaos Divine Stone into her hand. She casually plucked a strand of hair and, with a gentle twist, created a small hole in the stone. Fetch a vial, she commanded. Guhan hastily retrieved a porcelain bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to Medusa. She accepted it, aligning the small hole with the vial. And a liquid began to flow slowly from the Chaos Divine Stone. The liquid shimmered with a platinum hue, possessing a mercury-like fluidity and emanating a subtle fragrance. Upon the liquid's emergence, Guhan's mental energy surged with fervor, akin to a parched individual gazing upon a feast, filled with longing and desire. Medusa spoke languidly. This is the essence of spiritual dream crystal. Although it lacks a tier classification, it contains a trace of the primal laws from the dawn of creation and is also a spiritual treasure. Where's your mental key? Present it, she instructed. Guhan concentrated, and the key gradually manifested. Medusa gently took it and dripped a drop of the essence of spiritual dream crystal onto it. Instantly, the key radiated brilliant light, as though awakening from slumber. With a swift motion, the key returned to Guhan's sea of consciousness, its aura significantly intensified, several times stronger than before. Medusa nodded slowly, then reached out, and the small hole in the Chaos Divine Stone miraculously sealed itself once more. Take good care of it. In due time, the Chaos Divine Stone will yield more essence of spiritual dream crystal. Without waiting for Guhan to inquire further, Medusa enveloped the vial of essence and transformed it into a streak of light, re-entering Guhan's sea of consciousness. Guhan, feeling helpless, recognized that the essence of spiritual dream crystal was of great use to Medusa. Since he had also benefited, he chose not to dwell on it. Just as he was about to meditate, a knock echoed at the door. Junior brother, they have returned. Come and hear our plans. Zhu Lishua's voice called from outside. I'm coming, Guhan replied, ceasing his cultivation and opening the door to join Zhu Lishua. Chapter 63. Special circumstances upon arriving at Lin Xingyan's room. Guhan and Zhu Lishua found that everyone had already gathered. Since everyone is here, allow me to discuss our current mission, Lin Xingyan began. Our task is to intercept the antlers of a pair of 6th-tier deer-type spirit beasts, specifically the 9-yang sacred deer of the 10,000 Beast Gorge, He Jiangxi interjected. The 9-yang sacred deer is the leader of the 9-yang deer clan, with bloodline quality ranging from low-level sovereign to high-level sovereign. I have learned that the 9-yang deer typically reside in the inner circle of the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Beast Gorge, near the middle region. The clan leader is a 6th-tier initial stage, accompanied by several 5th-tier spirit beasts, with the remainder below 5th tier, totaling no more than 50. Qiuqing added, I have also gathered some information. The spirit beasts within the 10,000 Beast Gorge possess a strong territorial instinct and generally remain within their designated areas, avoiding disturbance. However, approximately half a month ago, numerous mid-tier and high-tier spirit beasts inexplicably vacated their territories and began wandering aimlessly throughout the gorge, as if in search of something. Consequently, even at the outer edges of the 10,000 Beast Gorge, one might encounter 5th tier or even 6th tier spirit beasts. Xuantian frowned slightly and remarked, if that's the case, doesn't that increase our chances of encountering high-tier spirit beasts as we venture deeper? We may face not just one 6th tier spirit beast, but potentially even a 7th tier. Zhu Lishua said gloomily. Boss, what do you think these spirit beasts are searching for? Could it be high-tier heavenly materials or earthly treasures? Lu Ming's focus remained as uniquely different as ever. Lin Xingyan chose to disregard Lu Ming's question and, with a serious tone, stated, the situation is as such. If we enter the gorge, we must be prepared for the worst, even to the point of risking our lives. If we choose not to enter, we will return tomorrow and abandon this mission. The group fell silent, just as they were at a loss. Guhan raised his head and gently spoke. I believe I can hold off a 6th tier spirit beast. All eyes turned towards Guhan, filled with curiosity, excitement, and disbelief. My beast is at the overlord level and of the dragon type. Although my cultivation is somewhat lower, I believe I can manage to withstand a 6th tier spirit beast of lord level quality with relative ease. Our target is merely the 9-yang sacred deer. We can simply evade the others, Guhan explained. Lin Xingyan and the others had witnessed the entirety of the opening ceremony. Thus they were aware of Guhan's overlord level beast. Although Zhu Lishue and the others had not been present, they had heard the rumors. Lin Xingyan decisively stated, let us rest well tonight. We will enter the gorge tomorrow. If circumstances become dire, we will retreat at the earliest opportunity. Before departing, Zhu Lishue caught up with Guhan and instructed, don't be reckless tomorrow. If you can't handle it, just run. The worst outcome is that we forfeit the mission, understood? Guhan felt warmth in his heart. Although he had only recently met his senior sister, she genuinely cared for him as if he were family. Rest assured, senior sister. I will, he assured her. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Guhan and the others prepared early and set off. The 10,000 Beast Gorge was bustling with activity, with various individuals traversing its paths. Some, like Guhan and his companions, traveled together, while others were solitary cultivators venturing in alone. The entrance to the 10,000 Beasts Gorge poses little danger. Once we pass through that mountain gorge, we will have reached the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Beasts Gorge, Lin Xingmian explained as they walked. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, the group passed through the mountain gorge and seemingly entered an otherworldly space. A thin veil of mist enveloped the gorge, rendering visibility slightly hazy. The sun struggled to pierce through the dense clouds, casting faint beams of light that formed mysterious pillars amidst the mist. Let us divide our tasks simply. He Jiangxi and Xiao Cheng, you will summon your beasts first and ensure our safety in the outer perimeter. Once we reach the middle region, Lu Ming and Su Yinshu will assist as well, Lin Xingyan instructed. Whether beasts or beastmasters, their energy was limited, and they would face a tough battle ahead, necessitating a reasonable distribution of responsibilities. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xiao summoned their beasts. Xiao Cheng called forth a pinnacle third-tier flame wolf, while he Jiangxi summoned a late third-tier golden-winged Danyan. It seemed these were their third beasts. The two positioned themselves in front and behind the group, encircling everyone. Although the outer region was teeming with spirit beasts, they were predominantly first and second tier. The aura exuded by the two third-tier beasts sent the lower-tier spirit beasts fleeing in terror. Without pausing, the group successfully arrived at the middle region of the outer perimeter. As they reached the center circle, the situation grew increasingly arduous. The third and fourth-tier spirit beasts were rampant, and each of the four summoned their second companion beast, forming a circle of 8 that encircled them and advanced slowly. Their pace diminished significantly, and just as they were about to reach the inner circle, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fifth-tier, third-stage striped demon tiger regarded them as its prey. Su Yinshu opened her beast space once more, and a butterfly emerged, gracefully taking to the air. This butterfly, approximately 5 meters in size, appeared particularly fragile before the nearly 10-meter-tall striped demon tiger. Its wings were broad and exquisite, exhibiting a profound shade of deep azure, with delicate silver patterns along the edges that shimmered like moonlight. The surface of its wings was covered in a fine layer of soft fur that glimmered with a subtle luminescence, casting a dreamy, kaleidoscopic hue when illuminated by light. Its head was petite and dainty, with compound eyes resembling two exquisite, translucent gems, deep and enigmatic. Its antennae were slender and elongated, akin to two delicate antennas, sensing the faintest vibrations in its surroundings. As it fluttered its wings, it emitted a crisp, melodious sound, resonating with such clarity that it seemed capable of tearing through the sky, the echoes lingering in the air. Little butterfly, unleash your sonic attack, Su Yinshu commanded. The celestial sound butterfly vibrated its wings, producing a clear and resounding call, with sound waves rippling outward. The attack of the fifth tier. 7th-stage celestial sound butterfly struck the striped demon tiger with precision, causing blood to pour forth. Enraged, the striped demon tiger's magical aura surged, propelling it toward the celestial sound butterfly with increased speed. The butterfly, agile and nimble, soared 100 meters away with a gentle flap of its wings, and before departing, it unleashed a wave of high-frequency sound waves that impacted the tiger's head with tangible force. Zhu Lixue observed the battle with a soft exclamation. Sister Yin's celestial sound butterfly has grown stronger. Lin Xingyan echoed. Indeed, the advantages of sound-type spirit beasts become increasingly pronounced at higher realms. Their omnipresent sound waves leave opponents with no means of escape, and the airborne celestial sound butterfly possesses formidable maneuverability. Moments later, the striped demon tiger bore several wounds, its head spinning from the pervasive magic sound of the celestial sound butterfly, rendering it incapable of unleashing even half its strength. Ultimately, the striped demon tiger succumbed and fled in a panic. All right, we have now reached the outer inner circle. Everyone, summon your spirit beasts and remain vigilant, Lin Xingyan instructed. The group promptly summoned their most powerful companions, for fourth-tier spirit beasts were ubiquitous in this area, fraught with peril, necessitating constant alertness. Boss, look, Lu Ming called softly. Following Lu Ming's gaze, they beheld a herd of 9-sun deer drinking from a spring, led by a grand and elegant stag, reminiscent of a moving mountain yet embodying a gracefulness. Its body was adorned with a resplendent coat that sparkled under the sunlight, as if each hair were embedded with tiny stars. Its antlers resembled ancient coral, crystal clear and exuding a brilliant crimson hue, the tips shimmering with an enigmatic glow, as if capable of piercing through the world's fog. Though it lowered its head to drink, its bright eyes remained vigilant, observing every movement around it. For as the leader of the herd, it bore the responsibility of safeguarding its kin. Lin Xingmian gazed at the magnificent antlers of the 9-sun Saint Deer and smiled. We finally found it. Chapter 64. Encounter. Lin Xingmian signaled to the group, urging them to approach cautiously. Boss, should we strike now? Lu Ming asked eagerly. Lin Xingyan waved his hand. No, we shall wait until they return to their territory before making our move. It would be unwise to engage in battle here, where numerous spirit beasts gather to drink. Guhan raised an eyebrow, glancing toward a small hillside nearby, murmuring, is it just my imagination? The herd of 9 sun deer moved in perfect harmony, with the leader orchestrating their actions. Several robust 5th-tier 9 sun deer managed different sections of the drinking process with remarkable speed and silence. With a gentle call from the 9 sun saint deer, the entire herd paused their drinking and departed in an orderly fashion. The 9 sun deer generally possessed extraordinary bloodline quality, and Guhan noted that the leading 9 sun saint deer was of a high noble rank, having reached the 6th tier, 3rd stage. Among the herd, there were 6 5th-tier deer, the strongest being at the 7th stage, while the weakest had only just entered the 5th tier. As Lin Xingyan signaled everyone to follow, he assessed the disparity in strength between the two groups. Guhan trailed behind, a sense of unease stirring within him. Just as the deer were about to return to their territory, an unexpected attack struck the 9 sun saint deer on the head. Even as they neared their domain, the 9 sun saint deer remained composed, emanating a brilliant golden light and erecting a protective barrier before it. It then unleashed a fiery blaze directed at the source of the attack. The 9 sun saint deer was a rare dual type of fire and light, fire for offense, light for defense, their powers harmonizing beautifully. With a soft thud, a man engulfed in flames approached from the distance. The overwhelming heat of the fiery blaze swirled around him like a relentless specter, but never touched him. The man was tall and imposing, clad in a flowing crimson robe adorned with intricate golden patterns that depicted a fire dragon, exquisitely crafted. The hem billowed in the breeze. His collar slightly opened to reveal a sturdy chest, exuding an air of boldness and defiance. Ha ha ha, your flames are still too weak. Submit to me, Xuantian, and you can be my mount, and I shall spare your life. The man, seemingly in his 30s, laughed heartily. Behind him, a woman approached gracefully. She was petite and delicate, her skirt fluttering about her, embroidered with lifelike peach blossoms. A pale green ribbon cinched her waist, swaying with the wind, adding to her graceful allure. As she walked, her movements were light and ethereal, every step reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Although small in stature, she exuded an enchanting elegance that left a lasting impression. Upon hearing the term wife, her already rosy cheeks deepened with a blush. The 9 sun saint deer, gazing at the pair, felt a surge of frustration. It had initially believed it faced a formidable foe in the canyon, only to discover it was merely a couple. Humans, you possess great audacity to ambush me. Prepare to meet your end. The 9 sun saint deer declared, speaking in human tongue. Xuantian laughed heartily, disregarding the threat, and opened his beast space. A series of deep, resonant roars echoed through the air, as if summoned from the depths of antiquity. The first to emerge was a crimson-scaled dragon, its sinuous form resembling a river of flames. Its massive body was encased in thick, sturdy crimson scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, as though forged from the finest steel through countless trials. Its head was formidable and regal, with eyes that glowed like blazing fireballs, emanating a chilling light. Its long, flowing whiskers danced in the wind like fiery tendrils, and a row of sharp, bony spines ran from its head to its tail, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Following closely behind was a majestic tiger, tall and powerful, akin to an immovable mountain. Its coat gleamed like gold, as if it had been blessed by the sun god, each hair radiating dazzling brilliance. The tiger's head is broad and imposing, its piercing eyes ablaze like raging flames, radiating a chilling brilliance that seems capable of discerning the world's deepest secrets. When its massive maw gapes open, its razor-sharp fangs are unmistakably revealed. Its powerful limbs resemble towering columns, defined muscles brimming with boundless strength. Beneath its paws, sharp claws curve like hooks, glimmering with a cold sheen, while a tail, akin to a steel whip, sways vigorously behind it. The tuft of fur at its tip resembling a blazing flame, exuding an aura of awe. At the center of its forehead lies a mysterious rune, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence, as if bestowed by the heavens, signifying its unique nobility and majesty. Lastly, there is the fire phoenix, its feathers flowing like flames, a vivid crimson intertwined with deep orange, each plume radiating a dazzling brilliance. Its beak, sharp as a hook, gleams with a metallic luster, seemingly capable of piercing the hardest stone. Its elongated and splendid tail resembles a burning ribbon, with flames at the tips flickering fiercely, creating what appears to be a fiery path through the sky. This unexpected turn of events transpired in an instant, eliciting varied expressions from the onlookers of the ancient cold. Goodness, where did such formidable beings come from? A 6th-tier, 7-segmented crimson armored dragon, a 5th-tier, 4-segmented radiant holy tiger, And a fifth tier, two-segmented fire phoenix? Stammered Lu Ming, his lips trembling. Yet, even with these three formidable beasts, could one truly contend against an entire herd of deer? Perhaps not, analyzed Qiu Cheng. As if in response to Qiu Cheng's words, Yang Tian shouted, Yixian. The woman behind Yang Tian also adopted a serious demeanor, opening the beast summoning space. Slowly, a moth emerged, approximately 1 meter in length, entirely crimson. The moth gently landed in the woman's hand, whereupon she bit her finger, letting 3 drops of fresh blood fall to feed the moth. The moth devoured the blood with fervent urgency, and in the next moment, 3 miniature versions of itself burst forth from its body. The 3 tiny moths darted swiftly, flying toward Yang Tian's beasts in the blink of an eye. The 3 beasts, seemingly accustomed to this, swallowed them whole, immediately feeling their power surge. The crimson armored dragon ascended 3 segments, achieving the pinnacle of the 6th tier, while the radiant holy tiger's realm skyrocketed to the 5th tier's zenith. Though the fire phoenix's enhancement was not as pronounced as the first 2, it still reached a terrifying 5th tier, 5 segments. Zhu Lixue, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in shock, divine moth drinking blood, turning the land crimson? Meanwhile, the battle had already commenced nearby. The crimson armored dragon charged forward, opening its great maw to unleash a torrent of searing flames towards the 9-sun holy deer. As the flames swept through, rocks melted instantly, and vegetation turned to ash. The 9-sun holy deer, undeterred, nimbly evaded the ferocious flames. Its radiance surged brilliantly, with its antlers shining like a convergence of 9 blazing suns. With the wind at its hooves, it lunged toward the crimson armored dragon, leaping high as its antlers, imbued with immense power, crashed down toward the dragon's head. The dragon swiftly maneuvered, its hardened scales bracing for impact. The clash of antlers against scales produced a deafening sound, erupting in dazzling sparks. The crimson armored dragon roared in fury, its long tail sweeping like a steel whip. The 9-sun holy deer agilely leaped back, as the tail struck the ground, leaving a deep gash. Seizing the opportunity, the holy deer retaliated, unleashing a wave of scorching sunlight, the flames surging like a torrent toward the dragon. The dragon writhed in the fire, its crimson scales glowing red-hot. Yet, it soon burst forth from the flames, re-engaging in a fierce clash with the holy deer. On another front, the radiant holy tiger and the fire phoenix drew the 6 5th-tier 9-sun deers into the fray, clearing the path for the crimson armored dragon. Chapter 65, Yang Tian. Lin Xingyan had a peculiar expression upon seeing the man, and when he summoned his beast, he informed the others to be prepared for battle. As the fighting erupted, he urged, "Let's go." Swift resolution. Leading the charge upon his primary beast, the 8-armed divine ape, he shouted, "Cousin, I'm here to assist you." "Cousin." The crowd halted momentarily, their actions momentarily stunted. Only Zhu Lixue appeared to understand. The Dragon Empire is replete with powerful clans, among which the Yang, Lin, Shi, and Yi families stand foremost. Lin Xingyan belongs to the Lin family, and it is no surprise that he has familial ties to the Yang family. Yang Tian, upon recognizing the newcomer, was slightly taken aback. "Little Lin, what brings you here?" Yang Tian inquired. "Let's resolve the matter at hand first. Then we shall explain," Lin Xingyan replied. "Very well." The pinnacle 6th-tier crimson armored dragon dominated the 9-sun holy deer throughout, and with the arrival of Guhan and his companions, they swiftly captured all 5-tier 9-sun deers. The numerous spirit beasts below the 5th tier, confronted with the aura emitted by the high-tier beasts, struggled to stand firm. Despite their numbers, they were effortlessly subdued. The 9-sun holy deer, outmatched, was captured by Yang Tian using a beast-catching bag. Once everything settled, Lin Xingyan curiously asked, "Cousin, weren't you to be wed soon? What brings you here?" Yang Tian replied with frustration, "Don't even mention it. I ran away from home. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is your future sister-in-law, the one and only Yin Yashuan." Yang Tian pulled the woman beside him closer. Yin Yashuan promptly brushed his hand away, smiling at Lin Xingyan. "You must be Xingyan, right? I've heard Yang Tian mention you before. What a coincidence to meet you here. By the way, I haven't asked, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the Thunder Academy?" Yang Tian inquired curiously. "I accepted a task from the academy. Also, cousin, the antlers of the 9-sun holy deer are my target for this journey. I must take them." "Agreed, but this matter is not yet resolved. Let us speak as we walk." Yang Tian gestured for Lin Xingyan to follow as they proceeded. Lin Xingyan signaled for Guhan and the others to follow. Typically, beast tamers do not exterminate entire herds, and it is highly likely that these 9-sun deers will eventually be released. Guhan, meanwhile, casually captured a few 3rd or 4th-tier 9-sun deers and, unnoticed by the others, tossed them into the Black Meteor's secret realm. "After meeting your sister-in-law, it was love at first sight. We had secretly pledged ourselves to one another. However, my father insisted that I marry Ruobing, so I left home. Wandering the world with your sister-in-law. Not long ago, while passing through the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, I serendipitously discovered these 9 sun holy deers and thought to capture one as a mount. I observed for several days and found that among the herd were 3 9 sun holy deers, including the tribe leader. Its mate is also a 9 sun holy deer, and I sensed a robust life force emanating from her abdomen, indicating she is with child and soon to give birth. Lastly, there is an elder 9 sun holy deer of the 7th tier, likely the old patriarch of the herd, whose frail form suggests a waning lifespan. He has always guarded the herd, never straying from them. Thus, I resolved to act today while the herd ventured out to drink water, not expecting to encounter you all. I see, Lin Xingyan replied. I noticed your sister-in-law's beast is quite extraordinary. Haha, my sister-in-law and I work together seamlessly, Xuantian chuckled. The beast known as the fire god moth is a unique spiritual creature belonging to her lineage. From a tender age, her family has nourished her with treasures of fire attributes, complemented by secret techniques to forge a connection with the fire god moth. By consuming the blood of its master, the fire god moth can produce larvae, which significantly enhance fire-type spiritual beasts, albeit for a limited duration, necessitating swift resolution. The ancient texts were indeed accurate. The moth drinks blood and scorches the land for miles. Zhu Lixua marveled at this, recalling her previous perusal of ancient tomes that detailed this wondrous technique. Witnessing it firsthand was profoundly more astonishing. Guhan also felt a sense of awe, contemplating the vastness of the world and its myriad wonders. Eager for further exploration of this extraordinary realm, Yang Tian then remarked, originally, I intended to capture the 9 sun sacred deer and depart immediately. However, since you are all present, why not strike at the heart of the matter and take down the entire herd? Lin Xingyan surveyed the group, noting their agreement, and declared, in that case, I shall take advantage of my cousin. Yang Tian laughed heartily, saying, we are all family here. There is no need for such formalities. The group hurriedly made their way to the deer's encampment, swiftly dispatching the few lower-tier 9 sun deers left behind. The 7th-tier 9 sun sacred deer, possessing only a low-grade royal bloodline, likely explained its stagnation in cultivation. All summoned their spiritual beasts, 10 in total, comprising 1 4th tier, 8 5th tiers, and 1 6th tier, to besiege the 9 sun sacred deer. Though it was of higher rank, the already waning 9 sun sacred deer struggled to withstand the onslaught, ultimately meeting its demise at the hands of the crimson armored flood dragon. Lin Xingyan collected its antlers, stowing them away. Deep within the cave of the deer's encampment, a female 9 sun sacred deer lay half reclined upon the soft grass. Its body trembled slightly from the recent birthing, sweat soaking its sleek fur. Yet it could not conceal the maternal radiance in its eyes. 3 newborn fawns nestled beside their mother, their damp bodies still bearing the innocence of new life. Their coats were as tender as freshly bloomed flowers, exuding a fresh vitality. As both parents were 9 sun sacred deers, these 3 fawns were destined to inherit that lineage. Poised to become leaders of the herd, the doe gently licked her fawns, her movements tender and cautious, as if bestowing upon them the most precious of blessings. Her gaze brimmed with love and contentment. Despite her exhaustion, the resolve to protect her new life compelled her to remain vigilant. The surrounding flora seemed to sense this sacred moment. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if singing softly in celebration of the new life. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting golden patches of light upon the sacred deer and her fawns, enhancing the dreamlike quality of this heartwarming scene. The sacred deer emitted a low call, a sound imbued with hopes for her progeny and boundless affection. The 3 fawns squirmed in their mother's embrace, striving to open their eyes and explore this novel world. Standing at the cave's entrance, Guhan and his companions bore witness to this poignant scene. What shall we do? Zhu Lixua observed the fawns with reluctance. Allow me. Yan Yashuan gently stepped forward into the cave, a vertical flute now gracing her hands. Cousin, sister-in-law, Lin Xingyan cautioned. It will be fine. She knows how to handle it. Yang Tian waved dismissively. The doe, sensing an unfamiliar presence, slowly rose with her weakened body, positioning her 3 fawns behind her, warily fixating on the cave entrance. Yan Yashuan appeared silently, holding the exquisite flute, her graceful form and tranquil countenance exuding an air of mysterious allure. She brought the flute to her lips, and a melodious tune flowed forth like water. The melody was enchanting, possessing a soothing charm. Initially, the doe remained on guard, ears erect and gaze fixed upon the woman. Yet, as the exquisite notes wafted through the air, the doe gradually calmed. Its formerly tense muscles relaxed, and the wariness in its eyes was supplanted by tranquility. With increasing fervor, the woman's performance became more engrossing, the flute's sound transcending into an ethereal purity. The doe seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, lowering its proud head and bending its limbs, willingly submitting to the enchanting melody. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the woman, the doe, and the fawns, creating a breathtakingly surreal tableau. Chapter 66. Encircled Danger. Everyone was taken aback. The bond between a Beastmaster and their spiritual beast is typically forged through a soul contract and the nurturing from a young age. To see a flute's melody compel a spiritual beast to submit? This journey has indeed broadened my horizons, Xuantian marveled. It seems there are requirements of cultivation. This woman must be a celestial-level Beastmaster, Zhu Lixue deduced. After communicating with the doe, Xuantian bounced back out, proudly announcing to Xuantian, "It's all taken care of." Xuantian turned to Lin Xingmian and proposed, "In that case, we shall claim this 6th-tier spiritual beast and one of the fawns. While you can have the remaining 2 fawns, the carcass of the 7th-tier beast, and the resources within this encampment." The group paused, surprised. Lin Xingmian countered, "That won't do. You've always led the charge. We hardly contributed. The antlers alone suffice." Their dispute continued until it was finally agreed. Xuantian's group would take the antlers and the carcass of the 7th-tier beast, while the 7th-tier crystal core would belong to Xuantian, with the resources of the herd divided equally. "I never expected this mission to be so effortless. I thought we were in for some fierce battles," Lu Ming remarked, somewhat disgruntled. Lin Xingmian's expression darkened, his vigilance sharpening as he scanned their surroundings. "Hurry and gather your things. We must leave at once." The resources amassed within the herd primarily consisted of low-tier spiritual materials and minerals, but their abundance was undeniable. Xuantian surveyed their surroundings, his voice strained. "I fear we may not be able to escape." As soon as Xuantian's words fell, the air around them seemed to thicken, an invisible pressure enveloping them. From the shadows of the surrounding trees, pairs of glinting eyes began to emerge ominously. Mighty spiritual beasts leapt forth from the peripheral forest, 5th tier, 6th tier, and even a 7th tier among them. They crept silently closer, forming an impenetrable encirclement. The low growls of the beasts reverberated through the forest, a harbinger of doom. Each creature exuded an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of despair. At that moment, the light in the forest appeared to be consumed by these powerful beings, the darkness deepening. "What do we do now? They are all 5th tier and above," Lu Ming exclaimed, his face a mask of despair. Lin Xingmian's expression turned grave as he slowly said, "It seems all the high-tier spiritual beasts we did not encounter along the way are gathered here. There is no option left. We can only fight to the death." With a commanding shout, Lin Xingmian declared, "We must push westward with all our might." No one hesitated further. They plunged into battle. Xuantian summoned his 3 spiritual beasts, bolstered by Xuantian's support, leading the charge. Lin Xingmian's strongest spiritual beast was a pinnacle 5th-tier 8-armed divine ape. In that mystical realm, the 8-armed divine ape resembled a primordial deity descending from the heavens. Towering like a mountain, it loomed between heaven and earth, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Its robust limbs resembled colossal pillars, muscles rippling with immense power, as if a mere twitch could shake the very earth. Its broad chest seemed capable of containing the entire world, solid and unwavering. The great head of the divine ape is formidable. With a face that bears an expression of ferocity, its eyes resemble blazing orbs of fire, emanating an aura of wrath and authority that dares anyone to gaze directly upon them. Most astonishing are its 8 arms, each as elongated and powerful as a giant python. The muscular texture on its arms is distinctly visible, akin to iron forged in the fires of a smithy, glistening with a metallic sheen. Its fingers, with thick joints and sharp claws like hooks, seem capable of effortlessly rending the very fabric of reality. Its fur is a profound shade of black, glossy and lustrous, reminiscent of the night sky, as if it could absorb all light around it. Along its back, a row of sharp bony spikes protrudes, radiating a chilling glimmer, symbolizing its inviolable nature. The 8-armed divine ape is an exceptionally fierce warrior. Upon witnessing a multitude of spirit beasts attacking, it lets out a roar and charges forth. The Snow Soul Crystal Lion of Zhu Lixue, though impressive, is merely a 5th-tier 8th stage, slightly lower in rank than the 8-armed divine ape. Its physique is robust and grand, stretching several zhang in length, resembling a moving iceberg. Its entire body is cloaked in crystalline fur pure as snow, with each strand sparkling like precious gems, as if chiseled from ice crystals. Under the sunlight, the light dances and flows, creating an ethereal spectacle. The lion's head is imposing, its broad forehead adorned with a deep blue gem that resembles a profound ice lake, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Its eyes burn like 2 flames of ghostly blue, cold yet brimming with an endless majesty that sends shivers down one's spine. Its strong, muscular limbs are sharply defined, akin to pillars that support the heavens and the earth, with broad paws and sharp claws gleaming with a frosty light. It seems as though a mere swipe could shatter solid rock. Its tail, a nimble crystalline whip, whips through the air, stirring a chilling wind. A slight ridge along its back reveals a row of sharp ice spikes, translucent and resembling finely crafted blades. When the Snow Soul Crystal Lion raises its head to roar, the icy breath it releases instantly crystallizes into mist, freezing the surrounding air and showcasing its sovereign presence. In this realm, the Snow Soul Crystal Lion stands as the regal monarch of ice and snow. Zhu Lixue commands, "Snow Soul, merge with me." Suddenly, a brilliant blue light bursts forth from the lion's brow, swirling around it before penetrating its body. In an instant, the lion's aura surges, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Qiucheng's primary spirit beast is a rare Ink Shadow spirit, ranked at the 5th tier 7th stage. The Ink Shadow spirit belongs to the category of spiritual entities and can only be contracted at specific locations and times. Under certain conditions, talent and luck must both be present. Lu Ming and He Jiangxi's primary spirit beasts are both of the supportive type, namely the Azure Eye Spirit Tortoise and the Cloud-like Crane, both at the 5th tier 6th stage. Notably, the Azure Eye Spirit Tortoise possesses commendable defensive capabilities. Su Inshu's sky-splitting sound butterfly flutters nearby, both protecting the group and unleashing sonic wave attacks in support. Guhan summons the Earth Store Sacred Dragon, although it currently stands at the 4th tier 3rd stage. Its imposing presence rivals that of any spirit beast present. The spirit beasts attacking Guhan and his companions do not launch ferocious assaults, with most being at the 5th tier and only a few at the 6th tier, while a 7th tier spirit beast is held off by Yangtian. The group works in unison to maintain this fragile equilibrium. Observing the battlefield, Guhan realizes that prolonging the conflict would be detrimental to their side. He then conveys telepathically to the others, "Brothers and sisters, gather around me. Once I create an opening, we shall depart immediately." Everyone nods in agreement, with Zhu Lixue adding a telepathic caution, "Junior brother, assess your strength and do not overexert yourself." With a thunderous voice, Guhan calls out, "Little you." Power of the Earth Store. After repelling its adversaries, the Earth Store's sacred dragon stands tall and motionless. Yet, as mysterious runes upon its body begin to shimmer with a profound radiance, torrents of overwhelming power start to surge from the depths of the earth into its form. The dragon's body begins to swell dramatically, each scale glinting with a golden-brown glow, as though it were merging with the very earth itself. Its size becomes even more colossal, casting shadows that obscure the sun, with a dragon's might that weighs heavily upon the surrounding air. At this moment, the spirit beasts attacking it sense this terrifying presence and are filled with trepidation. The Earth Store's sacred dragon suddenly opens its eyes, filled with boundless majesty and fury. It unleashes a deafening roar, the sound waves rippling outward as if they were tangible, causing the attacking spirit beasts to stagger. Subsequently, it swings its powerful claws, creating a tempest with each strike imbued with the strength of the earth, unstoppable as a rampaging tide. The spirit beasts, faced with such overwhelming force, are rendered powerless. Some are sent flying hundreds of zhang away, crashing into towering trees, while others are brutally slammed into the ground, creating massive craters. Surrounding the Earth Store's sacred dragon is a surging power of earth elements, forming impenetrable shields that no attack can breach. It charges forward with a determined ferocity, and wherever it goes, the spirit beasts are cowed by its resolute presence, scattering in disarray. Guhan estimates that the Earth Store's sacred dragon's rank could now soar to the 6th tier. However, bearing such immense pressure, it is likely that the dragon will endure a month of weakness following this exertion. Seeing Guhan create an opening so swiftly, the others, astonished yet quick to act, escape the encirclement. Chapter 67. The 8th tier spirit beast approaches. Hurry, do not linger. Lin Xingyan urges the group, with Yang Tian and Lin Xingyan bringing up the rear. Guhan, under Zhu Lixue's protection, retreats as the Earth Store's sacred dragon returns to its spirit beast space. The invocation of the Earth's power has severely drained its vitality. Guhan rides the blazing heavenly tiger, trailing behind the others. After a long dash of about half an hour, as the landscape shifts around them, the group's pace begins to slow. Having run this far, we should have shaken them off, right? Lu Ming voices his uncertainty. Where are Lin Xingyan and Yang Tian? We're right here, they call out, arriving a bit late. Boss, you scare me to death. This place is far too perilous. We must leave at once, Lu Ming exclaims, his face etched with worry. However, having just narrowly escaped from the jaws of danger, each person is panting heavily, fatigue etched across their features, their spirit beasts mirroring their exhaustion. Just as they intend to press onward, a low rumble echoes from the distant horizon, akin to rolling thunder, reverberating deeply within their souls. They all look up to see a black that rapidly enlarging in the sky. It is a dragon beast, unfurling its 8 massive wings, with turbulent air currents swirling around it, forming a visible vortex. Its body, illuminated by the twilight, radiates an air of mystery and authority, as if it were an ancient, terrifying entity. With a roar that resonates through the heavens, the dragon beast dives down like a bolt of lightning. A tempest erupts, sand and stones whirl about, and Guhan and his companions find themselves nearly toppled by the powerful wind pressure. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beast lands before them. The earth quakes violently under its impact, and as dust settles, the beast's fearsome visage becomes clear. Its sharp gaze sweeps across the group, instilling dread, as if it were poised to devour them whole. It is an 8-winged venomous dragon. Its colossal form resembles a mountain, its sinuous shape exuding a chilling strength. Its body is cloaked in a layer of dark green, resilient dragon scales, each scale forged like fine steel, glimmering with a cold, ruthless light. The dragon's head is both fierce and regal, with sharp horns that curve upward like 2 wickedly sharp lances, radiating an icy chill. Its eyes burn like lanterns of green flame. As the gaping maw of the venomous dragon opened, it revealed a row of razor-sharp fangs akin to saw blades, from which a noxious venom dripped incessantly, each drop capable of instantly corroding the earth beneath it into a vast chasm. Most striking were its 8 colossal wings. The skeletal structure of the wings resembled black iron, resilient and powerful, supporting the expansive membrane that displayed an eerie purple hue, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns reminiscent of ancient curses. When it unfurled its wings, it obscured the sky, casting an immense shadow that instilled a profound sense of oppression. The dragon's tail was thick and formidable, akin to a massive steel whip, its tip bristling with sharp barbs, each glimmering with a deadly sheen. Its limbs were robust, with claws as sharp as hooks, capable of etching deep gashes in a solid rock with the slightest grasp. Along its back sprouted a series of sharp, bony spines, similarly tainted with venom, exuding a chilling aura. The entire creature radiated an overwhelming presence of malevolence and toxicity, a force so potent that merely gazing upon it could engulf one in fear. The mere aura it exuded rendered those nearby nearly breathless, their legs quaking involuntarily. With each step the beast took, the ground trembled violently, trees in its vicinity shattered under the weight of its intangible power. When the dragon approached within 30 meters of the crowd, it halted and spoke slowly. "I desire only him, the rest may depart." Its tail lifted, pointing accusatorily at an individual. The onlookers turned in that direction, confusion etched on their faces, mistakenly believing the dragon meant Guhan. "No," Zhu Lixue exclaimed sharply. The dragon, seemingly incensed, unleashed a torrent of venom aimed directly at her. Gasps of shock echoed as the nearby Xuantian crystal lion roared in defiance, charging toward the venom. With a resounding crash, it was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into several towering trees before coming to a halt, emitting anguished roars. The venom swiftly spread across its fur, turning its once snow-white coat blackened and withered, releasing tendrils of black smoke. The creature's body began to tremble. Its once powerful limbs grew weak and feeble. The light in its eyes dimmed, replaced by pain and confusion as the venom penetrated its skin, infiltrating its very blood. Its breaths became quickened and erratic, accompanied by pained groans. It struggled to rise, yet each attempt seemed futile, ultimately collapsing to the ground, succumbing to the ravaging venom within. "Xuantian!" Zhu Lixue cried out, rushing to the lion's side, overwhelmed with grief. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from her mouth, the result of a shattering contract. "Bastard!" The crowd seethed with anger, several beast tamers charging recklessly toward the venomous dragon, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Faced with their resolute assault, the dragon merely cast a cold glance before raising a massive paw, bringing it crashing down to the ground. The ensuing explosion reverberated like the collapse of the heavens, a suffocating force radiating from its epicenter, manifesting as an invisible shockwave. The 8-armed divine ape was sent hurtling away, its golden aura dimming instantaneously, while the colossal red-armored dragon could not withstand the force and staggered backward, leaving deep impressions in the earth beneath its heavy steps. The radiant tiger was tossed aside like a mere leaf. The collective assault of the beasts was obliterated in an instant. The relentless shockwave surged forth, striking the assembled crowd, propelling their bodies backward involuntarily. A spray of blood erupted from Su Yinshu, creating a haunting mist in the air, soon followed by Lu Ming and He Jiangxi. whose frail forms succumbed even more readily to the force. In the shattered ground, several bloodied figures struggled to rise, grievously wounded. Guhan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, the veins in his arms bulging like coiling dragons. Yet, his breathing remained steady and measured. Each inhalation and exhalation a struggle against the fury threatening to erupt. His face was taut, muscles quivering slightly, but devoid of any frantic expression, exuding an unsettling calm. He spoke slowly. Enough. Chapter 68, Fury. Guhan approached Zhu Lixue, retrieving a porcelain vial from his pocket and extracting a pill from within. The elixir shimmered with a myriad of colors, exuding an ethereal aura, its plump, golden form reminiscent of purest gold, radiating a gentle luster akin to jade. Each intricate pattern seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe, pulsating with mysterious and formidable power. A faint purple mist enveloped the pill, which trembled slightly, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that permeated the entire cavern, a scent so enchanting it felt as if a single breath could cleanse the spirit and renew the soul. It was the 9 Revolutions golden pill, a reward from the system. The ailing Xuantian crystal lion lay beside Zhu Lixue, its once pristine fur now dull and matted with blood and dirt. Its breath was faint, nearly imperceptible, and its eyes were tightly shut, the essence of life rapidly ebbing from its body. In this critical moment, Guhan placed the 9 Revolutions golden pill into its mouth. The pill dissolved upon entry, unleashing a torrent of invigorating warmth that swiftly spread throughout its being. Initially, the lion's body quivered, but soon its closed eyes began to flutter open, rekindling the light of hope within its once dim gaze. A surge of vitality swept through it like a spring breeze, causing the venom that had infiltrated its body to retreat as if confronted by a nemesis, gradually dissipating into wisps of black smoke that escaped through its fur. The wounds it had sustained healed at a visible pace, shattered bones knitting together anew. Its previously faint breaths grew robust and steady, each inhalation and exhalation infused with newfound strength. The dullness of its coat was replaced with a lustrous sheen, pure as snow and even more vibrant. The Xuantian crystal lion radiated an overwhelming aura, an invisible pressure extending outward as it rose to its feet, unleashing a mighty roar that reverberated through the heavens. The roar was imbued with strength. As the light began to fade, the Xuantian crystal lion had evidently transcended, achieving the 6th tier, 2nd stage. It approached Zhu Lixue, bowing its head as a soul contract began to swirl around her, forming a radiant halo that flickered continuously. Zhu Lixue, overwhelmed with joy, embraced the lion, while the contract's aura similarly enveloped the creature, gradually coalescing, ultimately imprinting itself within the minds of both. Little junior disciple, thank you. Zhu Lixue expressed her gratitude to Guhan. Guhan's icy gaze softened slightly as he rasped, I apologize for involving you all. Senior. Guhan dares to request your assistance, he stated calmly. As his words faded, the space behind him tore open, revealing a figure emerging slowly. She walked upon the void, her tall and graceful silhouette clad in a form-fitting black robe that billowed in the wind, accentuating her exquisite curves. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing freely in the breeze, shimmering with an enigmatic azure glow. Her exquisite visage resembled a sculpture of ice and jade, coldly stunning, yet exuding an aura of imperious majesty that made it difficult for one to meet her gaze. Her elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, glimmering with a frosty brilliance, as if they could unveil the secrets of the universe. Her skin, as pale as snow, bore an icy texture reminiscent of eternal frost. Her ruby lips pressed together, revealing a barely perceptible chill of cruelty. With her hands clasped before her, the air around her seemed to solidify under her commanding presence, enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the formidable aura she radiated, silently announcing her arrival. She stood there, serene and unwavering in the void, akin to an untouchable goddess, evoking both reverence and yearning. The injured onlookers were struck with a profound shock, for at the moment she appeared, the body of the 8th-tier venomous dragon trembled involuntarily, engulfed in an inescapable terror that compelled it to prostrate itself. Medusa's crimson lips parted slightly as her ethereal voice, akin to celestial music, uttered, It is the first time I have seen you so enraged, let it be. She advanced gracefully, whispering towards the distance, Old fox, you have overstayed your welcome. Just as Medusa was poised to take action, a melodious phoenix cry resonated from afar. From the heart of the canyon soared a resplendent, multicolored bird, upon whose back perched a stooped elder. The elder, clad in simple attire and possessing an unremarkable appearance, was trailed by 9 ethereal tails that unfurled like dreams, each tail woven from silk, soft and smooth. He leapt down from the bird's back, landing steadily before Medusa, his voice trembling with emotion as he spoke. "My lady, I have finally found you." Medusa, as if anticipating this moment, cast a sidelong glance at the elder and slowly remarked, "I had already surmised it was you." Guhan observed the interaction with confusion, the anger simmering beneath his calm demeanor unmistakable. Medusa hastened to clarify, "This matter does not concern me. Allow the old fox to explain." The elder nodded slightly to Guhan, saying, "My apologies, young friend Guhan, for meeting under such circumstances. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory explanation." He then retrieved a seemingly ordinary branch from his ample pocket, slender and twisted, its surface adorned with the marks of time. The elder gently raised his arm, directing the branch towards the injured beings around him. In an instant, the branch erupted in a soft yet radiant glow, cascading like flowing water, swiftly enveloping each wounded soul. Where the light touched, the grotesque wounds visibly healed at an astonishing pace, broken bones rejoined, and damaged meridians swiftly mended. The pallor of their faces regained a healthy hue. As the brilliance faded, the individuals and their beasts were restored to their former selves. The elder then flicked his fingers, causing 8 sixth-tier crystal cores to float gently before the crowd. "I apologize for the fright and offer this humble token. I hope you will not hold it against me," he stated. The crowd, taken aback, turned their gazes toward Guhan, whose expression softened as he nodded in acknowledgement. The onlookers rejoiced, accepting the 6th-tier crystal cores, their respect and admiration for Guhan deepening, even amongst the stronger like Xuantian. The elder resumed, "Might I inquire if you would accompany me to the Qianhu Abyss?" Guhan, initially disinclined to respond, felt a flicker of surprise and concealed delight upon hearing the name Qianhu Abyss. He then addressed Zhu Lixue, saying, "Senior sister, please return to the academy and report. I shall return after attending to my affairs." Zhu Lixue hesitated to dissuade him, but, upon noticing Medusa behind Guhan, swallowed her words and replied, "Please take care." The group departed, leaving Guhan behind. On the return journey, silence enveloped them. As they neared the exit of the 10,000 Beasts Canyon, Zhu Lixue stepped forward and addressed the group. "I hope today's events remain confidential, especially from our junior brother." Before she could finish, Lin Xingmian chimed in, "Rest assured, we consider ourselves to be Guhan's seniors, and since he saved us, we would never repay kindness with enmity." After Lin Xingmian spoke, she glanced at Yang Tian, who solemnly nodded in agreement, stating, "Though I have little connection with Brother Guhan, I, Yang Tian, shall keep this matter to myself." As the elder prepared to lead them onward, Guhan's gaze fell upon the venomous dragon still prostrate on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. The elder observed this and remarked, "Enough." He gazed intently at the dragon, making no movement, yet the next moment, an immense and formless wave of spiritual power surged forth from his brow. This force enveloped the venomous dragon, freezing its expression in a mask of terror and despair. The formidable 8th-tier dragon was utterly obliterated by this overwhelming spiritual might. Its soul extinguished in an instant. With a resounding thud, the dragon's body collapsed, leaving only a lifeless shell. The elder stated, "This dragon is deceased. I leave its remains in the care of young friend Guhan." Guhan, taken aback, felt as though the immense spiritual force had thrust him into a tempestuous ocean, his own power merely a fragile vessel amidst the waves. Upon hearing the elder's words, Guhan did not hesitate and promptly retrieved the dragon's massive corpse into his beast space. Medusa returned to Guhan's consciousness, while he and the elder mounted the colorful bird, soaring deeper into the canyon. In a resplendent hall, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, exuding an air of authority, silently observed the departing ministers, the hall empty of all but him. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the stone wall behind the dragon throne, sharp and grating, filled with boundless hatred yet tinged with exquisite joy, declaring, "Heh, I have finally found you." The man in the dragon robe seemed unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips as his gaze deepened. Chapter 69, Qianhu Abyss. Guhan accompanied the elder to the heart of the 10,000 Beasts Canyon, where 8th and 9th-tier spirit beasts roamed freely. Upon reaching a serene lake, the two halted before its mirror-like surface. The elder welcomed Guhan, saying, "Welcome, young friend, to the Qianhu Abyss." Without waiting for Guhan's response, he abruptly pushed him into the lake. Guhan, caught off guard, had no time to voice his indignation. He inhaled deeply, bracing for the anticipated engulfing waters, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in an ethereal paradise, isolated from the world. The Qianhu Abyss was encircled by undulating emerald mountains, steep and shrouded in mist, resembling a delicate white ribbon. These peaks stood like loyal sentinels, guarding the mysteries of this enchanted land. Within the valley, a riot of colors bloomed, vibrant flowers competing for attention, exuding intoxicating fragrances. A gentle breeze stirred, sending petals cascading like a dreamlike floral rain. A crystal-clear stream meandered through, its waters babbling melodiously, while fish frolicked within, occasionally leaping to create rippling circles. Following the stream led to a dense forest, where towering trees reached skyward, their branches intertwined to form a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. In this woodland, the sweet melodies of birds echoed, their songs weaving tales of the beauty and mystery of the Qianhu Abyss. The most distinctive feature of the Thousand Fox Abyss lies in its ethereal foxes. Their fur is a tapestry of colors. Some are as pristine as snow, others burn with the fiery hue of flames, while a few shimmer like golden sunlight. The foxes weave gracefully through the blossoms, frolic by the streams, or rest in the shade of trees, each one alive with vitality and spirit. Deep within the Thousand Fox Abyss stands an ancient temple, its walls draped in moss, exuding the essence of time. In front of the temple, a censer emits curling wisps of incense, adding a solemn and reverent atmosphere to this mysterious land. Within this tranquil and enigmatic paradise, time seems to stand still, and everything appears exquisitely beautiful and serene. Thus, the Thousand Fox Abyss resides at the very heart of the Beast Valley. Guhan was taken aback by the sight before him, while the elder beside him spoke in a leisurely tone. To be precise, the Thousand Fox Abyss is a fluid spatial secret realm. It exists everywhere, with hundreds of entrances akin to a mirror lake. However, without the token of my clan, entry is impossible, even for those at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Guhan followed the elder onward and soon arrived before the temple. The architectural style of the temple was unique, ancient yet elegant, constructed from solid black obsidian. The roof was adorned with dark, luminous glass tiles that sparkled with a mysterious radiance under the sun. The grand entrance was imposing and sturdy, intricately carved with exquisite designs of the Fox clan. The lively fox figures seemingly poised to leap forth at any moment. Above the lintel hung an ancient plaque inscribed with the words Ancestral Temple of the Fox Immortals. The characters robust and powerful, conveying a sense of solemnity and authority. Upon entering the temple, a spacious courtyard came into view, with a neatly paved stone path bordered by various exotic flowers and grasses, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Towering ancient trees surrounded the courtyard, their age-old branches lush and verdant, standing like loyal sentinels guarding this sacred ground. Directly ahead in the courtyard stood the main hall, flanked by two colossal 9th-tier guardian crocodiles at its entrance. Inside the hall were statues of the revered ancestors of the Fox clan, each with distinct expressions, some regal, others benevolent, and yet others wise. The offering table before the statues was laden with sumptuous tributes, with incense curling upward, enveloping the space in a mystical aura. The walls of the main hall were adorned with exquisite murals, vibrant in color and flowing in line, each telling an enchanting tale that drew one into its depths. At the center of the main hall, a massive and enigmatic altar commanded attention, crafted from curious black jade. It was etched with ancient and intricate runes that glimmered with an ethereal blue light, as if alive and gently flowing. A powerful and mysterious energy pulsed around the altar. The elder approached one of the statues, slowly kneeling on a cushion, murmuring, "Ancestors above, bless our 9-tailed celestial fox clan with success on this journey." He then rose and bowed to Guhan, saying, "I kindly request that you release our clan's young master." Guhan was slightly startled. Although he had suspected that this was the homeland of Xiao Jing, he had not anticipated her high status. Guhan opened the beast control space, and the illusion fox gracefully emerged, leaping onto his shoulder. However, upon seeing the surroundings, its typically tranquil eyes flickered with subtle emotion. Meanwhile, Medusa, emerging from Guhan's consciousness, leisurely seated herself on a nearby chair. "Please enlighten Guhan," she remarked casually. The elder, slightly taken aback, replied, "I am known as Xuantian, the Grand Priest of the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan. The Spirit Beast clan shows me respect, calling me a prophet, as I am the most unique of the 9-tailed Celestial Foxes, the Xian Dream Illusion Fox. I have lived through countless ages, and during the great battle 1,000 years ago, our clan served under your command. Even when you were wounded and retreated, I foresaw that you would encounter us again after 10,000 years. I have also foreseen you as the one to shatter our predicament, which is why I orchestrated the young master's journey here, all for this moment. Half a month ago, I predicted that you would come to the Beast Valley, and thus I dispatched personnel to search for you. To prevent hostile forces from gaining insight, I did not explain this to my subordinates, which led to some unpleasantness." Medusa interjected, "The Xian Dream Illusion Fox is one of the most extraordinary races within the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan, having emerged a millennium ago. And perhaps only one has appeared since then, each possessing the divine destiny to explore and comprehend the powers of the ancient and modern worlds. Your purpose in bringing me here cannot merely be to share this information, can it? Xuantian replied. Indeed. We seek to clarify matters for you and to unlock the young master's bloodline power. Chapter 70. Evolution, the Three-Tailed Celestial Fox. Xuantian continued. The strongest among our nine-tailed celestial fox clan is, of course, the nine-tailed celestial fox itself. The young master possesses the most potent bloodline within our clan. Here, we can harness the power left by our ancestors to awaken the sealed bloodline within the young master. If that is the case, let us begin, Guhan declared. Do not rush, young friend. Allow us to prepare, Xuantian responded before departing. Guhan settled into a chair beside Medusa, cradling Xiao Jing in his arms, eyes gently closed, awaiting the proceedings. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Xuantian finally returned. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned several streams of light that gracefully hovered around the altar at the center of the main hall. Guhan glanced casually and was astonished. He recognized only a few among them, all of which were materials of the 9th rank. And he spotted something familiar, a flowing liquid reminiscent of mercury. It was the spirit dream crystal essence he had used a few days prior. Guhan counted, finding exactly 9 items. Subsequently, Xuantian formed hand seals and recited an ancient incantation. Moments later, the vast circular altar was inscribed with mysterious runes. Guhan gently placed the illusion fox at the center of the altar, and with a resonant hum, the 9 ancestral statues radiated a brilliant golden light, from which 9 figures emerged, gradually encircling the altar, each channeling their magical power into it. Xuantian remarked, these are the 9 soul imprints left by our ancient ancestors, each once a being of the 10th tier. When needed, they require 9th tier materials to activate. It is then that our 9-tailed celestial fox clan truly flourished and thrived. As the magical energy continued to flow into the altar, the runes began to glow brilliantly, and the entire space resonated with powerful energy fluctuations. The illusion fox's body slowly levitated, the mark on its forehead glowing brightly, and then a dazzling beam of light erupted from within it, soaring skyward. Within the beam, the ceaseless stream of energy was seen merging into the illusion fox's form. The illusion fox sensed a powerful yet gentle force surging within, as if its bloodline had been ignited. As the light intensified, its body began to transform. The single tail it possessed gradually revealed a hazy silhouette, these ethereal forms coalescing until a second tail slowly emerged. The radiance continued to shine, and the illusion fox's second tail began to change, giving birth to the nascent form of a third tail. Throughout this process, the illusion fox bore immense pressure. In the long wait, its 3 tails gradually took shape, with the fur becoming increasingly smooth and lustrous, shimmering with the glow of mysterious runes. Guhan watched intently, fearful of missing any detail. As time progressed, the 9 figures withdrew, seamlessly returning to their statues, while the beam of light gradually coalesced into a sphere, enveloping Xiao Jing within. Ancient Han gazed at Fox Xuantian with a look of confusion. Fox Xuantian replied, although the bloodline power of the young master has been successfully awakened, fully embracing this force will require time. Ancient Han, no longer anxious, found a suitable spot nearby and sat cross-legged, awaiting patiently. 7 days later, the atmosphere was suffused with formidable energies. The foxes present exhibited glossy fur and remarkable auras. Some had tails ablaze like fire, while others possessed eyes that twinkled like stars. They stood tall and proud or quietly coiled nearby, yet all held their breath in anticipation. Before the altar stood several elders, their snow-white hair cascading casually over their shoulders, appearing neither disheveled nor chaotic, which only added to their ethereal presence. Their eyes, deep as shadowy pools, occasionally sparkled with wisdom, as if they could discern the truths of the world. Each was clad in flowing black robes adorned with the emblem of the 9-tailed celestial fox, the hems gently fluttering in the breeze, blending seamlessly with the night. Upon their entrance, Ancient Han cast a glance in their direction, but soon averted his gaze, for these elders were all 9th-tier spirit beasts. Their mere collective presence overwhelmed even the weakest among them, causing Ancient Han to feel dizzy and his soul to tremble. A spirit beast reaching the 9th tier is capable of transformation. With a soft hum, the luminous sphere enveloping the illusory fox suddenly erupted, releasing a torrent of magnificent spiritual energy that swiftly merged into the illusory fox's form. It tilted its head and emitted a long howl that pierced the heavens, enveloping the entire 1,000 fox abyss. Upon hearing this sound, all the fox spirit beasts within the abyss trembled involuntarily, their bloodlines momentarily stagnating as they reverently knelt towards their ancestral land. At that moment, the illusory fox seemed to undergo a profound transformation. Its form elongated and became robust, its lines flowing and imbued with a sense of power. Its fur shimmered like moonlight, radiating a dreamy silver sheen under the moon's glow, as if each strand contained the glimmer of stars. Its head was small yet exquisite, a mysterious rune faintly visible upon its forehead, emanating an ancient and enigmatic aura. Its eyes, reminiscent of deep blue sapphires, were clear and vibrant, seeming to unveil the secrets of the universe with a mere glance. Most striking were its 3 luxurious and fluffy tails, each resembling a burning silver flame, with pale blue luminescence adorning their tips, akin to fragments of stars embedded within. As it flicked its tails, the air around it rippled in waves, creating a dreamlike ambience. The 3-tailed celestial fox had pointed ears erect and ever vigilant. Its claws were sharp as blades, glinting with a cold light. A gentle touch upon the ground left faint imprints. Its back slightly arched, showcasing its formidable strength and majesty. Encircling its neck was a ring of pale purple fluff, resembling an exquisite collar, adding an air of nobility and mystery. At this moment, Ancient Han also opened his attributes panel after a long time. Spirit Beast name: 3-tailed celestial fox, Spirit Beast gender: female, Spirit Beast attributes: mental, demon Spirit Beast quality, high-level monarch, Spirit Beast level, 3rd tier, 2nd stage, Spirit Beast skills: Celestial Fox Guardian, Fox Shadow Teleportation, Mental Control, Celestial Fox's Wrath, Spiritual Whip. Evolution requirements: 100 Moonlight Stones, 100 Xian Ice Essence, 100 Spirit Fire Mushrooms, 19 Celestial Herb, 1 Heavenly Spirit Dew, 19 Yang Divine Stone. Gather spiritual power within the 3-tailed celestial fox to evolve into a 6-tailed celestial fox. Upon entering the super tier, each advancement for beast tamers becomes exceedingly arduous, requiring them to compress their spiritual power several times before ultimately channeling it into the spirit core, thus necessitating even greater amounts of spiritual energy. Consequently, the spiritual energy returned to Ancient Han from the evolution of the illusory fox into the 3-tailed celestial fox merely allowed him to reach the late stage of the super tier. As the 3-tailed celestial fox gracefully descended from the altar, the surrounding fox beasts instinctively aligned themselves, kneeling in unison as the elders and fox Xuantian approached, proclaiming, "We welcome the young master back to his rightful place." The eyes of the 3-tailed celestial fox displayed a profound blue, alluring yet dignified, with a graceful and lively shape reminiscent of a crescent moon, yet inadvertently revealing a sharp brilliance. Standing quietly and upright, it wrapped its tails gently around itself, naturally accepting the reverence of its subjects. It nodded lightly before slowly approaching Ancient Han, its massive form shrinking instantly as it nimbly climbed onto his shoulder. Chapter 71. Return. After dismissing the assembled beasts, only 1 person and 3 beasts remained within the Grand Hall. Fox Xuantian stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ancient Han, stating, "Young friend Ancient Han, our 9-tailed celestial fox clan shall be your staunch support. I, Fox Xuantian, wish to serve as your guardian. The 1000 Fox Abyss will exert its utmost efforts to assist you in breaking through to the divine level." Ancient Han paused momentarily, struggling to comprehend the offer. He clenched his fists tightly before slowly relaxing them, glancing at Medusa beside him and replying, "Then I must thank you, Elder Fox." Ancient Han understood clearly that as the representative of the human race, he had no other choice. Fox Xuantian presented a jade pendant to Ancient Han, which was entirely translucent and vividly depicted the form of a 9-tailed celestial fox, each tail curling gracefully with smooth and elegant lines. Fox Xuantian spoke softly, "This is the token of our 9-tailed celestial fox clan. Holding this token will grant you access to the 1000 Fox Abyss. While our clan possesses numerous resources, young friend, you will still need to undergo trials, for divinity cannot be achieved solely through resources. This token bears my soul imprint. At a crucial moment, I shall intervene. However, for certain reasons, it would be best if you refrain from summoning me unless absolutely necessary." At this moment, Medusa interjected, "You underestimate them too much. They have long been aware of my unsealing. It was only a matter of time before they discovered it. Therefore, Ancient Han, you must proceed with caution. I have placed a secret spell upon your companions. Within the 10,000 Beast Canyon, they are unable to utter a single word." Ancient Han felt a slight tightening in his heart upon hearing Medusa's words. She continued, "Do not worry, they will not be harmed in the slightest." Fox Xuantian added, "Your companions exited the 10,000 Beast Canyon in 2 groups. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman waited fruitlessly for several days before the 2 men chose to return first. It appears that after leaving the canyon, Yang Tian and his wife departed to continue their travels across the continent. Lin Xingmian's team returned to report to the academy after waiting for 2 days, leaving only the Snow Soul squad behind. Just 2 days before the illusory fox's evolution concluded, Zhu Lishui instructed Qiucheng and He Jiangxi to return first to inform the teacher of their safety, cautioning them not to disclose any information regarding the task at hand. Fox Xianyin led Ancient Han to a mysterious alternate space, the treasury of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. The grand doors of the treasury, forged from a millennium of dark iron, were heavy and ancient, adorned with various peculiar gemstones that emitted a mysterious glow. As the doors slowly creaked open, an ancient and powerful aura surged forth. Stepping inside the treasury, one was greeted by an expansive and boundless space, the ceiling soaring high as if it had no end. The surrounding walls were constructed from rare spirit jade, radiating a gentle light that illuminated the entire treasury. Inside, towering shelves stood in neat rows, filled with an array of precious items. Among them were high-tier elixirs exuding vibrant hues, their surroundings swirling with strands of spiritual energy, as if they possessed life. There were also spiritual weapons that emanated terrifying pressure, their blades glinting with a cold light, seemingly capable of effortlessly cleaving mountains and rivers. Although the beast clans were not adept at forging, they were not without extraordinary individuals who excelled in this craft. In a secluded corner of the treasury, an impressive array of high-grade spiritual ores lay in abundance, roughly estimated by Gu Han to number in the hundreds. At the heart of the treasury stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a luminescent spiritual pearl radiating an overwhelming vitality. The very space around it seemed to distort, as if struggling to contain its immense power. Deep within the treasury, faint yet resonant growls echoed, hinting at the presence of a formidable creature sealed within. The richness of the treasury left Gu Han in awe. Fox Xianyin remarked languidly, "This place is the outer treasury. While the items here may not be of the utmost caliber, they are perfectly suited to your current cultivation level, young friend." Gu Han nodded slightly, fully aware of the principle of moderation. He approached the pile of high-grade ores and began to examine them. With the elevation of his beast mastery realm, it was time to consider the configuration of beast taming spiritual tools, making these ores far more valuable to Gu Han than any rare treasures. A master craftsman could forge the most suitable spiritual tools for his beasts from them. Fox Xianyin did not linger long. After speaking, he stepped outside to wait. Approximately an hour later, Gu Han emerged from the treasury, just as he was about to inform Fox Xianyin. The latter spoke first. "There is no need to disclose what you have taken. Even if you were to empty it, we would not utter a word." Gu Han offered his thanks with a bow. He then added, "This endeavor has taken considerable time. Now that it is concluded, I shall return to the academy to report." Fox Xianyin had no objections and escorted Gu Han out of the Thousand Fox Abyss, arriving at the outskirts of the 10,000 Beast Canyon. Still riding upon the colorful mystical bird, Fox Xianyin instructed Gu Han, "Upon entering the 10,000 Beast Canyon, simply fasten that jade pendant around your waist, and the colorful mystical bird will come to retrieve you. No further words are necessary. Take care, young friend." Gu Han waved farewell and proceeded towards the canyon's exit. Upon returning to the small town of 10,000 beasts, Gu Han approached an inn and gently knocked on a door. The owner quickly opened it, revealing a fair visage. Upon seeing him, Zhu Lishui's previously dull and weary face brightened like a spring breeze, her dim eyes sparkling with life. "Junior brother, you have finally returned," she exclaimed. With a smile, Gu Han replied, "I apologize for causing you concern." Zhu Lishui pulled him inside, scrutinizing him thoroughly before sighing in relief, confirming his well-being. Just as Gu Han was about to speak, Zhu Lishui interjected, "There is no need for explanations, junior brother. Everyone has their own opportunities. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters." Gu Han remained silent, genuinely grateful for such an understanding senior sister. He promptly suggested, "If that is the case, let us hasten back to report, lest we keep our teacher waiting." The two then prepared to depart. With their belongings stored in space rings, they set off without delay. Exiting the town, they summoned the Lightning Griffin to continue their journey. As they traveled, Zhu Lishui began to chat with Gu Han. "Thanks to your elixirs, not only was he saved, but he also seized the opportunity to break through and evolve into the Snow Soul Crystal Lion King, his bloodline advancing to the Lord level. Now he has reached the 6th rank, 2nd stage. I hardly know how to thank you." Gu Han waved his hand dismissively. "It was due to my actions that you suffered this unwarranted misfortune. I should be the one apologizing." He reassured her, "Do not worry, senior sister. That poisonous dragon has been vanquished. The vendetta has been avenged." Zhu Lishui sighed. "In truth, we have also encountered similar situations." Gu Han looked surprised as she continued. 2 years ago, our teacher led us to a safe area in a secret realm, only for a peak 8th rank spiritual beast to launch a surprise attack. At that time, our eldest senior brother had already joined the Thunderbolt battle team and was beginning to shine, but regrettably, he was killed by that beast in a single strike. Our teacher's main beast at that time was merely peak 6th rank and could not withstand the beast's power. To protect us, he held out alone, though he ultimately survived. His main beast perished, severing their contract and wounding his soul. Our teacher, the youngest Grand Mentor of the Thunderbolt Academy, was greatly affected by the loss of his main beast and the sacrifice of his top disciple. It was not until he met you, junior brother, that he began to look at you with the same hope he had for our eldest senior brother. Recently, his spirits have noticeably improved. He could have challenged for the king level. Though some years have been wasted, it is not too late. If anything were to happen to you again, I would find it impossible to face our teacher. As Zhu Lishui recounted this sorrowful tale, tears streamed down her cheeks. Guhan hesitated for a moment before gently patting her back, his gaze resolute as he assured her, "Do not fret, senior sister. I will safeguard myself, and I will ensure our teacher regains his vigor." Zhu Lishui wiped her tears and nodded lightly. Chapter 72, The New Group Competition. This task took 10 days for the round trip, and the evolution of the illusion fox consumed an additional 7 days. By the time Guhan and Zhu Lishui returned, over half a month had passed. Zhu Lishui returned their lightning griffin and went back to the Snow Soul team's quarters. Notably, this residence was identical to Guhan's, with 2 floors. Xiao and he resided on the first floor, while Zhu Lishui occupied the second. Zhu Lishui opened the door, and upon seeing Guhan and Zhu Lishui, Xiao and he expressed their concern. "Sister, junior brother, are you both all right?" Zhu Lishui waved her hand dismissively, then inquired, "What did you tell the teacher?" Xiao Cheng replied, "We merely mentioned that you two were delayed due to matters and would return a few days later." The teacher did not press further. He added, "By the way, sister, Lin Xingmian has transferred our task points to us." He Jiangxi remarked, "Since we brought back a 7th rank antler, the point reward amounts to 800,000. The Lin Xingmian team only kept 300,000, and we unanimously decided to allocate the extra 100,000 to junior brother." Upon hearing this, Guhan intended to decline, but Xiaochen quickly added, "Had it not been for junior brother's assistance, we would not have each obtained a 6th rank spiritual beast's core. Please do not refuse." Zhu Lishui then produced the resources obtained from the deer herd's territory and the young 9-son sacred deer, saying, "Let us distribute these as well." Guhan remarked, "This young one is undoubtedly best suited for you, senior sister. You have just broken through and conveniently have an additional contract slot. Binding this king-quality 9-son sacred deer will bolster our team's strength." Xiao and he nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of Guhan's suggestion. Zhu Lishui was not one to be coy, as it seemed she also had intentions for the young 9-son sacred deer. Ultimately, Zhu Lishui acquired the young deer, distributing her share of resources and the 100,000 points among the 3, who did not refuse. Consequently, Guhan's points, combined with his previous total, approached 150,000. Notably, Guhan's low-tier blood spirit bracelet could not receive transfers from the upgraded version, so those points were temporarily held by Zhu Lishui. After distributing the resources, Guhan and Zhu Lishui hurriedly made their way to Li Hanting's residence. Along the way, Guhan instructed Zhu Lishui, "Sister, when we meet the teacher, I will speak, and you simply need to affirm." Upon arriving at Li Hanting's abode, Guhan gently knocked on the door. "Enter," came the reply. The two pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bowing respectfully as they greeted, "Teacher," Li Hanting, with an expression devoid of levity, spoke slowly. "Pray tell, what transpired between the two of you?" "I shall elucidate." Guhan interjected. "After completing our mission, my senior sister and I sought to partake in a nearby auction. However, as the event would not commence for several days, our fellow senior brothers Qiu and he, lacking interest, returned early." Li Hanting turned to Zhu Lishui, inquiring, "Is this so, Shuer?" Zhu Lishui, suddenly flustered, stammered, "Indeed, master. What the junior brother has stated is accurate. And what treasures did you acquire?" Li Hanting retorted. Before Zhu Lishui could respond, Guhan, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, "The sacred treasure pavilion is truly outrageous," claiming that the auction was a ruse spread by rogue cultivators. "There is no auction at all." Hearing this ambiguous yet somewhat truthful account, Li Hanting, though vexed, could not help but chuckle. "Then why did you not return?" Guhan continued, "My senior sister and I, unwilling to concede defeat, decided to venture into the canyon once more in hopes of fortune." As he spoke, he retrieved an egg from his spatial ring. The egg was adorned with an intricate tapestry of patterns, reminiscent of ancient runes, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Upon closer inspection, the designs seemed to flow gently, as if imbued with life. Its surface was unyieldingly hard, radiating a metallic sheen, both cold and resilient, displaying an unusual hue that shifted between a profound emerald and a dazzling purplish gold, its brilliance elusive and hard to grasp. This was not the spirit beast egg awarded to Guhan by the system. Rather, it was a choice he had made specifically for Li Hanting from the system's marketplace. Spirit beast egg name, Ice Flame Mad Dragon. Spirit beast egg attributes, Ice, Fire. Spirit Beast Egg Quality, Low Level Lord. Spirit Beast Egg Level, None, Unhatched. Incubation Method, 10 Ice Soul Pearls, 10 Cold Flame Crystals, 1 Dragon Blood Ice Crystal, 1 Cold Nether Fruit, to be nurtured with spiritual energy for 3 days, after which it will hatch. Evolution Path, Level 2 Low to View. Both Li Hanting and Zhu Lixue were captivated by the Spirit Beast Egg. Li Hanting scrutinized it closely, maintaining a composed demeanor, while Zhu Lixue's eyes widened in shock, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless. The claim of having found a Spirit Beast Egg in the canyon, instead of attending an auction, was a fabrication of Gu Han's imagination, one he himself did not fully comprehend. Yet, he had produced this extraordinary Spirit Beast Egg before them. This egg had cost Gu Han nearly 6 million in exchange, boasting exceptional quality and suitability for Li Hanting. With earnest expression, Gu Han stated, "Master, I have heard from my senior sister about your past. All of us, including my senior brothers and sisters, hope you can regain your strength. We stand with you in solidarity." Li Hanting momentarily faltered, as unwelcome memories surged forth, but soon his expression returned to calm, tinged with a hint of shame as he replied, "It is indeed a source of embarrassment. I was once heralded as the star of rejuvenation in my cohort. Alas, misfortune has led me to drift aimlessly until now. Rest assured, I have resolved recently not to succumb to despair any longer. I shall exert every effort to ascend to the pinnacle." Gu Han nodded, delicately presenting the Spirit Beast Egg to Li Hanting. Li Hanting did not refuse but gently accepted it, saying to Gu Han, "Master is not concerned with what you two have engaged in. My foremost concern is your safety. Promise me, you both must remain well." Gu Han and Zhu Lixue nodded earnestly. Li Hanting rose slowly and approached the window, gazing into the distant sky. He reflected on his past ambitions and the scenes of fallen beasts and sacrificed disciples, each memory vividly etched in his mind. At that moment, his heart began to clear. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Li Hanting, causing the surrounding air to solidify. He was enveloped in a radiant light. His eyes closed as he concentrated on the surging power within. Gu Han and Zhu Lixue, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with elation. And Zhu Lixue could not help but shed tears. Li Hanting was attempting to break through the barrier of a king-level Beastmaster. Gu Han and Zhu Lixue, taken aback by the sight, quietly exited Li Hanting's quarters. Chapter 73, The Selection. Outside, Zhu Lixue took a deep breath and remarked, "Master was already at the peak of the heavenly level 2 years ago. Unfortunately, with the loss of his primary beast, he has not entirely relinquished hope. His soul contract is gradually mending, and in just 2 years, his second beast, the Golden Flame Sacred Lion, has reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, and Master is still not yet 40. While I might now barely qualify as a heavenly level Beastmaster, possessing only one spirit beast at the initial 6th tier, established heavenly level masters often command 3 or 4 6th tier pinnacle beasts, with the levels of their other beasts not falling below the 5th tier. Only thus can they ensure success in ascending to king level." Gu Han fell silent, with rising levels. Each advancement for a Beastmaster became increasingly arduous, necessitating a greater focus on lower-tier beasts. "And Master?" Gu Han inquired, concern evident in his voice. "Fear not. Master possesses exceptional talent, and I am confident he will prevail," Zhu Lixue asserted with conviction. Just as they were about to depart, a voice called out to Gu Han. He turned to see a graceful woman arriving late. "Gu Han, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, you would have missed the upcoming freshman team competition. Your master just instructed me that you must participate," the woman said. Gu Han recognized her as Xuantian, a fellow combat instructor he had encountered during his visit to Li Hanting. "Freshman team competition?" Gu Han queried, puzzled. Xuantian, noticing Zhu Lixue, smiled warmly. "Ah? Lixue is here too. This is fortuitous. Let your senior sister explain." With that, she hurriedly departed. Gu Han looked at Zhu Lixue, awaiting further clarification. Zhu Lixue explained, "Considering the timing, it is indeed about to commence. Though given your current strength, competing against students of the same rank might seem somewhat unfair. Participation in the freshman team competition is mandatory. This competition is merely a term we use. The Academy holds team competitions at the start of each academic year, and just before its conclusion to hone student skills. Each department must select their top 30, then mix them into 30 groups for competition. If you wish to join the Thunderbolt battle team, you must rank within the top 5 each year in the team competition. Furthermore, the top 3 teams receive considerable resource rewards." Gu Han grasped the concept, likening it to the monthly assessments from his previous life, a familiar sensation. He then asked, "So, does this mean I must first participate in the departmental selection?" Zhu Lixue replied nonchalantly, "Well, now you have something to occupy yourself with. Best of luck, junior brother." She patted Gu Han on the shoulder and departed with an air of grace. Gu Han chuckled softly. Realizing that he could scarcely find a moment's respite, he returned to his quarters, stepping into the Black Meteor's secret realm, where he found himself before the Xuantian Dragon Spring. At that moment, the Earthly Zong Sacred Dragon was quietly meditating within the spring. The Earthly Zong Sacred Dragon had forcibly employed the power of the Earthly Zong, affecting its essence, rendering it unable to act for the time being. Fortunately, Guhan had not engaged in any high-intensity battles recently. Coincidentally, Guhan's illusionary fox had successfully evolved into a three-tailed celestial fox, presenting a perfect opportunity to refine its combat awareness. Guhan had also gleaned detailed information about the team competition from the Blood Spirit bracelet. Fortuitously, the departmental ranking match was scheduled for 2 days hence. The following day, Guhan arrived at class early, and as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he immediately captured the attention of all present. During the half-month of his absence, speculation ran rampant within the combat department. Some claimed that Guhan had been sequestered in seclusion for training, while others suggested he had grown disinterested in theoretical studies. There were even whispers that he had grown complacent, relying solely on his fourth-tier beast mastery. Guhan paid little heed to the gazes directed at him, instead patiently awaiting the arrival of the teacher. Coincidentally, the instructor for the day was Xian who had briefed Guhan on the team competition the previous day. After class, Xian reiterated the details concerning the selection competition scheduled for the following day. Just as Guhan was about to leave, a voice called out to him, "Gu Xiong." He turned to see a resolute-looking man standing behind him. It was Zhao Jingyu, the second prince of the Tunglong Empire. Zhao Jingyu spoke, observing Gu Xiong's remarkable aura. "It seems that during your month of absence, your strength has indeed advanced significantly." His words carried an unmistakable intent to befriend. Guhan understood the underlying meaning and smiled in response. "The second prince is not to be underestimated either. Your aura suggests you have reached the advanced late stage, correct?" Naturally, as a prince, Zhao Jingyu had ample resources at his disposal, so his rapid advancement was unsurprising. "Haha, no matter how one looks at it, I cannot compare to you. For tomorrow's selection competition, I hope Gu Xiong will show mercy." After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. On the following morning, Guhan arrived punctually at the competition venue. The spacious indoor arena was awe-inspiring, soaring dozens of meters from ceiling to floor. Countless radiant spirit beast crystal cores adorned the ceiling, casting a soft yet brilliant light that illuminated the entire room as if it were midday. At the center of the room stood 3 meticulously arranged arenas, each constructed from the exceptionally durable black gold obsidian, their surfaces polished to a mirror-like sheen, yet marked with the weathered traces of time. Ancient and mysterious runes etched along the edges of the arenas formed a protective array. The distance between the arenas was sufficiently spacious to ensure that the combatants would not interfere with one another while allowing the audience to fully appreciate each thrilling duel. Surrounding the combat platforms were rows of elegantly arranged spectator seats, crafted from fine boxwood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, both comfortable and luxurious. At this moment, the audience had already begun to fill the seats. It is worth noting that this arena was exclusive to the combat department, where battles among its members stirred the blood and excitement of all. Before long, several instructors arrived on the scene, including Xian whom Guhan was relatively familiar with. The host of the event was a fair-skinned, scholarly-looking male instructor, appearing to be in his 30s. He stepped onto the first arena and announced in a clear voice, "I invite the combat department students to come forward to draw lots." Several individuals in the audience rose and made their way to the first combat platform. The host, an auxiliary department instructor named Lu Yen, glanced at the time before stating, "The time is up. Those who have not arrived will be considered as forfeiting." Guhan sensed that all 92 combat department students were present. Lu Yen then gestured, and a golden sphere of light materialized in his hand. He continued, "Let me briefly explain the rules. This sphere contains 46 numbers. Those with matching numbers will be opponents. After one round of competition, the winners and losers will be divided into 2 groups, and further duels will continue within each group. In essence, each participant will engage in 2 duels, and the 5 instructors present will score you based on your performance. In principle, the winner should score higher than the loser, and your overall ranking will be determined by the combined scores from both duels, with the top 30 advancing to the team competition. Is that clear?" "Understood," came the unified response. "Now, I declare the selection competition for the new students of the combat department officially commenced." As his words echoed, the golden sphere in Lu Yan's hand erupted, scattering shimmering motes of light towards the assembled crowd. Each participant caught a glimmer of light, revealing a small white token in their hands. Guhan also held a token inscribed with the number 28. The recipients of the tokens began to converse excitedly, searching for their opponents amid the lively atmosphere. "I have number 18. Which brother has the same? Ah, why am I in the first group? I hope I don't draw those few abnormal ones." Liu Yan cleared his throat and said, "Silence. Non-participants please step back. Group 1, contestants 1, 2, and 3. Please take the stage." The audience members dispersed to settle into their seats and await the action. The first group of competitors quickly took their positions. The three arenas commenced their battles simultaneously. Liu Yan summoned a phoenix-winged spirit spider, a creature capable of flight, known for its incredibly tough silk. The advanced-grade silk produced by such spiders could serve as the primary material for certain restrictive spirit artifacts. Although these creatures were generally more supportive in nature and not particularly aggressive. Ascending atop the phoenix-winged spirit spider, Liu Yan surveyed the three arenas from above. He then began. During the competition, there are no restrictions on the number of summoned beasts. You may attack the Beastmasters directly and utilize any compliant spirit artifacts or medicinal pills. However, maliciously harming either the beasts or their masters will result in immediate expulsion from the academy, with no chance of readmittance. Now, let the competition officially begin. As Liu Yan's voice faded, the 6 competitors on the battle platforms sprang into action. On the first arena, both participants were mid-level advanced Beastmasters. They seemed to share an unspoken understanding, simultaneously summoning their strongest beasts. Coincidentally, both summoned a second-tier, 8th-grade Howling Shadow Wolf. Observing from the audience, someone remarked, "What a coincidence. These two brothers are facing off." Another inquired, "What do you mean?" To which the first replied, "The one on the left is Ling Feng, the older brother. The one on the right is Ling Yu, the younger brother. They both became Beastmasters together, trained together, and came to Tianlei Academy as companions. Their mutual support and progress have been evident." Guhan nodded slightly, surmising that this match would not be overly perilous. Ling Yu's beast initiated the assault, dashing forward with a blur of afterimages. The Howling Shadow Wolf leaped into the air, its lengthy tail whipping towards its opponent with ferocity. Ling Feng's beast, seemingly anticipating Ling Yu's move, remained calm, simply bending low to evade the seemingly fierce tail strike. Utilizing the momentum, Ling Feng's beast charged forward, its sturdy head colliding with the Howling Shadow Wolf mid-leap. Interestingly, both of their Howling Shadow Wolves were siblings. Ling Yu's beast stumbled from the impact, rolling several times before regaining its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng pursued, unleashing a flurry of shadow blades to cut off Ling Yu's retreat. Ling Yu, appearing somewhat anxious, commanded his beast to evade in haste. Ling Feng's beast capitalized on the moment, its body radiating a rising temperature as it prepared to unleash a fireball. Ling Yu, left with no options, gave a slight nod. Suddenly, a bolt of electricity surged towards Ling Feng with no warning. Ling Feng, though startled, felt a sense of relief as his Howling Shadow Wolf released the charged fireball directly towards the unexpected attack. The two strikes collided, and the electric arc dissipated upon contact with the fireball, which then plummeted to the ground and extinguished. It turned out that hidden within Ling Yu's sleeve was a peak first-tier Thunder Mouse, its small size having allowed it to remain undetected. Ling Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, there has been progress." Both parties' beasts returned to their respective masters, and Ling Feng no longer held back. He softly recited an incantation, and a portal to another realm gradually opened, revealing a magnificent steed, entirely cloaked in white. It was a second-tier snow steed. Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Has your snow steed advanced to the second tier?" Ling Feng replied, "It just broke through last night." Ling Yu opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally conceded, "I admit defeat." Throughout the competition, the initiative resided firmly in the hands of her elder brother, Ling Feng, who excelled in both the prowess of his beast and his combat awareness. Ultimately, the 5 judges awarded scores. Ling Feng received an 80, while Ling Yu garnered a 54. Notably, in both matches, there were instances of significant disparity in strength, leading to defeats. Yet, as long as one exerted their utmost, the scores remained commendable. In the second arena, the latest contestant was Zhao Jingyu, whose 3-headed flood dragon caused a stir among the audience the moment it appeared. Over the past month, Zhao Jingyu had made considerable progress. His flood dragon exuded a formidable aura, and the 2 small protrusions on either side of its heads hinted at an impending transformation into a dragon. Having reached the 3rd tier, 8th segment, the audience primarily comprised fellow students from the same grade, many of whom hailed from the local region of the Tenglong Empire. Enthusiastically chanting, "Second Prince, go for it. Second Prince, valiant." Some female spectators boldly declared, "Second Prince, I wish to bear your children." Human nature tends to admire the strong. Thus, Zhao Jingyu's opponent, Zhong Liangyu, felt immense pressure upon hearing the overwhelming support for Zhao Jingyu. Moreover, Zhong Liangyu's most powerful beast was merely a second-tier, 7th segment. Nevertheless, Zhong Liangyu's beast managed to endure several rounds against Zhao Jingyu's flood dragon before ultimately succumbing, showcasing remarkable resilience despite the defeat. earning a respectable score of 69. Zhao Jingyu, on the other hand, achieved a flawless score of 100. In the third arena, the two competitors were evenly matched, both exerting their full capabilities, but ultimately, a young woman named Mu Yunting demonstrated superior skills and secured victory. After the conclusion of the 3 matches, Lu Yin continued. Next group, numbers 4, 5, and 6. Please take the stage. Gu Han, having lost interest after the first group S matches, closed his eyes to rest, patiently awaiting his turn. Most participants in the arena were intermediate Beastmasters, typically possessing 3 beasts, with only 2 capable of forming a viable combat force. Therefore, each match did not consume much time. Approximately an hour later, the battles of the 9th group neared their conclusion. During this time, there were instances where competitors turned the tide using spiritual artifacts or resorted to medicinal pills to forcibly enhance their strength, ultimately securing victory. As all actions were within the rules, no one intervened. Only through fierce competition could the growth of the students be better stimulated. Upon the conclusion of the 9th group S matches, Lu Yin resumed. Next group, numbers 28, 29, and 30, please take the stage. Gu Han slowly opened his eyes and made his way to the first arena. Meanwhile, some spectators in the audience muttered with schadenfreude. Who is so unfortunate to encounter this formidable opponent? The 5 combat instructors at the judging panel also turned their gaze towards Gu Han as he approached the competition stage. Then, a male instructor, approximately 40 years of age and portly, remarked, "So this is the new disciple of Han Ting. Truly a dragon among men." Achieving the status of a super Beastmaster at such a young age. This instructor, known as Gong Yefan, was a contemporary of Li Han Ting and a celestial-level Beastmaster, famously laid-back and non-confrontational, having served as an instructor at the academy since graduation. Another instructor, appearing rather ordinary and around 30, commented, "In my view, Gu Han's prowess far surpasses that of his peers. Few can rival him. This selection competition might as well allow him to forego participation or be designated as the first place outright. If anyone disputes this, they may challenge him directly." This approach would alleviate concerns of students suffering psychological setbacks from being bested by Gu Han, while simultaneously serving to motivate them. Upon hearing this, the instructors pondered briefly before Xian Ningxiu stated, "I believe Teacher Li's point holds merit. We are all somewhat aware of Gu Han's capabilities, and this competition offers him little benefit." Gong Yefan added, "I shall consult Han Ting regarding this matter later. For now, let us observe the competition." As the participants took their positions, the selection matches for the 10th group commenced, and Gu Han's opponent emerged.